In the silent night, the heavy panting of a girl echoed. She exerted all her strength to flee from the two assassins relentlessly pursuing her. One assailant, having accelerated, targeted the pink-haired girl below, who realized they had closed in on her. She attempted to accelerate but stumbled on the dense weeds, falling to the ground. Fortunately, her ample figure cushioned her impact with the ground, so she was unharmed. The assassin seized the opportunity, reaching out with one hand, while the other swung his sword, unleashing a finishing blow. Unable to react in time, she fearfully raised her hands to cover her face and screamed, "No!" Yet before the blade could touch her skin, it struck a hard object, emitting a jarring metallic clash. After a long wait, still not feeling the expected pain, Tao Ni gathered all her courage and peeked open her eyes. Her pupils immediately dilated, stunned by the scene before her. A tall figure stood towering before Tao Ni, using a single hand to block the assassin's treacherous attack. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, locked onto his foe. Immediately after, Xinyan mobilized his internal energy, swinging his arm down with a powerful punch, sending the swordsman flying backward. The assassin, before he could even defend himself, crashed to the ground, lying motionless. The remaining assailants, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified and immediately pulled back, fleeing. "Just you wait." Only then did Tao Ni timidly lift her gaze, secretly observing the man standing before her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her lips parted slightly, and she softly uttered, "Truly remarkable." Several months later, in a corner wall heavily covered in thick spiderwebs, a plaque appeared, with 3 characters clearly etched. Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. Inside, Tao Ni was lounging leisurely, allowing all fatigue to melt away into the steaming hot water. She enjoyed herself while happily humming a tune. Tao Ni's eyes were half closed and languid, her gaze drifting aimlessly. Her hand gripped the edge of the tub, causing the water within to constantly rip. After a long while, Tao Ni finally let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "How utterly comfortable." After enjoying it for a moment longer, she slowly stepped out of the water. At the same moment, on a nearby rooftop, a slender hand quickly sketched the fair, delicate back of Tao Ni that had just flashed past. Xinyan looked at the painting before him, the corner of his mouth curving into a satisfied smile, clearly showing his delight. He licked his lips and uttered an exclamation, "Magnificent!" No sooner had he spoken than Xinyan's gaze unexpectedly landed on something. Outside the room, Su Xuan raised a hand and knocked a few times, then called out, "Tao Ni, are you inside?" Hearing the call from outside the door, Tao Ni startled and cried out, "Brother, wait for me a moment." Immediately after, a series of chaotic sounds erupted, making Su Xuan feel awkward. Clad only in a bath towel, she turned around and hurriedly rushed out to converse. "Brother, good evening. What is the matter?" On the table sat a bowl of tea, still steaming. Su Xuan sat opposite, his expression grave as he declared, "Brother Tao, I am uneasy about your sister staying here." Although she was introduced by the benefactor who saved her, this Xuan Hai is simply too far. Tao Ni happily raised her hand to reassure him. "Brother, rest assured. That senior is extremely powerful. There will definitely be no problems." He immediately turned his face away and remarked, "You are truly too naive. You barely understand anything yet have already taken on a master." "Although that person also accepted you," Tao Ni innocently offered, "it is because I possess extraordinary talent." Su Xuan looked at her, his voice deepening. "It has been several days, and neither we nor the other disciples of that person have met. This heavenly fate pavilion is very strange, exuding an unsettling aura. I am not at ease with you being here alone." Suddenly, a cough echoed, interrupting their conversation. Seeing the person before her, she waved and greeted, "Master, good evening." Xinyan glanced over and inquired, "Disciple, young Master Su, why are you not resting at this late hour?" Su Xuan also stood up, stepped before him, bowed, and began, "Pavilion Master Xian, good evening." Before he could finish speaking, Xian interjected, "Young Master Su, I dare say I overheard everything you were doing just now." An alarming thought immediately flashed through Xian's mind. Do not let him continue to dissuade her. It was not easy to accept a disciple. I cannot let her slip away. Xian raised a hand to his mouth and coughed softly. He watched Su Xuan, then slowly began to expound. "Since I, Xian, established this sect, I have only ever accepted personal disciples. Thus, the mountain sect has been a little desolate. However, coincidentally, several of them have returned today." He glanced at Tao Ni and instructed, "Tao Ni, I, your master, will take you to meet your senior brothers tomorrow." The next day, Su Xuan walked at the very back, a premonition stirring in his heart as he quietly remarked, "What a truly strange place." Su Xuan followed Tao Ni with his gaze, then suddenly flinched as his eyes landed on something. Before them, Yu Ling, his face obscured, swiftly shot forward. He landed on a tree branch, his bright eyes scanning the area below. Seeing this, Su Xuan immediately rushed forward to shield her, shouting, Tao Ni, be careful! Behind him, Si Yan raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Do not be afraid, Yu Ling, Si Yan said. She is your junior sister, and she is not here to capture anyone. Hearing this, Yu Ling's eyes became bloodshot, and he trembled as he looked at Tao Ni and called out, Junior sister. Tao Ni looked up, waved cheerfully, and greeted, Hello, senior brother. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly, A girl! Yu Ling immediately fled in a panic, leaving only a phrase that left her bewildered. Oh no! Su Xuan, slightly curious, turned to ask Si Yan. Pavilion master, that is. Su Xuan began. Si Yan slowly introduced, That is precisely Tao Ni's senior brother. 20 years ago he strayed down the mountain, and was subsequently captured by the profound maiden sect, and brought back to their city. He clutched his head, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. He was immediately coerced. When he descended the mountain, he weighed 200 jin. Now, only 100 jin remain. Thus, upon seeing women, he would flee, fearing capture. Upon hearing this, Su Xuan frowned in judgment. Are the Xuan maiden sect disciples truly demonic women? How despicable. He turned his back to the two, muttering with profound regret as he bit his nails. Damn it, those obedient disciples were used as human cultivation cauldrons by those young and beautiful women for 7 long years. I am so envious. No, that's not right. I am utterly enraged. After walking a short distance further, Si Yan led the way and announced, Next, we shall pass through this corridor. Suddenly, Su Xuan's gaze caught sight of a figure standing beneath a tree. It was Jun Xing, leaning against the trunk in contemplation, a dry twig held between his lips. He appeared utterly oblivious, while Xian Yan was still turned in another direction, reminding the two to follow this path. Tao Fear, slightly curious, tugged at his sleeve and asked, Revered master, who is that? Xing Yan glanced over, then replied, Him? Pay him no mind. He is your senior disciple brother, Mo Jun Xing. It is merely unfortunate that his mind is somewhat unconventional. Si Yan continued to elaborate. He always daydreams about becoming the world's finest swordsman. In reality, he concluded with a single statement. Anyone at the same cultivation realm as him would not survive a single exchange against me. Tao Cher suddenly pressed her blossoming chest close to Si Yan and called out to him. She tightly hugged his arm, her eyes filled with adoration. Revered master, you are truly formidable, Si Yan replied calmly. It is but ordinary. He gazed at Tao, who was very close, and inwardly marveled. Indeed, my disciple is truly adorable. Witnessing the scene, Su Xuan interjected. Excuse me, is that young hero currently in meditation? Jun Xing seemed to notice their presence. He adjusted the brim of his hat and gave a cold, dismissive smile. Xin Yan shook his head in denial. No, his behavior is typically referred to as. He leaned back, then concluded, posturing for effect. Curiosity arose in Tao Scare's mind. However, aren't these two senior disciple brothers very different? Su Xuan stood beside them, covering his face in exasperation. This is quite different from what I had imagined. Ahead, Si Yan covered his mouth and coughed, then reminded them, Now, we arrive at the main point. He glanced seriously and revealed, In a sense, he can be considered normal. Having said this, Si Yan waved his hand dismissively, thinking, In truth, this one is the true monstrous prodigy. I only hope he does not cause me any further trouble. After walking for a while longer, he pointed in a direction and began, First, there is someone I wish to introduce to Tao Care. Su Xuan halted his steps, a clear expression of concern on his face. This place is truly peculiar. Every disciple here seems to possess an abnormal demeanor. He secretly decided that it would be best to take Tao. Xiangyan waved his hand, smiled, and said, We have arrived. She eagerly followed. Indeed. Delicate peach blossoms drifted down with the breeze. Beneath the surface, schools of fish swam, trailing one another. A winding path stretched towards a distant pavilion. There, slender hands skillfully danced across zither strings, weaving an enchanting melody. Bailan lowered his gaze, lost in the music, seemingly profoundly at peace as he savored his own creation. Tao Er widened her eyes and exclaimed, How beautiful! Hearing the slight stir, Bailan slowly glanced in their direction. Su Xuan was no different. The moment their gazes met, his face immediately flushed, and he stood frozen in place, his heart pounding erratically. The three approached Bailan in succession. He rose, cupped his hands in a respectful greeting, and said, Master. Xiangyan covered his mouth, coughed lightly, then introduced, Bailan, this is Master's new disciple, Su Tao Er, your junior sister. He then pointed behind him and continued, And this is Tao Er's senior brother, a distinguished guest of our Tianming pavilion. You must mind your words and deeds around him. Hearing this, Bailan softly offered, Greetings, young Master Su. Su Xuan was so tense his entire body stiffened, and he blurted out, Young lady, I am Su Xuan. Seeing this, Tao Er firmly patted his shoulder, admonishing, Brother! She then leaned closer and asked curiously, "Why are you so dumbfounded?" Su Xuan embarrassedly scratched his head, explaining, "No, it's nothing at all." Tao Error stepped forward to strike up a conversation with him. "Hello, senior sister. From now on, please call me Tao Error." "You are so beautiful." Bailan bashfully smiled and replied, "Tao Error, thank you." Immediately after, he shot a meaningful glance towards Xiangyan to signal him. Xiangyan understood the implication, and a flash of helplessness crossed his face. Xiangyan thought to himself, "All right, I know what you mean." Following that, he raised his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. Tao Error, Xiangyan leaned towards Bailan and explained, "In truth, Bailan is not your senior sister." He then seriously concluded, "He is your senior brother." Upon hearing this, Tao Error and Su Xuan both appeared struck by a bolt from the blue, standing utterly dumbfounded, unable to react. He clutched his head, looked up at the sky, and bellowed, "What?" She was a little flustered, stepping forward to ask, "Sen senior sister? No, senior brother. Are you truly a man?" Xiangyan, knowing the situation was inevitable, immediately stepped in to explain on Bailan's behalf. "He was born with the visage of a woman. For now, simply commit this to memory, and do not make this mistake again." Su Xuan's face turned ashen. Still seemingly unable to comprehend, he loudly exclaimed, You truly are a man." Bailan blinked once, then admitted, "That is correct." Upon hearing this, he vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Su Xuan clutched his chest, panting heavily. Seeing this, Tao Nhi immediately inquired about his condition. "Senior brother, are you all right?" He broke into a cold sweat, trying to reassure her, No, it's nothing." Su Xuan gritted his teeth, a thought flashing through his mind. Was I not just moved by a man? He furrowed his brows in displeasure, then bid farewell as if eager to depart. "Fellow peak lords, the hour is no longer early. I shall take my junior sister back to rest first." With that said, Su Xuan left the place as if his soul had departed. Tao Nhi followed behind, waving her hand and saying, "Master, senior brother, we will be leaving first." Siqian remained in place, instructing her, "Good. Don't forget the lecture begins tomorrow." As soon as the figures of the two vanished into the distance, the atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly cold. He turned around, his expression icy, and asked, "Do you remember what happened earlier?" Bailan cupped his hands and softly replied, "This disciple understands." Xingyan lifted his chin, his voice full of menace. "Do not reveal your true nature. If you frighten your junior sister, I will hang you up and beat your backside." With his instructions complete, he too turned and departed. "All right, forget about it. I still have some things to prepare," he replied softly. "Respectfully, master." The azure sky, without a single speck of impurity, stretched endlessly, dotted with soft white clouds slowly drifting by, creating an unusually serene and tranquil scene. On the mountaintop, enveloped in a blanket of clouds, an ancient divine temple appeared majestically. Prominently in its center was a colossal treasured sword, emitting streams of resplendent golden spirit energy. Yu Ling and Jun Hong stood, leaning against pillars on either side. Before them, Xiyan stepped forward and said, "Tao Nhi, from today onwards, this master wishes to begin imparting to you the profound art of channeling spiritual energy." Tao Nhi huddled in a corner, trembling as she listened to him continue. Cultivators practice qi refinement, Xiantian, 3 souls, 7 corporeal souls, profound realm, spirit emperor, and human god stages. Xingyan cast a gentle glance over, then sat down cross-legged and gravely reminded, "Tao Nhi, if you do not come closer, how will you be able to hear what I impart?" She cautiously peeked her head out, stammering as she asked, Master, are you sure this is my cultivation robe?" Jun Hang and Yu Ling immediately felt a wave of discomfort upon hearing the next words. "Why are the socks so long?" Tao Nhi shrieked, "And the skirt is too short." Xiyan chuckled, then explained, "Tao Nhi, you know nothing at all. This is an outfit that I spent a great deal of time creating for you. Do you dare refuse my goodwill?" Her face flushed crimson, and she softly replied, All right. If master has already spoken thus, Tao Nh, I finally decided to step out and face him." She tremblingly called out to Xiyan, Master, it's too flimsy." She pressed her legs tightly together, muttering in embarrassment, "How shameful." Then Tao Nh. I looked at Xiyan and asked, "Is it all right for me to wear this?" He tried to maintain a normal demeanor, but his nosebleed was almost gushing as he remarked, "Dowser, you look rather suitable in that. It will be much more comfortable for your cultivation later." She sat down with an unaccustomed manner, softly asking, "Like this?" The two faced each other, and the atmosphere suddenly grew silent. She blushed and curiously asked, "Does wearing this truly help with cultivation?" Dower secretly thought to herself, "This sitting posture truly feels a bit awkward." Xiyan wiped away the trace of blood while explaining, "Indeed, though wearing this might be a bit embarrassing, His eyes suddenly lit up, gazing directly at Daorei, and proposed, "Allow your master to assist you." Looking down from above, the 8 trigrams plaza was faintly discernible amidst a vast sea of white clouds, like a colossal grand formation in operation, while winding stone steps stretched into a hazy and mysterious, immortal realm. At the same time, Su Xuan was walking forward when he suddenly heard a voice call from behind. "Brother Su." Bai Lan approached him to strike up a conversation. "What are you doing here?" Su Xuan blushed, somewhat reserved, and said, Brother Bai, I suddenly remembered something I needed to tell Dao Sher. To be honest, I still wanted to take Daozer away from here, but Daozer has already made her decision, so it's a bit difficult." Having said that, he turned and continued on his way. "I cannot keep coming here." So this time, Su Xuan reached out to touch the gate, intending only to bid her farewell. Inside, Xiyan assumed the posture of a predator stalking its prey, slowly advancing towards Dao Sier. His voice echoed from the gate. "As long as she can stay here safely." Meanwhile, Dao Sier had covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look directly. Completely unaware of what was happening inside, Su Xuan still stood outside, openly declaring, "I also feel relieved." Just as he was about to push the door open, Bai Lan immediately stopped him. Wait a moment." Su Xuan turned around, and upon recognizing who the other party was, immediately grew nervous. "Brother Bai, Senior Brother Bai," Su Xuan asked, perplexed. "Is there something amiss?" He drew closer, hesitantly saying, "This." Bai Lan parted his lips slightly. "Young Master Su." Bai Lan lowered his voice, reminding Su Xuan, "Master is currently imparting a cultivation technique. This cannot be leaked outside." Gazing at the beautiful face from such close proximity, he felt a bit unnatural. Indeed, I was too brash. No sooner had he spoken, he seized Su Xuan's hand. What a rare opportunity. Bai Lan hastily pulled him along and suggested. Su Xuan's face was pale. He secretly thought, wait a minute, he's a man, but how could he be so beautiful? His hair is long and silky. Seeing him remain silent, Bai Lan called out again, "Young Master Su." He gently lifted Su Xian's hand and said, "You are sweating excessively." Su Xian withdrew his hand, hastily explaining, "It's nothing. I must not be accustomed to the atmosphere here." Facing him, Bai Lan slid his hand into his sleeve, sighing softly. "Really," he muttered, taking out a silk handkerchief and approaching Su Xian to wipe away his sweat. "You should have said so earlier." In that situation, his body temperature steadily rose. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind blew from nowhere, causing Bai Lan to pause momentarily. His tightly clenched hand allowed the silk handkerchief within to be swept away by the wind. Su Xian immediately wiped his face, calling out loudly, "Let me retrieve it!" He gathered momentum and leaped into the air, stretching his body to snatch the hovering handkerchief. Immediately afterward, he landed softly. He exhaled a sigh of relief, then confidently turned his head back and smiled. Su Xian waved the handkerchief, running towards Bai Lan to show it off. "Senior Brother Bai, I have retrieved it for you." Having said that, he awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his head. Bai Lan's entire demeanor suddenly grew dark as he extended his hand and replied, "Thank you." The very moment his hand brushed against Su Xian's, the handkerchief fell once more. Su Xian felt as if a jolt of electricity had surged through his entire body. His hand touched me." Seeing that Su Xian showed no reaction, Bai Lan hastily called out, "Young Master Su!" He pointed forward as a reminder. "Oh, my handkerchief!" Bai Lan quietly requested, "Would you mind picking it up for me?" Without the slightest complaint, Su Xian's eyes immediately sparkled as he ran off. "Yes, I'm going right away." After taking only a few steps, Su Xian suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat broke out on him as he pondered in bewilderment. "Wait, what is happening to me?" Su Xian stopped before the silk handkerchief, questioning himself internally. Am I truly happy about this? Just moments ago I even wanted to take credit for it. Another personality within him seemed to shake him vigorously, reminding him, "Wake up, how could you do something so shameful?" Su Xian immediately made a decision. This person is truly terrifying. I must reject him. His hand trembled as he bent down to pick up the handkerchief. No, I must keep some distance from. But Su Xian burst into tears, collapsing to his knees under the dazzling sunlight. Why? He didn't even realize when Bai Lan had appeared. Bai Lan spoke up, asking, "What is the matter, young Master Su?" Bai Lan maintained a frigid expression and continued, "Why have you not returned my handkerchief? How truly adorable." Catching his gaze, Su Xian could not help but be alarmed. Immediately afterward, he fled in a blur. Behind him, Bai Lan called out, "No! Why are you keeping my handkerchief?" Bai Lan observed Su Xian's expression, then let out a laugh. He glanced towards the gate, raising a hand to cover his mouth, and softly said, "So, this disciple can be considered to have alleviated a concern for Master, correct?" In the quiet space, a deep voice echoed, It took a long time to complete all 36 cycles. Xingyan sat opposite Tao Ni, continuing his explanation. Once this cultivation technique is mastered, you will advance to the next level. Immediately after, he opened his eyes, coughed lightly twice, then asked, Tao Ni, do you clearly remember the cultivation technique I just taught you? Her face flushed. She lowered her head, full of shyness. Master touched my thigh. Now I can no longer marry anyone. Not hearing Tao Ni's reply, he lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, my foolish disciple, why are you so shy? Xingyan recalled the previous scene and concluded, this master was merely helping you put on your socks. However, it was unavoidable that I would brush against you during the process. Your master is akin to family. There was absolutely no ill intent. Thus, a moment later, Xingyan raised his hand and said, Tao Ni, you also know that a master for a day is a father for life, do you not? Tao Ni cautiously replied, I know. He used a reassuring tone towards her. You and I share a fated connection to become master and disciple. Therefore, from now on, we are family. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Tao Ni unexpectedly widened her eyes, looking at him. She pressed her hand to her cheek and replied, yes, master. This disciple understands. Tao Ni felt a hint of satisfaction, murmuring to herself, so master truly regards her as family. Was I truly overthinking things? The next words Xingyan uttered made Junxing, who was standing in a corner, jump in surprise. It is good that you have understood. Just now you did not clearly hear the cultivation technique. Come, Mo Junxing, Yu Ling, the two of you demonstrate a little for your junior sister to see. Crash! A sharp sword tip plunged straight into the stone ground, emitting a piercing sound. Yu Ling cupped his fists and replied, yes, master. Upon the Bagua training grounds, shrouded in countless cloud shadows, small figures were diligently practicing their sword arts beneath colossal divine weapons, from which brilliant radiance emanated, then enveloped the entire sect like a hidden immortal realm. Junxing pointed his sword forward and spoke, Junior brother, it seems senior brother has not tested you in a long time. Yu Ling, standing opposite, also replied with full determination, senior brother, likewise. Having spoken, he gathered his strength and leaped forward. Across from him, Yu Ling similarly sprang into the air. Tao Ni gasped in astonishment, raising her head to watch the two. Yu Ling's eyes were sharp and resolute. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing to strike. Junxing revealed an arrogant and confident smile, flexing his muscular arms, ready to confront the surging internal power that blazed around his body. Faced with this sight, Tao Ni was so astonished she couldn't react. Immediately after, her words caused everyone to freeze instantly. You two look very familiar. Have we met before? Suddenly, Tao Ni exclaimed, I remember now. She seriously said, senior brother, you somewhat resemble the person who saved me. And third senior brother also looks quite familiar. Hearing this, Xingyan, Junxing, and Yu Ling all turned pale simultaneously. Tao Ni lightly placed a finger on her lips, pondering for a moment. Her gaze lingered on the three people in front of her, her eyes narrowing slightly with suspicion. Both senior brothers looked very familiar. Dao tilted her head, her voice even lower. It seems I have met you before. Xingyan hastily raised his hand, forcing a smile as he explained, Dao you must be joking. The two of us have not left this place for 30 years. How could we have known each other? After quietly retreating a short distance, Junhang immediately turned and fled, his voice filled with panic. I have something to attend to. I will go first. Yu Ling also hastily chased after him. Senior brother, wait for me. She poked her head out, watching their retreating figures, and exclaimed in surprise, oh, what was that about? A thought vaguely arose in her heart, a feeling that her two senior brothers were deliberately trying to evade something. He lightly coughed, quickly hiding the awkwardness on his face. Xingyan suddenly reminded her in a stern voice, Dao it is still time for cultivation. Do not lose focus. Dao was startled and immediately knelt down. Yes? He lightly smiled, his eyes revealing clear satisfaction. Carefully comprehend this cultivation technique. A moment later, the spiritual energy surrounding her body suddenly vibrated violently. In just an instant, all the chi converged into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight into the high heavens. This scene made Xian praise her without reservation. As expected, this is indeed the child chosen by the heavenly dead. After a moment of consideration, he spoke again. At the innate realm, she can already influence the power of the three souls. Her talent is not bad. At this moment, a question suddenly appeared in Dao mind. Are you truly my destiny? Today, I have officially entered this sect as a disciple. Under the warm sunlight that spread across the land, the space seemed to be imbued with a gentle hue. Beneath the lush canopy, everyone gathered to converse. At that time, she secretly told herself, I wish to integrate with everyone in the future. On another day, Dao coincidentally saw Junhang and Yu Ling standing in a secluded corner, whispering something to each other. She subtly furrowed her brow in doubt. At this moment she secretly thought. But the most important thing, of course, was Si Yan intently observing her every fist movement, his face clearly showing satisfaction. That thought echoed persistently in Dao Er's mind like a ceaseless reminder. Focus on cultivation. In the following days, peaceful life quietly continued. A gentle breeze blew, causing the drapes to flutter under the scorching sun. She bent down to look at the pile of clothes before her, soap suds clinging to her sleeves and even her cheeks. Faced with that chaotic scene, Dao Er subtly choked up, her nose stinging. She helplessly cried out, "I have been living here for several days, yet I cannot even wash clothes." Dao Er clumsily continued her unfinished task, grumbling in an annoyed tone as she worked. "Brother, it really is inconsiderate to leave without saying a word. How am I supposed to use this?" Just then, Si Yan unexpectedly drew close, causing her to jump in fright. "Taoer, what has made you so irritable?" Taoer slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with wariness. Master said nothing further, only leisurely surveyed his surroundings, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Let me see how my disciple lives independently." She was embarrassed, and hastily waved her hand. "Don't look. Please don't look." Taoer awkwardly lowered her head, her two fingers touching each other. Lini said, "Master is truly something, he already knows it clearly." Her next sentence made Sin Yan's eyes flash slightly, as if he had just thought of something. "My family has servants to do it, so I am a bit unfamiliar with it." The corner of his lips curved slightly, a sly smile appearing momentarily on his face. "The opportunity has arrived." Si Yan quickly removed his outer robe. He rolled up his sleeves and confidently said, "Don't worry. Besides teaching you cultivation techniques, I will also teach you this." Taoer was flustered and hastily waved her hands. "Master, this will not do." Si Yan immediately sat down and began to wash clothes. "It's nothing. I am your esteemed master. What's the big deal about teaching a little?" However, in his mind at this moment, thoughts appeared that were completely contrary to his serious outward appearance. Is this women's clothing? The clothes of a young maiden, after so many years? That feeling has finally returned. Si Yan carefully instructed, "One should not indiscriminately apply this kind of soap. First, the clothes must be fully soaked, and only then should soap be applied." Seeing the item in his hand, she cried out in alarm, "No, no!" Taoer's face flushed crimson like a ripe fruit, a wave of heat seeming to rise to her ears. "Don't touch it." In her heart she almost cried out in despair. "Please, don't!" The bodice. Taoer clutched her crimson cheeks, her entire body seeming to be steaming with embarrassment. "Please, stop." He remained unperturbed, seriously explaining as he worked. "Do you see? This way, the clothes will be clean." She was unbearably embarrassed, hastily covered her eyes, and shook her head continuously. Taoer did not look, as Si Yan's hand continued to reach down into the pile of dirty clothes scattered on the ground, and casually picked up an item. He paid no attention, and casually used it to wipe his face. "Why is it so hot today?" The moment she clearly saw what was in Si Yan's hand, Tao Ni felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body stiffened, and her mouth stammered, unable to form words. "Master! Master!" Si Yan asked in surprise. "What's wrong?" She was almost on the verge of tears, crying out in despair within her heart. "It belongs to your disciple." He casually tossed the pair of pants onto the ground, thinking that one wash was not enough. She was momentarily stunned, as if she had just realized something, and a chaotic stream of thoughts immediately surged within Tao Ni's mind. Could it be that Master did not notice? Did he pick up the wrong item? Sinan remained focused on the pile of clothes, his serious expression unchanged. "It must be washed repeatedly." She hurriedly circled behind him. In this situation, while he was not paying attention, Tao Ni quickly hid the pair of pants. Her entire body continuously sweated from tension, and her heart pounded intensely, as if it would burst from her chest. "Master must not find out. He is making me too embarrassed." But Tao Ni's inner turmoil was chaotic. She felt both wronged and repressed. Why could Master be so calm and composed? Clearly, he so casually wrung and kneaded them. And these are the clothes I wear the most. No, stop rubbing it, stop washing it. She furrowed her brow slightly, thinking to herself, am I the only one who cares? Tao Ni's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and her neck recoiled. It seems I am the only one. But she had no idea that in Sinyan's mind at this moment, it was as if a party was being held. He was so excited that he almost leaped up. Precisely. Laip Shu Qiang, wedged in the crumpled garment. A moment later, the clothes were neatly hung to dry on the rack. He gently raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh of immense relief. Having diligently worked for so long, what a refreshing feeling. As for Tao Ni, she sank to the ground as if all her strength had been drained, her lips trembling. How embarrassing. I will never be able to marry now. Only then did Xiaoyan turn his head to look, and seeing Tao Ni's state, he asked in surprise, Tao Ni, are you all right? Just come to this master's room for a while. This master's room is very large. She stiffened, her entire body frozen in place. A sound escaped her throat. her face contorted with fright. Huh? Tao Ni stammered. Here, in the vast courtyard of the inner mansion, two figures walked silently under the scorching sun, their shadows stretching long on the hot ground. Tao Shatter's face was flushed, her steps slowly following Xian, her heart restless and agitated. What should I do? Master truly called me into his private room. As soon as that thought arose, her heart began to pound uncontrollably, and in Taoyer's mind, a myriad of vague, chaotic images suddenly appeared. Xian embraced her tightly, whispering softly by her ear, Tao Care, be my woman. The train of thought surged forth, and she could not suppress it. After all, Tao Care bashfully thought to herself that such intimate contact had already occurred. She immediately shook her head repeatedly, as if to banish all those chaotic images from her mind. No, that's not right. That's not right. It surely isn't that. Taoer thought silently. He is my master. Her gaze remained fixed on the back of the figure in front of her. But then, if there truly was mutual affection, suddenly, as she clearly saw the scene before her, Taoer was instantly startled. It was not Xian gently calling out. Xian called, Taoxer, sit down on the resting chair in the room, and as he gently patted the empty space beside him, he added, Come sit here. She immediately cried out in panic, her face flushed red to her ears. No, absolutely not. Such matters must wait until after marriage. Hearing those words, his expression immediately paled. Xingyan was stunned, and let out a sound of utter astonishment. Huh? He pointed towards the paper and brush already laid out on the table, his expression utterly confused. What are you talking about? As your master, I merely wish to draw a portrait of you. Taoer froze for a moment, her mind seemingly returning to normal, and awkwardly replied, Is that so? She obediently moved into position and began to pose, but her limbs remained stiff from extreme embarrassment. In her mind, a thought arose again. So that's it? It's just drawing a picture? Just as she realized something was amiss, Taoer immediately cried out loudly, No, that's not right. Drawing a picture like this is too much. At the same time, Xingyan was completely absorbed in his concentration, walking around her with his brush to find the right angle, his mouth continuously praising. Very good, hold it like that. Surprisingly perfect. Taoer's gaze faltered, stopping abruptly on the painting hanging on the opposite wall. She squinted slightly and observed it carefully. Immediately after, Tao quickly walked up to the painting. Upon clearly seeing the image within, her eyes immediately lit up, her face relaxing with delight. The bird is truly adorable, Xian gently explained. This is the human form the little one transforms into, named Yan. Xingyan continued calmly. By seniority, the little one is also a senior sister, and Yanyan also called me master. Suddenly, his voice grew noticeably heavy. Yet Taoer asked curiously, What is it? Xian spoke softly. There are some people whose absence only makes us realize how precious those days of happiness once were. His words left her frozen in place, her eyes widening in shock. Without another thought, Taoer hurriedly grasped his hand. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out. Has senior sister already ascended? I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have asked. Xingyan immediately froze, his expression twisting awkwardly. No, I mean she simply traveled to a distant place. She just isn't here at the moment. Taoer paused, letting out an embarrassed sound. Oh. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes curving into a smile. That's wonderful. Senior sister is safe after all. Just then, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her gaze slowly lowered until it settled on the hand that was still tightly holding his. Taoer's mind went blank as her cheeks flushed crimson. Why? Your hand. She hastily withdrew it. I'm sorry. He forced a smile. It's all right. Xian stood silently, gazing at the painting. We will meet again in the future. Whenever I recall those days, this master is filled with joy. Taoer asked in surprise. This painting? Does that mean senior sister and master were very close? He suddenly hesitated, his voice faltering as a bead of cold sweat quietly slid down his temple. Oh, of course. Yanyan truly cherished me. Countless memories flashed through his mind. Back then, Xian held a stack of drawings in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yanyan. Lift it a little higher. Master, I'm helping you paint. There's no need to be embarrassed, he recounted. When it was time for her to leave, she clung to this master and refused to let go. Yet the truth of that day was completely the opposite. The one lying flat on the ground, desperately clinging to Yanyan's leg and refusing to let go, was Xingyan himself. Yanyan, don't leave. Her face flushed red with anger as she struggled with all her strength. Let go! Despite being such a shameless lecher, he could still calmly declare, I cried for a very long time. Innocent as ever, Taoer gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her own eye. How touching. So this is the family master always speaks of. She quietly glanced to the side and saw Xian's expression darken, his gaze growing distant. In a soft voice she called, "Master." He remained silent for a long while, as though peering through the present to see a figure that belonged to the past. "Yan. When I first met you as your master." Xian raised his hand and gently touched the painting hanging on the wall. A wave of emotion welled up in his heart. "From the very beginning, I knew the day of our parting would come. One day, you would spread your steadfast wings and kindle an unyielding blaze of your own." He recalled Yan's reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Xinyan gently closed his eyes, as if to conceal the emotions welling within him, to journey towards a freer and vaster sky. "I am merely your master. I have no right to stop you. I can only watch as you depart into the distance." The corners of his lips unconsciously curved into a smile, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Perhaps you are now soaring joyfully through the high heavens. Tao Er silently watched Xian's retreating figure, whispering to herself, "I feel as though Master is very sad. It seems he and senior sister share deeper feelings than I had imagined." Her soft call pulled him back to reality. "Master." Tao Er gently clutched the hem of her robe, gathering all her courage to speak. "Tao Er wishes to serve Master wholeheartedly from now on. I hope Master will not disdain Tao Er." Xian paused slightly, as if disbelieving what he had just heard. A faint smile quickly appeared at the corner of his lips. Xian reached out and patted her head, a gentle gesture rarely seen from him. "Master understands." But immediately after, a strange spark of interest flickered in his eyes. In this situation, Xianyan immediately took out paper and pen, his demeanor burning with enthusiasm, as if he had found a great source of inspiration, his gaze so intense it struck fear into others. "Please continue." Tao Er blushed, hastily waving her hand. "Please, no." 3 days later, their group officially departed from the martial sect. Tao Er happily walked ahead, her face brimming with excitement, like a young bird just released from its cage. As if suddenly remembering something, she abruptly turned her head back. "That's right, why are only we going to gather herbs this time? Where are senior brother and third senior brother?" Xian froze for a moment, his gaze slightly evasive. His complexion constantly shifted, from pale to crimson, cold sweat beading on his face. Internally he cried out, "Oh no!" Tao Er's previous words suddenly echoed in Xian's mind. "Senior brother, you greatly resemble the person who saved me. And third senior brother also looks very familiar." A chill ran down his spine, and fear immediately surged through his thoughts. If they were kept too close, he feared Tao Er might discover the truth. Xian swallowed the rising guilt, trying his utmost to maintain a natural demeanor. "They said they recently learned a new cultivation technique and needed to go into secluded cultivation for a period." He lightly coughed before continuing. "As for Yu Ling, he is afraid of crowded places." She hesitated slightly, then softly asked, "Is it because senior brother Yu Ling was once seized to be used as a human cultivation cauldron?" Xian furrowed his brows, his voice carrying a profound meaning. Indeed, Yu Ling had been taken everywhere before, but at this moment a completely contradictory scene appeared in his mind. Yu Ling stood proudly atop a pile of people sprawled on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I want to fight 10, no, 100 of them?" Xian continued. From then on, his personality changed drastically. Bai Lan suddenly interjected, "Master, you wouldn't know, but in those years, the Xuannu sect desperately needed people for dual cultivation." He leisurely opened his fan, covering half of his face, only his eyes revealing a faint smile. In fact, those who needed dual cultivation to recuperate were men over 100 years old, whose cultivation realm had slightly weakened, and whose bodies could be considered half-decayed. Bai Lan deliberately emphasized each word of old hag. An absurd image immediately flashed in his mind. A woman with speckled silver hair, garishly made up, a crimson tongue extending down to her chin, swaying and smiling as she approached. "Boy, rumor has it you wish to cease?" Xian shuddered. It was no wonder Yu Ling never mentioned that period. He rubbed his chin, his eyes full of doubt. "In that case, how did Yu Ling escape?" he replied. He himself never mentioned a single word. But rumor has it that on the day he escaped, the sect master of the Xuannu sect and her daughter fought for some unknown reason. They fought until heads bled, and the sky grew dark. Bai Lan continued. One person cursed the daughter as little slut, while the other insulted the mother as shameless. Truly magnificent. It was profoundly tragic indeed. Xian clutched his forehead, sighing deeply with emotion. So Yu Ling not only faced tragedy but also bore witness to a vivid drama unfold that night. He secretly sighed in relief, fortunate that Xian had not followed his example. Peals of clear laughter rang out successively, the sound spreading far and shattering the quiet atmosphere. He said sternly, "Taoshir, you stubborn girl, how dare you tease your senior brother like that?" As night descended and the moon hung high above the treetops, the three of them finally saw the city gates of Mingye appear before them. Xian suggested, "It's getting late, let's go to the city to rest." Although outwardly calm, he secretly sighed in his heart, acknowledging that this journey truly was arduous. As they stepped onto the night street, a delicate, sweet scent unexpectedly wafted on the wind. Ahead was a dazzling, colorful stall of candied fruits. Teo immediately stopped, her eyes shining brightly. Candied fruits! Eating them will surely be delicious. The vendor enthusiastically called out, "Esteemed guest, these wares are the most delicious." She looked with interest at the exquisite jewelry displayed on the stall, each piece sparkling under the night streetlights. The vendor swiftly called out, "Esteemed guest, please take a look." Bailon bowed slightly in salute. "Master, your disciple requests to go ahead to secure lodging." Having said that, his gaze subtly flickered towards Tao Fair, a faint smile appearing. "Master can conveniently stroll around this place for a while." He beamed with delight. A thought. "Excellent. Now I can spend some time with Dao Sichuan called out to Dao. She turned her head, startled. "Master, you brought the fruit preserve stick before Dao. I saw you staring at it for a long time. You must have been longing for it." She was delighted, her eyes shining, and thanked her master. Sichuan pretended as if nothing had happened, calmly extending his hand. "Besides, there are many people here, so you won't get lost. Take my hand." Outwardly, Dao merely took a small bite of the fruit preserve, her expression remaining calm as if nothing was amiss, but inwardly, her heart was in complete turmoil. Holding hands. Isn't this what lovers do? But as for her master, before that thought could fully form, Dao's hand instinctively reached out, gently grasping his. The two walked side by side through the night market, amidst the bustling crowds, with lanterns shining brightly on both sides of the street. She continued to bite the sweet fruit preserve in her hand, feeling the sweetness melt on her tongue. Dao squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and while chewing she looked up and asked, "Master, would you like some?" Xingyan replied without the slightest hesitation, "Of course." As Dao brought the preserve stick to his mouth, a voice suddenly rang out from ahead, startling her. Her gaze immediately darted towards the source of the voice. "Misu, why are you here?" Dao froze, staring at the person who had just spoken, her gaze flickering slightly. "You are?" Young Master Luo Qingping cupped his hands in a bow, his actions appearing proper, yet his demeanor revealed a hint of arrogance. "You still remember me?" "Indeed, I am Luzhou Qingping. I didn't expect us to meet here." His lecherous gaze swept over her. "To meet again now is truly fate." Dao pulled Xiyan's hand, intending to leave. "It truly is a coincidence." Then, young Master Luo, "Please excuse us as we depart first." But Luo Qingping acted faster. He raised a hand to block their path, a smile still on his lips. "Don't worry, since we've met by such fate, why don't we go shopping together for a while?" Qingping's eyes stared intently at the soft curves before him, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he continued. "Although the night market in Yameng City isn't large, it still has many interesting places." She flatly refused. "Young Master Lucao, we still have matters to attend to." Qingping frowned slightly, the smile vanishing from his lips. "What?" Seeing their intertwined hands, his gaze subtly shifted, as if he had just understood something. He then feigned a slap to his forehead. "Oh dear, my apologies. This person is Miss Su's attendant. I was too muddled. I didn't pay attention for a moment. Would you mind leaving us for now?" Dao angrily exclaimed. "Young Master Lu Qiu, he is." But before she could finish, Xingyan gently raised a hand to stop her. "Dao," he began with a gentle smile, speaking calmly. "My disciple and I came here today to enjoy ourselves. I did not expect to encounter Brother Luo Qingping here." Qingping was momentarily stunned. "You are the pavilion master of Tianming Pavilion?" Upon hearing Xingyan's reply, he immediately burst into laughter, his voice filled with disdain. "Exactly." His subordinate let out a cold laugh. "Maiden Su, I thought you had taken some mysterious master as your teacher. It turns out to be this mere nobody." The woman standing nearby immediately chimed in, her voice sharp, fearing that he was nothing but a swindler. The other man laughed along. "Indeed." Lao Qingping curled his lips into a faint smile, his tone brimming with mockery. "As I see it, you've likely fallen prey to this swindler's wicked schemes and ill intentions." Outwardly he maintained a gentle smile, like a spring breeze. But inwardly, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, where did this fly suddenly come from to ruin my rendezvous?" Suddenly, his hand was gripped tightly, causing Xian to start slightly. He immediately glanced at the person beside him, saw her hand trembling slightly as she suppressed her anger, and his heart clenched. Teoker, he still wouldn't stop prattling on. "Maiden Su, do not let yourself be deceived by this fellow. If you merely follow me, I guarantee you can join my Lao Qing sect and become a disciple instantly." Tower angrily shouted, "Lao Qingping, once a master, always a master. Please have some self-respect." As soon as she finished speaking, Xian raised his hand and gently stroked her head. "My good disciple, you've said enough." Immediately after, he took a step forward, his gaze locked onto his opponent. Sichuan spoke in a cold voice. "You! You have had your say, now face the reckoning. Seeing Si Yan's expression, Qingping paled slightly, but still attempted to maintain a firm demeanor. You. What are you planning to do? He subtly curved his lips, his gaze chilling to the point where not a trace of a smile remained. You appear before me like dogs, in human form. I thought some beasts had arrived, but it turns out you are merely barking nonsense here. He choked with rage, and veins bulged prominently on his forehead. You. Si Yan pointed directly at Qingping's face. What do you mean you? A petty wretch like you is the one harboring ill intentions towards Teo Kroyer. You must have seen my closeness with her and plotted some evil design, no? Seeing Teo angrily turn her face away, he hurriedly and flusteredly explained. No, that's not it. He growled. I am Teo Jir's master, after all. I should be speaking with your master, not you. For someone of your lowly status to speak with me is truly disrespectful. Si Yan let out a soft chuckle, his expression becoming unusually gentle. I'll give you one more chance. There is a dog kennel by the city gate. If you scramble out that way, I will not pursue this matter further. Qingping trembled with rage throughout his entire body and roared. I am the son of the Lusheng sect master. How dare you be so presumptuous with me? The woman standing nearby quickly put her hands on her hips and interjected, her tone both admonishing and instigating. Brother, please restrain yourself a little. Asang, standing behind, could not hold back, grinding his teeth in fury. Let us teach him a lesson. But in that very instant, the scene before him made him freeze, his mouth agape in astonishment. He gently placed his hand on her head, stroking it, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of provocation. I am Tao Ni's master, the one to be wary of. Si Yan continued. I am very pleased to be Tao Ni's master. Tao Ni's cheeks flushed involuntarily, her eyes curved like crescent moons, the smile on her lips unable to hide her joy. Yes. She hugged his arm. Tao Ni is happy to be master's disciple. Just then, the cloaked figure standing in front gently reached out and lowered his hood. Under the lantern light, his face was revealed, causing Si Yan to be stunned. The man excitedly let out a hearty laugh. This pavilion master certainly speaks boldly, doesn't he? He introduced himself. I am Shang Feng, a protector of the Luocheng sect. Today, by fate, why not become friends? His mouth spoke of friendship, but in Shang Feng's eyes, a calculating glint was clearly visible. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pressed with questions. I wonder where the Heavenly Fate Pavilion Master resides. What is its scope, and how many disciples does it have? He maintained his calm and composed demeanor as before, his expression unwavering. Not many, not many. Just a few people. The man reached out and lightly stroked his beard, revealing a cryptic smile. How regrettable. Although my Luosheng sect is not the strongest, we still have thousands of disciples. Tao Ni's expression immediately darkened, a shadow flickering in her eyes. Thousands of people providing for us? The man calmly replied. That is only natural. With us providing protection, they can live in peace and work contentedly. Of Alzenseith. For them to provide for us in return, isn't that simply common sense? She yelled in indignation. The imperial court taxes the common people, leaving them with little to live on, yet you demand they provide for you. Shang Feng's lips curled into a smirk, his tone indifferent. And what of it? If there were no sect to protect them, how long could they endure? What is wrong with accepting their provisions? Tao Ni was so angry her whole body trembled, and she immediately scolded. You people must have done something! I have never seen anyone as shameless as you! He glared, pointed directly at her, and roared. What does a mere little girl know? Do you think thousands of sects can live like you, subsisting on mere vegetables? Tao Ni choked up, her eyes red with anger, and she could only utter in a trembling voice, You. Si Yan gently waved his hand. Tao Ni, don't worry. He frowned, silently reproaching himself. I too have been foolish, wasting time with a group of ants. My tens of thousands of years of life have been utterly useless. A cold thought flashed through the depths of Si Yan's eyes. Today, I shall deal with these ants first. A stream of spiritual energy, carrying a cold light, silently gathered in his palm, the light swirling like flowing water. You have provoked my temper. Si Yan's gaze deepened. Let me teach you a lesson. Just as the spiritual energy was about to erupt, a slender hand unexpectedly reached out to block his hand. Si Yan saw the person standing beside him. Si Yan exclaimed in surprise. Lanner! Bailan firmly grasped Si Yan's arm. You and junior sister, stop wandering around. With that said, Bailan immediately pulled the two of them and ran off quickly, leaving only echoes behind. Go back to the inn and rest. Suddenly he turned his head. His gaze held a profound meaning. Tomorrow, we still have to go to the valley cavern. Qingping, enraged, intended to give chase. The veins on his neck bulged as he roared, Damn it, stop! Just then, a coarse hand suddenly seized his shoulder, holding him back. Shang Feng stood behind him, the corner of his mouth curved into an inscrutable smile. Calm down. Such a minor matter. Why lose your temper? Qingping asked, bewildered. What do you mean? In his eyes a glint of cunning flashed. Did you not hear what they said? Tomorrow, they are going to the Valley Cavern. Early the next morning, at the Valley Cavern, between two towering cliffs, like city walls, a vast valley unfolded before their eyes. An emerald stream meandered through the bottom of the chasm. The surface of the water was so still that it clearly reflected the clouds and sky. Bailan quickly took out a strange fish from his spatial bag. Junior sister, you should stop here, Teojer asked curiously. Senior brother, is this thing really edible? Not long after, the fish was cleaned, skewered onto a wooden branch, and placed beside the fire. A glistening layer of golden fat slowly seeped out, dripping onto the glowing embers, emitting a delightful, sizzling sound. The rich, savory aroma immediately permeated the surroundings. Seeing the tempting food before her, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It smells so good. Teor turned to look at him, her voice filled with anticipation. Senior brother Bai, you are truly skilled at cooking. May I learn from you? Xian Yan gently sipped a mouthful of soup, silently sighing in his heart. Life in the mountains doesn't seem so bad after all. He glanced at the spatial bag placed beside him. A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Lan Nai's storage ring truly contained everything, once again redefining what it meant to live in the wilderness. Suddenly, Xian's gaze paused, staring intently at an item peeking out from the mouth of the bag. His pupils immediately constricted. What is this? A sudden shout rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Bailan froze, instinctively sensing danger approaching. Lan Ni, come here quickly. He knelt on the ground, his voice full of awkwardness. Master, master. Xingyan gritted his teeth, questioning furiously. Why are there women's clothes? When your master took you in. What did I say? Bailan lightly scratched his cheek, his gaze evasive. I simply brought them along. I just brought them. I absolutely won't wear them. He maintained his cold, impassive face, bent down to pick up the pile of clothes, and casually bundled them up, his voice cold as ice, brooking no argument. Throw them away! He then put on a pitiful expression, his eyes glistening as if about to cry. Can I keep just one or two? That very expression only made the flames of anger in Xingyan's eyes burn more fiercely. Without another word, he flung the bundle far away with a swing of his hand. No! Xingyan warned coldly. The next time you commit this offense, I will beat you in front of your junior sister. Bailan immediately bowed deeply, his voice nearly breaking into tears. Yes. Tao Ni still happily sat eating, her cheeks puffed full of food. Seeing the two return, she curiously asked in a low voice, Are you going to make ropes? He replied, It's nothing, let's continue on. As soon as she heard these words, the chopsticks in Tao Ni's hand suddenly froze mid-air. You and senior brother haven't eaten yet. Looking at the now empty table in front of him, Xian could only shed tears inwardly. My good disciple, but please wait a moment. Thereafter, the three of them immediately continued their journey, and soon arrived deep within the divine Fisher Valley. Before the magnificent sight before her, she couldn't help but let out a gasp of awe. Tao Ni stepped closer to the edge of the pit, bending down to look below. There's a really big pit. He narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the surroundings, his gaze gradually deepening. It must be nearby. Soon enough, a blazing red light amidst the emerald green water immediately caught Xingyan's attention. He exclaimed with joy, There it is, the water fire flower. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyan pointed his hand directly at the red light in the water. Bailan immediately understood the implication, lowering his body to gather momentum. His toes lightly touched the ground, spiritual energy surging powerfully into his legs. Not long after, Bailan soared into the air, his robes fluttering with the wind, his movements so light that they made almost no sound. He landed on the water's surface like a leaf falling onto a lake, without stirring a single ripple, standing steadily before the waterfire flower. Bailan reached out his hand, his movements both careful and precise, his fingertips lightly touching the flower stem. He gestured with a raised finger, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Master, I've got it! He urged. Come quickly! At that very moment, a familiar laugh, carrying a hint of depravity, resounded from behind. Miss Su. Qingping continued. We meet again. Everything seemed to be within Xiyan's expectations. His gaze momentarily stilled. Then a faint, almost imperceptible spark of interest appeared in his eyes. Here they come. On the other side, the corners of Bailan's lips also curled into a meaningful smile, as if a grand spectacle was about to begin. From a distance, a group of people was gradually approaching Xiyan's group. The one leading the way wore a vulgar smile as he greeted Su Xiaoxi. That person was none other than Qingping. He was using a provocative tone to strike up a conversation with Teoser. We meet again. The moment he saw him, Xiyan responded with an unfriendly expression. Well, isn't it someone? He followed up with a sly smile. Coincidence? Coincidence? We meet again. Did Qingping truly not understand the gravity of his situation, still daring to loudly order Xiaoyan? Less talk. Now hand over the water fire flower quickly. But unexpectedly, the person standing beside him spoke up to stop him. Qingping, Do not be impetuous, you are alarming others. This left him bewildered, and he then called out to Protector Feng. Shang Feng adopted a cordial attitude. Pavilion Master Sai, we came here this time for the water and fire spirit flower as well. Why don't we settle on a fair price, and Pavilion Master Sai can hand it over to this old man. Only then did he truly reveal his arrogant expression as he threatened them. Or perhaps the three of you would rather forfeit your lives. Naturally, Si Yan was not the least bit intimidated. He replied bluntly, "Don't be so full of yourself." His voice lingered slightly, carrying an unmistakable sense of danger. Do you really think, he cast a provocative glance at the group, before asking with utter confidence, that we will die here? Qingping showed not the slightest fear. Instead, he sneered contemptuously. You truly fail to recognize greatness. Protector Feng is the foremost expert of the Luo King sect. Killing you would be as easy as snapping his fingers. After hearing that, Xin Yan merely smiled in agreement. Is he really that powerful? Yet inwardly, he had already cursed them countless times. A pack of fools. I was planning to reveal our itinerary to you. At that moment, he turned and gave an order to one of his disciples. Lancer, hand it over to them. Bai Lan obediently answered, yes. The next instant, he tossed the water and fire spirit flower toward Qingping's group. Shang Feng burst into a smug laugh and reached out to catch it. Si Yan's actions left Tao Wei utterly bewildered. She immediately cried out, Master! Si Yan then looked toward Qingping's group and asked, very well. You've received the item. Will you now allow my disciple and me to leave? Qingping laughed heartily, his face filled with arrogance. Keep dreaming, boy. We haven't settled our previous score yet. Did you really think you could simply walk away? Seeing him shamelessly go back on his word, Tao Yer angrily pointed at him and shouted, Luo Qingping, you promised to let us go! He merely shrugged and replied, that was Protector Feng's promise. What does it have to do with me? Then he revealed an exceedingly lecherous smile before asking, Miss Su, let me ask you one more time. Will you become my junior sister? Qingping's followers immediately joined in, echoing one another as they pressured Tao Care. What is there left to think about? It's your good fortune that senior brother has taken a liking to you. That's right. That's right. Qingping relied on his backing to bully others, declaring arrogantly, do you think you still have a choice? Why don't you hurry and acknowledge me? You can't even protect yourself. But if you agree, I can spare your master. Just then, Xia Yan softly called out, Tao Carrere. In a gentle voice he asked his disciple, do you see their true colors now? His tone gradually became firm as he exposed Qingping's sinister intentions without reservation. Even if you agreed, he would never let any of us leave alive. From the very beginning they intended to kill, but only because of the water-fire lotus in our hands were they afraid. In the end, you even took this opportunity to teach that the words of wicked people are not to be trusted. You must remember this clearly. Tao obediently replied, Master, I understand. Following that, she turned towards Qingping, trying to persuade him, Luo Qingping, let it go. One day as a master, a lifetime as a master. Whenever she mentioned Siyuan, a clear look of affection appeared on her face. Master is a very important person. In this life, I will never leave. Of course, that affection deeply moved Siyuan, but he still didn't forget that he had to deal with those troublemakers. Such heartfelt devotion truly touched the heart. You have talked for so long, it is time to end this. As for Qingping, he laughed contemptuously at Tao Jie's words. Master, your master. Suddenly he took out a bundle from his person, and confidently declared, I will open your eyes to your master, your senior brother. As soon as he saw that bundle, Siyuan was startled and panicked. Oh no. How did I discard it so that they could get their hands on it? Qingping pulled several articles of clothing from the bundle as he spoke mockingly. Is this not your senior brother's belonging? Why are there women's clothes? At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from Bai Lan, causing Sinyuan's hair to stand on end. This is bad, that Qingping still doesn't know what's good for him, deliberately provoking a spot that absolutely should not be provoked. Miss Su, look, just look. Those subordinates beside him also lacked discretion, and immediately chimed in. A man wearing women's clothes. Is this your senior brother? A man wearing women's clothes is truly abnormal, nauseating, disgusting, he sneered contemptuously. I think he might be a pervert. Before he could even finish his next sentence, he was kicked with such force that his jaw was dislocated. An intimate affront had been committed. The one who struck Qingping was none other than Bai Lan. His lightning-fast strike left Shangfang completely unable to react. What was that? At this moment, Bai Lan let out a cold snort. He glanced at those ignorant people and asked, Can a man not wear it? As he spoke his next words, he simultaneously removed his outer robe. If it was a matter of suitability with the clothes, his action caused Siyuan to cry out in alarm. You intend to do what? Tao Rao also cried out in alarm. Senior brother, this is outdoors. However, everything was too late, because Bai Lan had already removed all the clothes from his body. What if I am a man? He slowly bent down, picked up the woman's clothes that had fallen to the ground, and said, If I wear these clothes, his long platinum hair fluttered in the wind. Bailan's appearance, adorned in women's attire, was so beautiful, it stirred all those present. Wouldn't this move all of you? Even Shang Fang, despite his face flushing crimson, was horrified to recognize his identity in the guise of a woman. You are clearly not dead. Is the legend of the divine sword rescuing you from the three masters true? That incident occurred long ago, when Bailan was wearing women's attire and was rescued by his master in a moment of peril. The moment Shang Fang blurted out Bailan's identity, that of the demonic woman who once overturned the entire Shun realm, Bailan immediately lunged forward, striking a sword into his neck, accompanied by a single word, "Capture!" Shang Fang's head flew through the air. At this moment, he was nothing more than a useless corpse. That bloody scene terrified Qingping, causing him to fall backward onto the ground and scream loudly. As for Bailan, he leisurely wiped a streak of blood from his face, then revealed an enchanting smile as he smeared that blood onto his lips. It had been far too long since Bailan had been able to slaughter so wildly, and his heart felt utterly refreshed. This feeling, it had been a long time since he last felt it. As for Qingping and his companions, upon seeing Shang Feng's head rolling on the ground, they could not conceal their looks of terror. Impossible. Protector Feng was a master expert. How could he be with just one sword strike? Fearing Bailan would deal with him next, he immediately roared, ordering the crowd who had been following him until now, "Attack! Whoever kills him will receive a great reward." Of course, no one was willing to risk their lives. The entire group immediately scrambled to flee, to save themselves, shouting, "I'm not playing!" Seeing that group dare to abandon him, Qingping frantically turned towards them and wailed, "Damn it, don't leave me!" No one was foolish enough to remain with him, for all were scrambling to escape and save their lives. Such a demonic fiend. But this group had truly underestimated Bailan too much. He revealed a smile full of cruel pleasure. Immediately after, he lightly glided forward, blocking their escape path. Every single sword strike he swung down effortlessly claimed a life. That horrific scene and the mournful cries caused Xianyan to cover Teo's ears and eyes, while gently reassuring her, "Teo, care. Don't look, don't listen." Turning back to Qingping, who was so terrified by the bloody scene that his mouth hung agape, he dared not even utter a sound, though his mouth remained wide open. Fearing he would be the next sent to the netherworld by Bailan, he hastily knelt down, kowtowing and begging for his life. "Immortal maiden, spare my life. Immortal maiden, spare my life." He was never a compassionate person, and he immediately stomped heavily on Qingping. Afterward, he spoke with delight, "It is your turn now." That statement terrified Qingping so much that he shrieked in desperation, "No, no, you cannot kill me." Having fallen into such a desperate situation, that foolish individual still dared to threaten Bailan. "If you kill me, the Luoqing faction will retaliate with their full might." Behind them, Qingping's junior sister had witnessed the entire event from beginning to end. By now, she trembled uncontrollably with fear, realizing there was truly no escape. What to do now? It was unclear what method she finally conceived to escape this perilous situation. There is only this way. She drew her sword and unexpectedly lunged directly at Qingping, blood immediately splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Bailan merely curled his lips into a faint smile and asked, "Have you come to a realization?" It turned out that Qingping's junior sister had personally slain him to preserve her own life. Not only that, she laughed maniacally and deceived herself, proclaiming, "Thank you, elder sister, for your immense benevolence. This woman has suppressed her rage for 16 years. That debauched and immoral Qingping, today he has finally been eliminated." Afterward, she kowtowed before Bailan and Van Lan. "This junior sister shall assuredly repay elder sister in the future, even if it means braving countless perils and facing death without hesitation." The reason she acted with such ruthlessness was because she was thinking to herself, "I have exhausted every possible scheme to enter the sect. I must survive this ordeal first." Amidst her despair, Bailan's gentle voice resonated, as if igniting the last glimmer of hope for this junior sister. "Junior sister, you speak too lavishly." He regarded her with eyes full of disdain and stated, "You need not die." No sooner had he finished speaking than he brandished his sword, sending that malicious woman on her way. "But I find your presence an eyesore." While the scent of fresh blood still permeated the air, Xianyan suddenly spoke up and inquired, "Lancher, I have always been curious. I possess a small query regarding a certain detail. Where do you hide your sword?" It was unclear what sensitive chord this question struck, but Bailan immediately replied in a coquettish tone, "Master, you are truly naughty." He adopted a seductive posture and retorted to Xianyan, "Do you wish to know just like this?" That dazzling sight caused Xianyan to hastily stop Bailan. "Stop! I understand, quickly cease." Bailan's icy eyes turned towards the enemies before him, inwardly vowing that there was no need for them to die multiple times. Once would suffice. He also did not hesitate to dispatch this annoying swarm back to their ancestors, so as to spare himself the trouble of taking action again. As for Xian, Seeing Tao Er crying ceaselessly, he offered a gentle smile to console her. Tao Er, do not be afraid. It is quite normal for this fellow to don women's attire. I am entirely accustomed to this sight. Hearing these words, Bailan immediately turned to tease him. Master, do you pity the fragile and cherished beauty? Mocked in such a manner, Si Yan erupted in fury, shouting, what kind of cruel person would truly cherish beauty? Naturally, Bailan did not cease, instead quickly retorting, Master always claims to be empty, lonely, and cold, yet he has exposed something that should not be mentioned. Si Yan snapped back in anger. Silence! However, Si Yan's anger could not silence him, nor could he tolerate Bailan wearing beautiful clothes to serve others. Driven to madness by this disciple, Si Yan roared in exasperation, quickly change back your clothes for this old man. Witnessing their ceaseless bickering, Tao Ni hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Senior brother Bai, please change your clothes quickly, do not anger master. Truthfully, even she privately felt that Bailan's appearance in women's attire was excessively striking. Indeed, Senior brother Bai looks exceptionally beautiful in these garments. Suddenly, Bailan lifted her face and spoke in a teasing tone. Master? He keeps insisting that he wants a female disciple. You little demoness. With your pure cheeks and sweet words, your very form like a seductive spirit. You must have attended to master during the night, no? Upon saying this, Bailan suddenly gazed down at Tao Ni's ample bosom and muttered discontentedly, it seems I am outmatched in this regard. As he was still meticulously comparing where he fell short, he was unexpectedly yanked back by Si Yan. Utterly fed up with this disciple, Si Yan decided he would teach Bailan a proper lesson. No sooner thought than done. He delivered a forceful smack to Bailan's backside. Struck by Si Yan in such a public manner, Bailan cried out indignantly, Master, you wretch! How unjust! That remark only served to infuriate Si Yan further, causing him to strike with even greater force. What did you say? Say it again, I dare you. Witnessing the pair, Tao Ni once again stepped forward to mediate. Master! Senior brother! Seeing her still attempting to intervene, Si Yan spoke sternly. Tao Ni, you understand nothing of this. Senior brother, whenever you wear women's clothing, you inevitably cause trouble. Flashback to a certain point in the past, when Bailan still wore women's attire everywhere. Decades ago, during his first descent from the mountain, he single-handedly transformed the entire mortal realm into a veritable bloodbath. At that time, Bailan was encircled by countless individuals, but was fortunately rescued by Si Yan's first disciple. The grand sect masters of that era were provoked to the point of exhaustion in their siege, yet fortunately, your senior disciple brother appeared in time to extract him. At that moment, Junxing was no different from a hero saving a beauty from a great calamity. As this tale was recounted, Si Yan's face could not help but flush crimson with embarrassment. Were it not for that event, he would have been captured by those three old men and refined into medicinal pills. No sooner had he finished striking Bailan than Si Yan suddenly felt something rather peculiar about his hand. What is this sensation? Bailan, meanwhile, deliberately feigned weakness, whimpering, Master, it has swollen. Seeing Bailan's appearance, exactly like a fox spirit attempting to seduce him, Si Yan again erupted in a furious threat. So, you wish for me to strike you again? Go and apologize to your junior sister at once. After sulking for a moment, Bailan finally turned earnestly to apologize to Tao Ni. Junior sister, please don't take what just happened to heart. Of course, Tao Er didn't mind your actions at all. It's alright, it's nothing. Senior brother was also at a disadvantage just now. Moreover, she couldn't help but marvel when she saw him change back into men's attire. Indeed, once senior brother changed clothes, he returned to his usual demeanor, weary from having to deal with such trivial matters. Tu Si Yan irritably ordered, Bailan, take the water fire finger flowers and go bury those individuals. Tao Er, let us go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Bailan immediately turned and departed. Meanwhile, Tao Er curiously asked, where are we going? He did not directly answer her question, but only stared at the cliff face before them and said with a smile, from the very beginning, I felt there seemed to be a barrier beneath this place. Let us go down and investigate. Tu Si Yan's words made Tao Er even more bewildered. Go down? I don't know how to descend it. Suddenly, Tu Si Yan displayed a somewhat peculiar smile, then gently reassured her. It's all right, Tao Er. Hold on to me tightly. While Tao Er was still immersed in his gentleness, Bailan, feeling disgruntled, dug the earth faster, her heart filled with resentment. Bailan also wants master to hug her. At this moment, Tu Si Yan unexpectedly embraced Tao Er in an inappropriate spot, his other hand resting on her thigh, then unceremoniously carried her flying down the cliff. At that time, Tao Er bashfully asked, Master, am I a little heavy? He confidently replied, don't worry, no, you're very light. At this moment, Tu Si Yan and his two disciples were almost at the bottom of the abyss. Upon seeing the surface of the water below, Tu Si Yan couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this place is called the Profound Sea. Tao Er wholeheartedly agreed with him. Indeed, Who would have thought that in such a serious atmosphere, she still had the mind to think of other things? Where are you touching, you stinky master? Now, all three of them prepared to head directly into the lake before them, to see what lay beneath. After plunging into the water, the first thing they saw was a desolate palace, covered in green moss. There is a hidden palace below. After observing for a long time, the three of them finally found an entrance inside. There's a cave ahead. Let's go inside and take a look. Then Bailan, he scanned his surroundings and mused. A water-blocking barrier was in place, making the path ahead much more convenient. Suddenly, he discovered something. Scattered human bone fragments on the ground, prompting him to immediately remark, "Master, a fierce battle once took place here." Sikyan calmly stepped inside and replied, "Indeed. Who knows how long ago? From what you see, the architecture here and the distance between structures are all immense, completely unlike a place where mortals could live." As he walked, he suddenly felt something amiss. Before them was the skeleton of a giant. That sight made Sion unable to help but exclaim, "So there truly are gods in this world?" Tao Ni, confused, asked in return, "Gods? Master, are you referring to mighty experts of the divine realm?" Before he could answer, Bailan spoke up instead. "According to my understanding, the 7 mortal realms are Qi refining, Xiantian, 3 souls, 7 corporeal souls, Xuan Yuan, spirit emperor, and human god. Even a human god still has the Bei, human, character preceding it," he further added. "But this is the owner of these skeletal remains." Si Yan furrowed his brow and affirmed, "When he was alive, he was truly a god." He himself greatly wanted to reach out and touch the skeletal remains, but for some reason, he suddenly stopped midway, then pretended to turn away as if uninterested. "Alright, let's continue exploring." Tao Ni, however, continued to stare at the giant skeleton, her heart filled with ceaseless questions. "Gods. Master, what realm are you truly in? Are there any higher realms beyond the gods?" A moment later, Si Yan, while walking, was suddenly startled. He shouted loudly, "Stop!" Even Bailan gradually showed a look of astonishment, blurting out, This is... Before their eyes lay a barrier encircled by numerous swords. Bailan immediately recognized what kind of barrier this was. A sword chi barrier. After a moment of surprise, Si Yan then assigned a task to Bailan. "Lan her. Try to break this barrier. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately." Bailan did not object, quickly drawing out the azure soft sword hidden at his waist. He was ready to confront and break this barrier. This disciple obeys. The moment he approached the barrier, the sword chi within it was immediately activated. Bailan also had to furrow his brow when facing the pressure from this barrier. Then, from within, individual swords began to shoot out. Thousands of swords simultaneously shot towards Bailan. He focused on parrying each one. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his defense and shot towards Si Yan and Tao Ni. But its target was not Si Yan, but the frail female disciple trembling behind him. Tao Ni. Si Yan anxiously rushed forward to block that attack for Tao Ni. He turned his head back, slightly raising his voice to remind her, "Disciple, be careful of the sword chi. Stay close behind me. Do not distract me." Tao Errs rushed over, embracing him tightly as she replied, "Yes, master." Feeling her delicate form press against his back, Si Yan's attention was immediately divided as he thought, "Oh, this sensation is quite overwhelming." The battle above continued, completely unaffected by the two below. Si Yan said worriedly, "Oh dear, your master is almost unable to protect you anymore. Wrap your legs around me." Tao Er was so frightened her eyes widened and she burst into tears. Then she clung tightly to Si Yan, softly replying, "Yes, yes." Bailan looked down from above, and seeing the scene, was startled as he wondered, "Are you a koala?" As he glanced to the side, he immediately detected approaching danger. Bailan swiftly dodged, thinking to himself, "I truly cannot afford to be distracted." Bailan began to consider a different approach. He had been careless. There was no other option in midair. He pointed his sword straight upwards to counterattack. Bailan declared, "There is only this way." He immediately unleashed a vertical strike upwards, but the backlash from his own attack struck him. Bailan cried out tensely, "This is bad!" Tao Er below looked up with a bewildered expression, as sword ki flew chaotically everywhere. Si Yan tenderly embraced Tao Er to protect her. He flew up, then carried her down gently. Tao Er was so dizzy she felt lightheaded, muttering, "We've left the barrier's range, it's safe now." Bailan stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. "Master, this disciple's strength is insufficient. I only managed to break through one layer." Sion smiled kindly and said, "It's fine. In terms of sword techniques and sword intent, you are still a little inferior to your senior martial brother. To achieve this much while still at the mortal realm stage is not bad at all." He looked towards the barrier and continued to comfort him. After all, this sword intent was left behind by a deity. Si Yan then turned to instruct the young girl, Tao Er, "Your master previously taught you my inherent sword technique, The 36 forms of wounding gods. He took the sword from Bai Lan and reminded her, "You have likely mastered 3 forms. Now, your master will demonstrate it for you." Si Yan's gaze became resolute as he raised the sword. He extended his arm, activating his power, and concentrating it all into a single point. Tao Er looked towards it, exclaiming with pride, "A primordial spirit projection. Is master already at the divine realm?" Sin Yan's eyes burned with the light of determination. Hundreds, and then thousands of swords surged forward. Si Yan maintained his posture, allowing the sword Qi to rush towards him. Then he commanded, "Break!" The myriad swords formation was shattered by Si Yan's breaking strike. The power from Si Yan's technique was astonishingly vast. Tao Er cheered joyfully. It succeeded, but right before the 3, a strange movement suddenly appeared. Sin Yan knitted his brows in surprise, wondering, "This is—" Seeing the stone gate above still intact, without any signs of damage, Sin Yan said tensely, "Such stringent protection." All 3 simultaneously looked forward. Si Yan softly muttered, "This coffin." He led his 2 disciples up the steps. As they approached the coffin and peered inside, all 3 couldn't help but be startled. Lying within was a girl of alluring appearance, her complexion rosy as if in a deep sleep, not at all like a deceased person. Tao Er fearfully tugged Si Yan's sleeve and called, "Master!" He gently reassured her, "Nothing. Merely a red coffin." After a thorough observation, Si Yan cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I cannot find the cause of death." Bai Lan seemed to discover something, then spoke teasingly. "Master, it seems this is the only thing here. Do you wish to take?" Si Yan turned around, his expression turning cold as he warned, "Lan Carer, go search elsewhere." He broke out in a cold sweat and hastily nodded. "Yes, yes." Teo asked him curiously, "Master, isn't it pitiful for her to be alone in such a profound place? Why not listen to senior brother Bai and take her away?" Si Yan patted his disciple's head and said, "Having a kind heart is good, but first, we must uncover the truth." Bai Lan, standing nearby, secretly thought, in front of Junior's sister, he must be very embarrassed. Could it be he plans to secretly return later to be with her? Meanwhile, Si Yan looked at Teo Gair with a fond gaze, secretly lamenting, "Silly girl. Truly too kind-hearted." Afterward, the 2 of them approached to observe that coffin. Si Yan merely took a glance, but immediately noticed something unusual. A part of the body within the coffin seemed to draw his attention. Sin Yan slowly extended his hand closer, wondering inwardly, "Are these infants' remains?" Yet, he had never seen such infant remains before. Not far from there, Bai Lan waved his hand and called out loudly, "Master, there is a secret room here!" Upon reaching the entrance of the secret room, he spoke somewhat hesitantly. But Si Yan stepped forward to observe and then commented, "There is truly nothing here. Only that coffin is the most valuable item here." He slightly lowered his head, smiled faintly, and suggested, "Let's go." Si Yan turned around and left, at the same time not forgetting to remind his 2 disciples not to disturb her. As he stepped outside, Sin Yan explained the reason. "She is waiting for someone, though I do not know who. That person is certainly not me." Teo regretfully looked back, wondering inwardly, "Are we just leaving like this?" Just then, Si Yan gave a slight gasp and suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look back, seemingly noticing something, then immediately changed direction and returned inside, leaving Bai Lan utterly astonished. Suddenly he stopped his steps, extending his hand forward to condense power. He controlled a nearby sword to move. The sword immediately shot forth, while Si Yan easily caught it. He began to meticulously control this sword. Si Yan spoke with a solemn expression. "This time, I would like to say, as I take the initiative," he declared loudly. A slight, unintentional disturbance. Si Yan directed the sword forward, and the myriad swords rushed straight towards him. He commanded, "Myriad swords, fly directly towards the coffin." Si Yan announced to the girl lying in the coffin, "I have now reformed the sword formation." The swords automatically rearranged themselves around that red coffin. The sword in Si Yan's hand also began to show cracks. Si Yan solemnly declared, "I return peace to you." Standing nearby, Tao Er pondered in bewilderment. "This is the sword intent Master taught, but why does it make me feel a touch of sorrow?" While she was still lost in thought, Si Yan stepped forward and called out. "All right," he said, extending his hand towards Tao Er, gently requesting, "Let us go." Tao Er blushed, shyly placing her hand in his before softly replying, "Yes." Si Yan looked into it as if witnessing the entire life of Yin Kan, who lay within the coffin. She painfully embraced a child in her arms, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Yin Kan, carrying the child, approached a formation. Standing at a higher position, Si Yan saw her decision to step inside. He speculated with some difficulty. She is using her remaining divine sense to preserve a dreamlike obsession. He looked at Yin Kan below, asking himself inwardly, "Is she the woman from the coffin?" Yin Kan extended a finger, lightly touching the formation diagram. Immediately afterward, she was flung backward, blood gushing forth. "It hurts so much." The child in her arms cried out in fear. Yin Kan hastily comforted her child. "Shh, don't cry, mother is here." Si Yan furrowed his brow in thought. That layer of radiance did not merely exist to protect them. He had also witnessed the subsequent events. Because of it, the mother and child were completely trapped in this place. Si Yan looked down at the mother and child below, speculating about what had transpired there. It was no surprise that nothing remained. He sighed softly, then stated the reason. Anything consumed too quickly will eventually run out. The child, now older, lay weakly in Yin Kan's arms. Xiaotao said, "Mother, I am so hungry." She lowered her gaze, sadly replying to her child. Close your eyes and sleep soundly. You will have something to eat." Hearing this, the little girl slowly closed her eyes, utterly exhausted. Yin Kan furrowed her brow. She seemed poised to make a profoundly important decision. She hugged her child tightly, as flames began to erupt all around. Yin Kan decided to ignite flames around her body, attempting to save the child. Si Yan's eyes widened as he realized the nature of her actions. Her primordial spirit exited her body, burning her divine soul. Yin Kan charged straight inside. Si Yan also emerged from the illusion in shock, sensing someone appear behind him. He turned and said, "Congratulations." Si Yan rejoiced on her behalf, then continued, "It seems your gamble has paid off." Yin Kan stepped forward, bowing her head and introducing herself. "Your humble servant, Zi Yin Kan, now has a favor to ask." Yin Kan clearly stated her wish to Sin Yan. "My child and I have been separated for over 200 years, but your humble servant still does not know if they have found peaceful rest to this day. I beg for your grace to fulfill this wish." He shook his head regretfully, then replied, "This world is too vast. Finding someone is no easy task. But you can tell me their distinguishing features. If fate allows, I will bring them back to you." Zi Yin Kan gently smiled, softly replying, "Your humble servant thanks you in advance." She raised 2 fingers before saying, "There are 2 distinguishing features." Yin Qing smiled as she told Si Yan. "First, there is a red mole on its collarbone. Second, there is a birthmark on its backside. One glance is enough to recognize it." Upon hearing this, Si Yan blushed, the locations repeating over and over in his mind. The collarbone, the backside. He held his head and laughed loudly. "Don't celebrate too soon. I only promise to consider your request. Whether I actually do it is another matter entirely." Yin Qing respectfully lowered her head and cupped her hands. "Then I must trouble you, benefactor." Xing Yan still had something on his mind and called out for Yin Qing to stop. However, Si Yan suddenly leaned in close, leaving Yin Qing flustered. Si Yan moved even closer and asked, "If I help you, how do you intend to repay this favor in the future?" Yin Qing shyly raised her slightly flushed face and stammered, "Repay? Repay your kindness?" Looking directly at her, Si Yan replied, "Exactly. If you're asking me for help, there ought to be something in it for me, shouldn't there?" Yin Qing rubbed her chin, thinking absent-mindedly. "That is true. But this humble concubine has nothing of value." A moment later, her eyes suddenly widened as though she had remembered something. "I know." Raising a finger, Yin Qing suggested, "You may take my Ice Soul Pearl of Protection." Sikian smiled and asked, "What would I do with that?" Yin Qing quickly offered something else instead. "The coffin in which I rest is carved from supreme jade from the upper realm." Xingyan immediately found another reason to refuse. "At the Heavenly Fate sect, we use that kind of jade merely for floor tiles." Closing her eyes, Yin Qing hurriedly continued her introduction. Then, "My garments were crafted by a master artisan and are impervious to both water and fire." Xingyan narrowed his eyes and rejected the offer without hesitation. No need. I can make that kind of clothing myself." Tears began to well up in the corners of Yin Qing's eyes. She pointed at the bracelet she was wearing on her wrist. Before she could continue, Xian immediately interrupted her and firmly turned his face away. "No need." Yin Qing's eyes shimmered with tears. She covered her mouth with one hand and quietly began to sob. Choking back her tears, she whispered, "Benefactor, if you do not find this humble concubine beneath your notice, then this body of mine is willing to repay your kindness." Hearing those words, Xinyan was so astonished that his jaw dropped, and his entire body froze in place. Without waiting for Xinyan to recover, Yin Qing immediately turned and fled at astonishing speed, shouting as she ran, "Perhaps we could even have a few children." Xinyan blankly reached out a hand, trying to explain. "Please stop. This venerable one is absolutely not such a despicable man." In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed. Xingyan was now lying in bed. His sleepy eyes slowly opened as he absent-mindedly stretched out a hand and murmured softly, Supporting himself with one hand against the bed, he slowly sat upright. Xingyan looked out the window, whispering, "Is this just a dream? My daughter, whether we meet or not, depends on destiny now. Half a month later, at the Heavenly Fate Pavilion, the entire sky was enveloped in a gloomy, dark hue. From above, a ceaseless downpour cascaded like a waterfall. In a pavilion, Dao Er happily ate a pastry, praising it. It's so delicious. Bai Lan, sitting gracefully beside her, sipped his tea and reminded, "Don't rush, there's plenty more." Dao Er looked at him, nodding repeatedly, replying, She then curiously asked, "Senior brother Bai, when will master arrive?" Bai Lan tilted his head, looking at the sky outside, and leisurely replied, "Master said he would arrive soon, but look, the weather today is so bad, it's not suitable for studying either." Dao Er's cheeks were puffed out from the pastry, and her eyes observed the person in front of her as she replied, "Is that so?" A past scene flashed through her mind, and then she secretly thought, "Senior brother Bai, when wearing women's clothes, he truly undergoes a great transformation." Dao Er's hand reached out, fumbling on the now empty plate. She stuck out her tongue with an extremely adorable expression, then gently tapped her own head. "Oh dear, I wasn't paying attention and ate it all." Beside her, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bailan's lips, and he let out a few terrifying laughs. He pressed his face close and called, "Dalio why did you eat it all?" Dao was so frightened that beads of sweat appeared all over her face, and her entire body cringed. "Oh." Bailan's expression turned dangerous as he said, "As for master, he likes this pastry the most." Hearing this, Dao covered her face, letting out several shrill screams. Was it for master? She immediately burst into tragic tears and asked him, "Why didn't senior brother tell Dao sooner?" Bailan hid his cunning smile, reaching out to pat her head to reassure her. "It'll probably be fine. After all, master cherishes you. It was just a small pastry. It'll be fine." Suddenly, streaks of lightning crisscrossed the sky. Behind the wooden pillar, a dark figure with flashing eyes suddenly appeared, accompanied by a voice that startled Dao. 60 years ago. Jun Xing looked up, pushed the conical hat on his head, and recounted. 60 years ago, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, I accidentally ate a piece of Master's mooncake. Just a little bit, and he threw me all the way to the moon. Dao immediately imagined Xian fiercely throwing someone to the moon, causing her to stammer incoherently. To the moon? Right in front of her, several heads suddenly popped up, startling her, and a voice echoed in the space. "Master is very strict." Yu Ling, drenched from head to toe, stared wide-eyed at Dao and continued. 32 years ago, on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, I was then thrown into the glacier river. In Tao Sher's mind, an image appeared of Yu Ling transforming into a floating iceberg, drifting on the river. She screamed in terror, "Is that so?" Wailing. On the other side, Bai Lan comforted with a smile, "Rest assured, Master has never punished us for these snacks before." At this moment, Tao Sher, as if drained of all vitality, did not heed his words at all. "I'm doomed." Jun Xing then approached, pointing at Bai Lan. "I clearly remember that when Bai Lan was young, Master personally cut and made many beautiful clothes." When Bai Lan heard him mention that matter, his expression immediately darkened. Jun Xing seemed to see something in the distance. His eyes widened, and both he and Tao fearfully crouched down. Jun Xing continued to wave his hand, as if trying to signal the person in front of him, but Bai Lan paid him no mind at all, simply crossing his arms and asking imposingly, "HMPH, so what exactly are you trying to say?" Jun Xing glanced in another direction, raised a hand to scratch his face, and awkwardly replied, "Master also sewed many clothes for us. Indeed, treating us very well." Bai Lan waved his hand, confidently declaring, "What I choose to wear is my personal freedom, even if Master does not permit it." He still did not realize when Si Yan had appeared behind him. He furrowed his brows and interrupted him. "What do you want?" Bai Lan turned his head, his face slick with sweat, and trembled as he replied, "Well, it's just that Master's word is law. Disciples absolutely obey." A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xian sternly explained, "Lanikir, if you were normal and did not wear such elaborate things, I, your master, would still cherish you." Finally, Bai Lan, Jun Xing, and Yu Ling immediately fled with lightning speed. He only left behind a single sentence. "That's right, this disciple suddenly remembers something important to do. We shall take our leave now." Tao reached out her hand towards them, silently wailing in her heart. "Hey, don't leave me behind." Si Yan teleported behind her and called out to Tao. Tao leaned against the wooden table, tilted her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, Tao care." Xing Yan parted his lips in a smile and let out a few joyful chuckles. "Haha," he gently asked her. "Did you eat it all?" "I am not that stingy." Tao remained silent, and then remembered Jun Xing being flung straight into the sky. She stepped in front of Xing Yan and said seriously, "Tao Dre was wrong. Master, please punish me." Sichuan stood rooted to the spot, a silent doubt forming in his mind. What exactly did those three rascals say to Tao here? He stroked his chin and asked, "Do you truly think I appear that strict?" Tao then remembered the scene of Yu Ling being transformed into a gigantic iceberg. Tears immediately streamed down her cheeks, and her two hands then firmly pressed down on the wooden tabletop. Here, Tao Ni bent down, slightly lifting her buttocks towards Tu Yan. If master finds it awkward, then should it be like how senior brother Bai used to strike Tao Ni's backside? Reflected in Tu Yan's eyes was the image of her buttocks, and he was so startled that he blurted out two words. "What?" Tao Ni panted, her eyes glancing behind her back while her hands continued to press firmly against the wooden table. Tu Yan secretly wondered what exactly the situation before him was. Tao Ni hesitantly called out, "That, master." At this moment, Tu Yan's expression had stiffened, no different from a stone statue. In his mind, he secretly thought, "Am I still dreaming?" Overcome with embarrassment, Tao Ni lowered her head, secretly weeping in her heart. Sob, 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 what am I doing? Although she herself had spoken, it was still better to be careful. She involuntarily recalled the scene she had once witnessed with Bai Lan, beads of sweat appearing all over her face as she thought, "Is it because senior brother Bai was struck on his backside that I am also having such a dream?" Behind her, Tu Yan had clenched his hands into fists, his hands trembling ever so slightly, his mind chaotic with the thought, "What should I do now? Should I strike her or not?" At that very moment, the cunning face of a demon appeared to his right. It extended its lustful tongue, asking, "What are you still waiting for? This is a rare opportunity. Go follow your heart." Conversely, on his left, the benevolent face of an angel also appeared and began to admonish him. "Wait a moment," it said. "I believe it would be safer to gradually cultivate our relationship." Upon seeing it, Tu Yan immediately rejoiced. Heavens, my conscience. Suddenly, the angel's expression darkened slightly, and it said with a smile. But then, the demon and the angel cheerfully clasped hands, simultaneously reaching the conclusion, "This time, Tao Ni has taken the initiative herself. As the master, naturally, you must fulfill your disciple's request." Hearing these words, Tu Yan was so enraged that he raised his fist and roared, "Wait! How dare you compromise without consulting me?" His face was now drenched in sweat as he tilted his head, gazing towards Tao Ni, who was still bent over the table opposite him. Tu Yan raised a hand to cover his mouth, letting out a soft cough. Then he spoke, instructing, "I, your master, wish to proceed according to the rules of punishment. If it becomes too painful, then speak." Hearing Tu Yan say this, Tao Ni slightly raised her head and responded with a sound. "Ah." Then she slowly adjusted her body and replied, "All right, I am ready." Standing behind her, Tu Yan was so stimulated by the alluring posture of the person before him that blood burst forth from his nose. He quickly wiped the streak of blood from his face, then stammered, "All right then, master, strike me now." Tao Er tightly shut her eyes, her entire body tensing in preparation to endure the blow, and softly replied, "Yes." Sion's palm immediately rose very high, yet his heart was uneasy, wondering if doing so was truly appropriate. When his palm was only a few centimeters from Meng Tao Er, it suddenly froze mid-air. Sikyan seemed to sense something unusual, and his gaze instantly swept towards one direction. He was startled to see the faces of Yu Ling, Junxing, and Bai Lan peeking out from the bushes, intently observing this side. Realizing they had been caught by Xian, the three of them immediately ducked down, retreating into the bushes with lightning speed. At this moment, Yu Ling, Junxing, and Bai Lan, hidden in the bushes, could only clench their eyes shut, their entire bodies trembling. Sikyan stood above them, staring at them with wide eyes. "Have you all been enjoying the show until now?" It was unclear how much time had passed, but he covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Yu Ling, Junxing, and Bai Lan were all kneeling on the ground, and a large bump had risen on each of their heads. Xian stood in the pavilion with Tao Er, his hands clasped behind his back as he informed them, "Since all of you are here, Tao Er has understood more than half of the 36 insights, but she still does not understand sword intent in the slightest." Next he called out, "Lanner!" Hearing his name, Bai Lan clasped his hands and bowed his head, replying, "Yes, master." He stepped forward while brandishing the sword in his hand. His eyes closed as he began to explain. "Tao Er, observe closely. What is known as sword intent changes everything. There is no need to force it into a single form." When he opened his eyes, Bai Lan's gaze became exceptionally solemn, and from within it, sharp rays of light shot forth. He raised his hand and pointed the tip of his sword straight towards the high heavens, and around his body, countless rings of power immediately burst forth. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky from where Bai Lan stood, drawing the nearby hovering dark clouds to gather in one place. The sky above became clear, and warm sunlight shone down, creating a brilliant rainbow. Witnessing the miraculous scene before her eyes, Tao Er was so astonished that her mouth hung open, unable to close. Gentle, warm, golden sunlight shone down upon Bai Lan, while he simply looked up silently at the sky above. Within Tao Er's heart she secretly marveled, "It is truly astonishing. So sword techniques can be this gentle and beautiful. On this side, Si Yan also observed Bailan's entire demonstration with a satisfied gaze. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out, catching his attention and causing him to glance behind him. Si Yan looked at Jun Xing, who was standing not far away, and puzzled he asked, What in the world are you laughing at? Jun Xing did not reply to him, but directly stepped out, standing amidst the pouring rain. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke one sentence. Sword intent does not adhere to implements. Jun Xing raised a finger, slowly drawing in the air. I had long ago condensed my sword intent. It differs in the soul's origin within. He pointed his finger, releasing a wisp of gray smoke, and that wisp of smoke gradually transformed into a phantom. That colossal phantom bore the appearance of a mighty general. He curled his lips, inwardly letting out a snort of satisfaction. Jun Hang, immersed in his own self-confidence, controlled the illusory projection to perform, letting out a resonant laugh. Inside the pavilion, Si Yan had already pulled Tower away. Let's go. Tao tilted her head, looking towards Jun Hang, wondering inwardly. Senior brother can also condense a primordial spirit phantom image. Si Yan walked up to Yu Ling and called out to him. He shied away from the gaze, hastily making an excuse. Master, I wield a saber. It has nothing to do with sword intent. Standing before a woman, you dare claim you cannot accomplish it? Si Yan drew closer and closer, continuing. You know how to use it, don't you? The way you use your intimidating gaze to emphasize each word. How is that any different from sword intent? Yu Ling, flustered, raised both hands and replied, All right, I'll go do it right away. Tao Sher stood beside Si Yan, curiously watching Yu Ling hastily run off, his hand resting on the hilt of the saber hanging at his waist. He spun around, then skillfully drew the saber from its sheath. Yu Ling leaped into the air, and immediately after, he poured his strength into a single slash directly forward. As the slash soared straight into the sky, Yu Ling below also safely landed on the ground. In the sky, which was originally covered in thick dark clouds and filled with a gloomy atmosphere, a long cut had appeared. Immediately afterward, the layer of dark clouds completely dispersed, the sky becoming brilliantly bright, filled with golden rays of sunlight. Tao stared blankly at the scene before her, muttering inwardly, Sword intent. Saber intent. Finally, Taor lowered her head with a look of extreme dejection. She then sat alone on a wooden chair in the pavilion. She closed her eyes, puffed her cheeks, inwardly sighing, wondering how long it would take her to reach their realm. A hand reached out to gently pull up a strand of Taor's drooping hair, while a gentle voice comforted her. Taor, there is no need to worry. Just slowly perceive it. Xian said with certainty. Rest assured, you will also comprehend sword intent not long from now. He then made a suggestion. How about this? Tomorrow, let us go out for a trip. Just the two of us. Tao looked up at the person opposite her, her eyes widening as she repeated the words she had just heard inwardly. The two of them walked out. Scene change. On the ground were scattered fragments of a wooden table, and beside them lay shattered ceramic wine jars and cups. A cry of Than Bin resonated through the space. In the other corner, a person's arm lay motionless in a pool of blood. The wailing continued to echo. Than Bin, you fiend! Two subordinates knelt on the ground, their faces deathly pale from sheer terror. One of them trembled as he cautioned, Sec Master, please quell your anger. A hand, veins visibly bulging, slammed heavily onto the tabletop, causing it to crack and shatter. Yang Yun waved his hand, loudly ordering his subordinates, Investigate for me. A fierce expression was evident on his face. He continued, Find out who he is, who dares to take the life of my beloved child. At the same time, in another place, Xinyan was immersed in his own joy, giggling foolishly. Hee. As he walked beside Tao Ni, he secretly thought, the two of us walking alone, how truly delightful it is. Then Xiyan glanced around at the women in revealing attire with beast ears, and secretly said, Furthermore, this place, he smiled, praising in his heart, truly beautiful to behold. Tao Ni beside him also widened her eyes in surprise. Master, how can the inner city permit demon folk? Aha! In her mind, her ears secretly chimed. They look so beautiful, I want to try touching them. Sikyan spoke up to reassure her. Don't be afraid, this place is exactly like this. He looked at her and began to explain. Yongle City, also known as the city of... Xian tore his gaze away from the alluring demoness and continued. Some people enjoy this type, but these demonesses also rely on men's spirit energy for their cultivation. This can be considered a unique trade that is needed every day. In his mind, he silently added, Little girl, there are many preferences for men in this world. How would you know? Tao Ni reached out and tightly gripped Xian's hand. That. She showed no shyness at all, directly pointed towards the demoness Xian was looking at and asked, Do you like this type, master? Beads of sweat broke out all over Xian's face. He stammered, unsure how to respond. This. But immediately afterwards, He quickly covered his mouth and coughed a few times to regain his composure. Sikyan pointed at himself with a look of utmost righteousness, then changed the subject. Enough of this nonsense. We are here for serious matters. The city lord here is an old friend of mine. I heard that he skillfully acquired a meteorite some time ago, he seriously analyzed. Perhaps it's the right time for you to forge your destiny sword. Hearing Siyan's intention, Tao Ni excitedly replied, Tao Ni understands. Not far from them, Yi Lin was walking with a few other people. She crossed her arms, observing the scene on both sides of the street. The illusory sea even has such a place as this. The demon folk on the streets are engaging in such depravity. These people are truly shameless. Tianxing pointed a finger at the ground and explained, Junior sister Yi Lin, this filthy place always has its reasons. It's not worth getting angry over. Yu Xia placed one hand on his hip and also added, Indeed. After all, we are here to inspect the mysterious meteorite. We will return immediately after completing our task. This place isn't pleasant anyway. He looked at the person walking ahead and continued. Otherwise, we would have executed them long ago. At this moment, Yi Lin paid no attention to Yunxia's words, but only stared intently ahead. When she saw Tao Ni and Xiyan walking towards them from the opposite direction, she cried out, That is. Yi Lin's foot arched, then stomped forcefully onto the ground. She yelled loudly, Stop! Yi Lin charged forward, shouting loudly, under the stunned gaze of the others. I've got you. Her hand reached out, aimed directly at Tao Nhi, who was smiling with Xiyan in front. At the same time, Tao Nhi and Xiyan also startled, realizing someone was rushing towards them. Tao Nihi's eyes widened, astonished to the point of opening her mouth. A second later, Yi Lin had flown over, wrapping her arms tightly around her. The full bosoms of the two directly pressed against each other. Yi Lin exclaimed with extreme satisfaction. Finally, I can hug you. So soft. Tao Nhi. Xiyan, standing nearby, already had 2 streams of nosebleed, thinking internally. What a beautiful sight. I have noticed this girl for a long time, but I sense no malice from her. Could she be an acquaintance of Tao Nhi? Tao Nh. I gently patted the arm wrapped tightly around her, smiled and asked, You are Sister Yi Lin, how can this be? Hearing that form of address, Xiyan, standing beside them, repeated in surprise. Sister. Yi Lin released the dazed Tao Nhi from her embrace, then stared intently at the clasped hands of Xiyan and Tao Nhi. She forcefully struck, causing them both to let go of each other's hands. Who is your sister? Yi Lin, like a protective mother tiger guarding her cub, raised her claws and asked, Did you kidnap my little sister? Xinyan was bewildered, inwardly exclaiming, Huh? An image of himself in a prisoner's uniform appeared in his mind, and he silently wondered, Do I really look like a criminal? Seeing the situation, Tao Nhi, standing nearby, immediately spoke up to deny it. Yi Lin, sister, it's not like that. Yi Lin pulled at her hair, pointed in another direction, and loudly lectured her. No you don't? What do you think this place is? Little girl, if you come here, you might not even have your bones left. She closed her eyes, patted her forehead, then sighed and asked, You truly make one worry. Didn't Brother Xuan say you were going to Huanghai to acknowledge a master? Tao Nh. I turned her head to look at Xiyan, then replied, It's true, that's my master. Yi Lin was startled and blurted out a word. Huh? She rubbed her chin, looked at Xiyan with scrutinizing eyes, and a question arose in her mind. How could a master be so young? Xiyan secretly wondered, What the hell is this woman looking at? But on the surface he still friendly waved his hand. Hello? The corner of Yi Lin's lips slightly curved up, and she suddenly said, her eyes sparked with red fire as she concluded, You claim to be seeking a master, but aren't you just eloping with a boy? Tao's face immediately flushed crimson, as if steaming, and she exclaimed in a fluster, Huh? She repeatedly waved her hand, attempting to deny it. No, it's not like that. Standing behind them, Xinyan's lips twitched as he asked, puzzled, Tower, this is... Hearing his voice, Tower turned her head, preparing to introduce him. This is... But a hand reached out and interrupted her. Cheng Yilin shielded Tower behind her, then introduced herself. A relative of Su Tower. Sikyan thought to himself, This is Taoir's relative. I must make a good impression. He smiled and replied, My apologies. My apologies. Xinyan closed his eyes, bowed, and then introduced himself. This humble one is the master of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. Xi-Yan. An unexpected finger pointed at him, causing him to startle and step back. You! Yelin placed a hand on her hip and questioned bluntly, Do you have some intentions towards Taoir? Xinyan stuttered slightly, thinking to himself, This question came too quickly. Taoir's face had already turned pink, and she hurriedly rushed forward. Sister Yilin, what are you saying? Yilin's eyes flashed. She spun around with extreme speed, and simultaneously, Two arms reached out from her sides to wrap around Taoreer's shoulders. Yilin hugged her tightly, looked directly at the person in front of her, and declared, "I warn you. You two are not permitted to fall in love. I am taking her with me today." On the bustling and crowded night street, the people who had accompanied Yilin had also gathered. Si Yan waved his hand and explained to the person in front of him, "Young lady, my disciple and I are here purely for business, not as you might imagine." In his mind, he thought, since she's Teo's relative, this misunderstanding is somewhat similar to the girl's senior brother, isn't it? Behind them, Tianxing rubbed his chin in thought. Cousin Yilin? It was probably Yung Xia, who had curiously peeked his head forward. Senior brother. What's happening? A few drops of sweat trickled down Tianxing's face, his eyes widening as if he had just realized something profound. He turned his head and whispered to the person beside him, "Junior brother, you and I are truly fortunate today. We've actually encountered the sixth young lady of the Su clan from the imperial capital." Yuxia's eyes widened in astonishment, and he reconfirmed once more, "Is that truly so?" He immediately darted in front of Tao Care with lightning speed, cupped his hands together, and introduced himself. "This humble one is Li Yuxia. My father is none other than Li Ruhuo. I respectfully greet the sixth young lady Su." Teo gently waved her hand in return. Senior brothers and senior sisters, you can just call me Teo, sure." Tianxing did not approach the three, but instead turned around, cupped his hands, and greeted the person standing before him. "This humble one is Nan Tianxing. How should I address your excellency?" Xing Yan offered a smile and introduced himself concisely. "Master of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion, Xing Yan." Tianxing bowed again, and replied, "The Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. I have long admired it." At that moment, Yun Xia ran over from the other side, interrupting his words. To become a master at such a young age was truly astonishing. A hand reached out very naturally, then placed itself on Xian's shoulder, along with a voice that echoed by his ear. "Absolutely not." Yu Xia leaned closer and continued with an unfriendly tone, "It's best to maintain a proper distance between men and women. Don't you know her identity? Tian Ming is still so young. Are you worthy of her?" Tian Xing, standing opposite, forced a fake smile, and advised with feigned friendliness, "Oh dear, junior brother, what are you talking about? What if your words embarrass them?" Yung Xia withdrew his hand and then continued, "My apologies, your excellency, it is my fault." Xian merely smiled, saying nothing further. He inwardly mused, "Tao Er, your friends are quite something." His gaze pierced through the crowd, seeing Tao Er on the other side, whose shoulder was being held by Yi Lin. On this side, Yi Lin admonished very seriously, "Tao Er, I am truly good to you. If tonight you go with that thief again, I guarantee you will suffer." Tao Er asserted with equal steadfastness, "Senior sister Yi Lin, master is a very good person." Having said that, she tilted her head again, her gaze precisely meeting Si Yan's. Si Yan could only let out a sigh, and thought helplessly to himself, "If it weren't for them being your acquaintances, Tao Er, I would not have spared their lives." A voice called out, drawing Yi Lin's attention. Yi Lin turned her head to look. Si Yan clasped his hands together, bowed to her with extreme sincerity, and then said, "It is rare to meet relatives and friends in a distant place, so I will not bother with formalities. I trouble you to look after her for one night, and tomorrow morning, I will come to take her away." Yi Lin looked at him once more and warned, "Humph? That goes without saying, but you had best stay a little further away from her." Hearing those words, Tao Er immediately knitted her brows tightly. She forcefully flung off the hand resting on her shoulder. Tao Er unhappily said, "Senior sister Yi Lin, you are not my mother. I want to go with master." Xianyan stepped forward and called out, "Tao Er, obediently go with your relatives." At this moment, Tao Er could only lower her head dejectedly and accept. "Then Tao Er understands." Yi Lin stood beside her, with an extremely arrogant demeanor, her arms crossed, and her face held high. After the conversation ended, Xian turned around and slowly walked away. Yi Lin happily pulled Tao Er's hand. "Let us also quickly leave." Tao Er's eyes still followed the gradually receding figure, and she replied absently. She stubbornly gazed in that direction for a very long time. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Tao Er finally turned her head and, with Yi Lin, walked in the opposite direction. A short while later, the silhouettes of the two disappeared amidst the bustling crowd strolling through the night market. On this side, Si Yan leisurely walked along the street while musing. Where should I go now? He had not expected that all the inns now had no rooms left. He silently cried out in disappointment, just as he was about to stay in the same room with Tao Er, when Si Yan's gaze suddenly shifted to another direction. Wait a moment. He stopped in his tracks, noticing the alluring women standing by the roadside. Si Yan's face flushed crimson, and he panted and muttered, "Perhaps this is it." Just then, a head with subtly twitching ears suddenly popped out in front of him, accompanied by a voice that rang out, "Esteemed customer!" A pink-haired demoness enthusiastically pressed herself against Xinyan, invitingly. "Do you wish to come inside and take a look?" From his right, another blonde-haired demoness appeared, pulling his arm and coquettishly calling out, "Esteemed customer!" She rubbed against Xinyan's arm, then leaned close and whispered, "Little sister provides all kinds of services. There is nothing I cannot do." Surrounded by a host of demonesses, Xinyan dazedly thought to himself, "Wouldn't this mean I wouldn't have to sleep on the streets anymore? This is truly great." On the second floor of a tea house not far away, the hand of a mysterious individual holding a teacup came into view. Bailan raised the cup and murmured with a smile. "This time," he calculated proudly, "Master said so, but he has fallen into a trap. If I tell junior sister about this, let's see if he still dares to spank me." Inside the room, a trembling hand reached out towards Bailan, and a broken voice uttered, "Ugh, save me!" Yu Ling had barely managed to utter 2 words before collapsing face first onto the floor from exhaustion. "Woman!" His eyes were bloodshot. Foam had gathered at his mouth, yet he still tried to croak out, "Deceiver! You said it was merely to mess with you." Bailan maintained an utterly calm expression, tilted her head, and, listening to Yu Ling, asked, "Are you a demon?" In the quiet space, sounds of dispute echoed. "Esteemed customer, come with me." "No, come with us." The girl with horns spoke shyly. "Junior sister, let elder sister handle this." The pink-haired one adamantly refused to yield. "Junior sister, go find another customer." "No, you can't. Elder sister should still leave this kind of matter to me." Xinyan stood between the two, feeling both delight. "No, this won't do. This is too dangerous. I must be careful." After a period of unsuccessful negotiation, the two began to pull at each other. Younger sister should listen to this elder sister. In fact, elder sister should listen to younger sister. Lan Nai, witnessing the scene from outside, clenched her fists tightly. A bunch of fools. They couldn't even handle such a simple matter. Clearly, master is so easily tempted. As she said this, her gaze fell upon Yu Ling, who was sprawled in a corner, moaning, "Master, master, you and your wicked nature. I will absolutely not fall for your trap." Lan Ni smirked with amusement, then she spoke. "Master clearly knows that I frequent brothels here in Yongcheng. But what master does not know is that all the brothels in Yongcheng were established by none other than me, Lan Ni." Finally, Lan Ni issued an order. "You, pass down the command. At all costs, you must capture that person below for me. There will surely be a reward." The subordinates replied in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, a pair of slender legs stopped before the group struggling with that guest, which included Xinyan. He heard the sound and paid attention, immediately turning to glance at the woman and continuing, "The night is long. It is not advisable to waste time lingering outside." Before Xinyan stood a woman with a voluptuous figure. She enthusiastically spoke. "Tell me, how many golden opportunities does one have in life? One must seize them with all one's might." After scanning her once, Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up. The result of this matter was that he sat motionless in place, as if his soul had left his body covered in countless hickeys, while sounds of arguing echoed in his ears. "Do you know what first come, first served means? This is called fair competition." Upon hearing the next sentence, Xinyan immediately froze. "Huh? You dare to grab this old lady's hair? Sisters, come on." He seized the opportunity to flee, while the crowd frantically searched. "Wait, where is he?" He let out a sigh of relief. "Good heavens, that was too dangerous. Fortunately, I escaped in time." "Not at all." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Master!" He looked up and saw Tao Ni's figure, hurriedly calling out, Tao Ni!" Without a word, she gently gathered momentum and landed on the ground. He awkwardly scratched his head, then spoke to greet her. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be staying nearby." After speaking, Xinyan couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. "Tao Ni, you didn't see what happened just now, did you?" Tao Ni stepped closer and asked with a serious expression, "Master, are you all right?" She furrowed her brows and pressed on, "What exactly happened just now?" Xinyan immediately coughed. "I was looking for an inn to stay in when Wang ran into a small problem." Hearing that answer, Tao Ni paused slightly. Many thoughts gradually emerged in her mind. A man venturing out should also be mindful of his safety. If that was the case, she mustered all her courage, softly suggesting, "Master, it is very dangerous outside. Why not stay here for the night?" Xinyan's mouth fell open, and his cheeks flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Huh?" After entering the room, his red pupils widened as he stared at the bed. He then glanced in another direction. "Here!" Xinyan exclaimed with delight. "Wonderful, wonderful." However, he still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. "Never mind. After all, we are master and disciple, and there is only one bed here." As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Ni reached out and pulled at Xinyan's robe. In that instant, his entire body stiffened like stone. Tao Ni reassured him, "No, it's fine. Didn't master say we are family?" His darkened thoughts immediately made him widen his eyes in doubt. Could it be that this master will truly lie with his disciple? No, absolutely not. In his eyes, the image of a shy Tao Ni faintly appeared, Could it be, master? Si Yan muttered to reassure himself. I must surely restrain myself? She leaned closer and softly asked. Does master dislike Tao Ni? He muttered in his heart. I must hold back. In the dead of the silent night, Si Yan, with a haggard face, stared straight at the ceiling. Right beside him was Tao Ni, her face full of contentment. Si Yan secretly thought, I am truly not human. Suddenly she spoke, breaking the serene silence. How wonderful. Tao Ni turned over and softly recounted. Elder sister Yi Lin. She has a strong personality, but her true nature is not bad at all. Master, are you not angry? Si Yan maintained his expression and replied in a deep voice. No, it's all right. This master knows she only wishes you well. Hearing this, she immediately smiled. Thank you, master. Master, sleep well. Si Yan immediately replied. Sleep well. He said so verbally, but inwardly, he was raging with indignation. Sleep well, my foot. A man and a woman lying together on a bed, and nothing happening? When Tao Ni had fallen into a deep sleep, Si Yan turned his head to look at her. Tonight, shall I be a beast? He swept his gaze over her, then wondered, or am I even worse than a beast? Tungan immediately swung his hand and forcefully slapped his own face. Tungan frowned deeply, shouting, What exactly are you thinking? Dao Nhi is innocent. She does not wish for master to go out. How could you even think such things? After a moment, Tungan finally regained his composure. That's right, that was close, a very close call. As if he had just discovered something, he suddenly widened his red pupils. Tungan stiffly looked down at the arm resting on his waist. What is this? She looked at him with shy eyes, softly sharing. If it is master, Dao Nhi does not mind. Tungan immediately became excited, his eyes rolling back as he thought, a good opportunity. After all his efforts to cultivate their relationship for so long, he became lost in thought for a moment, unaware that a nosebleed had already started flowing. Now, finally, a soft hand was placed in a certain position, making Tungan suddenly feel that something was amiss. Dao Nhi, your size. Wai Lam, who knew not when she had appeared, leaned close to his ear and softly murmured, Why is it so big? At that very moment, a series of images flashed through Tungan's mind. Is Wai Lam that fierce cat? Wai Lam casually rested one leg on Tungan. Forget it. Perhaps I am too drunk. Not stopping there, she continued to toy with him. Tell me truthfully, is that person your master or your lover? Seeing how intimate the two of them were, and seeing him still offer no reply, Wai Lam became even more brazen. Inside, Tungan cried out in panic. Help! What should I do now? She continued to press him. Why do you not speak? Feeling anxious and realizing this situation was truly too tense, and waiting endlessly for an answer that never came, Wai Lam made a decision. If you do not answer properly, she declared, swinging her hand to throw off the blanket, this elder sister shall punish you. Wai Lam lunged forward, embracing Tungan tightly and teasing, Beware, I shall tickle you. Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing both of them to freeze. Beside them, Dao Nhi, half asleep, muttered in her dreams, Grilled fish is so delicious, I like fish the most. Tungan, thinking she had woken up, frantically sprang up from the bed to explain, Elder sister, I know nothing. Sweat poured profusely from his face. Tungan continued to plead. This humble one speaks the truth. Do you believe me? Wai Lam said nothing, immediately drawing her sword. She pointed the tip of her sword directly at him and Yi Lin cursed loudly. Licentious scoundrel. Her eyes welling with tears, her voice filled with humiliation and hatred, she continued. If this old woman does not cut you down, then I am not human. Si Yan swiftly reached out, snatched the nearby blanket, and immediately leaped out the window to escape. Si Yan threw back a single phrase, My sincerest apologies. Yi Lin chased him to the window and screamed, Licentious scoundrel, if you have the guts, don't run, even if you run to the ends of the earth. The sound still echoed everywhere, but Dao Er still slept soundly as before. Beside her, only Yi Lin's voice echoed, This old woman will find you. Immediately after, she startled awake and sat bolt upright. Master, what's wrong? With bloodshot eyes, Yi Lin glared at her. As Dao Er called out, Sister Yi Lin, she immediately adopted the demeanor of a superior and began to lecture. You wretched girl, have you already been completely deceived by that licentious scoundrel? I was almost killed, and you dared to let me sleep? Quick, let me see. She was startled and hastily stopped her. Wait, Sister Yi Lin, don't. After adjusting his clothes, Si Yan sighed in relief. Ah, this girl is truly excellent, but her temper is a bit fierce. Night fell. The ancient street, stretching as far as the eye could see, plunged deep into tranquil darkness, empty, without a single soul. A cautious hand gripped tightly to the wall. Si Yan cautiously peeked his head out, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Those women are also gone, but it seems I still have to sleep outside tonight? Suddenly, something entered his line of sight, Catching his attention, gazing at the figure sprawled on the ground, Xian speculated in confusion. This was Yu Ling. Upon hearing the movement, he immediately lifted his head. A thought immediately appeared in Xian's mind. How did he end up here? He approached, extending his hand to ask, "Are you all right?" He emotionally clasped Xian's hand tightly. "Master, you have appeared." He squeezed his hand tighter, frowning as he asked, "Who allowed you to come down here and play?" Xian's eyes suddenly darkened. "Or are you down here again, playing with those older sisters? Damn it. Why is his fortune so good?" Xian helped Yu Ling to his feet by his arm, his expression dark as he lamented, "Ah, you must have followed him. You've worked hard, let me help you." Unaware of his thoughts, he immediately expressed himself emotionally. "Thank you, honored master." No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful force dragged Yu Ling away, causing him to freeze. Xian forcefully flung him away, then roared, "Get the hell out!" Propelled by that force, Yu Ling's entire body flew straight towards the opposite building. He smashed through the door and directly burst into the room, causing the young women inside to stare at each other in bewilderment. A girl recognized him and immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this the adorable younger brother from before? I wondered where you were, my adorable younger brother. Come give me a hug." At Shenlai Valley, the elder trembled, wanting to confirm. "You mean my son is buried here?" The hidden figure coldly replied, "Don't you believe it?" Jun Jing adjusted his hat strap. "Just keep digging," he sneered, concluding, "I knew it all along. 30 years ago, dry leaves fell one after another, leaving behind only barren branches. On the ground, a horse lay in a pool of blood, appearing lifeless. Not far from there, a carriage lay overturned on its side. Immediately after, a sharp sword plunged into the ground. A group of fierce individuals, brimming with murderous intent, charged forward to surround the family of 3. He was drenched in sweat, his breath ragged from exhaustion, his hand gripping the sword hilt trembling violently. He stood upright, using his steady shoulders to shield his wife and child behind him. The thugs carried sharp blades in their hands, their mouths curved into cold sneers. In a flash, all of them leaped up and charged directly towards the 3 individuals. At that very moment, a dazzling golden streak of light suddenly tore through space, accompanied by a resounding, sharp explosion. The stench of blood quickly permeated the air. The thug's eyes widened, his entire body stiff as if petrified. Another thug fell into a similar state, standing motionless, devoid of any other reaction. The man, along with his wife and child, knelt prostrate, fresh blood flowing down like rain. From his fingertips, a faint stream of spiritual energy rose, transforming into a wisp of white smoke before silently dissipating into the deep night sky. All present were stunned by this scene. Standing before them was Xian. Around where he stood, an ethereal mist enveloped the entire space. Xian's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. Immediately after, he said nothing, and turned to leave, as if wishing to depart this place. Watching his retreating figure grow distant, the man knelt prostrate, his head bowed low. He spoke in a loud voice, expressing, "Today, to be saved by a mortal master, your immense grace and virtue, this one shall never forget, even for 3 generations." Xinyan did not turn his head, only opening his mouth to say, "Xinyan of Tianming-ge." With that, he leaped into the sky, leaving behind only the words, "Forget what was said, depart in peace. I shall not see you off." The man and his wife remained stunned, unable to react immediately. The child, having stopped crying at some unknown point, contentedly sucked on his finger out of hunger. Returning to the present, Lu Sheng's eyes shone brighter than before. He seemed to have realized something. Lu Sheng blurted out, "Tian Meng Gay Master, Xiyan." Tian Xing was startled upon hearing that name. Could Xiyan be the same person? Why has he also come here? Everyone else revealed an unsightly expression, except for Tao Er, whose eyes lit up brightly. Master Tian Xing spoke. "City Lord Lu Sheng replied regarding Xiwan. "I know. This person has an old connection with my father. I simply did not expect him to arrive here." Upon hearing this, Tian Xing glanced over at him. Tian Xing said, "If he is an old friend of your father's, why not allow him in to make this appraisal discussion more lively?" Lu Sheng gestured with a finger, praising, "As expected of my man, the son of the Grand Commandant, truly generous. You, let him in." "As you command." "Yes, Pavilion Master Tian Ming." Xiyuan. Tian Xing looked at Xiyuan, furrowing his brow, and thought to himself, "It is indeed him." Yelin was astonished, crying out inwardly, "This fellow truly dares to show his face." Only Teor appeared excited. "Master!" Xiyuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Pavilion Master Tianming, Xiyuan. I heard that City Lord Lu previously obtained a meteorite. Therefore, I have come hoping that City Lord Lu will name a price, and I shall take it back to forge a sword for my beloved disciple." Lu Cheng glared at him, while Tian Xing stepped forward and spoke. "Pavilion Master Tianming, we meet again." Lu Sheng wondered, "Young Master Nan, do you know him?" "Not at all, not at all." We have merely met once. Yokexia also rushed forward to interject. Is this not Pavilion Master Siwan? We thought you had long since returned to farm the fields? Lu Sheng pondered, a question mark unconsciously appearing in his mind. Do these two have some sort of conflict? Exactly as I thought. While Si Yuan was facing Yuxia and Tianxing, Lu Sheng then spoke. Damn it, Pavilion Master Si Yuan. I regret not having been able to welcome your grand arrival from afar. I truly cannot conceal it. Today, I truly opened this grand assembly because of that treasure. If that is the case, I understand that you may not have brought anything of value. For the sake of my father's reputation, it is not impossible for me to give it to you. However, for now, we must still adhere to the rules. As long as you can emerge victorious in the contest among all those present here, it shall be yours. But if you cannot fight... Even hearing those warning words, Si Yuan still smiled calmly. Tianxing took a step onto the platform, turning his head back with a provocative expression. Si Yuan arrived late and does not understand the rules. Why not let me demonstrate first? Just as he stepped up, a voice echoed from below. I am Nicheng, the seventh main disciple of the Wudang sect. I seek enlightenment. Tianxing clasped his hands in return, inviting. Immediately after, the duel between Nicheng and Tianxing commenced before the eyes of all present. Young Master Nan is actually a Seven Souls realm expert, and his status is even more esteemed. I'm afraid Pavilion Master Sai will not be able to obtain this treasure. Si Yan only quietly thought to himself. He suppressed his anger. You just wait, let's watch with Teo for a bit first. On this side, the opponent threw punches towards Tianxing, but he had already dodged and immediately counterattacked. Before long, Tianxing used a strike to knock back the man's arm, then condensed a palm strike. Once he had gathered enough strength, he struck a powerful blow to the opponent's chest, leaving him no time to defend himself. After his defeat, the opponent flew high into the air as shouts of cheers and praise rang out. Excellent! Lu Sheng spoke words of praise for him. Young Master Nan is indeed worthy of being called a hero. Yunjia also excitedly shouted, Brother Nan, that was amazing! Yi Lin stammered, truly of an exceptional caliber. Only Si Yan was not at all surprised. He only looked into the distance, resting his chin in thought. At this moment, many other people were unconvinced, so they angrily stepped forward. Damn it, don't let him stand on that arena stage, let me go up. I'll try too. I don't believe he can keep winning forever. Many people came forward to provoke Tianxing, but he regarded them as mere rabble, all of them the same. They became enraged. Damn it, you're not so mighty. Tianxing's gaze became sharp. He flicked the fan in his hand open, and a moment later, the entire crowd of people had fallen to the ground. He spoke. Since Sion's target is that meteorite, come up here and take it. Let's exchange a few moves. The surrounding crowd immediately began to buzz with discussion, engaging in animated debate about Si Yan. According to City Lord Lu, it seems he is a swindler. Someone else sneered. He even dares to challenge young Master Nan. Does he wish to court death? At this very moment, an old man with a sly face, standing amidst the crowd, suddenly spoke up and asked. Young Master Nan must also be in a very difficult position. It turned out he was the Dao sect hallmaster, Yang Langdong. After deliberately pausing for a few seconds to attract everyone's attention, he continued. Who would not know that young Master Nan possesses extraordinary talent and profound cultivation, truly an exceptional genius? Nan Tianxing, hearing him flatter himself, only cast a glance, still nonchalantly fanning himself as if he couldn't be bothered to care. Seeing this, Yang Langdong continued to fawn. I see this pavilion master is still young. I heard he has only just accepted 3 disciples under his wing. His cultivation foundation is probably not very profound. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from all 4 directions. Nan Tianxing, standing on the high platform, also burst into boisterous laughter, full of smugness. Yang Langdong continued to mock. I'm afraid when he goes up to fight, he will reveal his true colors. Wouldn't that be very humiliating? Teo Sher, standing in the crowd, became furious upon hearing those words, her brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. Yet the mocking laughter around her did not cease. At this moment, City Lord Lu suddenly shouted loudly, Hold on! He feigned politeness, saying that while Pavilion Master Si Yan had arrived uninvited, he was still a friend of his father, and hoped everyone would not make Pavilion Master Si Yan uncomfortable. Si Yan resolutely pushed his hand away, and directly stepped onto the high platform. City Lord Lu thought to himself, Si Yan could no longer endure the humiliation in silence. Now he merely had to wait and watch, as Nan Tianxing tormented him to within an inch of his life. Nan Tianxing was also so surprised he gaped, uttering a sound. But before he could compose himself, a massive explosion erupted behind him. He was unbelievably astonished, and hastily turned his head to look back. Simultaneously, that earth-shattering sound also drew the crowd's attention. Everyone looked towards the recent explosion, their mouths agape in horror. Rolling dust and smoke obscured the figures. A moment later, the hazy dust slowly dispersed, revealing the silhouette of a tall man. City Lord Lu was the first to react. As he shielded himself from the dust, he called out the name of the sect master of Luo Sheng sect, Lord Yu Baiyun. The man's appearance gradually became clear in everyone's sight. It was none other than the father of Luo Qingping, the one Bai Lan had killed. City Lord Lu immediately rushed forward, fawning profusely. Sect Master Luo, your esteemed presence was not welcomed from afar. This subordinate is at fault. But in response, he was met only with Sect Master Lucao's cold eyes filled with rage, along with the ferocious gazes from his subordinates behind him. He hastily halted his steps, cupped his hands in a respectful salute to Sect Master Lucao. Sect Master Luo paid no heed to City Lord Lu and directly walked straight onto the high platform. Nan Tianxing, standing on the platform, immediately cupped his hands in greeting, sweat beading on his forehead. He hastily opened his mouth to apologize to True Immortal Luo. This junior greets True Immortal Luo. Sect Master Luo merely snarled, "Scram!" Then he swung his hand and delivered an earth-shattering slap to Nan Tianxing, sending him crashing face-first to the ground, breaking several of his teeth. Li Yuhuo, standing nearby, immediately frantically inquired, Senior brother! Senior brother!" Nan Tianxing ignored the gazes of everyone around him. He hatefully declared, "My father is the Grand Marshal! How dare you!" Before he could finish his words, Sect Master Luo interrupted him. "I, Changyun, converse pleasantly with the Sacred Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Grand Tutor. What is a mere Grand Marshal to me? Today, this old man did not come for a pack of insignificant rats like you." Nan Tianxing clutched his face, tears streaming down. Li Yuhuo, standing nearby, helped his senior brother up, his face also pale with fright. The group of people who had just been swaggering on the martial arts stage also hastily scrambled down. Suddenly, Luo Changyun furiously roared, his eyes seeming to spew fire. "Si Yan, you junior, scram out here now!" Everyone immediately parted to either side, clearing a path straight to Si Yan. Luo Changyun, seeing this, immediately asked, "Are you Pavilion Master Si Yan of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion?" Si Yan smiled with utmost composure, and calmly admitted, "Indeed, it is I." True Immortal Luo growled each word. "It truly was you who killed my son, Qingping." Fiery rage surged around him. The sight was utterly terrifying. In an instant, whispers and discussions erupted everywhere once more. What? Did he kill True Person Luo's son? True Person Luo's cultivation is extraordinary. This fellow is simply courting death. City Lord Lu was also deeply troubled, for he was the one who brought him in. Now that True Person Luo is venting his fury indiscriminately, what can be done? Yi Lin was utterly astonished, only able to utter a few words. He didn't expect Tao Ni, standing beside him, to pout discontentedly. Isn't it because that fellow brought this upon himself? Pavilion Master Si Yan was also momentarily stunned. He clearly remembered that Lan Ni had secretly and thoroughly buried Qingping's corpse, so why was it still discovered? He quickly regained his imposing aura, leaping onto the high platform to directly confront Luo Changyun, admitting without hesitation that he himself had killed his son. Luo Changyun gnashed his teeth, speaking each word. "You are still very young, yet you could kill my son. You possess a modicum of ability." Si Yan remained unfazed, replying, "It is because True Person Luo does not know how to raise his son. Do not blame me." Those words made Luo Changyun's anger erupt even more furiously. Indeed, his character was stubborn, but he was still my son. "You are but an ant. How can you compare to my son?" As he spoke, he swung his sword, slashing towards Xianyan. Xian's eyes also suddenly turned sharp and cold. Luo Changyun powerfully unleashed a sword strike, its terrifying power sweeping away everything in its path. He roared in fury, "Today, I not only want to feed your corpse to the dogs, but also to shatter your 3 souls and 7 spirits into dust and smoke, so you can never be reborn." City Lord Lu heard this and laughed with immense delight, secretly thinking to himself, that good-for-nothing Heavenly Mandate Pavilion Master should just die. Tao Ni witnessed the entire scene, and worriedly cried out to her master. She originally wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Yi Lin, only able to glare intently. At this moment, the atmosphere made everyone as tense as a drawn bowstring. Si Yan remained calm and spoke. True Person Luco's words are truly ironic. Killing one is still killing, and killing a pair is also killing. As he spoke, his fingertips subtly moved amidst Luo Changyun's powerful spiritual energy. He continued, "I will now send True Person Luo." A wisp of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertip. Though it appeared weak, its destructive power was utterly terrifying, directly piercing through Luo Changyun's spiritual energy barrier. Suddenly, Xinyan lowered his voice, enunciating each word. "To meet your son." Behind him, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted, forcing back Luo Changyun's spiritual energy and causing him to retreat several steps consecutively. Luo Changyun hastily stabilized his stance, inwardly horrified, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that above Xian's head, a phantom primordial spirit also appeared, fiercely confronting his own primordial spirit. Overwhelmed by shock, he blurted out, Are you in the god realm? Si Yan's primordial spirit immediately launched a direct assault upon Luo Changyun's primordial spirit. A violent collision erupted, and Luo Changyun's primordial spirit was shattered into countless fragments, unable to withstand even a single blow. Luo Changyun stood dumbfounded, the horror nearly rendering him numb. City Lord Lu, Nan Tianxing, Li Yuhuo, and the surrounding spectators also gaped in astonishment, finding it hard to believe the scene. Dao Hair was overjoyed at witnessing this, while Yi Lin, standing beside her, was astonished into silence. Seeing the opponent's primordial spirit phantom shattered, Si Yan also recalled his primordial spirit, and at the same time asked, "Are you afraid?" After a moment of stunned stupor, Luo Changyun also regained his fighting will. He scoffed defiantly. "My Luo Qing sect's sword formation is specifically designed to slay gods. Today, I shall use you to test its might." He immediately ordered his disciples to set up a formation to encircle Si Yan, while he himself soared directly into the sky. The disciples unanimously shouted their assent, their aura surging as if wanting to tear the heavens asunder. In but a moment, the formation was fully established. The grand sword formation covered the entire sky, now dark as pitch, trapping Si Yan beneath its blades. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Master!" Si Yan turned his head and saw Dawanir running quickly towards him. As she rushed forward, she swung her arm and threw a sword to her master, shouting loudly, "Master, catch!" Xingyan easily caught the sword thrown by his disciple. At the same moment, Luo Changyun also gave the order to attack. His heart was filled with a burning desire to instantly kill Xingyan, whether it was to avenge his son or purely due to his competitive spirit and unwillingness to lose face before others, remained unclear. In a flash, countless swords filled the sky, all with a single destination: Si Yan, standing beneath the sword formation. Si Yan calmly drew his sword, gazing at the myriad sword tips rushing towards him, yet leisurely spoke, "I possess one sword." He swung his arm, striking directly towards the formation's core, dense spiritual energy assaulting the formation's weak point. Luo Changyun poured all his spiritual energy to block Xinyan's attack and protect the sword formation, but the surrounding disciples did not possess such profound cultivation as he. In but an instant, they all simultaneously vomited blood, thrown out of the formation. Si Yan declared, "I possess one phrase." He powerfully swung his sword, lunging straight forward. A dazzling light erupted, blinding all who witnessed it. Luo Changyun only managed to blurt out a few words. "Impossible! Such strength! Such swordsmanship! This can only be a sword god." Immediately thereafter, he was sent flying by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, and the formation also shattered completely. Luo Changyun traced an elegant arc across the sky, which had now returned to its pristine blue, before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. The sky seemed to rain blood, as fresh blood spurted, splattering everywhere. Xingyan slowly walked towards the prone figure lying on the ground. Luo Changyun gasped out with great difficulty, "What is the sword god to you?" Xingyan paid him no heed, raising his sword, intending to send him to reunite with his son. The encroaching sensation of death ignited his survival instincts. He cast aside his previous arrogance, pleading lowly, "Wait! I cannot die. I was blind, failing to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare me. I possess many treasures. You can take whatever you wish." From the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure. It was none other than senior brother Mo Jungsing. Thinking of the sinister smile of the one who had led him to his son's grave, he suddenly awakened to the truth. "It was you. You deceived me." Mo Jungsing stepped onto the high platform, looking at Luo Changyun, who lay pitifully on the ground, then spoke. "You ask what the sword god is to him? I am the sword god. He is my master." These words utterly terrified Luo Changyun. He crawled on the ground, wailing miserably and begging for his life. At that very moment, Bailan and Yu Ling also appeared. Bailan blocked Luo Changyun's path and asked, "I say, where do you think you're going?" Having been humiliated until now, his endurance had reached its limit. With intense resentment, he mobilized his last bit of spiritual energy, intending to desperately struggle one last time. "This old man accepts defeat today, but do not think you have truly triumphed." Bailan and Yu Ling were momentarily caught off guard by the sudden development, unsure how to react. Just then, a golden bolt of lightning streaked past Bailan and Yu Ling, striking Luo Changyun directly. Instantly, blood gushed from his neck like a spring. After completing a series of movements, Si Yan sheathed his sword, a peak spirit emperor realm cultivator attempting to self-destruct. Quote, "You truly are troublesome." It turned out that just now, he had intended to destroy his soul, using his own body as the price for self-detonation, dragging everyone present to their deaths with him. Si Yan said, "Unfortunately for you, I am here." Behind him, Luo Changyun was kneeling on the ground, his head nearly severed from his neck, fresh blood continuously gushing and splattering everywhere. Gazing at Luo Changyun's blood-soaked corpse, The surrounding spectators were so frightened, their faces turned pale. Yi Lin exclaimed in astonishment. So Tao's master is actually a divine realm cultivator. On the martial stage, after sheathing his sword, Si Yan returned the weapon to Tao Yer. He called out to Mo Jungsing, then asked with an extremely displeased expression, "Explain yourself to me." Mo Jungsing replied, covering his nose. "That's right, it was indeed I who brought the Luoqing sectmaster here. A profound opportunity brings deep fortune. But I had to accomplish it alone. For so many years the martial world only knew of the sword god. No one knew the sword god had a master. I want the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion to become renowned, to become the hottest topic in the martial world." He waved his hand forward, striking an exceedingly grand and imposing posture, as if dedicated to serving the world and its people until the very end. Xian gritted his teeth. "You scoundrel! I see you are trying to provoke me." Having said that, he immediately lunged forward, intending to give Mo Jungsing a thorough beating. Bailan held him back, while Yu Ling blocked his path, both intent on preventing this unnecessary brawl. Mo Jungsing also broke into a cold sweat and hastily explained, "Master, our Heavenly Mandate Pavilion has remained hidden for so many years. What's wrong with making our name known?" Luo Chengyun lived for several hundred years, yet committed such arrogant and despicable acts. His death barely atoned for his countless sins. Xingyan sighed, temporarily setting aside Mo Jungsing's unauthorized decisions. He said, "Never mind, let's handle proper matters first." Having said that, he turned his gaze towards City Lord Lu and called out to him. City Lord Lu was now trembling uncontrollably, hastily replying, "This humble one is present." Xian said, "The farce has ended. Does the competition still need to continue?" How could City Lord Lu possibly dare to make such a decision on his own authority? He said, "This can all be decided by Pavilion Master Cyan." His demeanor was utterly humble and self-effacing, completely unlike before. Cyan faintly smiled and said, "In that case, does anyone else wish to step forward?" An arrogant aura suddenly erupted in all directions, causing the crowd beneath the stage to tremble uncontrollably. Among them, the old man who had previously mocked Cyan was the most terrified. He hurriedly knelt down to beg for clemency. "I respectfully beg Pavilion Master Cyan for forgiveness." This lowly one, Yang Lang Ke, owns several properties in the imperial city, and also has 23 concubines and maids, 8 of whom are virgins. All possess extraordinary beauty, extremely captivating. This lowly one is willing to offer them to great Sir. Cyan thought of the scene of a group of beautiful, soft maidens surrounding him, and couldn't help but blush. Therefore, regarding that person's plea for forgiveness, he also displayed immense magnanimity. Hallmaster Yang is truly too kind. "Then I shall." Suddenly, Tao Chur, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward to intervene. "You are utterly despicable. Are you trying to use this scheme to humiliate my master? My master is a person of unparalleled benevolence. He has no need for the kind of girls you offer." Having said this, she turned to ask Cyan, "Isn't that right, master?" Cyan, standing beside her, was speechless. But seeing the somewhat warning expression on his female disciple's face, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he replied, Right, Tao is absolutely correct," while secretly lamenting in his heart that it was truly a pity. Bai Lan, at this moment, also began to speak with a dreamy expression. "Hall Master Yang has good intentions. Then bring forth the land deeds, and prepare the concubines and maids. I will accept them on behalf of my master." Both Xian and Taoger were stunned by Bai Lan's words. Hall Master Yang could only helplessly obey the command, nodding in agreement. Bai Lan secretly winked and gave a thumbs up towards Xian. Xian secretly thought, "A good disciple should be just like this," while his face was filled with happiness. Bai Lan then glanced behind her, looking at the two individuals, Nan Tianxing and his companion. "Next, if I recall correctly, you two also offended my master." Bai Lan's cold, sharp gaze and demonic demeanor caused the two, Nan Tianxing and his companion, to tremble uncontrollably. They hurriedly knelt down, begging for their lives. Li Yuhuo said, "Immortal maiden, spare my life. Do not kill me." Nan Tianxing then said, "Offending a divine realm cultivator is a grave taboo. If senior wishes to beat or kill us, this junior would not dare to harbor resentment." Before he could finish speaking, seeing Bai Lan pay no heed and still brandish her spiritual power in her hand, Li Yuhu shrieked, "I am the son of the current court minister. To kill me is to defy the emperor." Bai Lan coldly waved her hand. "And what of it? Now, I will eliminate you on behalf of my master." Before Bai Lam asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Countless eyes were fixed upon it. Standing behind him with a gloomy expression, Xin Yan asked, "Lanfer, do you wish to repeat what happened last time?" That single reminder instantly dragged Bai Lam back to a memory he would rather forget. The poor Bai Lam had once been forced to lie face down while Si Yan spanked him. He immediately cried out, "No! No!" Si Yan spoke indifferently. "Why bother dealing with these mortals? Killing them would only dirty my sword. Bai Lam still felt somewhat unwilling to let it go and cast another glance over. What are you still looking at? Scram! Nan Tianxing and his companion immediately climbed onto the rooftop, before disappearing without a trace. Bai Lam let out a disdainful snort. Xian Yan then turned to the City Lord Lu and said, City Lord Lu, if no one else wishes to challenge me, may I now claim that divine medal? How could City Lord Lu possibly dare utter a single word of refusal? He respectfully cupped his hands and replied, Master Xian, it is merely a piece of divine metal. I shall have someone deliver it here at once. Satisfied, Xian turned around and called for his 4 disciples. With everything finally settled, the 5 of them began their journey away. Beneath a crystal-clear sky, along a quiet road lined with lush green trees, a horse carriage raced swiftly forward. Inside the carriage, Xian and Tower could be seen chatting together. Xian asked, Tao Sher, why have you changed your clothes? His eyes widened as though he could scarcely believe it. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Tao Sher was secretly startled as well. She quickly explained, when I bid farewell to Sister Yilin, I gave them to her. Recalling the moment she handed the clothes to Yilin, Tao had deliberately emphasized that the robe had been personally crafted by her master, that it could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and that it greatly benefited cultivation. That was why she had intentionally gifted it to Yilin. Yilin had said, a garment crafted by someone who has reached the divine tailoring realm must surely be extraordinary. At that moment, her expression had been filled with admiration and reverence. After finishing the story, Tao Sher happily asked, Master, you're so generous. You won't mind, will you? Xian dejectedly replied, I do. It was obvious from his expression that he was extremely reluctant to part with it. Tao Sher continued, besides, Sister Yin said that next month Sister Zhao Ying is getting married, and my mother will be there as well. So Master Mei Tower. As she spoke, Tao Courier placed one hand against the carriage and slowly leaned closer to Xian. For an instant, the thought of finally meeting his future mother-in-law nearly made Xian Yan's nose bleed. He quickly regained his composure, gently patted Tao's head, and said, Taor, your master will accompany you. Tao's eyes curved into joyful crescents as she threw herself into his embrace and coquettishly said, Thank you, master. Caught completely off guard by her sudden embrace, Xian's face instantly flushed red, while inwardly he could not help but rejoice. Wonderful! This truly is bliss. Just as Xian and Tower were enjoying themselves immensely, over on Yilin's side, she secretly gritted her teeth and cursed, that despicable pervert. She felt so wronged that she was on the verge of tears. Tugging at the ill-fitting chest of her robe, she glanced down at her rather modest figure and became even more exasperated. Bai Lam's graceful figure appeared, accompanied by the sound of someone speaking. Senior brother Bai Lam, I have safeguarded this silk handkerchief for a long time. Today, it can finally be returned to its rightful owner. Bai Lam seemed slightly hesitant before smiling. Not a speck of dust stains this handkerchief. It is as pristine as when it was new. You have taken excellent care of it. Are you hoping I will reward you? The man seemed utterly astonished. Within the illusion, only 2 pairs of shoes stood facing one another as he stammered, Senior brother Bai Lam, I. Bai Lam then reached out with both hands. His soft pink lips lightly brushed past the other's hair as he whispered, Do not worry. Whatever it is you desire, I will satisfy you. The man standing before him blushed deeply and shyly replied, Thank you. The illusion abruptly shattered. On a beautiful sunny day within the Grand Preceptor's manor, Su Xuan hugged the handkerchief tightly, buried his face in it, and softly murmured Bai Lam's name. It turned out that everything he had just witnessed existed only in his imagination. He quietly spoke, as though answering the Bai Lam within that illusion. I am not greedy. I merely wish. Before he could finish, a thunderous voice from behind called out, Young master! Startled, he snapped awake from his daydream. Both embarrassed and irritated, he asked, What is it? Why did you come in without announcing yourself first? The servant broke into a cold sweat, cupped his hands respectfully, and reported, Young master, His Majesty has arrived. He says he wishes to visit second young Miss Su Taoware. Su Xuan froze for a moment. What? He came again? Inside the reception hall of the Grand Preceptor's manor, a sweet voice called out, Your Majesty! A man wearing the imperial crown sat upon the seat of honor. 2 beautiful young women sat upon either side of his lap, gently feeding him grapes. One of the girls asked, Your Majesty, are these lychees delicious? Wrapping one arm around her slender waist, the emperor replied, When peeled by such a lovely beauty, even the finest delicacies cannot compare. How could they not be delicious? This man was none other than the Yongwen Emperor of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. Seated below him, Grand Preceptor Su and his wife both wore expressions of utter helplessness. Grand Preceptor Su rubbed his forehead, completely at a loss. He sighed inwardly, His Majesty's lustful temperament has truly stirred up endless trouble. He recalled a day in court when an official had suggested that His Majesty visited the Su family so frequently because he coveted their beauty. He silently fumed. That fool truly knew neither the immensity of heaven nor earth, daring to suggest marrying her into the imperial harem as a concubine. HMPH. Who would ever dare agree to such a proposal? Seated at the place of honor, the Yongwen Emperor suddenly called out to Grand Preceptor Su, startling both husband and wife. With a cheerful smile, the Yongwen Emperor said, "Over the past few months, I have visited countless times, yet Tao Sher has been absent every single visit." Her voice, her smile. I think of them day and night. Standing outside the doorway and eavesdropping, Su Xuan flew into a rage the moment he heard those words. Thinking of her day and night? So the rumors were true. He truly intended to claim Tatawagar for himself. Grinding his teeth, Su Xuan cursed, "You dog of an emperor! The first time Tao entered the palace to visit you, she was only 10 years old." He recalled the innocent little girl from years ago, sitting upon the lap of the emperor, who had already entered middle age at the time, asking him for candy. He had never imagined things would come to this. Grand Preceptor Su stammered, "Tao Yer." His thoughts were in complete turmoil. The last time, who knows where Xuan Care took Tao Yer? How am I supposed to answer now? At that very moment, Su Xuan strode into the hall and calmly declared, "Thank you for your Majesty's concern. I have taken Tao Sher away for training." Still smiling, the Yongwen Emperor replied, "Training? Very well then, Xuan Care. Tell me where she is, and I shall send someone to bring her back." Su Xuan showed not the slightest intention of yielding. "The affairs of the Su family require no concern from your Majesty." Although the Yongwen Emperor's brows furrowed, Su Xuan resolutely continued, "I will never tell you where Tao Sher is." The Yongwen Emperor slammed his palm onto the table and angrily demanded, "You insolent wretch, are you trying to hide Tao Sher from me?" He shot to his feet in fury and pointed directly at Su Xuan as he berated him. "Completely fearless?" Su Xuan retorted. "An old man like you still wants to prey upon a young girl? Have you no shame? If you want another concubine, find someone else." Grand Preceptor Suk and his wife inwardly cried out, "This is bad. This is very bad. Xuan Sher has completely misunderstood the situation." In truth, when the Yongwen Emperor first ascended the throne, the political situation was in utter chaos. To protect his children, the son and daughter of Consort Yan had been entrusted to the Su family's care. The husband and wife exchanged glances, both wanting to shout at the same time, "Xuan Shoer, you and Taofuer are His Majesty's own flesh and blood." Grand Preceptor Su hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. "Xuan Heir, do not be so disrespectful." Su Xuan ignored him and continued, "Ha ha! Panting like that? Looks like I struck the truth, didn't I?" Even though the Yongwen Emperor was already trembling with rage, Su Xuan boldly declared, "I, Su Xuan, have only one younger sister, even if you are." Before he could finish, the Yongwen Emperor's fist smashed into him, sending him flying before the horrified eyes of Grand Preceptor Su Xuan and his wife. Moments later, furious shouting echoed throughout the reception hall. "Fool! Today I shall teach you a lesson in place of your father." Su Xuan refused to back down in the slightest. "Dog Emperor. Even if you beat me to death today, I will never betray my little sister." While chaos engulfed the Grand Preceptor's manor, everything remained peaceful at the Pavilion of Heavenly Destiny. Tao was feeling both embarrassed and flustered because of the outfit she was wearing. It turned out that her master had just tailored a new set of clothes for her, but he had been so economical with the fabric that far too much skin was exposed, leaving her extremely self-conscious. Takeaware went to find Si Yan, intending to ask how she looked in her new outfit. But the moment she stepped inside, she was greeted by a scene that left her utterly dumbfounded. Si Yan's collar was tightly gripped, his robes were in complete disarray, and Bai Lam had pinned him to the ground. Smiling gently, Bai Lam deftly began removing Si Yan's robe as he said, "Master, you haven't changed your clothes for several days. Allow this disciple to wash them for you." Xing Yan struggled desperately. "Bai Lam, you shameless pervert! Stop taking advantage of me!" Taor hurriedly covered her mouth to keep herself from crying out. She quietly closed the door before sprinting away, her mind already running wild with thoughts of her master and second senior brother together. In her imagination, her master, bare from the waist up, wrapped his arms around second senior brother's neck, while second senior brother gently asked, "Master, do I smell pleasant enough now?" Her master replied, "Good disciple, let your master reward you." The more vividly she imagined the scene, the more convinced Tao Pakar became that her suspicions were correct. "It's over. It's over. Master likes men." The sudden noise outside the door left both Bai Lam and Si Yan staring toward the entrance with puzzled expressions. In the courtyard, Tao Koer sat beside eldest senior brother Mo Jungsing. Although the stone table before them was filled with delicious food, Mo Junhang did not notice her troubled thoughts, still engrossed in discussing the food. "The West eats spicy? The East eats sweet. Northern dishes are rich, while southern ones are bland. How wonderful. For Yu Ling to enter the kitchen is truly world-class. It turns out this entire feast was prepared by Yu Ling himself. He brought 2 more plates of dishes, humbly saying, "Senior brother, you praise me too much." Mo Junghang replied, "As expected of my junior brother, he always accomplishes extraordinary things." Tao Ni paid no attention to their conversation, merely staring blankly at the table of food. At this moment, Bailan and Xian also arrived. Tao Ni glanced over, seeing the 2 of them still pulling and tugging at each other. Bailan held a sword and walked ahead, while avoiding Xian, saying, "Master, I helped you retrieve the sword, but you cannot simply take it back like this." Xian grabbed him. "Forging a sword for junior sister is only natural. Now, quickly, hand over the sword." Tao Ni covered her mouth, her face flushing. "That is master and senior brother Bailan." In her mind, she immediately conjured an image of the 2 of them intimately practicing swordplay. Xinyan declared he would defeat Bailan, while Bailan asked if Xinyan truly liked his rear. She immediately slammed the table and sprang to her feet, clenching her fists as she called out, "Master!" under the bewildered gazes of the 2. Xian looked over, immensely pleased to see that Tao Ni had changed into new attire. His eyes shone like stars as he gazed at her alluring figure, which still exuded an air of innocence, and praised her incessantly. "Oh Tao Ni, you truly look adorable no matter what you wear. Let your master take a closer look." With that, he joyfully danced around Tao Ni, peering here and there. Tao Ni, though displeased, remained silent. After admiring her to his satisfaction, he finally realized something was amiss with his disciple's expression. "Wait, Tao Ni's expression seems unhappy," he hastily asked. "Tao Ni, why are you not happy? Do you not like this new Taoist robe? Although this Taoist robe is a bit thin, it is excellent for cultivation practice." At the same time, he placed a hand on Tao Ni's shoulder to comfort her. "Your master has poured all his heart and effort into this." But as soon as Tao Ni felt his hand touch her, she immediately recoiled, shouting, "Master! Even if you have some strange proclivities, Tao Ni would not mind." Xinyan looked at the scene before him with a completely bewildered expression. Tao Ni continued, "But why do you care about Tao Ni?" Saying this, she covered her face and fled. Xinyan was stunned by the phrase, "strange proclivities," wanting to stop her, but it was too late. The 4 master and disciples stood frozen in the courtyard, Xian utterly confused. Bailan covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. Mo Junghang appeared to greatly enjoy the commotion, while the honest Yu Ling was just as bewildered. Suddenly, Xian roared, "What?" Night fell upon the pavilion of heavenly mandate. 2 small birds perched on a branch, watching Tao Ni as she searched everywhere for her master. Tao Ni thought that if her master truly liked senior brother Bailan, she would sincerely bless the 2 of them. Tao Ni looked left and right, searching, but inwardly she couldn't help but wonder why she wasn't treated in the same manner. She suddenly stopped, her expression revealing a trace of hurt. The thought of those 2 together made her chest feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, Tu Yan unexpectedly appeared behind Dao Nhi, asking what she was doing, which made Dao Nhi jump in surprise. Dao Nhi turned her embarrassed face and asked why her master was here. Seeing his disciple's expression, Tu Yan comforted her, saying that if she had something on her mind, she could tell him. Yet, deep within his heart, he was screaming, believing his own suspicions were indeed correct. "But if Dao Nhi says it, you won't be angry with me, will you?" Dao Nhi covered her face, shyly asking her master, How could I possibly be angry? There must be some misunderstanding, but in reality, Dao Nhi had only accidentally seen something and misinterpreted it. At this moment, Tu Yan's inner thoughts were intensely conflicted by his disciple's ambiguous words. He even thought Dao Nhi had discovered him secretly drawing her while she bathed. Dao Nhi gathered all her courage to voice the doubts in her heart, for she did not understand why her master could treat senior brother Bailan in such a manner. Time seemed to freeze, and silence enveloped their surroundings. "So, she thought I secretly liked Bailan? All right then." "What?" Tu Yan reacted slowly, almost shedding tears at his disciple's thoughts. He hastily explained that she was thinking nonsense, daring to claim her master liked men. Seeing the person opposite become slightly angry, Dao Nhi immediately acted spoiled and complained, reminding him that her master had promised not to be angry. Helpless, Tu Yan sighed and took out a white sword with carved patterns. He explained that these past few days he had been with Bailan because he wanted to forge the peerless treasure sword for Dao Nhi. After understanding the truth, Dao Nhi was deeply moved and thanked her master. In a hidden corner nearby, Bailan saw everything and was quite angry. He had toiled diligently to forge the sword, yet his master's heart was solely devoted to his junior sister. Bailan revealed a dangerous smile, intending to play a trick on his master. High above, the full moon shone down on Dao Nhi, who was happily walking along the road, knowing she had misunderstood her master. Suddenly, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, carried a piece of paper that fell straight onto Dao Ni's face. Annoyed, and thinking someone had carelessly discarded trash in the middle of the night, what caught her eye was a painting of a nude woman. Recalling that her master had once said he really liked painting, she immediately guessed this painting was drawn by her master. So he truly is a man, after all? She suddenly widened her eyes, for when she fully unfolded the paper, she discovered the person in the painting greatly resembled her. In a fit of anger, Dao Nhi crumpled the paper, almost certain that the person depicted was herself. At this moment, Dao Nhi was utterly enraged. She clutched the drawing tightly and went to find her master to demand a clear explanation. At this moment, she remembered the times her undergarments had gone missing, and the figure outside her window. Could they all have been her master? And then there was her Taoist robe. Recalling that her master had once said the see-through Taoist robe would aid in cultivation, and even instructed her to absolutely wear it, he indeed had ulterior motives. Clearly, I regarded you as a father, an elder brother, as family, yet how could you do such a despicable thing? Her expression was resolute. She was determined to find her master and clarify everything. Just as she stepped outside, a violent tremor swept over, causing her to almost fall. She was utterly astonished by the scene before her eyes. A dazzling golden light shone straight down, accompanied by fierce lightning bolts striking. At this moment, the one enduring all of this was none other than Xie Yan. He sat there, the golden light striking directly upon him, along with unknown characters. Seeing this, Tao Ni immediately ran over, calling out to him, while he was utterly surprised to see her appear here. She asked him, "What is this?" He replied, "What is upon me is called heavenly Dao." She asked again, bewildered. Knowing she still did not comprehend, he patiently explained, "With the heavenly Dao here, I, your master, cannot be too far from the Tianming pavilion." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "We must go to Jiangnan. I, your master, can only take the entire Tianming pavilion with me." Her mouth immediately fell open, unable to believe that the Tianming pavilion was flying. It was only then that she finally spoke, asking, "Why are you restrained by the heavenly Dao?" With eyes filled with sorrow, he said, "They are the shackles that bind me, your master. It is also a punishment that I willingly accept." Hearing this, Tao Ni could not help but ask, full of doubt, "Punishment?" At that moment, his voice was tinged with faint melancholy, as he recounted that it was a story from a very long time ago. In those days, he once had someone always by his side, but later, that person passed away. At that moment, he stood alone amidst the pouring rain, with only that person's tombstone beside him. Tears mixed with rain, he choked with resentment, then raised his sword straight to the sky, swearing to exact revenge. Therefore he ascended alone to the 9 heavens, to hunt down and kill those people. On that day, gods and Buddhas all pleaded for him to cease his rage. But how could he stop? He ignored countless pleas, killing one person after another, causing the destruction of many deities and the common people to fall into disaster. From that incident onward, the heavenly Tao began to manifest itself, and he willingly allowed the heavenly Tao to bind him, exiled across the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds. Having finished speaking, he told her, "To this day, I, your master, no longer regret it, yet I have never had any remorse. I only wish for my departed friend to rest in peace." Tao Ni stood by, listening to the entire story, her entire being quieted as she sank into thought. At this moment, he asked her, "Why did you come to find me?" She hesitated, not speaking, merely standing still and looking at him with eyes full of deep contemplation. "Could it be that master has intentions towards me?" Seeing her motionless for a long time, he then called out her name, as if finally making up his mind. She looked at him and said, "Master, men and women should not touch each other inappropriately. Unless, in the future, you are Tao Ni's fated person, otherwise, do not even think about bullying Tao Ni like before. Furthermore, this karmic enmity, you should handle it yourself." Having said that, she added to him, especially senior brother Bai Lan. Bai Lan, who was standing on the rooftop at that moment, spoke up as soon as he, "Are you talking about me?" At this moment, Bai Lan was clad in female attire, still holding a paper fan that obscured half of her face. Xie Yan and Tao Er both turned their heads to look, and immediately after, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Bai Lan, Mo Jiangxing and Yu Ling. The 3 of them each spoke a sentence in turn. Yu Ling said, "Quite the elaborate display today." Mo Jiangxing continued, "If we stay, we will only be a hindrance, won't we?" Bai Lan concluded, "We disciples shall take our leave first." Seeing this, he immediately roared, "Disciples, return at once!" But those individuals intentionally provoked him, saying, "Venerable master, how can you stop us now?" Then they bid farewell, laughed heartily, and flew away. He watched the scene, enraged to the extreme, and roared, "Rebellious disciples!" As he stirred, the heavenly Davio's restraints immediately tightened around him. His pent-up indignation intensified, and he looked into the distance, roaring, Once this old man finds you, I will surely beat you until you can no longer walk." On this side, Tao Er also bid him farewell and departed. He hastily asked her what her previous words truly meant, but Tao Er, with an aggrieved expression, walked straight away without another word. He sighed, thinking to himself that he would have no choice but to ask her next time. Tomorrow, upon arriving in Jiangnan, he wondered what kind of person Tao Er's older sister, Xiao Ying, would be. In the back courtyard of the Xiao Manor, amidst the garden, peach blossoms silently drifted down. A jade-like white hand gently caught the petals as they fell onto the ground. She wondered to herself, "Can I escape this marriage engagement?" Inside the Xiao family manor, voices of dispute rang out. It seemed to be the voices of Xiao Yaoyuan, the family head of the Xiao family and father of young Miss Xiao Ying, along with her elder brother Xiao Lingyue. Elder Master Xiao was enraged because Xiao Ying showed indifference towards the marriage he had arranged. Xiao Lingyue sat in a wheelchair, his face haggard. Although he understood his father's feelings, he also deeply sympathized with his younger sister's actions. He tried to speak up for young Miss Xiao, hoping to soothe his father's wrath. However, not a single word from Lingyue managed to enter his ears. Last night, Xiao Ying hid in the sword practice courtyard, failing to attend the appointed meeting with the Fu family, which enraged him. This morning he sent someone to ask me how much effort it took to foster this advantageous marriage alliance. Xiao Ying's actions truly made her father furious enough to die. Xiao Lingyue was deeply pained, for his body was weak, forcing him to use a wheelchair, and rendering him unable to cultivate. It was precisely because of this that his younger sister had to desperately practice sword arts, undoubtedly wanting to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Xiao family herself. As an elder brother, he truly felt too ashamed. But Xiao Yaoyuan did not think this way. Xiao Ying was, after all, just a daughter. How could such a frail and delicate body shoulder the safety of the Xiao family and withstand the retaliation from the demonic sect? According to Xiao Yaoyuan, the best choice was to rely on the Fu family. The Fu family had the Truyang Palace backing them. As long as Xiao Ying was married off to them, the Xiao family would have a path to salvation. Xiao Ying, standing outside the door, overheard this conversation. She understood that only if she sacrificed herself could everyone in the Xiao family live in peace. Si Yan had already arrived in Jiangnan City. Tao Er did not accompany him but had departed a few days earlier. He had originally thought this was a good opportunity to be alone with his lovely female disciple. But unexpectedly, he still had to embark on the journey alone. While lost in thought, the call of a newsboy suddenly startled Si Yan. "New papers, fresh off the press. Today's hot news concerns a Japanese cultivator." Si Yan had not expected newspapers to exist here either, so he bought a copy, walked to the riverbank, and began to read. Holding the newspaper in his hand, he unconsciously felt a surge of nostalgia. Let's see. There's an article about the eldest young miss of the Zhao family, who must be Tao Er's elder sister. The other articles are all gossip, various news from all corners of the land. Si Yan scanned his eyes around, and suddenly saw the line, indicating the editor-in-chief, Mogi Wuxian. This pen name sounded quite familiar. Si Yan recalled once telling Mo Junxing that he should open a newspaper office, because that individual had a hobby of constantly gathering information everywhere, especially after he secretly inquired everywhere about Yu Ling's affairs at the Profound Maiden sect. At that time, the person surnamed Mo even asked Si Yan what a newspaper office was. Si Yan had originally thought it was just a joke, but he had unexpectedly made it a reality. Mo Junxing was indeed very dangerous. He usually appeared indifferent, yet secretly did unimaginable things. Si Yan thought to himself, he must definitely guard against this person in the future. After traveling for a day, the sky was already nearing dusk. Si Yan decided to fly across the river to reach the Xiao Manor, as this would save more time. The river water was clear blue, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The scenery was desolate, yet tranquil. Upon reaching the middle of the river, Sin Yan saw a wooden boat that was quite discreet yet incredibly sturdy. Drawing closer, Sin Yan heard sounds emanating from inside the boat, belonging to a man and a woman. Fu Lang, a little gentler. Rapid breathing echoed. The boat gently vibrated, and those sounds were truly strange. Sin Yan paused above the boat, peering through a small gap in the door. Inside, a burly man was with a young woman whose eyes held a flirtatious, seductive charm. The two were being intimate with each other. The sight truly made Si Yan's eyes burn. As the young woman was about to say something, her gaze swept over, and she immediately noticed Si Yan. She shrieked, and both of them instantly panicked at being spied upon. The man flew into a rage, his eyes as if wanting to devour Si Yan alive. Si Yan hastily waved his hand, explaining that he had merely passed by coincidentally. Everything was unintentional, absolutely not deliberate. But that man surnamed Fua absolutely did not believe his words. The atmosphere was as if a great battle was about to erupt. The man surnamed Fu cursed loudly, his insults echoing all around. Damn it. Si Yan had left the boat, standing on the water's surface, looking towards the pair. Young Master Fu, intent on taking Si Yan's life, swiftly flung a hairpin imbued with true qi towards him. Indeed, he had severely underestimated the heavenly mandate sectmaster. Xian merely used 2 fingers to pinch the hairpin. Such skill, coupled with the ability to stand upon the water's surface, clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. Young Master Fu began to feel a touch of apprehension. Xin Yan, not wishing to waste further time arguing, and having already witnessed the amusing spectacle, deemed it better to let them continue their affairs. He bid farewell, with no promise of future encounters. And before departing, did not forget to deliver a few mocking remarks, enraging those on the boat to the point of madness. The young lady accompanying young Master Fu was extremely worried. The relationship between them was undoubtedly dubious. Her young Master Fu swore that if he were to ever meet Xian again, he would most certainly kill him. Xian then flew directly to the Zhao family manor, but instead of using the main gate, he vaulted over the wall into the back courtyard, acting no differently than an intruder. The reason Xian did this was to create a surprise for Taojer. At the same moment, young Miss Zhao was also in that very place, practicing her swordplay. Xiao Ying was exceptionally beautiful. From her countenance to her figure, there was not a single flaw, and her swordplay was graceful, fluid, and ethereal. She was truly outstanding. The sight before him caused Xian to be unable to restrain himself from reciting poetry. Startling as a frightened swan, graceful as a soaring dragon, radiant as an autumn chrysanthemum, vibrant as a spring pine, she was indeed a beauty untainted by worldly dust. Xiao Ying was utterly astonished, bewildered as to where this stranger had appeared from, standing in her own home and uttering nonsense. This individual surely harbored ill intentions. She immediately swung her sword towards Xian, demanding his identity. Xian remained utterly composed, declaring himself an esteemed guest who had merely been drawn by her swordplay and thus stopped to admire it. Xian remarked that while her swordplay was indeed beautiful, it had not yet reached perfection. As he spoke, he deftly flicked away the tip of Xiao Ying's sword with his hand. Xian had used only a single finger, a display of power that was truly astonishing. Xiao Ying realized that the person before her was a master practitioner, and she absolutely could not act rashly. She retracted her sword and asked, if Xian was a guest, then why had he appeared in a maiden's private chambers? Xian claimed that the manor was simply too vast, causing him to lose his way. It seemed as though everything had temporarily settled down. If only Xian had not then noticed young Miss Zhao's undergarments, which were drying on a pole, their colors truly adorable. Xian gazed, unable to avert his eyes, a sight Xiao Ying quickly noticed. That look was precisely that of a lecherous scoundrel. It seemed he was clearly an evildoer, certainly no guest at all. She absolutely had to teach him a lesson. Xiao Ying once again grasped her sword and desperately charged towards Xi Weiyan. Xi Yan was quite pleased, considering it an opportunity to impart guidance on swordplay, helping her to broaden her horizons. Xi Yan used only one hand to parry her sword with a peach branch. Unbeknownst to her, he had already embraced her from behind, one hand grasping hers, guiding her sword along each graceful and beautiful stroke. The swordplay was both powerful and exquisite, like an ancient, towering mountain, yet as profound as an abyssal, bottomless sea. The towering mountains and vast seas seemed to stretch endlessly. Xiao Ying could not resist. She wondered who on earth he truly was. Amidst such a picturesque scene, it would be truly remiss if Tu Yan did not utter a few flirtatious words. A fine sword belongs to a hero, just as a beautiful flower suits a maiden. He presented the peach branch in his hand to her, just as he heard movement from Ms. Zhao's boudoir. Xiao Lingyue, Tao Er, and several servants immediately rushed over. Seeing Xiao Ying being restrained by a man, everyone was alarmed. Fortunately, Tao Er recognized her master. Master? Tu Yan heard his disciple calling him. Just as Xiao Lingyue ordered the servants to seize Tu Yan, Tao Er intervened in time. She rushed forward to embrace Tu Yan, explaining to everyone that this was her master. All misunderstandings were temporarily cleared. Tao Er held his arm, asking unhappily why Tu Yan was present in her sister's boudoir. Tu Yan could only say that he had gotten lost, not realizing that his attempt to surprise Tao Er would ultimately cause such a great commotion. The siblings Xiao Lingyue and Xiao Ying heard Tao Er call him master, but their hearts remained filled with doubt. How could Tu Yan, being so young, possibly be a master? Or was it truly, as the long-standing rumors claimed, that Tao Er had eloped with her lover, and this Tu Yan was indeed her lover? Xiao Ying grew even more suspicious of them when her younger sister continuously inquired about the peach branch Tu Yan intended to give her. If that were the case, then Tao Er had just witnessed her and that fellow named Yan in a rather intimate gesture, and would surely misunderstand. That would not do. Xiao Ying immediately stepped forward to explain for Tu Yan, stating that they were merely exchanging sword techniques, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Tao Er asked no further questions. Remembering how long it had been since she last saw Xiao Ying, she excitedly embraced her elder sister. The two chattered excitedly together, holding hands as they went to try on Xiao Ying's wedding attire. Tu Carrion was left behind by Tao Er with young Master Zhao. Zhao Lingyue then invited him to join them to watch Xiao Ying try on her clothes, and he immediately agreed. At this time, everyone in the Zhao estate was busy preparing for the wedding. Red lanterns adorned all the houses. Doors bore auspicious wedding couplets, and the entire place bustled with activity. Tungyan offered his felicitations for the auspicious occasion, and Zhao Lingyue happily responded with thanks. Xiao Ying emerged from the room, draped in a vibrant red wedding gown, its design intricate and elaborate. Her head was adorned with a red veil, and her feet wore red embroidered shoes. Xiao Ying looked like an empress. Anyone who saw her had to praise her. Although the attire was perfect, Zhao Ying's expression held no joy, completely unlike the expectant mood of a bride-to-be. After trying on the clothes, everyone proceeded together to have dinner. Tu Yan was also invited to stay the night at the estate. On the way to the dining hall, they saw Old Master Zhao and Fu Jia chatting and laughing merrily, seemingly discussing the wedding arrangements. From a distance, Tu Yan immediately recognized the familiar face as the man he had met on the boat. It turned out he was Fu Jia, Xiao Ying's fiancé. It was truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path, as outside, the sky began to darken. During the banquet, the atmosphere grew as tense as a bowstring, as silent gazes intertwined. A heavy silence filled the entire room. Yet Tao remained engrossed in her meal, completely oblivious to her surroundings. On this side, Zhao Jinyun's complexion was ashen. She did not look well. On the other side, Xie Yan and the man surnamed Fu were staring at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. The man surnamed Fu secretly speculated whether Xie Yan would expose the matter right here, while constantly calculating how to silence him. At the same time, Xie Yan was also thinking that this man dared to flirt with other women right before his grand wedding. His audacity was truly not small. At that moment, Ling Yu, sitting opposite, picked up a piece of beef and placed it into Ms. Zhao's bowl, gently asking if she was unwell because she was busy preparing for her younger sister's wedding. Zhao Jinyun could only force a smile, express her thanks, and indicate that he need not worry too much. The man surnamed Fu was still pondering in his heart, his hand clenching the teacup tightly. He began to doubt Xie Yan's identity. For someone who could appear at the Xiao family's banquet certainly could not be an ordinary person. At that moment he also spoke up, expressing that he felt extremely honored to dine with the esteemed daughter of Grand Preceptor Su. Tao with her chopsticks still in her mouth, said, "You truly benefited. From now on, please take good care of my elder sister Xiao Ying." As she spoke, she hooked one arm around her elder sister Xiao Ying's arm. Elder sister Xiao Ying did not resist, only wore a weary expression, and let out a soft sigh. The man surnamed Fu chuckled sardonically, guaranteeing he would follow Miss Su's instructions. He then turned to Xie Yan, flashing an extremely sinister smile, and asked, "May I ask, what is this brother's relationship with Miss Su?" "This is our first meeting, yet I feel an unusual closeness to you," he calmly replied. "I am Xie Yan, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mandate, and Tao Er's master." At this moment, a hint of killing intent seemed to flash in his eyes as he intentionally hinted, "Does this brother feel I look familiar because this morning, she and I had the fortune to admire the spring scenery on the lake during our outing?" After speaking, he even winked. His calm demeanor infuriated the man surnamed Fu, who squeezed the teacup in his hand so tightly that the tea spilled out. Xie Yan, meanwhile, stroked his chin, a relaxed demeanor as if recalling past events, and exclaimed with emotion, "In this life it would be difficult for me to forget such a scene of spring beauty on the lake, as if intentionally delivering another fatal blow." Upon hearing those words, Jin Yun seemed to have been struck at a sensitive spot and jolted, causing Ling Yu to hurriedly inquire with concern. Xie Yan secretly felt sorry for brother Ling Yu, while also not knowing how to warn him. At the same time, he glanced at the man surnamed Fu, thinking, "Isn't this just bullying an honest person?" As for the other man, he was secretly cursing in his heart. The old man with the long beard sitting opposite, who had been observing, began to show signs of losing composure. He could only speculate to himself whether those two had developed some conflict, to the point where they didn't even care about the face of this old man sitting here. At this moment the old man decided to speak up, raising his wine cup, and laughed heartily. "Today is truly a day of 3 joys at the door." The first cup was raised towards Xiao Ying, and he said the first joy was that his daughter had chosen a worthy son-in-law. The second cup he directed towards Tao and Xie Yan, congratulating Miss Su on finding an esteemed master. For the last cup he said the third joy was young Master Fu and young Master Si, 2 talented young men who had the fortune to meet here. At that moment, the man surnamed Fu was glaring at Xie Yan, while Xie Yan merely smiled calmly, carrying a hint of mockery. The old man with the long beard said loudly, "Isn't this something worth celebrating? Come, let us drink a celebratory wine." Xie Yan and brother Fu raised their cups, exchanging extremely polite words, but their expressions could not hide their disdain for each other. Outwardly, he expressed his honor, but in his heart, Xinyan thought this man was duplicitous and scheming, harboring lecherous desires, so he decided to let him continue his act for a while longer. Brother Fu glanced askance at Xinyan, claiming long-standing admiration, but in his heart he secretly thought, even if Xinyan had connections to the Xiao family, if he dared to ruin his important business, he would certainly make him pay. As the two raised their cups, their gazes still clashed, filled with killing intent. Tao Ni continued to dine calmly, while only Zhao Ying keenly observed. She also realized there was animosity between those two. The moon had risen high. At this moment, everyone was gathered outside, conversing, when the man named Fu acted sneakily, asking his subordinate if the assigned task had been handled. The subordinate had a fierce and terrifying face, his left eye bearing a long scar, and stated that he had a trustworthy person. That person acted decisively, skilled in both assassination and robbery, fully capable of handling his mission with ease. The man named Fu revealed a look of smug satisfaction, let out a sinister laugh, and praised him. But he did not forget to remind him that Xinyan was connected to the daughter of Grand Preceptor Su, so the work needed to be done very cleanly, leaving no traces. Meanwhile, Tao Ni cheerfully linked arms with Xiao Ying and returned to rest, under Xinyan's regretful and lingering gaze. Tao Ni wanted to invite Xiao Ying to rest early, so they could go to Dongyang Tower to watch a play the next day. Xinyan returned to his room, pacing back and forth, his heart uneasy, wondering if Tao Ni's recent erratic behavior was due to her being upset about something. Then he let out a heavy sigh, slammed the table to regain his composure, confidently believing he would display his righteous brilliance within the Zhao family to make Tao Ni look at him differently. Just then, he accidentally touched a piece of paper on the table, which looked like a message someone had left for him. Xinyan was startled and surprised to realize it was a letter from Xiao Ying, inviting him to meet, and moreover, it appointed him to meet at the hour of the rat tonight. He was stunned. A woman actually invited him to meet at midnight. In his mind, he had already imagined Xiao Ying dressed alluringly and teasing him with seductive words. Xinyan thought in a panic. Could it be that this new bride also harbored flirtatious intentions? The night was deep, but Tao Ni still couldn't sleep. She paced in the garden, her mood agitated. Tao Ni recalled the past days living with her master and 3 senior brothers. Their relationship had always been very close. She once thought that affection would last forever, never expecting her 3 senior brothers to leave without a single word of farewell to their master. Thus, she was the only disciple remaining by Xinyan's side. Today her master had gone through such trouble to come all this way, yet she had shown a cold attitude. She secretly blamed herself for making her master sad, so she decided to go to Xinyan's room to talk. Tao Ni was extremely excited. She prepared some refreshments, and also brought the painting drawn by Xinyan to ask for clarification. She thought her master would surely be very happy. But when Tao Ni arrived, she did not see her master. She entered the room and saw Xiao Ying's letter, inviting Xinyan to meet. What exactly had happened between the two of them? Xinyan had arrived at the meeting place. Xiao Ying was standing there, waiting for him. As soon as he saw Xiao Ying, Xinyan immediately asked her why she had summoned him there. Though his words sounded indifferent, in truth, standing before such beauty, he would be willing to help with anything. Xiao Ying respectfully stated that she wished for Xinyan to instruct her in swordsmanship, truly a case where only through conflict could true camaraderie be formed. Xiao Ying had realized that Xinyan's swordsmanship was far from ordinary. Throughout this time she had constantly trained diligently, but had yet to reach the realm she desired. Meeting Xinyan today, upon hearing the request, Xinyan felt extremely surprised. Why would a young lady be so captivated by sword practice to such an extent? Ms. Xiao recounted that many years ago, the Xiao family had been embroiled in a fierce war with the demonic sect. To protect his younger sister and the Zhao family, Zhao Lingyue had slain many experts of the demonic sect, gravely injuring himself, to the point that he still cannot walk today. The Xiao manor tragically declined, its experts suffering severe depletion of their vital energy, yet the demonic sect refused to cease their aggressions, constantly seeking revenge over the past few years. It was precisely for this reason that her father married her into the Fu family, aiming to leverage the influence of the True Yang Palace as a backing against the demonic sect. However, she completely distrusted Fu Shenji and was unwilling to sacrifice her entire life so easily. Understanding Xiao Ying's thoughts, Xinyan felt that a young lady like her was truly courageous and brave. Furthermore, he already knew that Fu Shenji was hardly a decent person. If Xiao Ying were to marry into that family, she would surely meet with no good end. He agreed to impart sword techniques to her. Before instructing her, Xinyan presumptuously took her pulse to examine her cultivation. After observing her pulse, he diagnosed an obstruction within her body. When his hand clasped hers, she felt her entire body grow warm, a truly comforting sensation. To examine more thoroughly, Xinyan extended his hand towards her lower abdomen and stated, Cultivators must gather heaven and earth spiritual energy into their dantian, but within your body, your vital energy is chaotic, leaving you with no foundation when attempting to utilize it. However, I observe that your bone structure is quite unique, highly suitable for cultivation. Xiao Ying felt a slight shyness, yet she still placed great trust in Xie Yan. Coincidentally, Xie Yan had devised a mental cultivation technique perfectly suited for Xiao Ying. He embraced her from behind, holding the sword, and began to perform the sword dance. This mental cultivation technique was immensely powerful. As long as Xiao Ying diligently practiced, confronting the demonic sect would be an exceedingly simple matter. The night scene grew increasingly enchanting, and the distance between the two individuals steadily diminished. Xie Yan's face drew close to Xiao Xiaoxi's. Master Si, you are too close. This scene was then witnessed by Dao Ni. Master! Dao Ni's voice rang out, startling both Xie Yan and Xiao Ying. Dao Ni, why have you come here? Xiao Ying hastily approached Dao Ni, wanting to find an opportunity to explain, but Dao Ni refused to listen, for what she had just witnessed was all too clear. She turned and walked away. The next morning, the Xiao family had made plans to visit the Ming Tower to watch a play. The three individuals, Dao Ni, Xie Yan, and Xiao Ying, stood together awaiting their carriage. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Dao Ni and Xiao Ying did not even look at each other, and Xie Yan, standing between them, felt extremely awkward. He blamed himself, realizing he should have considered earlier that if he taught sword arts to another girl, Dao Ni would surely become angry. Had it not been for last night's events, Xiao Ying and Dao Ni would surely have shared a carriage, chatting happily instead of being in their current predicament. Dao Ni boarded the carriage of her sister-in-law, Zhu Jinyun. Xiao Ying rode in a carriage by herself. Xie Yan did the same. Dao Ni and her sister-in-law had already arrived at the Ming Tower, but Xie Yan was still nowhere to be seen, causing her to grow slightly anxious. Dao Ni repeatedly glanced towards the entrance, waiting. Her sister-in-law, observing her demeanor, immediately realized she was waiting for her master. Although she was very anxious internally, when her sister-in-law asked, she immediately reacted fiercely, saying that she was not waiting for a wicked person like Xie Yan. This person treated her very well, but often did things that made her angry. Just by listening, Zhu Jinyun realized that Dao Ni was fond of Xie Yan, and advised her that if she met a good man whom she could rely on for life, no matter the cost, she must hold on to him tightly. Hearing those words, Dao Ni asked herself, could it be that I truly like Xie Yan? Fu Shenqi secretly arranged a plan to kill and silence, sending men to assassinate Xie Yan on his journey. Xie Yan sat in the carriage, his mind constantly torn, recalling Dao Ni's words from last night. It turned out that all along she had held deep affection for him. Even if he made mistakes, Dao Ni always trusted him, because she believed Xie Yan treated only her specially. Unexpectedly, outside the carriage, assassins suddenly charged forward, 3 or 4 of them surrounding and shattering the carriage. Xie Yan, with just a bit of martial skill, easily struck them down. Who told them to dare provoke him at a time when he was already in a foul mood? The Fu family's close retainer never expected Pavilion Master Xiangnan to be so formidable. He immediately invited the #1 expert of Jiangnan to confront him. This expert, according to his introduction, at 3 years old, had slain a flood dragon. At 5, he had killed a tiger. He had gained fame in his youth, his Taoist arts exquisite and sharp. Once enraged, this #1 expert slowly descended from the air, his demeanor exceptionally majestic. He didn't even bother to glance at his opponent, and declared that his foe would perish beneath his blade. This person was none other than Yang Lingqing, who had once suffered a crushing defeat at Xie Yan's hands. Xie Yan immediately recognized the acquaintance. Yang Lingqing was so ashamed that he was speechless. Just now he had been far too arrogant. That servant had not expected the two of them to be acquainted, and moreover, in such an unfortunate manner. To atone, Hallmaster Yang threw his sword to the ground, stripped off all his clothes, keeping only a pair of red floral shorts with vibrant patterns, then kowtowed, begging for his life. Truly, this was too amusing. Hallmaster Yang, along with Xie Yan, brought the servant before the Fu family. The Fu family watched their subordinate beaten miserably, while Yang Lingqing walked beside Xie Yan like a cowering tortoise, continuously uttering flattering words. He truly could not have imagined his plan failing to such an extent. Even Hallmaster Yang had to humble himself so completely. It was truly hard to believe. Who exactly was this Xie Yan? This time, the Fu family had indeed provoked someone not to be trifled with. Xie Yan went to meet Dao Ni, who still appeared to be sulking. Xie Yan coaxed her, wanting to take her to savor Jiangnan's delicacies, such as crab roe buns, steamed lotus root, roasted chicken, and dongpo pork. At first, Dao Ni was still hesitant. But after being persuaded, coupled with her own desire to reconcile with her master, She finally nodded in agreement. She had originally thought she would be able to wander the streets and eat to her heart's content. Unexpectedly, Si-yeon accepted an invitation from Branchmaster Yang, heading to a private room reserved for distinguished guests, where fine wine, delicious food, and even alluring long-legged maidens surrounded them. Tao Ni watched as these maidens clung to the two men, especially Si-yeon, who was laughing, talking cheerfully, and drinking wine. Her heart burned with unbearable fury. With a hint of jealousy in her heart, she immediately picked a quarrel with one of the maidens. Neither side would yield, and they instantly erupted into a brawl, making the situation extremely tense. Yang Lingqing quickly stepped forward to intervene. Seeker Yan, seeing the unfavorable situation, also suggested that the maidens withdraw, citing that as the head of a sect, he could not indulge in carnal pleasures. Hearing this, Yang Lingqing also agreed, immediately shouting loudly and dismissing everyone, leaving only the three of them in the room. Si-yeon began to inquire about the situation in the city, especially news related to the Fu clan. Branchmaster Yang was very enthusiastic and recounted the full details to him. In Jiangnan City, the three most powerful clans were the Liu clan, the Fu clan, and the Xiao clan. Many years ago, the Dark Yin demonic sect had plotted to contend for influence in Jiangnan. At that time, the Xiao clan was attacked by the demonic sect, and their vital essence was severely damaged. Since then, among the clans that could stand on equal footing with the Fu clan, only the Liu clan remained. Later, the Fu clan gained the True Yang Palace as their backing. Fu Shenqi's mother, being the junior sister of the True Human Sectmaster, had secretly risen to the position of Vice Sectmaster. However, the Liu clan was by no means an ordinary force, for they had secretly relied on the power of the demonic sect early on. Thus, the Fu clan and the Liu clan had always maintained a balanced stalemate. Hearing this, Si-yeon immediately understood Fu Shenqi's ambition. He wanted to turn the Xiao clan into a stepping stone to contend with the Liu clan. The Xiao clan, having no other path, could only seek refuge under the Fu clan's shadow, barely clinging to a shred of existence. Tao Ni had not expected such intricate underlying circumstances. No wonder Xiao Ying always appeared displeased whenever her marriage was mentioned. She secretly thought, perhaps it was for this reason, that she sought out her master, and indeed, just as she had said, she only wanted guidance in sword arts. But even so, she could not snatch her master away, nor should she have secretly kept this from her. Si-yeon did not want to alarm the other party, so he instructed Yang Lingqing to keep silent about today's events. Before the banquet concluded, Yang Lingqing revealed another piece of news. Sect Master Bai of the demonic sect had arrived. He feared that the coming situation would see no small number of upheavals. The name, Sect Master Bai, sounded somewhat familiar to Si-yeon's ears. Elsewhere, Sect Master Bai Lan was meticulously applying her makeup. Sect Master Bai ordered someone to summon a seductive operative, tasking her with seducing a man. That man was none other than Si-yeon, who, having just been mentioned, let out a sneeze. On the bustling street, news criers ran back and forth, loudly proclaiming a special edition about the unexpected appearance of the Dark Yin demonic sectmaster in Jiangnan City. It seemed that the Xiao clan's greatest crisis to date was no longer far off. The Daily Report, renowned for gathering all sorts of strange occurrences from every corner, hidden boudoir secrets, and scandalous gossip, lacking almost nothing, had today released an extremely sensational piece of news. Upon hearing this news, everyone exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves, believing that the Dark Yin demonic sect was about to make a new move. All feared that it would unleash a storm of blood and gore. Inside the newspaper editorial room, a subordinate reported to the chief editor that, after opening a special section on the Zhao clan's grand wedding, their newspaper sales in Jiangnan City had entered a completely new phase. They were instructed, "Do not overlook any clue, for I sense that behind this matter lie even more earth-shattering secrets, known to very few." The authoritative voice of the editor-in-chief of the daily newspaper rang out. Understood. Suddenly, Mo Junhang raised his hand, pointing behind him, and loudly questioned what the newspaper's principles truly were, causing everyone to immediately clamor and shout in agreement. Heaven hears, the sea perceives, boudoirs are sifted, birds perish for food, and gossip reigns supreme. While the crowd was still clamoring, with a sudden boom, a man with an exceptionally powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. That person angrily cursed aloud. Principles of the newspaper indeed, utterly shameless. He was none other than the old sword god, Gu Hu. At this moment, the old sword god was in a thunderous rage, furious that Mo Junhang dared to publicly expose his family's scandals on the newspaper's front page. Mo Junhang waved his hand a few times, advising that as a divine human cultivator, he should not lose his temper and cause chaos, lest his reputation be further damaged. But at this point, for the old sword god, what was dignity worth anymore? After all, a few days prior, when he was feeling frustrated, Mo Junhang had just happened to seek him out, and he had confided a few words about his family matters. Who could have known that Mo Junhang would publish those matters directly in the newspaper? Overcome with rage, the old sword god turned his hand and channeled his power, vowing to kill the demonic scoundrel standing before him, even if it meant expending all of his primordial spirit. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as a single palm strike from the old sword god shattered the roof of the editorial office, startling and alarming the passers-by outside. By then, Mo Junhong had safely dodged to the side, flying directly into the sky, intending to leave, stating that, out of respect for Ji Yu-hu and their decades-long acquaintance, he did not wish to fight, and would return to seek him out once his anger subsided. Haha. Before leaving, Mo Junhong even let out a burst of hearty laughter, further driving the enraged man below to the brink of madness. Thus, how could Ji Yu-hu allow Mo Junhong to escape? He immediately shot forth in pursuit, absolutely refusing to let Mo Junhong escape. Amidst the clear blue sky dotted with white clouds, two streaks of light, one green and one yellow, continued their chase, with no end in sight. By late afternoon, at Tao Ni's mother's maiden home, the Shao estate, Tao Ni and Xian, one after the other, hurried back to the estate. Upon arriving at the gate and seeing the Su family's carriage, she immediately knew her mother had arrived. The scene shifted to the main hall of the estate, where a cup of tea was steaming fragrantly. Tao Ni's mother was conversing with her elder brother, the Zhao family head, who felt contrite because he hadn't known of his sister's arrival, and thus hadn't been able to prepare a proper welcome. But why would Tao Ni's mother care about such a matter? With the grand wedding day approaching within the estate, she naturally understood how busy her elder brother, as the family head, must be. Not seeing her daughter, she inquired and learned that Tao Ni had gone out with Xian to attend a banquet. Upon hearing this, Madame Su immediately revealed a look of profound meaning, for she wanted to know what kind of person Tao Ni's master truly was. Just as her thoughts were racing, she was interrupted. Her elder brother seemed to have something on his mind, which was why he inquired if her life at the Su estate was good. Perhaps he had something to ask of her. Indeed, it was as she suspected. In his capacity as the Shao family head, he was currently experiencing a severe headache due to a threatening letter he had received from the demonic sect. The opposing party swore to seek revenge on the Shao family, and it was even rumored that the vicious and cunning cult master Bai had already entered the city. Yet contrary to her elder brother's worries, Madame Su let out a laugh, because if it was about this matter, then she had good news to bring. Brother, have you perhaps heard of the title, Imperial Godblade, Divine Blade Wielder? Do you mean the Divine Blade Wielder of Taihu, who decisively battled true immortal Ji Yu-hu all those years ago? Confirming her thoughts, Madame Su continued. Precisely. My husband shares some acquaintance with that individual. If we could invite them to oversee and protect the wedding, why would we fear the demonic sect's retaliation? That is true. But as the family head, he also possessed information that the Divine Blade Wielder had vanished many years ago. Madame Su covered her mouth and smiled, for she knew that if she was not mistaken, the Divine Blade Wielder was currently within Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, the very Divine Blade Wielder in question was currently fleeing for his life, being pursued by the maidens of the Profound Maiden Sect. A special Olympic side story. In response to the Spirit of the Heavens Mandate Olympics, where a diving competition was organized for the first time. Participating this time were 3 contestants: Su Taoer, Zhao Ying, and Bai Lan. The judges for this event were Pavilion Master Xian, the various faction leaders, and the esteemed audience. Everyone, please follow along. First, we see contestant Su Taoer has taken her position. She appears slightly nervous, yet this is a grave taboo in a professional competition. She jumps. She has jumped, but her diving posture is somewhat peculiar. If she plunges into the water like that, splash, before the words could fully escape, Taoyer was seen face down on the water's surface. Scores, please, Pavilion Masters. What? Pavilion Master Xian awarded a perfect score of 10, the maximum, as expected of Pavilion Master Xian. Next is Zhao Ying, utterly perfect. Contestant Zhao Ying showed no fear. Her movements were swift, precise, and beautiful, no different from a sharp sword. Pavilion Master Xian naturally gave a perfect score. The final contestant is Bai Lan. Her diving form is gentle, her 360-degree spin breathtakingly beautiful, appearing as elegant as a dance in mid-air, akin to a graceful fish returning to the water. Now, let us see how many points Pavilion Master Xian awards 0. Is Pavilion Master Xian mistaken? Below, Xian was intimidated by the sharp, cold gazes of the onlookers, forcing him to change the score from 0 to 10, claiming it was merely a mistake. And because Pavilion Master Xian has given all 3 contestants perfect scores, the final decision now rests with all of you. Loudly call out the name of the champion in your hearts. 20 years ago, a scene of chaos and brutality unfolded. Across the dust-shrouded land lay countless shattered swords, still stained with blood. Whoosh! A strike from an exceptionally sharp killing blade swept past, crimson fresh blood splattering everywhere. Amidst this fierce battle, a young man appeared, his long bangs draped to one side, obscuring half of his handsome face, revealing only one sharp and emotionless eye. In his hand he gripped the killing blade, Beneath his feet lay the assassins he had struck down. Numerous individuals from various sects were still unable to defeat him, clearly demonstrating the formidable extent of his combat prowess. He was astonished to realize there was still one survivor. A young woman with pale blonde hair, possessing an exceptionally striking hourglass figure. However, the young woman's body was covered in wounds. Perhaps due to the pain, she trembled, her eyes tightly shut. Swish! The sound of the sword approaching made her immediately open her eyes wide. At this moment he drew his sword before the girl, and asked if she still wished to continue fighting him. The girl tremblingly replied that her side had lost, and she herself no longer wished to fight. Before her astonished gaze, he sheathed his sword, then turned and departed. She hastily asked, "Yum Shen?" As if wishing him to remember something about her, the girl quickly said, "I hope you remember. My name is Lin Hongying." He did not pay much heed after hearing this, but he was completely unaware that that name would later become the future sect master of the Xuan Nu sect. He turned his head and saw the girl's face flushed, along with a firm declaration that in the future, she would certainly capture him and bring him home. Hearing this, he still did not concern himself. He continued to turn and walk away, but he did not know that this girl would later become an indelible nightmare in his life. It was a scene in the quiet depths of night. The wind was silent, and the bright moon hung high. A young man was desperately fleeing, and behind him was a group of girls with intense gazes, determined to capture him at all costs. He ran headlong for his life, not even daring to look back, only feeling that he was nothing more than prey being hunted. He was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the Xuan Nu sect had appeared in Jiangnan. His face was still filled with fear. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rapidly approached. He looked up and discovered a sword hurtling towards him at extreme speed, but that was still unable to pose a challenge to his strength. With just a nimble shift and a single leap, he avoided that astonishingly fast sword. The sword plunged down with a whoosh, embedding itself deep into the ground, causing dust and smoke to billow up. He glanced up with half an eye to see who had launched that sword, and immediately saw Lin Hongying rushing towards him. At this moment, she raised one leg high, preparing to kick straight down. Thud! Being unprepared, he was knocked down by her kick, and instantly lay prone on the ground. Surrounding him were the girls from her sect, encircling him tightly. At this moment, he heard her ask why he had left without a word that year, forcing her to search for him for 30 years. As she spoke, she lifted her leg from his chest, her face bearing a joyful expression, and her eyes filled with happiness. Immediately afterward, she grabbed his collar, and said it was not easy for them to meet again. She recounted that the her of 30 years later had now become the sect master of the Xuan Nu sect. She told him he should fulfill his promise with her, to return to the Xuan Nu sect, and cultivate together as a pair. She clutched his collar, pulling his face close to hers, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Cold sweat poured from him at this moment, as he frantically shouted for help. "Save me! Save me!" But the only one who responded to him was her. She said that even if he screamed, it would be useless. As she spoke, she moved ever closer to him. At the same time, a wine-red-haired girl also stepped up behind him, placed a hand on the back of his neck. It wasn't just Lin Hongying. At this moment, he was also surrounded by 5 other girls, pinned down like a piece of meat caught within a dumpling's filling. All the girls asked him if, after he and Lin Hongying finished their cultivation, they could also stay by his side. Embraced by such alluring figures, he felt as if he could barely breathe. He felt as though he was on the verge of losing his life, and then he fainted. Seeing this, the girls immediately crowded around him. Some bent down to look at him, others poked his forehead, and some asked what exactly was wrong. Another girl, seeing this, replied, perhaps he hadn't seen girls for so long that he fainted from sheer joy. The girls immediately put their heads together and asked, "So, how do we wake him up now?" The blue-haired girl then replied, "How about I try artificial respiration?" The other girls, upon hearing the blue-haired girl's suggestion, immediately took exception. Then, one by one, they began to contend over who would be the one to give him artificial respiration. Meanwhile, the one for whom the girls were competing to administer artificial respiration was, in fact, perfectly conscious. He was merely feigning unconsciousness to find an opportunity to escape. Lying still, listening to them argue back and forth, his sweat streamed incessantly. Just then, Lin Hongying suddenly reprimanded the other girls. She then turned towards him, licked her lips, and declared, "Even if he were a dying worm, I could still transform him into a mighty dragon." As soon as she finished speaking, she sat down and caressed his chest. Then, she called all her sisters to join her, preparing to carry him to some unknown location. The young man lying below stealthily opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "If I don't escape now, I will truly be doomed." He immediately swung his hand, and a dazzling golden light erupted, flinging the girls far away. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately cast a spell and soared straight into the sky. As he turned, trails of green smoke lingered, and his demeanor exuded a cold, majestic aura, captivating the girls who watched him. Lin Hongying, seeing this, immediately turned back and bellowed at the girls like a pack of hungry wolves. "This is no time for infatuation. Go and capture him at once." At that very moment, he had already activated his magic, preparing to depart from this place. Lin Hongying, seeing this, grew even more anxious and urgently urged the girls to quickly capture him. But in the end, she was still one step too slow. He transformed into a cluster of blue light, preparing to shoot into the sky. She quickly grabbed her saber, leaped up, and cast a spell of pink-purple light, joining the other girls to encircle and capture him. She declared, "Yu Lang, you are the man this mistress has set her sights on. In this life, do not dream of escaping from me." That evening, at the Su Manor, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat heavy. He sat opposite Taoer and her mother, secretly thinking, "This unexpected meeting with her parents. How should I speak later to make things right?" Across from him, Tao's mother, Madame Su, quietly observed him, evaluating in her heart, "I didn't expect Tao's master to be so young. My daughter didn't inform me at all. Could there be some hidden circumstances?" Tao sat beside them, anxiously watching her mother's expression. She feared her mother would not accept her decision to independently take a master and force her to leave him. That simply will not do, she thought. Absolutely not. A moment later, he lightly coughed, breaking the silent atmosphere, then smiled gravely and said, "I, Si Yan, the master of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion, greet Madame Su." Tao Shi's mother, Madame Su, also smiled and said, "It's an honor. How has my Tao Shi been performing? Has her cultivation not caused any trouble for Pavilion Master Si?" "Haha, not at all. Taoer cultivates exceptionally well. Her agile movement technique has already reached the 3rd level of the Dao Gate, and in the future, she is destined to become a shining star in the cultivation world." Si Yan smiled as he spoke, secretly scolding himself in his heart, then slowly continued, "Moreover, to have found such a beautiful disciple. Ah no, such an obedient disciple is a blessing for 3 generations for me. How could it possibly be troublesome?" Seeing this, Madame Su inwardly snorted, secretly cursing his glib tongue. Yet, on the surface, she still smiled faintly, happily remarking, "This pavilion master truly knows how to speak." Furthermore, at such a young age, you are already the pavilion master of a formidable faction. Your handsome appearance and imposing bearing, one must say, far surpass the younger generation nowadays. Surely many young ladies pursue or adore you. What more could I want? Si Yan was so furious he wanted to curse aloud, but on the surface, he could only force a smile. As for Tao Seer nearby, upon hearing this statement, she was startled at first, then immediately burst into a furious rage. No girl likes master, absolutely none. She stood up abruptly and shouted, startling both Madame Su and Si Yan. Si Yan remained dumbfounded because his own disciple had just declared that no girl would ever like him. Madame Su beside him was no better. She completely failed to understand why Taoer was so agitated. "My Taoer's smooth cultivation and significant progress are all thanks to your efforts, Pavilion Master. You have truly toiled," Madame Su said with a forced smile. Sin Yan hurriedly waved his hand, replying, "It is nothing, Madame Su. You are being too polite. This junior truly cherishes talent, and will certainly treat Taoer as a precious treasure, wholeheartedly nurturing and caring for her." The words had just left his lips when Madame Su's face flushed, especially when she saw his somewhat serious expression. She felt even more strongly that something was amiss with this entire situation. She pulled Taoer's hand closer to herself and said, "Taoer, come home with me. There are many excellent and renowned masters at home. I will find one for you." Taoer shook her head and sighed. Then, with a serious expression, said, "Mother, I am not returning. Although Master often causes me vexation, these past few days staying with him, I have realized one thing. No matter what, I will not leave Master's side." This, Madame Su was astonished. In her mind, she suddenly recalled that a few days ago in the capital, when Xianjie was questioned by the emperor, he had once said, "Where Tao Ger goes is her freedom. Even if she goes to meet a lover, we have no right to interfere." Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that everything had become clear. It turns out that the master-disciple relationship was merely an external facade. In reality, this Pavilion Master C was none other than Tao Shear's lover. "Madame Su. Mother, are you all right?" Hearing this, Madame Su merely waved her hand, signaling that she was fine, but in reality, she was still trying to digest the entire jumble of thoughts that had just appeared in her mind. A moment later, she stood up, inwardly resolving that if her daughter truly desired this, then as a mother, she absolutely had to lend a hand. So she walked over to Xinyan, took his hand, and with a bright, cheerful smile asked, "Pavilion Master Xinyan, where are you from? Are your parents at home still well? What do they do for a living? How many siblings do you have?" Xinyan was utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What in the world is she asking about? Madame Su, finding a master for her daughter, is truly strange. "Mother, I am going to cultivate, not to find love. Why are you investigating Master's family background? Tao shamefully pushed Madame Su's hand away, but immediately afterward she was pulled aside by her. You foolish child. If you like him, just tell me. I will have your father use his connections to bring him into the imperial court, grant him an official position, and then he can slowly rise through the ranks. He will certainly be recognized by the emperor, Madame Su whispered, while Tao Ware looked utterly bewildered after hearing her. Like, an official position? What on earth is her mother talking about? Seeing her daughter's bewildered reaction, Madame Su could only say, never mind. Once you two consummate your marriage and the deed is done, even the emperor won't be able to do anything. Poofed. Hearing this, Xian nearly had a nosebleed, thinking to himself, is this truly the job of a tutor? Tao Shir, her face red with embarrassment, shouted, Mother! Consummate marriage? What are you talking about? Where is your mind even going? Forget it, Teosher. You're truly grown up now. If you don't want to leave him, I won't force you, but there's something I need to tell you. Madame Su took Teosher's hand, surprising her, as she had no idea what was happening. Madame Su sighed and said, the emperor has longed for you day and night, but Xiangrer stubbornly refused to say anything, enraging his majesty. He was beaten severely and exiled to Mujian Island as a warning. What? Brother was? By that hateful dog emperor. Don't think Taor doesn't know his malicious intentions. Taor first met him when she was 5 years old. Taor angrily shouted. Meanwhile, in another room, a man, bare-chested, stood by the window and said, my apologies. My mood is not good tonight, so I could not be gentle. Behind him, on the bed, lay a girl with a tear-stained face and several bruises on her body, motionless. The girl, her eyes vacant, sat up and pulled the blanket to cover her naked body. Her entire body was covered in dark bruises from the beating, while the man merely sneered and said, if you want to blame someone, blame that Xian, but he is also no simple individual. This time, I will go to Zhenyang Palace to find Senior Brother Chen and seek out some reliable experts. As for you, just perform the task I assign diligently, and I will uphold our agreement. Xian walked along the road, his mind still dwelling on what had transpired at Su Manor. While they were conversing, Madame Su suddenly pulled Tao Gray aside to speak privately, compelling him to depart first. Just as he was wondering what to do next, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. Turning his head, he saw a group of people chasing a girl. Stop! Catch her! The group continuously shouted. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 shabbily dressed men, their hands wildly gesticulating. Just as he was still processing the situation, the girl, running too fast, tripped and fell. He immediately moved like lightning, rushing forward to help her up and asking with concern. The girl immediately cried out, young master, please save me. At this moment, the 3 men had also caught up. The leader sneered and said, no one can save you. A prey of my Azure Serpent Gang has never escaped our grasp. The man standing beside him also spoke up. Boy, this is none of your business. Do not meddle. Xinyan shielded the girl, looking at the 3 men as if they were idiots, and said, 3 mere ruffians bullying a girl in the middle of the road. What if I do wish to interfere? You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The 3 men roared and charged forward simultaneously. Xiyan didn't even blink, merely taking a single step forward. Swish! A flash of light streaked past, and all 3 men immediately vomited blood, collapsing to the ground. As for Xiyan, he still stood there calmly, as if for him, dealing with these people was no different than dusting off a speck of dust from his clothes. How formidable. Truly formidable. The girl blushed in surprise, her gaze fixed upon Xiyan, within it carrying a hint of infatuation. Xiyan picked up the basket, handed it to her, and asked with concern, young lady, are you all right? What happened? Many thanks for your rescue, young master. This humble girl came to the city to sell tea, but unexpectedly encountered robbers. Fortunately, I met you, young master. The girl smiled and accepted it. Sikyan nodded and prepared to leave, but at that moment, the girl blushed again and softly said, it's just, young master, this humble girl has a small request. You won't abandon me here, will you? Siyan was surprised upon hearing this. What situation is this? The hero saves the beauty? And now it's the beauty's turn to repay him? He chuckled with somewhat lewd thoughts, secretly feeling that it was indeed true. It had been a long time since he encountered such a melodramatic plot, so he feigned seriousness and said, how could I abandon such a pitiable girl to suffer injustice? No matter what dangers lie ahead, with me, Xinyan, even moving mountains and filling seas would be no issue. Afterwards, he carried the girl on his back and asked about her request. She sighed and said, it's a long story. This humble girl has lived with my grandfather since childhood. The 2 of us barely managed to get by, relying on our tea garden. But recently, my grandfather fell ill, and we couldn't sell our tea. The local landlord, abusing his power, tried to seize our tea garden. As she spoke of this, the girl trembled slightly, then choked up and began to cry. That tea garden has weathered storms with me for decades. To this humble girl, it is no different than a family member. This humble girl had been borrowing for months and was almost able to gather enough money, but who knew I would encounter robbers? Now, not a single coin remains, the girl said tearfully. Sikyan truly felt pity upon hearing her story. He said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Young lady, how much of your tea do you have left? I will buy it all." The girl was overjoyed upon hearing this. Sikyan, seeing her reaction, also unconsciously felt a surge of happiness. The girl smiled lightly and said, "In that case, why doesn't young master come to where my tea is stored?" "Alright, where is it? I'll carry you there." At this very moment, that place was the Yanyu Lu, where two individuals, Fu Shenqi and the one called Senior Brother Chen, were entering. Fu Shenqi said in a deep voice to Senior Brother Chen, "It has been said that young lady Nhidep is a treasure of the Yanyu Lu. Ordinary guests cannot meet her. And even if they do, if they are not compatible, that girl won't even deign to speak." He then took out a box filled with glittering gold ingots and declared, "But I, Fu Shenqi, am no ordinary guest." As the woman in front of him gazed greedily at the gold, he continued, "Sister Hua, listen carefully. I have something to say. Today, to celebrate my senior brother Chen's visit, ensure young lady Nhidep entertains him exceptionally well. As long as senior brother is pleased, even if it costs my entire family fortune, it would be no issue." Senior brother Chen, standing behind, immediately smiled happily upon hearing this and said, "Then many thanks, virtuous younger brother. In the future, if you face any difficulties, I will certainly assist you." Sister Hua smiled, rubbing her hands, her expression forced as she said, "However, Nhidai is currently entertaining a distinguished guest. Perhaps you two young masters could choose another young lady?" "What?" Fu Shenqi was stunned, then furiously roared, "A distinguished guest? Could they be more esteemed than the Fu family of Jiangnan and Zhenyang Palace?" Sister Hua felt a slight fear, forcing a smile as she said, "This distinguished guest was personally requested by Nhidai herself." In a room where incense was burning, Siyan sat on the bed, a growing sense of unease developing in his heart. Why is he in a pleasure house like this? Moreover, sitting right here? "Young master, do you find this humble one beautiful?" Nhidai stepped out, and Siyan immediately spurted a nosebleed in astonishment. The young lady, who had been rather poorly dressed just moments ago, had now changed into a seductive cyan dress that tightly hugged her body. The short outfit revealed her fair and delicate legs, conspicuously emphasizing her ample bosom, and highlighting her voluptuous and incredibly alluring figure. "Young lady, where is the tea leaf you mentioned?" Sinyan dared not think further, hastily asking. But in response he received a push of the hand that made him fall onto the bed. Nhidai pressed close to him, using her chest to push down on him as she said, "How can a mere tea leaf gifted by this humble one compare, young master, when the atmosphere in the room has already become intensely passionate?" Downstairs, Fu Shenqi angrily declared, "What kind of excuse is that? In Jiangnan City, besides me, who else is worthy of being young lady Nhidai's distinguished guest?" He paid no mind to Sister Hua, nor did he notice Zhenyang Palace's members ascending the stairs. Let me see who this person is. What is this situation? Why does he feel that something is amiss? Being pursued, a tragic past, a difficult bargain, and a warm embrace. Could it be that he has already been lured into a trap? "Young Master Fu, please stop. Young lady Nhidai will not be pleased to be disturbed." At this moment, Sister Hua's voice rang out from outside, startling both people in the room. Bang! The door was kicked open. Fu Shenqi stormed in, saying, "I spent money to come to the pleasure house not for her amusement." However, as soon as Fu Shenqi finished speaking, he froze at the scene inside the room. Nhidai was pressing down on Siyan, her posture clearly indicating that something intimate was about to happen. "Oh, isn't that Brother Fu? Have you also come to buy tea leaves?" Siyan said, forcing an awkward smile. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inwardly, he was secretly cursing Fu Shenqi's entire family. "I was about to enjoy myself, and you just barged in and did what?" Fu Shenqi froze for a few moments, then immediately became enraged. He stepped forward, pushing Nhidai aside, and raised his fist, saying, "Today, I will teach you the rules of Jiangnan. Boy, you are truly dead." The fist lunged forward. Fu Shenqi sneered, for as long as Siyan retaliated, Senior Brother Chen would immediately kill him. Tuyan sat up abruptly, snorted softly, and laughed coldly, having discerned Fu Shenqi's intention to lure him into making a move. The one behind this was undoubtedly a master invited to deal with him. But Fu Shenqi's arm froze right before Tuyan, completely unable to move. Fu Shenqi was astonished to realize that the one blocking him was none other than Lady Erdai. Erdai's face darkened, and with an icy gaze, she looked at Fu Shenqi and said, "How dare you disrespect my esteemed guest? Do you wish to contend with our Yanwu Tower?" Finishing her words, she flung his arm back, then darted forward as fast as lightning, closing the distance, and unleashed a palm strike with her jade-like hand. She thought to herself, how could someone of such low standing be allowed to touch a person personally designated by the great cult master? A heavy palm strike landed, sending Fu Shenqi flying far away, vomiting blood, before he fell unconscious. You are courting death! How dare you lay a hand on my junior brother? It was only then that senior brother Chen reacted, shouting furiously. He drew his sword and attacked Erdai, but secretly he was terrified, for her attack speed was too fast, even he couldn't keep up. A streak of azure sword Kui shot forth, tearing through the air. Erdai hastily tilted her body to dodge. She knew this time she had encountered a formidable master. Double chain strike. Senior brother Chen let out a long cry, and the sword in his hand unleashed 2 sharp streaks of sword Kui that shot straight forward. He laughed coldly, for this move had almost no flaws. Although Erdai's movement technique was agile, her strength was still inferior. She was sliced across the waist and fell. Die! Senior brother Chen finished speaking and raised his sword again. But at that very moment he suddenly froze as a bizarre phenomenon appeared. Erdai's body rapidly disintegrated into countless butterflies. Thousands of small butterflies flew backward, then reconverged into a new Erdai. She smiled and said, "Is that all you have? I overestimated you." Provoked, senior brother Chen instantly went mad, continuously swinging his sword and attacking. This time, Erdai unleashed her full movement technique. Her speed reached its extreme as she continuously dodged the sword. It's useless. Your sword is too slow. With such slowness, can esteemed guest even hope to keep pace with this young lady? Erdai manifested clones across all 4 directions and spoke with a taunt. Senior brother Chen heard this, and his face flushed red. He was so angry he felt his lungs would burst. He furiously roared, "If you're so capable, then stand still. What's so great about relying on movement techniques to dodge? Haha, but esteemed guest cannot catch up to this young lady. This young lady will simply take the express route, while esteemed guest can slowly return to his wife at home." That statement utterly infuriated senior brother Chen, driving him to madness, causing him to attack. Tuyan, seated nearby, watched and smiled, feeling that this young lady was indeed very interesting. Moreover, the movement technique she used was remarkably familiar. Perhaps it belonged to him. At this moment, senior brother Chen closed his eyes and assumed a stance, secretly reciting his sex cultivation mantra. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and unleashed his sword, the sword tip aimed directly at Erdai. There's no time to die. Erdai panicked. This sword strike was truly too fast. It had surpassed even her movement technique. Seeing the sword tip rapidly approaching, her entire body seemed to freeze in place. It is over, a cold voice rang out. Sijan appeared directly in front of Erdai, stopping the sword with just 2 fingers. Senior brother Chen was horrified, exerting all his strength to thrust forward, but all efforts were futile, as the sword was embedded as if in stone, completely unmovable. How can this be? You may leave now, Sijan said calmly. He merely casually waved his hand and sent senior brother Chen flying. Although Erdai knew he was formidable, seeing how easily he handled the situation, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Young lady, what kind of person is Bai Lan? Siyan asked in a deep voice. Erdai was startled, then quickly smiled and said, Young master, what are you talking about? I do not know any Bai Lan. Erdai. If he has already seen through your act, there's no need to pretend anymore. Just then, on a nearby opposing rooftop, Bai Lan appeared, smiling lightly as she looked at him. Wretched disciple, come over here to your master this instant. Siyan roared furiously, but he was only met with her smile in response. Bai Lan blushed slightly, turned her head and said, Master, it's only been a few days, I haven't had enough fun yet. Furthermore, if those two hadn't appeared, wouldn't Master have been able to engage in intimacy with Erdai? Is Master not moved by this disciple's intentions at all? Bai Lan said with a devilish smile. Xinyan blushed, both furious and embarrassed. He shouted loudly, Moved by what? You schemed against me, and I haven't even dealt with that yet. You came at the right time, for I have something to ask. The demonic sect has been rampant in Jiangnan these past few years. Are you still casually orchestrating their actions? Xian asked sternly. Bai Lan frowned unhappily. She coldly snorted and said, I obeyed your words. My entire sect, if not given my command, has been in hiding and ambush. Is Langir to bear the blame for all those who cause trouble in the name of the demonic sect? Xian gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, if that's the case, then who exactly are those who have targeted the Xiao family these past few years? Furthermore, there is an even more important matter. You have always schemed to tempt me. Why is that? What do you intend to do? Xian asked in a deep voice. Bai Lan looked at him for a long time, then sighed, pushed her hair back, and said, If I didn't do so to gain leverage over Master, when would you ever reveal my true origins? Fate is unpredictable, and heaven's will is irresistible. On that day, he accepted a new disciple. Before the sect's entrance, his his senior disciple brought back a pretty little girl. Her clothes were slightly torn and soiled, but her eyes shone like enchanting stars. I am called Bai Lan, she said with a slight tremble in her voice. From the very first moment he saw her, he had an immense fondness for her, so he stepped forward, sat down, and gently stroked her head, saying, I am Xia Yan. From now on, I will be your master. Bai Lan also clasped his hands respectfully and said, Bai Lan greets master. In those days, he often entered seclusion for cultivation, so the master and disciple were rarely together. Each time he departed, Bai Lan would cry until her tears ran dry from heartbreak. Nevertheless, whenever he had free time, he would take her out to spend time together. Those were truly joyful and peaceful times. Under his nurturing care, Bai Lan matured day by day, growing ever more beautiful. He believed that in just a few more years, she would undoubtedly become a true femme fatale, until one day, he successfully achieved a breakthrough after entering death's seclusion. On the day he emerged, Bai Lan, clad in an azure jade dress, stood waiting for him there. Lan Grer, he softly called. She immediately turned and joyfully rushed into his embrace. Lancher misses master so much. As she embraced him, his heart blossomed. Indeed, the older she grew, the more exquisitely beautiful she became. Her beauty was capable of toppling kingdoms and cities. This time, he had truly made a colossal gain. However, he was completely unaware that even as he reveled in his joy, nearby, his senior disciple, Mo Junhong, was observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. Mo Junhong crushed a stone pillar, thinking to himself, I've suppressed this until I've sustained internal injuries. If I speak out now, it will certainly destabilize Master's Tao heart. I can defeat him and become unrivaled under heaven. A moment later, Mo Junhong stepped out, clapped him on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Master, I have something to tell you. Actually, Lan He. Sikyan was astonished upon hearing the word he. He turned his head and asked, Lan Kasur. Actually, Lan Kasur is a boy? Mo Junhang stated in a deep voice. Xinyan dazedly turned to look at Bai Lan, and asked with a trembling voice, Is that true? Bai Lan smiled faintly and said, Yes, it is. Gag. Xinyan coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his mind plunging directly into the abyss. Why? Why is it a boy? No wonder nothing changed over the past few years. After that, he angrily descended the mountain. Seeing him like this, Bai Lan hurriedly chased after him. Just as he exited the barrier, Mo Junhong called out, Master already knows you're a boy, so why don't you go change your clothes? Mo Junhang, whose face was bruised and battered, with blood streaming all over his body, said this. He hadn't expected to be beaten so miserably, because I wanted Master to be happy. Bai Lan chuckled softly, and then hurriedly ran after Xiyan. As he stepped out of the barrier, the necklace on his person suddenly lit up, emitting a strange aura. At this moment, in a deep, secluded place, a somber voice echoed, Finally, I have found the one. That day was the first time in several decades that Lan Alcer had been allowed to leave the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. The two of them sat in a rather spacious area, with the family of a local notable. Sikyan conversed happily with the master of the estate, who also spoke cheerfully. To meet an esteemed master here is truly a blessing for my family. Now, to admire the beautiful spring together with you is truly a delightful matter. Lan Ni sat beside him, witnessing for the first time the familial appearance of parents, a warmth she had not felt for a very long time. Lan Ni approached, whispering, Master, have you met my family? What are they like? Xiyan momentarily did not know how to respond, and it was at this moment that he noticed Lan Ning's necklace, his eyes widening in horror as he saw a purple glow emanating from the trinket. It was a key. Boom! An enormous explosion reverberated. A stream of purple light shot straight into the sky, piercing through space itself. He had not guessed wrong. This item was indeed like a key, opening a door to another world. A gigantic vortex appeared. It did not belong to this world, but originated from some distant universe. From within, a gigantic blood-colored hand stretched forth. He was astonished, as he felt his heart pounding frantically, a terrifying aura engulfing him. That hand descended, carrying endless resentment and curses. A dazzling beam of light tore across the sky, rushing towards them. It was Mo Junxing, rushing over with his immortal tribulation. He had no time to think further, immediately unleashing his full power, for the target of that hand was precisely Lan Ni. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground. He did not expect this hand to be so powerful. Even with him and his senior disciple joining forces, they could not stop it. Lan Ni, below, was horrified and terrified. She looked around to see the entire family of the master of the estate dead, trees within a 5-mile radius shattered, and her senior brother collapsed nearby, his body riddled with injuries. Is this because of me? It's all because of me. I brought that thing here. I harmed senior brother. caused the tragic deaths of the entire estate family. It's all because of me, haha. Lan Ni buried her face and wept, her emotional state so agitated that she slowly began to laugh wildly, as if going mad. On that very day, his Lan Ni changed. Her eyes turned blood red. An evil aura emanated from her entire being, and her nature transformed. She was no longer the carefree and innocent Lan Ni of the past. She stood up, her blazing red eyes fixed on the sky where her master was fending off that hand. Immediately after, she lunged upwards and roared loudly. "Come forth, annihilate!" Si Yan roared and unleashed his full power. Dazzling great Dao runes emerged, and his entire being, like a battle immortal, charged forth. Lan Ni, don't come closer. Boom, boom, boom. That hand flung both of them over 100 miles away. The ground exploded, space fractured, and the entire sky was catastrophically devastated. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, cradling the unconscious Lan Ni in his arms, and gazed up at the sky. He had made his decision. He would seal this place so that nothing could ever harm his disciple again. This is not your domain. Sijan extended his hand and declared, supreme magical power surging forth. He used the great Dao Gao and the laws of order of whoosh. A furious roar echoed as the great Datio's laws intertwined, forming countless divine chains of order that shot forth, coiling around that hand. Countless divine runes descended, expelling the hand and simultaneously sealing the door. Afterwards, he used the great Tao of time and space, and the great Tao of samsara, to sever the karma, erasing the past and sealing Lan Ni's mind. He wanted his disciple to live a good life, not to be consumed by hatred. He would surely protect her. Returning to the present, he stood before her question. He pondered for a moment, then said, in truth, your origins are pure. He soared through the air with extreme speed, fleeing that place under Lan Ni's astonished gaze. He shouted, I found you. If anything happens later, or if you grow tired of playing, remember to seek me out. Your master will protect you, because you are Lan Ni, my disciple. I swear to protect you. Having said this, he swiftly flew away, disappearing into the night sky. Lan Ni stood there, the wind tousling her hair. Her deep star-like eyes watched him leave, then she faintly smiled. Master, next time I will surely catch you. Lan Ni placed her hand on her chest, watched him leave, then shouted, she will certainly have the day she catches her master. In the peach forest, amidst the gentle breeze that swept countless petals through the air, a young woman was intently practicing her swordplay. Every sword stroke she executed was sharp and beautiful, but all of them failed, for they still could not reach that conceptual realm. She stopped, resting to regain her strength amidst weariness and disappointment. She thought about how she had practiced 320 sword strokes today, yet still couldn't comprehend sword intent, nor could she sense the same state of mind as that day. She then remembered Pavilion Master Siyun. She hadn't seen him for several days. If I were to visit him now, just to seek guidance on sword techniques, would it be acceptable? At the same time, in the bridal chamber, he was being clung to by Madame Zhao, who leaned against his chest. He felt deep down that the situation was somewhat amiss. Having just escaped Bailan's tiger's den, he had fallen straight into the wolf's maw of the Zhao family's daughter-in-law. Madame Zhao, you merely brought food here. What else do you intend to do? Sigyun said in a slightly deep voice. Pavilion Master, haven't you already known about my situation? Why pretend? As long as you don't speak of it, this humble one will obey your every command. Madame Zhao pressed her chest against him as she spoke. Sigyun's face flushed slightly, but immediately afterwards, he recalled that frail, emaciated man, the one who had sacrificed so much for his family and clan. He immediately reached out and pushed Madame Zhao away. Madame Zhao, you should leave. I am Tao Ni's master, and thus must set an example. I cannot engage in such lewd behavior and wrong Brother Ling Yu. Siyun spoke with a heavy tone. Madame Zhao noticed something unusual, and anxiously asked, could it be that you have revealed my secret? I only hope that Madame will admit her mistake. I am an outsider, and can do nothing. Only Brother Ling Yu can choose whether or not to forgive you, Sinyun said with a sigh. These words caused her to fall into silent contemplation. It was a while before she spoke with difficulty. You also know that for someone like this humble girl, if this matter is exposed, there is only death. Having said this, she grabbed Siyun's hand and loudly said, but the Pavilion Master's words can decide my life and death. I cannot let you off. Siyun froze. Then he felt his hand touch something soft, and his expression immediately darkened with anger. Pavilion Master Siyun, you are already my accomplice, she said with a flushed face and a laugh. Xian Yan gnashed his teeth in anger. He never expected to be dragged down as an accomplice by her despicable scheme. She was truly shameless. He unleashed a palm strike, sending her flying to crash violently against the wall. The force of the blow was so immense that the wall cracked. Madame Zhao clutched her chest in pain. She never thought Xi Yan would actually strike her. Before she could ponder further, he stepped closer. Brother Ling Yu treated you so well, yet you spend your days outside seducing men. A woman like you deserves to die 100 times over, and it still wouldn't be enough. Si Yan spoke with an icy expression, a terrifying aura spreading from him. He had truly reached the peak of his rage. He thought of that pitiable man, whose frail body was confined to a wheelchair after protecting his family and suffering severe injuries while sheltering this woman. Si Yan wished he could immediately strike her dead. Brother Ling Yu. That year, to protect the Zhao clan, and to protect you, he suffered core injuries, rendering him unable to cultivate. He became a talentless good-for-nothing among his peers, enduring countless humiliations and cold shoulders from the world. He could no longer become the Zhao clan head, nor could he recover. Yet he always felt remorseful for not being able to take better care of you. And you, in turn, went out and betrayed him. Si Yan spoke with increasing fury, roaring as he swung his fist towards her. Boom! His hand grazed past her face, slamming deep into the wall. She was filled with both terror and humiliation, lowering her head, trembling, not daring to respond. Brother Ling Yu, you are his only support. If he were to know what you've done now, what would become of him? Have you never considered the man who risked his very life to protect you? Si Yan spoke with a heavy, cold voice. He then recalled Fu Shenji, that man who had repeatedly tried to silence him, and who was also this woman's paramour. This realization intensified his rage to a homicidal degree. I do not wish to kill you and that Fu fellow, but I will not stand by and watch those beasts devour the Shao clan. Only then did she softly say, Hallmaster Si, if you can, please set me free. That would be a mercy. Si Yan let out a surprised scoff. She looked up at him, smiling faintly as tears streamed down her face. I no longer wish to live. I have made too many mistakes. She recalled that night, when Fu Shenji burst into her room and forced himself upon her. She had tried to cry for help and resist, but it was all in vain. At the end of her rope, she held a dagger to her throat and screamed, Don't come closer! If you dare advance, I will die right before your eyes. Sister-in-law, don't waste your efforts. If you die, I couldn't care less. But what about Brother Ling Yu? If you comply with me now, and make me happy, then afterwards, I will ask the cultivators of Zhenyang Palace to treat that good-for-nothing. Fu Shenji snatched the dagger and tossed it aside. He then embraced her, laughing boisterously. Haha, now this is much better. She could only let that beast do as he pleased, shedding painful tears, her lips murmuring Ling Yu's name. It was my hateful foolishness that allowed that man to defile my body, and to repeatedly exploit me into committing wrongs against Big Brother Ling Yu and Hallmaster Si. But please, save the Shao clan. As long as you save the Shao clan, I vow to exchange my life for it, and I will obey your every command. She spoke, weeping miserably. Si Yan snorted coldly, inwardly cursing her words as nothing but falsehoods. Women were indeed like venomous snakes, dangerous and unpredictable. But no matter what, he couldn't kill her. As for Brother Ling Yu's Zhao clan, he must save it. Fu Shenji and his demonic sect, he would utterly eradicate them all. Even the matter of Brother Ling Yu's grand wedding, he was slowly beginning to understand the full story. Is Hallmaster Si in there? Suddenly, a call echoed from outside the door. Both of them started, looking over. He recognized it as Zhao Ying's voice. He glanced around, then helped her up, leading her to an empty cabinet nearby. We'll deal with the truth of your story later. If Zhao Ying catches you, it will become troublesome. Hide in here for now. Having said that, he slowly closed the cabinet door, looking inside with a faint smile. Rest assured, I will handle the matters of the Shao clan. What's wrong? I could still hear sounds just a moment ago. Tu An pressed her ear against the door to listen. Yet she found it strange that she heard no movement at all. With a soft click, the room door was open. Tu Engan stepped out, cheerfully asking, Young lady Tu An, is something amiss? Startled, Tu An quickly replied, No, nothing at all. I merely wish to seek guidance on cultivation techniques. I hope I am not disturbing, Master Tu. Tu Engan shook his head, thinking to himself that this young lady was indeed deeply engrossed in the way of the sword. Guiding her would cost him nothing. He then spoke aloud. No disturbance at all. Please, young lady Tu, do come in. And my apologies for the incident last time. Tu An said, her face flushing. Tu Engan merely smiled and replied, It is no issue. It was my fault as well. Upon hearing this, Tu An exhaled in relief. Her eyes unconsciously drifted to the dining table, and she was instantly surprised to see an extra pair of chopsticks and another bowl set out. Does Master Tu have a guest? Why are there an additional pair of chopsticks and a bowl on the table? Tu An inquired with a lowered voice. Tu Engan started, then glanced back, chuckling as he explained. A friend came to dine with me earlier. I rushed out to meet young lady Tu and didn't have time to clear the table. I hope you do not mind. Tu An nodded. yet her expression darkened as she asked, "Are you concealing something from me? I detect the faint, familiar scent of lipstick in the air." Tungan started, secretly cursing to himself. Her nose is far too keen. To think she could detect even that. Just then, his gaze swept across the floor, and he was horrified to hear her demand, "Why is my sister-in-law's hairpin here?" Tuan, too, had made a discovery. As if a thought had struck her, her entire body broke out in a cold sweat, and her expression turned utterly grim. Tungan was no less panicked. He suddenly recalled that when he had struck Chao Kamvan earlier, her hairpin had fallen, and he had neglected to clear it away. Now, truly, immense trouble had arrived. Thump, thump. Within the quiet room, a sudden thud resonated. Both of their gazes simultaneously snapped towards the cabinet. Tio-an now slowly advanced. Tungan rushed after her but dared not intervene, for to stop her would be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Yet, failing to stop her also meant he could hardly escape implication. Just imagine, what would happen if she were to discover her own sister-in-law hidden within his room's cabinet, with another man? Meanwhile, Lady Tue, Shao Kamvan, hidden within, was also terrified, covering her face and bowing her head, continuously pleading, "Don't open the door!" Alas, the cabinet door was ultimately forced open. Tue-an, Chao Kamvan uttered, her voice slightly trembling. Tue-an uttered not a single word, merely staring intently at her sister-in-law, her mind a chaotic whirlwind as a deluge of thoughts and questions surged forth. Why is my sister-in-law in Master Tuer's cabinet? With a sickening gurgle, blood spurted from the corner of her mouth. She spat out a crimson streak, then stumbled and collapsed. Tungan immediately rushed forward to support her, crying out, "Young Lady Tue, are you all right? Do not touch me." Tue-an suppressed her burgeoning rage, powerfully shoving Tungan away. Her eyes, filled with loathing and profound disappointment, glared at him. When her gaze shifted to her sister-in-law, a look of venom. "Gejusi truly is a good man, yet in broad daylight he engaged in illicit activities with my sister-in-law. My efforts in seeing you as the Xiao family's hope were all in vain." Xiao Ying clutched her chest, speaking with both resentment and fury, and the more she spoke, the more blood gushed from her mouth. But how could she still care about her injuries? If it weren't for the fact that this was her sister-in-law and her elder brother's sworn brother, she would have already rushed forward to kill them on the spot. Angrily, she left, clutching her injuries. Before departing, she turned back and declared, "Zhu Jinjun, you had better give me an explanation, or even if I die, I will drag you down with me." After speaking, she walked out. Xiyan hastily pursued her, for he had just used his divine sense to inspect her, and discovered her blood vessels were reversed, and her true qi was chaotic. He surmised this was due to cultivating the wrong heart technique, coupled with anger clouding her mind, a very high risk of qi deviation, leading to crippling her. He hurriedly ran after her, saying, "Miss Xiao, you've misunderstood. I truly have no ill intentions towards your sister-in-law. Stop. If you continue like this, you will lose your life." At this moment, within the Fu family, the useless Fu Shenqi was kneeling on the ground, having just been slapped dizzy by his father. He was filled with resentment inwardly, yet still dared not utter a word. His father, the Fu family head, angrily said, "HMPH, you can't even deal with a single Xian. You are truly bringing shame upon my Fu family." "Brother Fu, please calm your anger. I have a way to salvage the current situation." A person beside him spoke in a low voice. The Fu family head coldly asked, "What method?" That person replied with a cold laugh, "We will do as we did last time at the Xiao family, disguise ourselves as members of the Dark Mist demonic sect to attack their Xiao family, and kill that Xian." This person stepped forward, patting Fu Shenqi's shoulder, and continued with a smile, "On that day, you and I will not disguise ourselves, but rather observe if young Master Fu can single-handedly repel the demonic sect members and save the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Fu Shenqi smiled, understanding the implication. He knew this was the opportune moment to swallow the entire Zhao family. Meanwhile, outside, two streaks of light streaked across the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were two people, one of whom was Mo Junhong, being pursued by another. "Old sword god, stop right there!" the one behind him shouted loudly. Mo Junhong only replied with a hearty laugh, "If you want to catch me, go cultivate for another 500 years. Nearby, Yu Lang was also being relentlessly chased by a group of women from a pleasure house. As the two brushed past each other, they quickly recognized the other, both astonished. "Is that not junior brother Yu Ling? Weren't you just brought to the Xiao Manor by Madame Zhao? Why are you running around like this outside?" Mo Junghang said with a smile. Yu Lang also shouted unhappily, "I don't want this either. It's because of the crowd behind me." And so, the two ran in the same direction, with a frantic crowd in relentless pursuit behind them. Yet, the two conversed calmly with each other. "Junior brother, would you help me join forces to kill those people?" Mo Junghang said gravely. "Then will you help me chase away those women?" Yu Lang asked in return. Mo Junghong was at a loss for words for a moment, and could only say, "But my matter is more urgent. Help me first." Yu Lang, not willing to suffer a disadvantage, immediately said, "Protecting a junior brother is what a senior brother should do, so go help me first." Mo Junghong sighed, and said with a smile, "In that case, let us each go our separate ways." Yu Lang also nodded, and darted off in another direction. Mo Junghang watched him go, revealing a sly smile, and then informed the women of Yu Lang's whereabouts. After doing so, seeing the crowd approaching, he continued to flee. "Senior brother? You dared to play a trick on me!" Yu Lang roared in fury. From high atop a rooftop, Bai Lan observed the chaotic scene below, subtly smiling as she remarked, "The Xiao family's drama has just begun." No sooner had she spoken than countless shadowy figures appeared behind her, a dreadful killing intent permeating the air. In the Xiao family courtyard, Si Yan was still chasing Xiao Ying, incessantly trying to explain and call for her to stop. But all was in vain. Xiao Ying simply ignored him, continuing straight ahead. Si Yan was both angry and worried, for this girl's true chi was in disarray, and her risk of losing her life was extremely high. Now, due to her anger at him, she refused to listen to his explanations, leaving him utterly helpless. But how could he possibly abandon her? He thus followed behind her, persistently trying to explain. The two walked along the outer garden corridor. Just at this moment, Tao Er passed by, and witnessed the scene. She was astonished. "Is that not Master and Sister Xiao Ying? Why are the two of them so close?" She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, and huffed, "HMPH, hateful master, I don't care at all." But immediately afterwards, she reconsidered, subtly smiling, then blushing as she muttered to herself, "But as a disciple, it is only natural to be concerned about Master's social connections. Well then, I'll ask Sister Xiao Ying later." That night, in the tranquil stillness beneath the faint moonlight, a shadowy figure darted rapidly along the corridor, approaching a room in the small courtyard. Upon nearing the open window, this person immediately leaped inside. Beneath the moonlight, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. It was Si Yan. He surveyed the entire room, confirmed no one was there, then let out a sigh of relief. Casting his gaze towards the bed, he secretly mused, "Perhaps Xiao Ying is fast asleep. Coming here secretly in the middle of the night is truly a last resort." All this was because that girl Xiao Ying refused to listen to him. Even if he explained until his throat was dry, she still wouldn't believe him. Furthermore, her internal injuries were severe, yet she wouldn't let him treat her. Indeed, women are always stubborn, he thought. Huh? What in the world is this? Under the moonlight, he saw the floor covered with small bloodstains, and a few torn pieces of clothing. Those items were precisely Xiao Ying's undergarments. In that instant he, who was usually thin-skinned, immediately flushed crimson, then slowly approached the bed. Immediately afterwards, the scene on the bed captivated his gaze, unable to look away. Xiao Ying was lying naked on the bed, with only a thin layer of fabric covering her body, perfectly concealing the areas not meant to be seen. Her entire body trembled slightly, her breathing was ragged, and beads of sweat rolled down her exquisite skin. "Si Yan, you must calm down. You cannot do anything to her," he continuously scolded himself, taking a deep, cold breath to try and maintain his composure. In truth, he desperately wanted to lift that thin fabric, but in the end he forced himself to endure. His breathing became rapid as he considered how her entire body was burning hot at the moment, sweat incessantly flowing. Outwardly, it resembled a feverish illness, but her internal condition was actually far more severe. To save her, the only way was to transmit true qi into her, to stabilize the flow of true qi within her body, then use a cultivation technique to unblock her acupuncture points, helping all her meridians become unblocked. However, doing so, it would be difficult to avoid some immodest actions. He softly muttered an apology under his breath, then immediately reached out to help her sit up. The thin fabric was pulled up by spiritual energy, wrapping around her to conceal her. He sat behind her, placing his hand on her back, his mouth reciting scriptures as golden true qi radiated outwards and permeated Xiao Ying's body. The golden true qi, like a warm current, flowed into Xiao Ying's body, swiftly coursing through all her meridians, suppressing the chaotic true qi within her. The grand Dacio scriptures, meanwhile, transformed into golden characters that entered her sea of consciousness, adjusting her cultivation method and beginning to unlock all her acupoints. Si Yan softly barked an order, turning Xiao Ying around, his fingers gently pressing upon each acupoint on her body. After several presses he roared, "Open for me!" Boom, boom, boom. A series of continuous explosions echoed within Xiao Ying's body. Instantly, her entire body glowed, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while Si Yan did not delay, continuing to recite the scriptures. Peeved, Xiao Ying trembled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then stumbled onto the bed and lost consciousness. Only when Si Yan saw that everything was done did he let out a sigh of relief. It was truly exhausting, but saving this girl was for the best. If there had been any further delay, even the gods and Buddhas of all heavens would have found her difficult to save. He reached out to wipe the blood from his face when he heard her say, "Huh, where is this place? My head hurts so much." Xiao Ying slowly opened her eyes. In a haze, she saw Si Yan, who also asked with concern, "Miss Xiao, you're awake. Are you all right?" Xiao Ying exclaimed in surprise, "Sim Pavilion Master, why are you here?" With that, she struggled to sit up and look down at herself. At this moment, she was horrified to discover that she did not have a single piece of cloth to cover herself, while Si Yan's clothes were slightly disheveled, and he was sitting right beside the bed. "Could it be you, lecherous thief?" Xiao Ying hurriedly dragged herself up, grabbed a pillow, and threw it directly at Si Yan's face, while quickly pulling the blanket beside her to cover her body. Si Yan merely chuckled, not angry at all, and said, "Miss Xiao, you have just recovered from your injuries. You should not exert yourself vigorously, or you will deplete your true qi, and I will be unable to help you further." Xiao Ying's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with fury, tears welling up as she looked at him and cried, "You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of my injuries to commit such a despicable and lewd act? Now that I've lost my chastity, how can I ever face anyone?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yan's expression immediately darkened with rage. He had clearly just saved her, yet he was being reprimanded instead, even accused of committing a despicable and lewd act. This was truly baffling idiocy. "Miss Xiao, you should understand that I had good intentions in treating you. Yet now you accuse me of such a lewd act. Do you think a few touches from me could make your chastity simply vanish? You can't even comprehend such a simple matter. It truly was a waste of my past regard for you." Sikyan showed her no courtesy, and as he spoke he took a blanket hanging nearby and threw it over her to cover her. "Furthermore, if I hadn't saved you, you would now be admiring the scenery in the Yellow Springs. Why are you still sitting here complaining about me? Truly incomprehensible, Taoer." Having said that, Si Yan turned his face away, regardless of whether she believed him or not. Only then did Xiao Ying realize that she had been too hasty and hadn't thought things through carefully. Indeed, all the pain and exhaustion in her body had vanished. Her body now felt incredibly light, refreshed, and even showed signs of being stronger than before. "Alright, I apologize for my presumptuousness. But Miss Xiao, you must understand one thing. Your sister-in-law, your brother, and all the tragedies of the Xiao family were caused by the Fu family's divine cavalry marshal." Xingyan looked out the window, slowly revealing the truth under the moonlight. Hearing this, Xiao Ying was so shocked that tears fell, feeling as if her entire world had crumbled before her eyes. Outside the garden, Tao Xie was circling around, looking for Si Yan and Xiao Ying, walking and wondering how she should. As she walked, she suddenly saw Xiao Ying standing under the peach tree, immediately running over, smiling, and saying, "Xiao Ying, older sister, are you not asleep yet?" Xiao Ying asked in a slightly unusual tone, "Are you going to look for Master?" Her thoughts exposed, Taoer could only force a smile and reply, "Well, do you know where Master is, older sister?" At this moment, Xiao Ying turned her head. 2 streams of tears streaked down her cheeks, and she choked out, "Has he just departed?" Hearing this, Taoer was extremely startled. "Xiao Ying, older sister, what is the meaning of this? Why are you so grief-stricken?" "Where is my master?" Taoer asked urgently, an ominous premonition arising within her heart. "I apologize, I have lost my composure. Hadn't I told myself not to display such weakness by running out here? I am sorry, Taoer, but perhaps there is no need to hide the matter between your master and me any longer." Xiao Ying wiped her tears, looking at Taoer with a heartbroken expression as she spoke. Like a thunderclap, Taoer felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body trembling. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily as she looked at Xiao Ying. Could it be that what she had once suspected was true? Had her older sister and her master truly become entangled? No, impossible. This must be false. She refused to believe it. Master was absolutely not that kind of person. And Xiao Ying, older sister too. She clearly already had a fiancé. Xiao Ying, older sister. You are lying, aren't you? Why would you do such a thing? Don't you already have a husband? Taoer clenched Xiao Ying's shoulders, questioning her loudly, her entire body trembling, her eyes already drenched with tears. I have always admired Xiao Ying, older sister, a person highly proficient in swordsmanship, and you have an older brother and sister-in-law who love and cherish you. Surely many pursue you. If you dislike this engagement, you can simply break it off, Taoer said, choking on her words, her tears falling uncontrollably. Xiao Ying looked at her like that, not knowing what to say. In her heart she thought, could this engagement truly be broken off so easily? I only have master, and I only want master. Why would you snatch away Taoer's master? Taoer cried out, then burst into sobs. Xiao Ying was surprised, gradually understanding everything. She chuckled, reaching out to wipe Taoer's tears, then said, this silly child is still like she was when she was little. Who in this family would dare to snatch away something you want? There, stop crying. There is nothing between your master and me." As she said this, Zhao Ying remembered what had just happened. Although her consciousness was hazy at the time, she could still perceive Si Yan's voice. That gentle sound had pulled her back from the gates of hell. Thinking of that, she could only laugh self-deprecatingly. Palace Lord Si. What would he want with a woman like me? He is merely saving an insignificant life within his vast world. Dao Er did not clearly hear Zhao Ying's words, but she saw the other's expression. It was not the look of someone who had just obtained what they desired, but rather the visage of one who had lost something that could never be regained. Only then did she truly feel at ease. "Dao Er, do you know why I practice swordsmanship?" Zhao Ying asked softly. Dao Er shook her head and said, "Is it not because you love it?" "No, I do not love practicing swordsmanship, for it is truly arduous. Day in and day out, as spring passed and summer arrived, I diligently practiced swordsmanship without cease. There were times I was heavily injured, my hands covered in scars, my entire body feeling as if it would fall apart, and I had to endure both wind and rain." Zhao Ying's voice grew softer and softer. The more she spoke, the deeper she sank into her memories. Those were the days she wielded her sword beneath the peach tree, from the very beginning when her body was constantly covered in wounds, until, as she gradually improved, the injuries became fewer. Yet, any injury could prove life-threatening. Regardless of storms, snow, or scorching sun, she had to grit her teeth and endure. Why must a young woman like me do such things? Because I need strength. I want to protect everyone of the Xiao family. My betrothed, Fu Shenqi, is the one who harmed my elder brother and threatened my sister-in-law, leading to the Xiao family's decline. Zhao Ying raised her head and shouted loudly, her eyes filled with hatred like a fierce beast. Her entire body radiated a terrifying pressure that startled even Dao Er. She recognized a familiar aura, that of her master, existing within Zhao Ying. Could it be that master had used his true qi to heal her injuries? But at this moment she no longer paid attention, for Zhao Ying embraced her and said, "Dao Er, I have always admired you. You are truly fortunate. Cherish what you have." Zhao Ying gazed up at the high sky, faintly smiled, and said, "As for me, my strength fails my will. Perhaps I should risk this life to slay Fu Shenqi." At this moment, in a grand private room within a pavilion, the Xiao and Fu families were happily feasting and drinking wine. Family head Xiao raised his cup, smiling as he said, "Brother Fu, you have traveled from afar. Allow me to offer you a toast first. Tomorrow, my humble daughter will be entrusted to your esteemed son's care." Family head Fu also raised his cup, laughing heartily with great joy. "Brother Xiao, you are too modest. For my son to gain such a beautiful and talented wife is the fortune of his lifetime, and the good fortune of my Fu family. Ha. With everyone gathered today, why are Dao Er and Zhao Ying not at the banquet?" Old Zhuo, sitting beside family head Fu, asked with a smile. Madame Zhao gently smiled and replied, "Zhao Ying is not feeling well today, and Dao Er has gone to care for her." Ling Yu also raised his cup and said, "As for matters concerning young women, esteemed elders need not concern yourselves. This junior offers a toast to you." Excellent. Old Zhuo nodded and said, "Tomorrow morning is the grand wedding. Today, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Family head Zhao happily raised his cup, and the Fu family reciprocated the gesture, drinking their cups dry. With a thunderous bang, just as the atmosphere was at its most festive, the door to the room suddenly burst open. A panicked servant rushed in to report, "Family head, the Xuanmo demonic sect has attacked the Zhao manor." What? The members of the Zhao family were all taken aback. The Zhao family head immediately rose, slamming the table in furious indignation. However, the Fu family, at this moment, secretly sneered, for their plan had already commenced. In the backyard of the Zhao manor, only Tao Yer and Zhao Ying remained, embracing each other, completely oblivious that danger had already drawn perilously close. Tao Ye reflected on Zhao Ying's recent words, and then considered how, from childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered any grievance, always sheltered by her parents and elder brother. Upon maturity, she was fortunate enough to meet her master and become a disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. From that day forth, her master had always accompanied and protected her throughout her journey. Her senior brothers, too, all cherished and looked after her. It turned out she was truly the most fortunate person. Yet she had still blamed her own elder sister. Boom! An immense explosion reverberated, shaking the entire Zhao manor. The wall of the rear garden was utterly shattered into countless fragments. From within the plume of smoke, several figures wearing demonic masks were sent flying backward before collapsing onto the ground. "What are you two still doing here? You'll miss the exciting drama." Xin Yan slowly stepped forth. Behind him, numerous bodies lay scattered across the ground. "The Zhao family charade has already begun." Xian Yan sneered, saying, "At the Fu Manor, those disguised as the Xuanyin demonic sect have arrived. They wore beast-headed masks, and possessed a ferocious demeanor, mercilessly cutting down several retainers. Today, the blood debt of the Zhao family shall be paid in full. Old Master Zhao was utterly panicked. Had the demonic sect truly returned for revenge? They quickly formed a battle formation, while arrayed opposite them were the members of the Fu family and the Xiao family. Fu Shenji appeared exceedingly confident, reassuring his father-in-law Xiao Miaoyuan, "Rest assured, let me handle everything. Absolutely no one will be allowed to lay a hand on the Xiao family." Gazing at the formidable demonic sect forces before his eyes, Xiao Miaoyuan couldn't help but worry for his son-in-law. Little did he know, this entire spectacle was a scheme orchestrated by Fu Shenji himself. Fu Shenji stepped out alone to confront them, striking down each opponent one by one, his presence incredibly valiant. Old Master Xiao's eyes were truly opened. He had never imagined Fu Shenji to be so powerful. He secretly thought to himself, marrying my daughter to him was indeed the correct decision. Suddenly, a demonic sect member attacked Fu Shenji from behind. This assailant was clearly exceptionally powerful. Fu Shenji immediately realized something was amiss. This person was unlike his own subordinates. He took an extremely heavy palm strike, causing him to spit blood. The technique itself was quite familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. The demonic sect member removed his mask, revealing the second elder, leaving Fu Shenji utterly astonished. Bailan's voice echoed through the air. Accompanied by her female disciples, she directly exposed the true nature of the Fu family, revealing that they had been impersonating the Xuanyin demonic sect all this time to commit nefarious deeds. However, the Fu family's mistake was their ignorance that the demonic sect in Jiangnan City only accepted female members, never males. Old Master Fu recognized the person before him as Bailan, the sect master of the demonic sect. He could not have imagined that Bailan would know of their actions tonight and personally intervene in such a decisive manner. Xiao Miaoyuan still remained in a state of utter bewilderment. A real demonic sect, then a fake one. Had he truly been deceived by others all this time? Bailan had long been enraged by the impersonation of her sect. Today she was resolved to settle this debt decisively. She immediately ordered her subordinates to unleash their full power upon the Fu family, causing the battle to erupt. Yu Ling had rushed to the exterior of the Fu manor. Hearing the sounds of combat erupting from within, she was eager to charge in. Yet before he could even step inside, he was stopped by Mo Junhang. Mo Junhang, carrying a long bench and a watermelon on his shoulder, told his junior martial brother not to be anxious, but to sit down, eat some melon, and enjoy the show. Yu Ling utterly failed to comprehend his senior martial brother, who still had the mind to eat and drink in such a situation. Suddenly, a ray of golden light appeared in the sky. Just as Mo Junhang predicted, the awaited person had arrived. Si Yan appeared. As soon as he recognized Bailan, he understood that Bailan had taken it upon himself to handle all the matters he had originally intended to deal with, personally. In Si Yan's arms were Tao Er and Zhao Ying. Seeing that both Tao Er and Zhao Ying were safe and sound, the entire Zhao clan rejoiced immensely, yet Elder Zhao remained utterly astonished. If Bailan was truly the demonic sect master, then was not Si Yan the master of this great devil? What exactly was going on? Si Yan was scolding Bailan for acting so rashly, thereby spoiling his plan. Bailan, meanwhile, awkwardly explained that he simply did not want his master to personally deal with a few minor ruffians. Truly, he only knew how to infuriate his master to no end. Sin Yan approached the fake demonic sect members feigning death on the ground, kicked them, and asked how long they intended to pretend to be dead. The group of people lying there immediately sprang up, simultaneously rushing forward to attack Sin Yan. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Si Yan merely unleashed a trace of his cultivation power, which was enough to send the entire group flying in all directions. Their masks were also knocked off, and everyone instantly panicked, fearing their identities would be exposed. Father and son Si Miaoyuan and Xiao Lingyue recognized among them the steward, chef, and stableman of the Fu clan. These individuals remained incredibly stubborn, adamantly refusing to admit to the name Fu clan. Instead, they insisted that in life they were demonic sect members, and in death, they would be ghost demonic sect members. Upon hearing this, Bailan was so moved by their loyalty that he immediately wished to grant them their wish. Bailan and his disciples prepared to act. Only at this moment did the fake demonic sect group truly become terrified. They roared loudly, frantically crying out for help to the Fu clan. The members of the Xiao clan were now forced to believe the truth. All along, none of these matters had actually been caused by the demonic sect. The Fu clan members had no words left to justify themselves. Before them, there was only one choice: to flee. Master and servants fled in unison, for even without the Xiao clan, they could still dominate Jiangnan. Preserving their lives was, first and foremost, the most important matter. After fleeing for a distance, they saw Yu Ling and Mo Junhang already sitting there, waiting. Both immediately charged forward, cutting down the Fu clan's subordinates. Elder Fu recognized the Divine Blade Guardian and the Old Sword Deity, but he felt he had no enmity with them. Yu Ling and Mo Junheng indeed harbored no personal grudges with the Fu clan, but they were merely following the mission assigned to Xian Yan of the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion by their master. Upon hearing the names of the Divine Blade Guardian, the Old Sword Deity, and the Demonic Sect Master, names that one should not even mention, let alone offend, yet this time, the Fu clan had even provoked their revered master. Truly, no one could save them now. The three masters of the Fu clan could only kneel and beg for their lives. All matters finally seemed to be concluded. Xiao Ying should have felt joy, yet for some unknown reason, her heart felt incredibly heavy. She slumped to the floor, releasing the sword in her hand. Tears welled up as she quietly thought that she was still too weak and cowardly, unable to protect even herself and her family, always having to rely on others for help. Si Yan understood her feelings completely. He walked to her side, told her to pick up her sword and grasp it firmly, while encouraging her to personally confront Fu Shenqi. Hearing Tu Yan's words, Xiao Ying felt herself become more resolute. She gripped her sword, shouted loudly, and directly challenged Fu Shenqi, boldly declaring that if he could defeat her, she would beg for their lives. Elder Xiao was utterly enraged by his daughter's actions, loudly rebuking her. By what right do you presume to make major decisions for the Xiao family on your own? He demanded she hand this matter over to others, absolutely forbidding her from jeopardizing the overall situation. Tu Yan saw his stubbornness. He would rather believe outsiders were colluding with the demonic sect than trust his own daughter. This old man was truly beyond saving. In that case, the only way was to use a sword token to make him obey, and for him to quietly watch this duel. Bai Lan, however, was greatly amused, immediately ordering his men to clear the corpses from the arena. Before entering the arena, Fu Shenqi was carefully instructed by his father. As long as he left this place alive, the Fu family would still have a chance to rise again, and thus he absolutely had to win. Even though Xiao Ying was a woman, since she dared to declare war, he must still be cautious, not reckless, to avoid making any mistakes. Fu Shenqi remembered his father's words. Standing before Xiao Ying with an imposing aura, the duel was about to begin. He drew his sword, and immediately began to provoke Xiao Ying, saying that she was merely a seventh soul realm practitioner, yet dared to cause trouble, truly not knowing her own limits. Xiao Ying responded with deep-seated resentment, stating that all the humiliation the Xiao family had endured, she would personally cleanse today. The two swung their swords simultaneously. Their blades collided with a clang, and a dazzling light flashed. From the very first moves, Xiao Ying displayed her true strength, making Fu Shenqi somewhat wary. He understood he needed to act with greater force and immediately swung his sword, pressing forward. Xiao Ying could not withstand his assault, and was wounded all over. Fu Shenqi was extremely smug, continuing to taunt and ridicule her, saying she was merely a useless thing who only knew how to rely on others. He leapt into the air, raised his sword, and struck down, declaring that without the help of others, both she and the Zhao family would have long since been in his grasp. Xiao Ying angrily counterattacked, but he continued to mock her, mentioning how her sister-in-law had been grievously humiliated by him, and deepening the pain of her crippled elder brother. Everyone standing by was appalled. Elder Zhao, Taoyu's mother, and Taoyu herself, could not believe such a humiliating matter had occurred. Xiao Lingyue was truly too shocked, while his wife had no words left to say, simply turning her face away. Xiao Ying was enraged to the extreme, pouring all her fury into her sword techniques. But precisely because of her overwhelming anger, her mind was scattered, and she was gradually suppressed by Fu Shenqi. The situation became incredibly perilous. Tao Kara tugged at Tu Yan's sleeve, showing her worry for Xiao Ying. Tu Yan perceived the situation. Xiao Ying was indeed far too muddled. At this moment, he needed to awaken her. Tu Yan shouted loudly, "Tail where?" He began to awaken her in the main hall. "You have diligently trained in the way of the sword for over 10 years. Yet what exactly have you cultivated? I hear your sword wailing, because you haven't truly grasped it in your hand." Tu Yan's words. "I hear your sword wailing, because you haven't truly held it firmly. My path of cultivation is to cultivate oneself, to comprehend the great Dapio. If you do not have faith in yourself, how can you ever become strong?" These words awakened the power deep within Xiao Ying, causing her to forcefully surge forth. Fu Shenqi was greatly astonished. Xiao Ying's sword moves became decisive, and her gaze also grew much sharper. Tu Yan watched, extremely satisfied. Fu Shenqi could not believe she could achieve such a breakthrough, immediately using his dragon wind blade to counter, but the moment the move was unleashed, he was sent flying. His swordsmanship was utterly suppressed. The current situation revealed he could no longer withstand her assault. Xiao Ying grew stronger with each passing moment, like a tiger given wings. Her father never imagined his daughter could achieve such a feat. He sincerely thanked Si Yan for his guidance to Xiao Ying, but Si Yan stated that this was, in fact, Xiao Ying's true inherent strength. 10 years of arduous cultivation, undeterred by hardship, had long since honed her to perfection. Teo felt a pang of melancholy and a touch of guilt towards her elder sister. For so many years her elder sister had always shouldered so many burdens alone, yet she never ceased to strive. Such resolute strength. If it were her, She feared she would not have been able to bear it. Taoju's tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Fu Shenji was gravely wounded, one arm severed. Yet even that was not enough to quell Xiao Ying's wrath. She finished him with 3 sword strikes. The first for her elder brother and sister-in-law, the second for the Zhao clan. Fu Shenji's cries for help echoed piteously. The final sword strike was for Xiao Ying herself. His leg was severed, sent soaring into the air. His father watched helplessly as his son gasped for breath, suffering immense pain and utter misery. Elder Fu embraced his son, engulfed in ultimate agony, his heart-wrenching cries echoing throughout the area. Xiao Miaoyuan, witnessing this entire scene, clutched his head, consumed by both regret and self-reproach. Xiao Ying had protected the Zhao clan, while he himself had nearly ruined his own daughter's future. The battle concluded. Xiao Ying's robes were tattered. She knelt before Xian, hands clasped respectfully, thanking him for his tutelage. Xian helped Xiao Ying to her feet, praising her cheerfully, stating that today's achievements were incredibly commendable, and everything she had accomplished was due to her own efforts. Xinyan mused to himself, thinking that Taokir would surely revere him even more after this. However, seeing Xian and Xiao Ying holding hands, supporting each other with such intimate affection, Tao Sher found it utterly displeasing. She immediately interjected, standing before Xiao Ying, and loudly praised her elder sister. Tao Ger intentionally spoke those words to disregard Xian, but inwardly she secretly reminded herself to cultivate diligently, absolutely refusing to let her master and senior brothers leave her far behind. Tao Er tightly squeezed her elder sister's hand, confidently asserting that she would surpass her, even Xiao Ying herself, while Xian was left forgotten in a corner. Fu Shenji's father and martial uncle were still desperately trying to save him. The martial uncle used his zhenqi to protect his heart meridian, but if they wished for him to live, they had to immediately take him to Zhenyang Palace. To reach Zhenyang Palace, they first had to escape this place. The old martial uncle suddenly lunged towards Xiao Lingye. Xin Yan immediately perceived something was amiss, blocked the old man, and sent him flying far away. While Xin Yan was distracted, and everyone's guard was down, Elder Fu suddenly swung his sword towards Xiao Lingye. He sought revenge for Fu Shenji, but Zhao Qinyun intercepted the sword strike instead, using a sword strike across her back caused her to faint in her husband's arms. Xiaolang Viet was in boundless pain. The 2 elders of the Fu clan still refused to give up, desperately combining their strength, creating a brilliant, glowing surge of power that was truly not ordinary. Si Yan immediately used the light of the righteous path technique to utterly defeat them. A few days later, news of the Fu clan's demise was published in the newspaper by Mo Junhei. Xian took the newspaper and read through it once. This disciple not only reported the news but also included analyses that made one utterly unbearable. Siqian mused inwardly, "The next time we meet, this master will certainly have to teach him a lesson." Not far away, Madame Su and Tao Er were secretly watching Xian from behind. The mother and daughter observed intently and ceaselessly discussed. After everything that had happened, Madame Su had a much more favorable impression of Xiayan. She realized that Tao Er had found a good master, especially since her feelings for Xinyan had also been seen through by her. She agreed to let Tao Er continue following her master, and to return to the imperial city later. Tao Er felt a bit shy upon hearing her mother's words, firmly refusing to admit anything, but her expression could not escape the elderly madame's discerning eyes. Madame Su unexpectedly pushed her daughter from behind, causing Tao Er to fall towards Master Xiyan. She hesitated before greeting him. Xiyan was slightly surprised. Tao Er should be having breakfast with Madame Su at this hour, so why was she here? Tao Er said she had already eaten, and her mother had also agreed to let her follow Xiyan. Such an outcome was truly excellent. The father and son, Xiao Yaoyuan and Xiao Lang Viet, were approaching Xiyan and Tao Er. They heard Xiao Ying say Xiyan was about to depart, so they specifically came to bid him farewell. Old Master Zhao was extremely grateful for the life-saving grace, affirming that the Xiao clan would never forget it for generations. Xiaolang Viet's complexion also looked much better. Thanks to Xian's medicinal pills, he no longer had to sit in a wheelchair but could now use a wooden crutch to walk around. His health situation was progressing very favorably. While speaking with Xiaolang Viet, Xinyan asked him how he intended to deal with Zhao Qinye. Xiaolang Viet replied with a touch of bitterness, saying, "After all, they were husband and wife. Everything would have to wait until Qinyun awoke before being decided." At this moment, Zhu Qinyun was still in a coma, and it was unknown when she would awaken. Furthermore, Old Master Xiao and Young Master Xiao had also discussed yielding the position of clan head to Xiao Ying. But currently, Xiao Ying was very busy. "Father," Xiao Ying's voice rang out. She carried a bundle on her person and held a sword in one hand. She wanted to go to the imperial city, a decision that surprised everyone. Her father and senior brother wondered what Xiao Ying intended to do in the imperial city. It turned out she wanted to continue training in the sword Dao, because threats to the Zhao clan still existed. She had to walk her own path by herself. Tu Yan intended to teach Xiao Ying, but Tao Nhi, standing behind him, immediately stopped him, leaving Tu Yan to regretfully wish Xiao Ying would find a renowned master in the capital. Xiao Ying clearly understood Tao Nianhe's thoughts. She gently smiled and then inquired about Tu Yan and his disciples' next plans. Tu Yan and Tao Nh. I would go. A few days prior, Tu Yan had punished Bai Lan by spanking her bottom for daring to cause a commotion, acting on her own initiative, and stealing his role. Tu Yan regretted that he had not yet had time to deal with his first and second disciples. Only after inquiring did he learn that a divine miracle had appeared in Mujiang, causing the two of them to hastily rush there. Mujiang was also the place where Su Xuan was digging a canal. As soon as he heard mention of Mujiang, Tu Yan immediately felt that the place was very suitable for cultivation. However, he worried that the rugged mountainous terrain would cause Tao Nhi inconvenience, so he thought it would be better to return to Tianming Pavilion. But Tao Nhi was extremely resolute. She wanted to go to Mujiang to cultivate and become stronger herself, to surpass Big Sister Xiao. Therefore, Tu Yan and Tao Nhi decided to set off for Mujiang. Bai Lan said she would follow the venerable sect master of the profound demonic sect. Tu Yan and Tao Nh bid farewell to their household, then mounted their horses and departed. In truth, they could probably fly directly to Mujiang, but Tuxian wanted his female disciple to enjoy the scenery along the way, which was why he chose to travel by horse. At this moment, Bai Lan was also preparing to depart with the venerable sect master. Fu Shenqi had not lost his life, but his limbs had been crippled. History. He was placed onto a carriage and taken to Zhenyang Palace. Xu Mo, Fu Shenqi's mother, burst into tragic tears as soon as she saw her son, unceasingly calling his name. Fu Shenqi was in extreme pain, yet he struggled to open his mouth to reply. Xiang Qiyi, the palace master of Zhenyang Palace, was the elder brother of Fu Shenqi's mother. Seeing his younger sister in such pain, he could not suppress his rage. Believing the Zhao family was truly too tyrannical, Xiao Mo implored her elder brother to definitely seek revenge. Zhenyang Palace naturally could not swallow this humiliation, but he needed to consider carefully, for he knew that a certain formidable figure backed the Xiao family. Tu Yan and Tao Nhi were currently stopping at the edge of the forest, the two of them lighting a fire to roast fish for dinner. Tu Yan took the opportunity to read the newspaper. It was the paper of Mo Xingjun, who was once again being boastful and garrulous. While waiting for the fish to cook, Tao Nhi reprimanded her master. Throughout that entire day of sword practice, Tuqian had been extremely strict. As soon as his disciple made a wrong posture, he would immediately use a stick to hit her bottom, leaving her backside swollen and sore. Tuqian explained that he did so only because he wanted her to progress faster. Nevertheless, Tao Nhi pouted petulantly, then ran into the forest. Tu Yan called after her, telling her not to go too far. After running for a distance, Tao Nhi stopped, thinking to herself why her master, who clearly liked her, was so strict when teaching. Perhaps it was truly as he said, that he wanted her to become stronger. Because he liked her, Tu Yan had secretly drawn a painting of her naked after bathing, so it was certain that Tu Yan harbored feelings for her. She must not entertain such improper thoughts any longer. Feeling that this spot was sufficiently secluded to attend to private matters, Tao Nhi was pulling down her undergarments when she suddenly heard someone's footsteps, causing her to immediately panic. Could it be that her master was peeping at her? From behind Tao Nhi, a band of mountain bandits was about to capture her. There were 3 of them, each carrying a sword, and the leader was a bald-headed fellow. The bald thug approached from behind, used a cloth to cover Tao Nhi's mouth, then hoisted her onto his shoulder, the entire group laughing gleefully because they had unexpectedly captured a beautiful maid. These individuals knew that those traveling to Mujiang to witness the divine relic would pass through this area. Thus they had set up an ambush in advance, awaiting only the appearance of their targets to commence their plunder. Si Yan waited for a long time, but still did not see Tao Nhi return. He then went to look for her, and heard the voices of the mountain bandits. He approached, demanding that they release his disciple. But this group was aggressive, completely disregarding Si Yan's words, and immediately charged forward to attack. As a result, all 3 thugs were miserably beaten. The leader had both of his arms severed, and his head was swollen as if it had grown 4 or 5 chicken eggs. He could only beg for his life. Si Yan picked up Tao Nhi and tenderly inquired about her condition. Tao Nhi was unharmed, but her legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Tao Nh, I almost soiled herself. The next morning, Tao Nhi and Si Yan continued their journey by carriage. Tao Nhi's wet belongings all had to be hung from the carriage window. Tao Nhi woke up. The soporific drug the mountain bandits had used last night had worn off. Wearing her undergarments, she recalled the events of yesterday and felt utterly disgraced, fearing that no one would dare to marry her in the future. Si Yan seized the opportunity to tease Tao Nhi again, telling her that next time she needed to relieve herself, she must stay within his sight, otherwise he would have to wash her clothes again. This hateful master only knew how to tease his disciple. Tao Nhi pouted in anger, repeatedly hitting him with her hands, her mouth incessantly calling him, "Stinky master, hateful!" Looking at the adorable appearance of his female disciple, Si-Yan found it even more amusing. While the two were still bickering, the carriage arrived at Mujiang Port. Mujiang Port was immensely vast, the sight overwhelming. But strangely, there was only one exceptionally grand ship here, along with scantily clad maidens, inviting and enticing male guests. Si-Yan and Tao Nh. I walked towards the ship, and immediately, 3 or 4 maidens rushed forward to surround them, praising Si-Yan's handsomeness, and adamantly insisting on bringing him onto the ship. Seeing this, Tao Nhi immediately tugged at her master's hand, not wanting to board the ship but preferring to continue by land. Si-Yan replied that traveling by land was very strenuous, and Tao Nhi's bottom was still sore. Tao Nh. I also found his reasoning sound, so she had no choice but to board the ship. Inside the ship, Si-Yan and Tao Nhi were having breakfast. Tao Nh. I ate with great relish. She told Si-Yan that this place was both convenient and comfortable. With such delicious breakfast, the ticket price surely couldn't be cheap. From beginning to end, Si-Yan still felt that this ship was very unusual, because most of those around them were couples intimately caressing each other. While Si-Yan and Tao Nhi were still bewildered, a young man named Ye Zheng appeared, holding a set of dice in his hand. He told the two of them that he heard rumors that the ship owner was extremely generous and hospitable, and he had been here for 2 days but had not seen anyone collect money. Si-Yan looked at Ye Zheng's demeanor. Even though he had been on the ship for 2 days, he was completely unlike the people around him who were entranced by carnal pleasures. Ye Zheng sat down at the same table as Master Si-Yan and his disciple. Si-Yan asked Ye Zheng if he knew the owner of the ship. Ye Zheng shook his head. He only knew that everyone aboard this ship had come to witness a divine miracle. Ye Zheng gestured towards the surrounding tables. First was the table of the Baishan sect, where 3 alluring maidens were attending to them, causing him to drool profusely. Over at the Liu Ye sect's side, a beautiful maiden sat, served wine by 2 elegant young men. The Heavenly Sword sect, usually untainted by worldly affairs, had surprisingly also dispatched 2 disciples. Their 2 disciples dared not look at the maidens, sweating profusely and cowering, appearing utterly pitiful. A corpulent monk appeared, draped in kasaya robes and holding a kakara staff. He admonished the Baishan sect, "Benefactors, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. You must exercise restraint. Restraint." No sooner had the monk finished speaking than he was driven away by the Baishan sect. "Begone! Begone!" According to Ye Zheng, this monk possessed a narrow-minded disposition. Without further delay, several maidens approached Si-Yan and Ye Zheng. These maidens were exceedingly gentle, with one arm draped over a shoulder and the other pouring wine. However, before the wine could even be fully poured, Tao hastily snatched the wineglass. The maiden, pouring the wine, refused to concede defeat. She manifested a water control technique, skillfully maneuvering the wine flask, determined to pour the wine into the glass by any means. However, Tao resolutely refused to place the wineglass down, instead splashing the wine onto that maiden. Both Si-Yan and Ye Zheng realized that this maiden was no ordinary person. Long Yuwu, the shipowner, immediately stepped forward to handle the situation. He calmly apologized for the inadequate hospitality. Upon seeing him arrive, the maidens who had been pouring wine immediately bowed subserviently and admitted their fault. After apologizing, Long Yuwu extended his hand towards Tao indicating an invitation for her to ascend to the upper floor to listen to music. Tao immediately refused, but suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted towards her. Tao seemed to transform into a different person, agreeing to follow the shipowner. This matter was clearly abnormal. Si-Yan realized that Tao had fallen victim to Long Yuwu's soul enchantment art, and with a flick of his finger, Tao quickly regained her clarity. She immediately scurried back to hide behind Si-Yan, loudly declaring to Long Yuwu, "I would never go to listen to music with him." Si-Yan and Tao turned and departed, leaving Ye Zheng, Long Yuwu, and the maidens behind. Long Yuwu flew into a rage, unable to comprehend who Si-Yan truly was, to so effortlessly break his soul enchantment art. Si-Yan and Tao ascended the stairs. Long Yuwu watched his retreating figure, certain he would not let this matter go easily. Ye Zheng tossed a dice. Truly intriguing, he mused. Si-Yan and Tao's room was exquisitely decorated and remarkably comfortable. Tao sat on a chair, observing her surroundings, and told Si-Yan that she found this ship very peculiar. Not only could they eat and stay for free, but the ship owner was also extremely frightening. Si-Yan wore a confident expression, implying that with him present, Tao had nothing to worry about. Si-Yan knew Tao was also very curious about the events unfolding on the ship. He raised his hand, conjuring a divine eye. This divine eye resembled a mirror hanging on the wall, enveloped by halos of light. Dao Ni peered closer, and her spiritual vision revealed a scene of a man and a woman engaged in intimacy. Dao Ni was startled by a mere glance, raising her hand to punch Tulingan repeatedly, asking why he would show her such a filthy sight. But Tulingan's expression turned stern, telling Dao Ni to look carefully. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a man and a woman. Both were unclothed, but the woman had transformed into a demoness, with sharp claws, long green hair reaching her back, scales covering her body, ears like fish fins, a long tail growing from behind her, and incredibly sharp teeth. The woman lay pressed upon the man, draining his life force, while the man appeared to have fainted. Dao Ni fearfully asked Tulingan what this scene was. What exactly was that creature? Why was it so terrifying? According to Tulingan, this was a Jiao Ren, nourishing its essence. This ship was very likely their lair. This, then, was the reason they exerted themselves to lure men onto the ship. Tulingan and Dao Ni left the room to investigate their surroundings. The two looked down at the lower deck, and the scene was a hellish sight. The female demons vied to drain life force, and waves of dark aura surged forth. Dao Ni extended her hand to shield Tulingan, preventing him from approaching, fearing Tulingan would be drained into a dried husk. Tulingan was not overly surprised by this, but he still wondered why Si Jiao spirits would appear in Mujiang. Ye Zheng, standing behind them, explained that someone had conspired, intentionally bringing these Jiao Ren to this place. Ye Zheng had come here precisely to investigate that matter. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from below. The fat monk was clashing with Long Xiaowu. Long Xiaowu had transformed into a large fiend. Upon seeing Tulingan, Dao Ni, and Ye Zheng, he immediately ordered them all killed, sparing only Dao Ni. That fat old monk was none other than Ming Xuan, the abbot of Tianyun Zen Temple. He had charged outside the ship. Long Xiaowu and his accomplices immediately pursued him. From the very beginning, the old abbot had recognized that Long Xiaowu was no ordinary person, and immediately attacked Long Xiaowu with his monk's staff. He shouted, "Abomination!" and the demons on the ship simultaneously rose up. At the same time, the abbot's disciples also arrived in time to provide support. The abbot focused on restraining Long Xiaowu. The demons no longer had time to pay attention to Tulingan, Dao Ni, and Ye Zheng. The three sat inside the ship, looking through the window, watching the fierce battle outside. Tulingan suddenly had an idea. He drew his sword and handed it to Dao Ni. Dao Ni was still eating watermelon, looking bewildered, not understanding what her master intended. It turned out Tulingan wanted to use this opportunity for Dao Ni to test her abilities. "Go, Dao Ni!" He pushed Dao Ni out of the window. The female demons immediately charged towards Dao Er. She stood surrounded by them. Dao Er was frightened, and as they pressed closer, she had no other choice. She swung her sword, and unexpectedly, her sword strike was incredibly resolute. The demons were decapitated and dismembered, their blood splattering everywhere. Si Yan also took action, dealing with many, thinking inwardly, "Indeed, I did not misjudge. Dao Er possesses innate talent. If properly cultivated, she will soon break through to the three-soul realm. This journey to the divine relic is truly a good opportunity for Dao Er to temper herself." On the other side, the monks were gaining the upper hand, and the demons had been scattered and defeated. Abbot Ming Xuan swung his monastic staff, invoking, "Great power, heavenly dragon!" Long Xiaoyu vomited blood and fell into the sea. The abbot continued to use the great Luo sealing spell to seal Long Xiaoyu. After Long Xiaoyu sank into the deep sea, the old monk looked down at the water surface. "Amitabha Buddha. All you patrons who have risen from the waters, now return to the water. 100 rivers flow into one sea. I hope you all finally find your way home." At this moment, the other guests on the ship had also awakened, and seeing Long Xiaoyu and his accomplices defeated and driven away, they couldn't help but be astonished. Some recognized that this old monk, Abbot Ming Xuan, repaid every grievance, and they immediately began to buzz with discussion. Dao Er was quite excited by her own achievements. Si Yan praised his female disciple, and simultaneously, he heard some information about the monk. This monk was incredibly narrow-minded. Someone recounted that his senior brother was once bitten by a flea. Abbot Ming Xuan offered to remove the poison by sucking it out, suggesting his senior brother remove his robes, but that senior brother immediately refused. Thereupon, the monk smiled and departed. But immediately afterward, over a dozen disciples appeared and beat his senior brother so severely that he couldn't get out of bed for 2 months. After hearing the story of Abbot Ming Xuan, some immediately became frightened. They suddenly remembered that they had previously driven away the monk when he had stepped forward to offer advice. Could it be? The old monk heard this and gently spoke. "This old monk is inherently very forgiving. Even if some patrons spoke ill of me in the past, I do not take it to heart." Having said this, he departed. Over a dozen disciples immediately appeared. The fate of those guests was undoubtedly exceedingly tragic. Si Yan, Dao Er, and Ye Zheng, merely watching, made them sweat profusely. As expected, this mad monk recited Namo Amitabha with his mouth, but concealed a trove of daggers within his belly. The ship resumed its journey and docked at Mujian. This place was. Lu Dingwen raised his hands towards the sky, his expression solemn as he channeled his cultivation, exerting all his strength to resolve the majestic golden formation, causing everyone below to exclaim in admiration and respect. After all, Senior Lu was a revered grandmaster of formations, truly unparalleled, with few able to compare. As long as he was here, there was complete hope of breaking the formation. A series of continuous moves was executed. Wukwa, Tanlang, Jumen, Pojun opened, but immediately after, he was counterattacked by the formation, startled to realize that this was a trap. On the other side, the young sect master of Mujin sect, Han In, fortunately appeared in time, swinging his sword to block the attack. He did not forget to ask Senior Luca if he was injured. Lu Dingwen retreated to the side, gently supporting his injured arm within the golden formation. It was not too serious, and he opened his mouth to thank Zhong Han En. Below, the crowd was loudly cheering Zhong Han En's name, praising his talent. For at less than 3 years old, he had already reached the Spirit Emperor realm, a rare prodigy. His innate talent was enough to rank among the foremost in the world. His appearance here today was nothing strange. Zhong Han En supported Lu Dingwen, leading him away from the formation. From afar, the eldest daughter of Duke Ye Jiangyue, rushed over to support Lu Dingwen's arm, calling him Uncle Lu. She reminded him that this formation was extremely dangerous, and Uncle Lu must certainly be more careful in the future. Lu Dingwen uttered an "ah" and replied that it was just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Ye Jiangyue immediately used first aid techniques to treat Lu Dingwen's injury. Outside, people whispered, wondering who the girl who had just rushed over and was now standing with Senior Lu and the young sect master of Mujin in the distance was. They were then told her background by someone nearby. She was said to be a destined match for young sect master Han. At this moment, Si Yan, Taoer, and Zheng'er walked up from behind, curiously approaching the crowd, discussing the girl whose talent and beauty even the emperor admired. Not only that, this peerless beauty even demanded that the emperor depose the empress, disband the imperial harem, and only if she was the sole one remaining would she agree to enter the palace. At the back, Si Yan shook his head and said, "This Ye Jiangyue truly knows how to act high and mighty," but in his heart he thought, "You can make the emperor so infatuated that he wouldn't even need the imperial harem? Perhaps in this world, only Ye Jiangyue could achieve such a feat." Zheng'er stood beside Si Yan, almost blurting out "elder sister" to Ye Jiangyue, but quickly stopped herself and changed it to young lady Ye. She said that young lady Ye once declared that if the emperor forced a marriage upon her, she would destroy her own appearance. Hearing that, Taoshi strongly agreed, for in her eyes, the emperor was a lecherous scoundrel, and finally, this lecherous scoundrel would have his day of suffering. At this, Zheng'er turned to ask if Taoshi was very displeased with the current emperor. Hearing this, Tao Greker abruptly turned away, saying, "It's nothing at all, just a small personal grudge. I merely feel heartache for my brother." Suddenly, all three were startled by the cheers and praises echoing from ahead. The crowd was rejoicing because Senior Lu had attempted to break the formation once again, meaning that before long the formation would surely be completely resolved. Si Yan found this matter quite interesting. Turning to look for the two people walking beside him, he found that they had disappeared at some point. Above, Lu Dingwen continuously unleashed techniques, breaking forth streams of mystical blue light. He inwardly calculated that he had now broken 4 mobile formation eyes. Looking down at the two people below, Han En had broken 12, and young lady Yi had broken 7. Together they had already surpassed half. Suddenly, Lu Dingwen froze, hearing the voice of Pavilion Master Si Yan from below. He was interrogating Tao Kerer, demanding she truthfully report on the 5 formations, 3 years of simulation manual that he had painstakingly compiled for her. Exactly how much had she accomplished? Tao awkwardly replied that she had completed 3.5 pages. Tu Yan was almost enraged by this matter, and was about to teach Taoyer a lesson, when Han En, his face grim, approached with his sword, causing Tu Yan to hastily grab Taoyer by the hair with one hand. Causing her slight pain, he grimaced and waved with his other hand, saying, "I merely wish to take my disciple for some practice. Is even that not permitted? Preposterous. This is a formation left behind by deities. A single inch astray leads to a mile of error. How could this place possibly be used for practice?" Those were the words of Lu Dingwen, as he flew within the golden formation above their heads. Han En, standing behind, stated, "If the two of you refuse to descend, I will have no choice but to escort you away." This left Tu Yan feeling slightly displeased. He lightly furrowed his brow, then gave a faint laugh. Tapping his feet, he flew into the formation, asking, "Was this formation created by you, or by someone else?" He then merely used a few simple moves to slash at the formation, further mocking Lu Dingwen for standing there idly, utterly lacking any domineering presence. And just like that, It was done. Tu Yan had caused all the formation nodes to automatically part. This startled Lu Dingwen, who hastily glanced at the figure who had just flown past him, the sound of that person mocking him still echoing in his ears. Not only that, but Han En was also startled by this development, lightly flying past Lu Dingwen. Tu Yan lightly remarked, "The proverb truly speaks the truth. Only those who genuinely understand can appreciate, while those who are merely half-baked only know how to watch the spectacle. So why don't we compete to see who can break this formation first?" That statement infuriated Lu Dingwen, making his blood boil. He thought to himself that Tu Xian was likely an arrogant fool who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, deliberately doing this in front of everyone to make him lose face. How could he possibly allow himself to be disgraced in such a manner? Lu Dingwen turned back, accepting the challenge, and asked Tu Yan what he wished to wager. With a deep voice and an indescribably arrogant expression, Tu Yan replied that, as long as he won, he could demand the loser to do anything, for he would not lose. Tu Yan circulated his cultivation energy, standing at the center of the formation. His entire body emitted a golden radiance, creating an undeniable majestic aura. Besides the astonished gazes of everyone, including Tower and Zhenger, there were also not-so-favorable discussions about his ability. The crowd believed Tu Yan was an arrogant youth who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, yet dared to contend with Great Master Lu. They suspected he must be mentally unsound, for in their eyes, an outstanding individual like Lu Dingwen had to exhaust his mind and spirit for an entire month just to break half of it. Therefore, it was incredibly difficult to believe Tu Yan could succeed. Even if he were to perish within the formation, no one would be surprised. At this moment, Han En walked over to Lu Dingwen's side and said, "If Tu Yan intends to disrupt the situation, I will immediately strike to kill him." But Lu Dingwen waved his hand to stop Han En, saying, "It's fine. After all, the formation is unpredictable. If Tu Yan truly intends to cause trouble, the formation itself will cause his body and spirit to be annihilated." He slammed the staff in his hand onto the ground, causing even the small ants at his feet to scatter in fright. At this moment, Lin Hongying stood beside Yu Ling, who was sitting and picking up wood chips, a movement that startled the ants on the ground. She asked, "Just now, you emitted killing intent. Could it be that someone who once offended you has appeared here? If that's truly the case, just eliminate them all." Lin Hongying cast a cold gaze behind her and spoke. Clink, clink. She lightly pulled the chain, drawing Yu Ling towards her, and said, "After all, we already have an agreement. Xuan An Men will certainly provide full support." This caused Yu Ling to hastily reply that no one here had ever offended him. It was simply that, if something truly happened, he did not wish to dirty his own hands. Tu Yan. That answer made Lin Hongying's inner self scream that Yu Ling was truly a handsome man, full of exceptional charisma. In the distance, Bai Lan, with her slender fingers, lightly plucked the zither strings as she sat before a member of the Xuan Yin demonic sect. The person behind him asked why he poured his true essence into the zither's melody. Could it be that he intended to kill someone? Bai Lan respectfully replied to the person behind him, saying, "A mere group of insignificant individuals would not be enough for me to kill." But he then continued with a scheming expression, adding that if anyone truly dared to harm his people, those insignificant individuals would certainly be doomed. The rustling of wind through the leaves caused them to gently fall to the ground, making the masked figure's voice behind him even more somber. That person wondered who exactly he was referring to. How could someone make a person like Sect Master Bai so concerned? Returning to Xi'an, at this moment, Mo Junghang and fellow Taoist Ji Yuhu, one fleeing and one pursuing across the sky, made Han Ing on the ground feel startled and suspicious. Ji Yuhu flew after Mo Junghang, asking him if such heavy killing intent meant he truly wanted to fight. Upon hearing this, Mo Junghang turned and swung his sword towards Ji Yuhu, but the elder evaded it. He then laughed and told the elder, "How could there be a fight?" It was just that, in his opinion, his master truly did not understand the joy of displaying one's power before others. If I were to truly praise him, then... But contrary to that thought, Mo Junghang only said that his master was someone immensely respected here, who, after much difficulty leaving the sect, was now being looked down upon by others. But never mind, with junior sister there, perhaps he wouldn't want me to disturb him anyway. This left Ji Yuhu utterly puzzled. Who exactly was the he Mo Junghang spoke of? Inside the formation, Xi'an rotated his hand, taking the opportunity to teach Taoshir a bit, instructing her to remember this technique so that next time she encountered a similar formation, she could dispel it herself. Tao Care, standing below, also obediently cooperated. Xi'an unleashed several moves that were very simple to him, yet astonished everyone else. Even Lu Dingwen could not recognize what techniques they were. Xi'an flew within the formation, leisurely and slowly dispelling it, leaving Lu Dingwen stunned. Could it be that he would truly lose? After chanting an incantation, he pointed forward and said, "1, not yet broken." But behind him, a colossal golden light appeared, taking the form of a divine general, swinging its golden arm towards Xin Yan, roaring that he was being presumptuous. Lu Dingwen, standing next to Han En below, burst into laughter. This is the ultimate move of the heaven and earth grand formation. Lu Dingwen truly had not anticipated this. It seems today, Xian, you could only sacrifice yourself to the formation. But unexpectedly, Xian continued to unleash his techniques, directly breaking through that formation, leaving Lu Dingwen panicked. Xian had successfully dispelled the formation, a sight that made Lu Dingwen helplessly collapse to his knees. It seemed the outcome of this gamble was now clear. In the blue sky, only a few faint yellow streaks of the formation remained. Xian flew through the air, leisurely yet radiating immense might. Everyone below was astonished and awestruck. No one had expected Xian to truly be able to break the formation. At the same time, this incident greatly surprised Yi Zheng, as a question arose in his heart. Who exactly was Xian to possess such incredible power? Gently descending from the sky, Xian told Tao Sher that the formation was still dangerous and would only completely dissipate in a few days. At that time, he would lead her inside to seize the treasures. Taoer, with a joyful expression, ran to Xian, respectfully affirming his words. She then clung to his arm and walked with him toward Lu Dingwen. Xian smirked triumphantly and said, "Now that I have broken the formation, tell me, should you not fulfill your promise?" Lu Dingwen met Xian's sharp gaze, stammering as he asked why Xian knew the true name of the ancient formation. Of course, if it is a formation, it will certainly have a name. If Xian could break it, he naturally had to know its name. Tao Care, still clinging to Xian's arm, Lu Dingwen was utterly convinced. He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Xian. This time, he had truly lost. Should Xian have any request, he would comply. This left Han En, standing behind him, utterly astonished, only able to stammer out a call of Elder Lu. With a swift movement, Ye Zhangyue rushed past Han En, crossed her arms, and stood before Xian, declaring, "You need not try to appear so formidable." For she, Han En, and Elder Luca had already broken more than half of this very formation. Xinyan's easy victory was nothing more than a lucky fluke. This left Lu Dingwen and Han En, standing behind her, utterly speechless and helpless, unsure how to respond to Ye Zhangyue's obstinate refusal to admit defeat, especially when the person in question was a man who was not Han En. No matter how Lu Dingwen and Han En tried to reason with her, she insisted that Xinyan switch to another formation, one he did not know, so they could all contend against it once more. Perhaps these words finally provoked Xian. He faintly smiled, and then told Lu Dingwen that he had already decided what he desired. He raised his hand and pointed directly at Ye Zhangyue, fixing her with a sharp gaze before speaking cryptic words, leaving the other three feeling deeply uneasy. This also created a grave misunderstanding, causing Han En to believe Xian harbored improper intentions. His face flushed with anger as he scolded Xian for his disrespect and demanded to know what he truly intended. Xian, swift as the wind, circled around Ye Zhangyue once, then snatched the hairpin from her hair, startling all three people standing nearby. The hairpin was emerald green, shaped like a small jade butterfly, and it was precisely the item Xian had been eyeing, for he believed this item was valuable and perfectly suited for his female disciple. Naturally, Tao Shir could not have imagined her master would take a personal item from another young lady and present it to her, so she displayed immense disdain. Seeing his beloved female disciple express such disdain, he immediately asked if she wished for him to return the item to its former owner. But it was precisely those words that infuriated Ye Zhangyue even further. She cried out, demanding her jade hairpin back. Just as she was about to reach out and snatch it back, Tao Gerfer was one step faster, seizing it from her master's hand, for it was a gift from her master, and no one else had the right to touch it. Seeing the situation grow tense, Lu Dingwen hastily interjected, trying to reason with Ye Zhangyue, stating that it was, after all, merely a hairpin. If Taoer wanted it, she could simply have it. But things were not so simple. It turned out that the hairpin was a gift from Ye Zhangyue's younger brother, Ye Zheng, who had once given it to her. As if on cue, the very person needed then appeared. Ye Zheng spoke up to comfort Ye Zhangyue, assuring her she need not worry, for he would give her another one on a different day. Although slightly surprised that her younger brother was present, she still pouted and demanded that the next hairpin be only more beautiful, never uglier, leaving Ye Zheng speechless but in agreement. By this point, everything had become clear. Tao Er now also fully understood their identities, for she had previously heard her father mention the son and daughter of Duke Ye, who turned out to be Ye Zhangyue and Ye Zheng. Ye Zheng was utterly astonished by Xian's level of formation mastery. Such ability was truly profound and unfathomable, earning both admiration and broadening the perspectives of others. Hearing her younger brother's words, Ye Zhangyue was suddenly startled, as if remembering something. She turned to look at Xian, doubts stirring in her heart. His surname was Sai, and he had even taken her personal item. Could he be that man? The merchant surnamed Si, from the imperial capital, who frequently sent letters to her estate. That person had written love letters to her for 2 consecutive years, but she had never paid them any mind, believing him to be merely a wealthy merchant. If this were true, then everything could be explained. From his formidable formation mastery to his deliberate snatching of the agarwood, bringing a woman with him, and even befriending Senior Lu, all of it was to attract attention. How could Xian, on the other side, know that, in just a few short seconds, Ye Jiangyue had already imagined so many things? He was still marveling that the person who had accompanied him from the boat to this very place was none other than the young master of Duke Ye's household. At the same time, he was busy deflecting Lu Dingwen's praises. Lu Dingwen's profound admiration for him stemmed from his exceptional formation mastery. His imposing aura and the countless continuous words of praise made Tao Care, standing beside Xianyan at this moment, utterly overwhelmed. Lu Dingwen knew that the person before him was no ordinary individual, so he seized this opportunity to immediately raise some questions about spatial array combinations. From the selection of the core formation, the structure of the array eyes, to other matters, he wished to consult Xian on all of them. Flattered by the praises, Xianyan, in turn, lauded Lu Dingwen before him as a rare formation prodigy seen only once in 100 years, then directly handed him a book containing 5 simulated 3-year formations. That was something he had always regarded as a priceless treasure, so that Lu Dingwen could further understand formations, and at the same time he hoped Lu Dingwen would no longer bother him. This moved Lu Dingwen greatly. He even thought Xian was truly kind-hearted, indeed possessing the demeanor of a distinguished expert. And this very action also made a certain young girl standing beside him extremely happy, because that book was originally Tao Sher's homework. At this very moment, Su Xuan's call rang out from behind Tao Sher, attracting her attention. She turned her head, and seeing her elder brother, she was overjoyed. As for Su Xuan at this moment, he was in an utterly wretched state. He used both hands to support the hoe he was carrying on his shoulder, slowly taking step by step forward. It had been a long time since they last met. Taor truly missed her elder brother. In recent days she had always been searching for her elder brother. She hastily ran towards Su Xuan, and he also ran towards her side. One would have thought the two would have a touching reunion. Tao Sher even believed Su Xuan had been punished by the emperor to this place because of her suffering on her behalf, which filled her with immense self-reproach. But what no one expected was that Su Xuan ran over and grabbed Xian's hand, causing Tao Sher to miss her embrace and almost stumble and fall. It turned out that Su Xuan wanted to find Bai Lan. He looked left and right but still couldn't find Bai Lan, so he put on a shy expression, clasped his hands, and softly asked if Bai Lan had come along, which made Xijan's heart skip a beat in shock. Su Xuan, holding Xijan's hand, gave him goosebumps all over, so he loudly reprimanded Su Xuan to be a bit more serious. This made Su Xuan reveal an expression as if it was all just a misunderstanding, telling Xian not to let his imagination run wild. He took out Bai Lan's purple handkerchief, saying that Bai Lan had forgotten it with him, and so he wished to return it to her. Accompanied by a shy demeanor like a young maiden who had just discovered love, he said that he felt very uneasy in his heart for still holding on to this item. Xian subtly let out a breath of relief, extended his hand to take the handkerchief, saying that if that was the case, he could just hand it over to him, and he would help Su Xuan return it to Bai Lan. But this was somewhat contrary to Su Xuan's intentions, because the person he truly wanted to meet was Bai Lan herself. He hastily hid the handkerchief deep within his clothes, saying that such a small matter dared not trouble Xinyan, which left Xinyan inwardly speechless. And at this moment, a certain younger sister of Su Xuan, standing nearby, had been angry for a long time. The flame of resentment had already erupted fiercely. Therefore, Su Xuan had to hastily appease her. He called out Tao Sher's name, saying that he had always missed her. It was just that he had an urgent matter to find Xian first, which was why he had accidentally overlooked her. But how could just that appease Tao Sher's anger? She absolutely did not believe those words. And when Ye Zhang saw Su Xuan approaching, he recognized him and immediately called out to him. Su Xuan turned to find Ye Zhang, and the two exchanged respectful salutes. Ye Zhang inquired if Su Xuan and Xian were acquainted. Su Xuan was about to reply and introduce them, stating that this was Xian, pavilion master of the heavenly pavilion, when Tao Sher, standing beside him, subtly pulled him back. She whispered that recent rumors regarding Xian were rampant everywhere, and it would be prudent to remain discreet. This caused the words already on Su Xuan's lips to be swallowed back down. He forced a smile, swiftly amending his words. He introduced Xian as an elder brother from the capital, a man of wealthy background, Tao Sher's esteemed master, and also a close confidant of Su Xuan. This left pavilion master Xian, standing nearby, utterly speechless once more. Ye Zheng, seemingly having his questions answered, responded with a simple affirmation. Meanwhile, Ye Jiangyue, hearing Su Xuan introduce Xinyan as bearing the surname Si, hailing from the capital, and possessing an affluent family background, grew even more certain that Xinyan was the one who had sent her letters for the past 2 years. Her heart was filled with profound astonishment. From a distance, Han En and Lu Dingwen approached. Han En spoke up, suggesting, "Since fate has brought us together, and a divine relic has appeared in Mujiang. Why not allow the Mujiang sect to host our esteemed guests? He then invited everyone to their manor for further discussion. However, this proposal visibly displeased Ye Jiangyue. She scowled, turning away and crossing her arms, her posture clearly conveying her disdain for such hospitality. Beside her, Ye Zheng could only offer an awkward smile. Yet Teoker had endured a long and arduous journey, and had not yet properly rested. Upon hearing this invitation, her eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly agreed. The scene shifts to the Mujiang sect's manor, where Pavilion Master Si Yan sat dispiritedly, playing chess alone. This was because his disciple, Teo Shir, had promptly fallen into a deep sleep after finishing her meal. In the pavilion's rear corner, where Si Yan was seated, Ye Jiangyue secretly watched him. She observed that ever since his arrival, Si Yan had continuously presented himself as an otherworldly master, maintaining a profound tranquility that subtly stirred her heart. However, she then mused that he clearly held an interest in her. Did he not know she already had a fiancé, yet still persist in such a manner? In truth, Si Yan had long been aware that he was being observed. He called out, "Miss Ye," startling Ye Jiangyue thoroughly. Si Yan turned towards Ye Jiangyue and spoke. "If there is something you wish to discuss, simply say it. There is no need for hesitation." Since she had already been discovered, Ye Jiangyue no longer felt the need to hide, and she directly approached Si Yan. She retorted, "Who said I had something to discuss?" She claimed she was merely passing by coincidentally on her way back to her room. Drawing closer, she saw Si Yan seated by the chessboard and, in surprise, asked if he was not only skilled in formation arrays, but also proficient in chess. In response to her question, Si Yan stated that he had nothing to do, and was merely trying to see if he could solve the remaining moves of a grandmaster's chess game. These words, upon reaching Ye Jiangyue's ears, transformed into the thought that Si Yan played chess merely to pass the time. A truly regal yet intellectual pastime. She nodded with a smile, praising his profound knowledge. But then she felt as though he was merely showing off in front of her. Yet she herself possessed immense confidence in her own mastery of chess, having been praised countless times, even by the emperor himself. Therefore, she saw this as a prime opportunity to expose Si Yan's true demeanor. Ye Jiangyue placed her hand on the chessboard, scattering the pieces, and then asked Si Yan, if he knew how to play chess and was sitting alone, why not play a game with her? Perceiving the underlying meaning in her words, Si Yan gathered the scattered pieces and returned them to the box, asking if there was a hidden agenda in her proposal, and what she truly intended. Ye Jiangyue, ever confident, sat down, crossed her legs, complimented Si Yan's intelligence, and then declared, "If I win, then Si Yan must return the hairpin my younger brother gifted me." Hearing this, Si Yan propped his hand on the table and Ye Jiangyue reached into the box to take out a chess piece, replying that he could have it his way, for no matter what, she, Ye Jiangyue, would not lose. With a soft click, she placed the chess piece on the board, gazing at Si Yan with sharp eyes. But who could have expected that just a moment later, Ye Jiangyue furiously slammed the table, for she had actually lost. Sitting opposite her, Si Yan chuckled and said, "What a pity, for I have won by half a step. It seems that hairpin will have to remain with me, unable to be retrieved." This immediately ignited a fighting spirit within Ye Jiangyue's heart. She declared it was only half a step, and thus, they should play again. As if waiting for this, Si Yan stated that Ye Jiangyue had agreed earlier. If he won, she would fulfill any condition. So before we continue playing, shouldn't the condition be fulfilled first? If one dares to play, one must dare to bear the consequences. Although Si Yan's words held no malicious intent, his attitude at that moment, coupled with the gesture of stroking his chin, startled Ye Jiangyue greatly. She hastily asked what he intended to do. Si Yan propped his hand on his chin and frankly told Ye Jiangyue that he was exceedingly fond of personal trinkets belonging to women. Therefore, if she was unwilling to concede, she could certainly continue playing chess. If she won, she could reclaim her items. But if she lost, she would have to remove an item from her person and give it to him. These words, upon falling into Ye Jiangyue's ears, only intensified the misunderstanding in her heart. She thought Si Yan harbored deep feelings for her, which was why he resorted to this method to claim her personal items as a source of comfort. Furthermore, earlier, Ye Jiangyue had only lost to Si Yan by half a step. It was simply due to his luck. Before coming here, she had specially adorned herself, and had no shortage of jewelry on her person, all of which she could win back. Ye Jiangyue removed her earring, and with a fierce expression said, "Play then, let's play. I am not afraid of you anyway." She completely failed to notice that Si Yan was now curling his lips into a sly smile. Afterward, Ye Jiangyue and Si Yan played many rounds against each other, but Ye Jiangyue continuously lost by the narrowest margins. To provoke her, Si Yan even praised Ye Jiangyue's chess skill. Yet no matter how skilled she was, Si Yan still utterly defeated her. Furthermore, each time she only lost by a hair's breadth, causing Ye Jiangyue to grow suspicious. She had always been extremely confident in her chess abilities. From childhood to adulthood, she had essentially never lost. Yet today she had lost to Si Yan, This was truly baffling. So Ye Jiangyue wondered if Si Yan's victories were merely due to luck. Seeing the girl sitting opposite her still hesitating, Si Yan again spoke to provoke her, asking if Ye Jiangyue was afraid. If Ye Jiangyue could not win back her items, she would be stripped bare. This made Ye Jiangyue utterly furious. She slammed her hand onto the table and defiantly told Si Yan that she would play one final game with him, for she did not believe he could continue to win exactly as he wished. Si Yan secretly rejoiced, believing that his efforts throughout the entire session would finally lead him to witness a spring scene that would make it all worthwhile. Thus, he called out to Ye Jiangyue, then picked up a chess piece and said, "The two of us shall play this final game to decide the victor." Ye Jiangyue, in a fit of rage, also picked up a chess piece and eagerly continued to battle Si Yan. Who would have expected that in this game Si Yan no longer pretended? He caused Ye Jiangyue to fail in fewer than 20 moves. Si Yan placed the chess piece down and told Ye Jiangyue that if she dared to play, she must dare to bear the consequences. Ye Jiangyue seemed to have realized something. She bowed her head low over the table, her heart filled with extreme indignation, thinking that she had been utterly tricked. Si Yan's true strength was unfathomable. She had never encountered anyone with such profound chess skill. In every game, he had only won against her by a hair's breadth, causing her to foster illusions and misjudge the situation. She understood clearly that she had been completely toyed with in the palm of his hand. In a fit of rage, Ye Jiangyue berated Si Yan as a complete fool and a pervert, questioning why, simply because he could not have her love, he deliberately concealed his strength and used this method to humiliate her. Si Yan, hearing this, was bewildered, completely not understanding what had happened, and was still wondering what love he could not obtain when Ye Jiangyue continued to scold, asking, what if he had written love letters for 2 years? What if he was infatuated? He still could not do such a thing because of it. Si Yan was now full of questions, not understanding anything about writing love letters. He hadn't written any love letters at all. Ye Jiangyue's eyes glistened with tears as she pointed at Si Yan, saying Han En was better than him, cursed him as a great lecherous thief, then turned and ran away, leaving him with a final declaration. In this life, Si Yan would never achieve his goal. Seeing Ye Jiangyue run off, Si Yan frantically called out to her, intending to remind her that no matter what, she should put on her clothes first. But Ye Jiangyue had vanished behind the gate. As he was still bewildered and confused, Tao Er's voice rang out from within the room. She asked why it was so noisy in the courtyard. If it kept being this noisy, she couldn't sleep. Si Yan was utterly panicked. He glanced at the pile of Ye Jiangyue's women's clothing scattered on the ground, then hastily sought to conceal them, asking her why she was already awake, saying he was just exercising. Si Yan hurriedly gathered the items and hid them behind him. Just then, Tao Er opened the door and stepped out, walking towards Si Yan and asking, "Master?" Si Yan, with a look of panic, replied truthfully, making Tao Er think she had just been dreaming, because she felt as if there had been a woman's voice. Tao Er gently stretched and yawned, then opened her eyes, seeing Si Yan seemingly hiding something behind him, and she curiously asked what exactly he was hiding. Fortunately, Si Yan had already prepared. He glanced at Tao Er, then asked if she wanted to become a powerful expert, causing Tao Er's eyes to widen in surprise. She asked again, then immediately said she did. Si Yan then took out 3 volumes of study materials which he had specially prepared for her cultivation, making Tao Er stare in astonishment. Tao Er received the 3 secret manuals with tears in her eyes, turning around with tears streaming down her face. Realizing the opportune moment had arrived, Si Yan reminded Tao Er to take her time and study them thoroughly. After that, he quietly stepped towards the wall and threw Ye Jiangyue's pile of belongings outside. Startled, he glanced behind him, seeing Tao Er engrossed in studying the secret manuals, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunate. Tao Er asked Si Yan, "Doesn't the Spear God Sword Art have a total of 36 stances? Why do I only see 18 stances for the Mortal God?" Si Yan gently replied to her that because Mortal God was not the ultimate point in his cultivation journey, quote, Mortal God still had the character, mortal, in front, not truly a god. After that, he gently patted Tao Er's head, saying, "As long as you strive, you will surely be able to become a god through cultivation, and even surpass that." However, in his heart, he still harbored doubts, not understanding why there were no living gods in this place. It felt as if he was being restricted. Si Yan turned to look at the golden formation in the distance, telling her to wait until the formation within the divine relic seal completely dissipated. Then the two of them could find the answer. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Mo Jungsing looked at the pile of items on the ground that Si Yan had just thrown out, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and opened the bag of items, secretly thinking, "I finally caught him. Master is indeed very playful. And to think the clothes were even thrown all the way out here." Mo Jungsing smiled sinisterly, knowing this could be a rare black history of Si Yan. Sooner or later, Si Yan would become famous in this place, because as long as the opportunity arose, Mo Jungsing would surely hit the jackpot. Wow! Tao Er couldn't help but be astonished by the beautiful scenery of the Mujiang divine relic. She spoke up to her master, saying that she had thought this was a dark and terrifying place, but unexpectedly, it was so magnificent. In response to her words, Grandmaster Sun smiled, acknowledging and saying, "The abundant spiritual energy radiating from this place could create such a marvel. Truly rare and wondrous treasures within are certainly not few." At this moment, Ye Zheng stood nearby, hands on his hips, asking, "Where is senior brother Sujuan? Is he not accompanying you all?" Hearing this, Taor immediately reacted with displeasure, saying, "He went to look for someone early this morning. Who knows where he ran off to?" He didn't even pay attention to Taor. Zhenger rubbed his head, smiling awkwardly, then replied, "My elder sister was already in a bad temper this early morning and refused to come out. It's truly not easy for us younger siblings." Grandmaster Han En called out, saying, "The ability to break the divine relic seal is all thanks to your efforts, Grandmaster. I had offended you before, so I specially present this item as an apology. I hope you will accept it." Grandmaster Sun took the item to examine it. It was a token, convenient for exploring the Mujian divine relic. Jiang Chen had dispatched several disciples to the barren lands first. They would establish supply points along the way so that whenever needed they could provide for us. With this command token, Grandmaster, you can use all the Mujian sect's supply points as you wish. The inner sect still has matters to handle. I cannot accompany you, Grandmaster. Han En spoke while cupping his hands and bowing his head, showing his respect. At this moment, Zhenger also spoke up, saying, "I will wait for my elder sister's anger to subside, then I will go with her. Grandmaster, may your journey be smooth." Seeing this, Grandmaster Sun then said, "If that is the case, then Tao care, we cannot delay." No sooner had he finished speaking, Grandmaster Sun's hand was already placed on Tako's waist, surprising her. After speaking, her master immediately lifted her with one hand, pulling her close to his body, his other hand raised, generating a surge of power. Then he shot forward swiftly. He said, "We shall go ahead first," his expression filled with great amusement, while Taozher's emotions were a complete different spectrum. She closed her eyes and shrieked in alarm as they shifted to another serene landscape, a place surrounded by lush green trees, which made both the Grandmaster and Taor feel at ease. Tao walked behind, calling out to the Grandmaster ahead, "Master, please slow down a little." Once she caught up and walked alongside him, Tao heard the Grandmaster explain that within the divine relic, there were areas that suppressed cultivation. Taoher's cultivation was still low, so she couldn't adapt. Therefore, they could only proceed on foot. Tao showed no regret, replying that the divine relic was too beautiful. It is clearly on the surface, yet it feels like being in another world. Then suddenly, she saw a creature resembling a cross between a cat and a fox. It looked at her with emerald green eyes, which greatly excited Taor. She expressed her affection, exclaiming, "So adorable!" Witnessing that scene, the Grandmaster spoke up to remind her that this place was specially created by a deity. "Taor, you should still be a little careful." But Tao Cotter was still captivated by the adorable appearance of the creature before her. She turned to face the Grandmaster, disregarding his words, and continued to exclaim, "Master, quickly look! How adorable!" At this very moment, the creature began to reveal its true nature. Its forehead split in two, something began to protrude from within, and its eyes turned red, accompanied by a savage, dangerous grin. The moment Taoshare sensed something unusual, her smile gradually faded. She turned her face back, only to find the creature had already startled her. In that instant, a large, petal-like mouth lunged towards her, filled with sharp, pointed teeth. It attacked incredibly fast, as if fearing its prey would escape, saliva dripping down in anticipation. Taower was so frightened by it that she fell to the ground. It seemed as if it was about to enjoy its delicious, plump prey, but it immediately recoiled. An erupting flame radiated from his body, making it feel as if it would be incinerated instantly. The fear, like meeting its nemesis, made it revert to its original form, crying and whimpering as it fled. At this moment, Dao Nigai, feeling both wronged and tearful, rushed to embrace Zunshi, calling out, "Master." Zunshi asked her, "How about it? Does Dao Ni still find it adorable?" Dao Ni's voice was slightly hesitant, as she said, "I." Zunshi gave an eerie smile, pointed to a flower beside them and said, "Master finds that flower exceptionally beautiful. How about I pluck it and give it to you?" In Dao Ni's mind, a scene appeared. She was being continuously bitten by those flowers, as if they wanted to devour her, causing her to shriek in terror. "No need, no need, Dao Ni doesn't need it." Tears still welled in Dao Ni's eyes, and she began to tremble with fear. "Wah, this place is dangerous, this place is too dangerous." Dao Ni turned towards Zunshi, walking and speaking. "Dao Ni won't wander off again. I will stay by Master's side, not leaving for a single step." But as one calamity had not yet passed, another descended. A green vine suddenly wrapped tightly around her leg, pulling her up and leaving her dangling, in an instant causing her spirit to be shaken once more. Dao Ni cried out. "Ah, what is this? Don't wrap around me indiscriminately," she then pleaded with her. "Master, master, quickly come save me. Your disciple is in danger." Zunshi, however, was exceptionally joyful, his eyes shining brightly as if he had found a treasure, and blood continuously streamed from his nose. He consoled Dao Ni, telling her, "Dao Ni, don't be afraid. Master is saving you now." Yet, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. This plant is truly agile and intelligent. Perhaps I should pluck a few to bring back to the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion? Just then, a third voice rang out, immediately attracting Zunshi's attention. "Help! Help!" He turned his head to look, and saw a fat man with a face full of terror rush out from a clump of trees, exerting all his strength to flee from someone, his mouth continuously crying out for help in a panic. "Save me! Quickly save me!" Chasing closely behind. Behind the fat man was a tall, non-human entity. It was completely covered in metal, and around its body radiated a gloomy aura filled with destructive intent. Si Yan was startled and astonished by this sight, realizing the situation was dire. "It's a spirit corpse." From the bush came a rustling sound, and a man both frantically shouting and crying for help. "Help! Help me!" Dao Ni, on this side, was no better off. She struggled endlessly. "Master, quickly release Dao Ni. This thing is tightening more and more." In such a perilous predicament, Zunshi still managed to smile, stroking his chin with an embarrassed but delighted expression, replying, "Dao Ni, do not panic. Let your master observe it carefully first to find a countermeasure." The spirit corpse had pursued them closely, and the fat man seemed almost completely exhausted, struggling to run towards Si Yan, continuously bellowing for rescue. "You up ahead, save me! Great hero, save me!" On this side, Zunshi placed his hands on the vines and pulled with all his might, causing the vines to constrict even tighter around Dao Ni. As he pulled, Zunshi wore a sinister smile. Dao Ni's body was tightly squeezed to the point of extreme pain. Tears and snot flowed out, and her mouth incessantly complained about her rotten master pressing tightly against Dao Ni. Yet, that person not only didn't stop, but also smiled, reassuring Dao Ni to bear with it a little longer as he pulled this rope. Perhaps it could be untangled now. After speaking, he pulled even harder. Turning back to the situation of that fat man, not only could he not draw the attention of the master, but precisely at this life-or-death moment, he got entangled in vines, fell backward, and slammed his face onto the ground. He was so frightened his face turned pale. He turned his head and looked behind him. "I'm finished. I'm going to die unjustly, die in vain on this path. If only I could see her again before I perish." As he uttered his last dying words before that divine corpse took his life, unexpectedly, a clang echoed. He thought the divine corpse's sword had taken his old life, but no. When he opened his eyes, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Si Yan was using one hand to block the sword, which was 5 times larger than his body, yet his demeanor remained unusually calm, revealing no fear at all, and his mouth even spoke with clear displeasure. Having finished speaking, he lifted his leg and powerfully kicked the towering body of that divine corpse. The divine corpse was sent flying far away by his power. With a crash, it slammed directly into a tree. The recent collision caused dust and smoke to billow everywhere. The divine corpse used its sword as a support, braced its hands, straining to stand up. Seeing this, Si Yan couldn't help but show a hint of interest. "Oh, how interesting. A worthy opponent, deserving of respect." From a distance, it was rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, accompanied by rage from the previous attack. What a pity that it encountered the master. As he swept past, the divine corpse had one arm shattered, and its 2 legs slid far across the ground. It raised its hand towards the fat man, causing him extreme fright. "I'm finished. I'm going to die unjustly on this path." The master turned his head to look back. A question suddenly arose in his heart. Why was this divine corpse so fixated on this person? He shouted loudly, "Stop!" In the instant before the divine corpse could take the fat man's life, Si Yan soared high into the sky. A surge of immense power erupted from his palm, directed towards the divine corpse, creating a deafening explosion. He said, "Do you not know the identity of the ancient god? Although I do not know what obsession you hold, Simo will grant you eternal rest today." After handling this, the master secretly thought, the power of this god when he was alive truly cannot be underestimated. Even a single thread of remnant obsession can rival an early-stage spirit emperor. But what interests me more is who you truly are. The master looked towards the fat man, startling him, making him stutter. This humble one is finished." He suddenly knelt down, cupped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks for the life-saving grace of the great hero. This humble one, Xia Baiwan, comes from the capital, engaging in small trade, never cheating the old or deceiving the young." The master replied, "Merchant, This divine corpse pursued you relentlessly, refusing to give up. What exactly did you do to him? Si Baiwan recalled and said, this humble one merely relied on many years of trading to cultivate a sixth sense. Si Baiwan spread out a glowing round object and said, I conveniently picked this up from the divine corpse. One look, and you can tell this is a valuable treasure. As the master looked, he thought, within this orb, there is a small formation. It's like a magic treasure used to coordinate the activation of other great formations. The divine corpse protected it like that. Could it be the key to opening the lower layer? What exactly is hidden within this miraculous location? Suddenly, Tao Ni's call made the master jump in surprise. Master, all this time you were deep in thought and forgot that Tao Ni was still hanging. She loudly called out once more, her voice filled with immense grievance. Master, have you completely forgotten Tao Ni? You must let Tao Ni down first. The maester began to cast a spell, causing the blue ropes to be severed piece by piece. When Teo fell from mid-air, she was caught by the master. Teo rested comfortably in his arms, and the master's gaze softened. How could this master ever forget Teoir? Earlier, that was merely a clone technique, Teo fear. Please forgive this master. Teo moved away from the master, her expression full of pique. Humph. Teo was suspended for so long. Does master not know Teo's slight displeasure? The master could only respond, this little girl is becoming increasingly clever. Having said this, the master turned towards Si Baiwan. Oh, that's right. This is Si Baiwan whom I just rescued. He doesn't seem to possess any cultivation. What commotion has brought him here? Teo Ware wondered. Another one with the surname Si? Si Baiwan spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Ah, respectfully, great hero, this humble one came here to find a treasure. Oh. While men's ambitions are said to span the four directions, I have, unfortunately, fallen for her. He recalled encountering a girl sitting on a sedan chair. From that moment his heart was swayed, his infatuation endless. He wrote countless love letters, but all were like letters thrown into the sea, until one day, I finally received a reply from her. The letter contained only one sentence. It is said that the Beyond Heaven Divine Clan possesses a supreme spirit pearl. If you can acquire it, you may continue your pursuit. It was because of what was written in that letter that I specifically came here myself, the master thought. That sounds like she's intentionally making things difficult. Yet, Si Baiwan was remarkably enthusiastic. I am determined. If I do not find it, I will not return. The other two simultaneously had the same thought. So he is a love-struck fool. Behind the three of them, the shadow of a girl was silently observing. It was unclear if her intention was merely to observe or to seek something. The three of them remained completely unaware. The master said to Si Baiwan, since fate has brought us together, why not accompany us? Having someone to cooperate with on the journey will make it a little safer. Upon hearing this, Si Baiwan thanked the great hero profusely. The master reminded him to put away the pearl, otherwise, there's no telling what else it might attract. Si Baiwan replied, as you command, great hero. The girl stood behind the bush, observing them. She silently evaluated the master in her heart. This man's movements are unexpectedly swift. No wonder he is so interested in this person. But this level of divine physique, this venerable one, needs only make a slight move to handle. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden meow echoed. She turned her head to look around, discovering a small cat sitting on the paw of a colossal cat. The small cat continuously whimpered and cried indignantly, as if complaining and tattling, meow 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 meow, which translated to, they are bullying me. As it spoke, it pointed towards her. Its attitude caused her some annoyance. Humph. She drew the sword from her back, preparing for defense, and assumed a combat-ready stance. She said, you ignorant little creatures. Do you not know that this venerable one, whose power here is at its peak, should by rights be revered as a god by you? She had no idea that while speaking she had inadvertently stepped on the vines beneath the ground. The moment she finished speaking, the vines immediately crept forth, coiling around and tightly binding her limbs. Startled, swish! Thorn-mouthed flowers fiercely lunged to attack her. They gaped their jaws wide, as if to tear her into 100 pieces. The scene before her made her complexion turn deathly pale, utterly devoid of color. At this moment, the journey of the group and their masters continued. They discovered a very large, golden egg. The three of them circled the egg. Dao Ni remarked that it looked delicious, but to Si Baiwan, he believed this item must be extremely valuable. Only the revered master remained silent. He observed silently, when suddenly the egg began to tremble, then flew away without wings, leaving the other two incessantly calling out after it, dismayed that the golden egg had appeared only to vanish. The revered master, standing beside them, reminded them, you should not casually pick up things from the ground to eat. Meanwhile, on this side, after strenuously escaping those vines, she leaned her hand against a tree trunk, sweat still trickling down her face. Truly, a creature from a divine vestige, to be able to oppress this venerable one to such an extent. Before she could even regain her composure, an egg unexpectedly fell from the sky, flying straight into her hand. HMPH, she wondered. Why would there be an egg in the sky? While pondering, she suddenly heard a rumbling growl behind her. Her face instantly turned ashen, fear rising to its peak. She implicitly guessed that the egg in her hand surely belonged to the large serpent behind her, and once again calamity had descended upon her from who knew where. Shifting perspective, the three individuals were walking when they suddenly halted, upon hearing a loud shriek from afar. Downey wondered where that sound had come from. The revered master beside her opened his mouth and said, "Downey, quickly follow me." The three of them continued on their journey, until they reached the end of the mountain, where they could no longer proceed further. Downey spoke up. "A deep chasm. How are we to descend?" The revered master took out a mat, which he called a flying carpet. "If it weren't for the prohibition order, we could freely fly high. But for descending, this can certainly be put to good use." Si Baiwan spoke up in admiration. "I never expected the great hero to possess such a spiritual treasure. This humble one is utterly convinced." Downey then asked the revered master why he hadn't used it earlier. The three of them stood on the flying carpet, which then carried them over the obstacle before their eyes. Crack! A most unpleasant sound echoed from amidst the high mountain ridge. A hand clawed desperately at the cliff face. She was struggling to hold on, bracing herself to avoid falling into the chasm, her entire body drenched in sweat. Reaching this point, she finally questioned herself. Why had she absolutely chosen this path? This height, this venerable one, truly does not fear. Although in her heart she was clearly terrified of heights. Suddenly, numerous continuous sounds, growing from faint to loud, echoed, making her incredibly uneasy, as if sensing that something ominous was about to occur. Crack, 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 crack! Chunks of the cliff face began to crack and fall, destroying her footholds. In that instant, her spirit suffered an extreme blow, and she let out a loud shriek. Downey looked upwards, and discovered that the sky had already turned to night. "Master, master," Downey called out. She wondered. "We have already delved so deep, why can we still see the moonlight?" The master smiled in response. "After all, this is a place where a deity once resided, and it has since become its own heavenly realm. To speak plainly, it is merely a type of standardized spatial formation. As long as Tao Smire diligently cultivates and studies, she can also achieve this." Before he could even finish his sentence, a voice suddenly rang out from the other side. Hearing this rather unfriendly sound, Tao immediately informed the master of someone's presence, her expression suddenly faltering. She remembered that the area over there was quicksand. He immediately strode towards the source of the sound, where he saw a girl trapped, her entire body being swallowed by the sand. "Hey!" she called out. Taor guessed that the other party must be a young girl, who then exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry and help this noble one!" Caught in such a precarious and embarrassing situation, she felt a blush of shame. With a few lingering tears in the corner of her eyes, she glared directly at the three individuals before her. The master stated clearly, "Firstly, I do not respond to such an address. Secondly, you've been following us the entire way, haven't you? Because you appeared so pitiful and disheveled, I did not have the heart to expose you." The master's words were somewhat harsh, causing her to feel insulted. She frowned uncomfortably. Laughable. How could this noble one, how could I possibly be? The master turned away, continuing on their path, completely disregarding her. He stated, "The sand here is affected by a formation year-round. If one is below the human god realm, and relies solely on their own strength, the more they struggle, the deeper they will sink. You may as well just stay there and grow roots." Suppressing her irritation, she finally managed to force out a few words after much endurance. "This noble one begs. I implore you, Taoist friend, please lend a helping hand." Hearing this, the master appeared satisfied. He turned back to her and asked, "Isn't that much more pleasant to hear? Taoir, go pull her out." Taoir immediately obeyed. After escaping the quicksand formation, the girl panted, "Finally, I'm free!" The master asked, "Very well. Now perhaps you can tell us who you truly are?" She stood up, let out a HMPH, and retorted, "A very good question." Then, raising a hand to point at the sky, she grandly proclaimed, "Do you know what the pinnacle of the cultivation world truly is?" Her face stiffened slightly, her feet remained planted, and she rattled off various titles. Sect leaders, immortal Tao cultivators, transcendent rogue cultivators who are both free-spirited and valiant, she declared in a loud voice. Those who lead a nation's human emperor supremes, those who soar through the skies. Their power and fame are merely external possessions. She spoke with an utterly imposing presence. Only unparalleled dominance, audacious schemes, and immortal ruthlessness can truly forge the pinnacle of the cultivation world. And I, Chu Xuanyin, am precisely such a person. The three others did not even bother to hear her out. They turned and walked away. Let's go, let's go. This individual appears quite vacant and not very intelligent. Chu Xuanyin hurriedly chased after them, shouting, "Stop for this noble one!" The master, covering his eyes, revealed an uncomfortable and somewhat pained expression. He mused to himself, "Ugh, my left eye is sensing an intense danger. There must be some immense evil lurking nearby." In stark contrast to the three of them, Chu Xuanyin was incredibly pleased and proud. Gesticulating wildly, she declared, "But you need not panic. With this noble one present, no 100 evils can encroach." He pondered inwardly. What is this familiar feeling of utter shamelessness? At that moment, Tao Ni spoke up, turning her head to ask her, "This young sister, why must you insist on following?" That question caused her to freeze for 3 seconds. Her entire body stiffened. Then she immediately flared with anger, questioning the ignorant and arrogant young girl. "The souls of my subordinates are more numerous than the men you have met." Hearing that, Tao Ni scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest, confidently displaying her significantly superior physique to Chu Xuanyin, saying, "No matter how you look at it, you are still much smaller than Tao Ni." Being compared like that, Chu Xuanyin placed her hand on her chest to verify, and instantly fell into a state of shock. She felt both wronged and so angry she was on the verge of tears, shrieking, You dare!" Seeing that the situation showed no signs of stopping, the master immediately spoke up, interrupting the tense atmosphere. "Enough. Let's get back to the main point. Carefully answer Taoni's question. You dared to call yourself this venerable one, so why do you still humble yourself to follow us?" Chu Xuanyin leisurely walked past the master, happily flipping her hair as she replied to Xiang Lian, "It is a destined encounter. This venerable one, having met you all, how could I simply leave you unsupervised?" Having said that, she walked with an imposing aura and a dangerous, divine presence. The path ahead is unpredictable. Let this venerable one protect you all. Si Baiwan frantically spoke up, warning the person ahead. "Young lady, halt your steps immediately." He hadn't finished his sentence when she stumbled and fell headfirst. Only a thud was heard. Only then did Si Baiwan's complete sentence come out. "So, there's a cliff ahead." Chu Xuanyin propped herself up and stood. Turning, she exuded a sinister aura, causing the master to wonder, what kind of gaze does this child possess? Immediately after, tears began to stream from her eyes. "Ah, this is so humiliating, I could die. I really want to redo." Sobs. Hearing an unusual movement, Chu Xuanyin looked up and forward, immediately spotting the figure of a large, ferocious beast. Its sharp, cold gaze was fixed on them. "This is a level 30 demonic wolf," the master exclaimed with interest. "Ah, a wild demonic wolf has appeared." He pushed Chu Xuanyin forward. "It's decided, it's you! If you said you wanted to protect us, then show us." At this moment, she was extremely proud and joyful. HMPH. Give thanks for this venerable one's benevolent protection. She raised both hands above her head. 2 glowing circles appeared around her palms. Chu Xuanyin said with extreme confidence, "Demonic moon dares to bare its fangs at this venerable one? Today shall be your day of demise." From the 2 circles, 2 exceptionally sharp swords emerged. The ferocious beast swooped down from above, swinging its claw-filled paw towards Chu Xuanyin. She entered a stance ready for battle, still not forgetting to disdain her opponent. HMPH. This honored one merely needed to subtly dodge to the left. The wolf swept past her, its claws carving a shallow cut across her cheek. A few drops of blood seeped from the wound, startling Chu Xuanyin. "Huh? How could this be? I was injured by it, yet it sustained no harm. Damn it, this honored one was careless just now." Again she gathered momentum and sprang forth, twin swords crossed above her head, lunging to attack the ferocious wolf. But alas, it evaded her strike, and the attack missed its mark. She landed on the ground yet did not give up, continuously swinging her swords to attack the wolf. Countless sword strikes were unleashed, yet not a single one found its mark. Unable to connect, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, as she still could not hit it. Tao Care and Si Baiwan both showed concern. This demon beast was truly formidable. The young sister's techniques were clearly sharp, yet all of them failed to land. Meanwhile, the master, standing nearby, could only raise a hand to his forehead, a hint of weariness in his expression. He remarked, "Alas, sometimes it is not because the opponent is too strong, but because one's companions are too foolish." Tianming's mini-lesson began. "Teokare, do you know why we have 2 eyes?" "Master, why is that?" The master then explained. So-called binocular vision means that when observing a 3-dimensional object, the images seen by both eyes are not entirely identical. This creates a disparity in observation, forming a sense of 3-dimensional perception. If one eye is covered by hair, the sense of space will undoubtedly be greatly skewed. As a result, Chu Xuanyin continued to wage war against the wolf beast, expending great strength yet achieving nothing against the ferocious creature. To dare force this honored one to such an extent. This beast is probably even stronger than a god. The master then interjected. If you don't use your left eye, you could donate it to someone in need. Chu Xuanyin cursed, annoyed to death, then knelt on one knee, tying up her hair as she spoke. HMPH, you know nothing of power. To dare force this honored one to the point of unleashing the sealed ancient evil god's eye. This beast can now smile in the 9 nether springs. Facing her was an incredibly fierce and terrifying beast, 5 times her height, yet she showed no trace of fear. She propped her 2 swords into the ground to rise, declaring, "By the name of the ancient evil god, I shall reclaim your life." With that, she unleashed several slashes upon the beast. As she swept past it, the beast's body disintegrated into dust. She grimaced. "Oh no! The evil god's eye seeks to break its seal once more. My remaining power can suppress it for a short time. All of you, flee quickly." Confirming with a glance, "There was not a single flicker in your left eye," the master remarked. "Both of you should quickly graduate from these theatrical delusions." Taor then called out to the master, "Master, look quickly! What has Taor found?" Just now, after the wolf demon died, something dropped that was exactly like the previous one. The master pondered. Could it be that these monsters are trials meant for us? And are these precious orbs the keys leading to the next level? Outside, a chaotic battle was currently unfolding, with widespread pandemonium among the people. The scene shifts to reveal 3 individuals of extraordinary aura. One was a female elder from the Liu Ye sect. Before her stood a red-haired individual, known as an elder of the White Mountain sect. The other person was an old man with silver-white hair and a flowing beard. His pupils held a bluish tint, and his aura was incredibly cold, radiating an extraordinary power. One glance revealed him to be a seasoned veteran of countless battles. This was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. He stroked his silver-white beard, simultaneously voicing his considerations. To peacefully pass through the sealed formation and proceed to the next level, each person must sacrifice 5 treasured orbs. The White Mountain sect elder held a treasured orb in his hand. He smiled, his gaze fixed on the orb with great interest, then declared, "This bounty is scarce for so many. Originally, our White Mountain sect should simply eliminate you all and seize the treasured orbs." Stepping forward, a figure from the nearby Willow Leaf sect, with crossed arms, scoffed and spoke, "Such bravado! If we were to truly battle, it's uncertain who would emerge victorious, and even the victor would suffer severe damage to their vital energy. Perhaps the Wooden River sect is merely waiting for that very moment." Her gaze froze, as if she had suddenly remembered something. Fortunately, that senior expert arrived in time to stop us, and even provided a strategy for the Toasena fishermen to profit. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Sword sect elder smiled gently and said, "Indeed, for our 3 sects to truly unite, we must establish a competition platform to fairly win the treasured orbs, limiting losses to preserve our strength." As for the disciples of smaller sects and the rogue cultivators, they looked towards the group of minor sect disciples, among whom a bystander spoke up, "Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for winning a round." However, the Heavenly Sword sect elder continued, "To win enough treasured orbs, you must still strive to defeat us. Under the alternating attacks of the disciples from the 3 sects, do not even dream of taking a single treasured orb." His declaration was firm, as if he would protect the treasured orbs to the very end. Suddenly, his gaze flickered to the side. Someone was approaching. "Oh, excellent! Another fish has taken the bait," a voice exclaimed. "Wow, master! There are so many people here! It's so lively, isn't it?" Dower looked around with immense interest, then turned to her master. He stepped forward and noticed a sign. It stated that to enter the divine temple, one must possess 5 treasured orbs. Cultivation is not easy, and to avoid serious injury, a martial arts assembly has been established here for battle to acquire the treasured orbs. The master smiled, feeling as if he was about to participate in an interesting game. He raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems that to reach the next level, each person must possess 5 treasured orbs." This martial arena was erected for the contention of treasured orbs, with treasured orbs serving as stakes. The victor can claim the opponent's treasured orbs. Quite interesting indeed. The master turned his head to look at Si Baiwan and asked him, "Boy, how many treasured orbs do we possess in total?" Si Baiwan replied, reporting, "Senior martial brother, we have only acquired 3 along the way." The master pondered upon hearing this. So few? If that's the case. Meanwhile, Dao Grier spotted something ahead. Just as she was about to run towards it, her master pulled her back by the shoulder. He said to her, gesturing with his hand, "Dao Grier, you go up for the first round. We will bet all our treasured orbs on you." In an instant, entrusted with such a momentous task, Dower felt immense pressure, and couldn't help but feel bewildered and surprised. "What? Dao is going up? Master, are you not afraid of losing face?" The master replied with a firm voice. "No, I am not. For this master trusts you." The crowd in the arena cheered ceaselessly, eagerly awaiting Dao Ni's appearance. Each man's eyes were filled with adoration, and saliva formed at the corners of their mouths. "Ha! Quickly, look! A beauty!" one man exclaimed, pointing towards Dao Ni. She stepped into the center of the arena, her entire being exuding shyness, unable to help but tremble at the continuous cheers from the men around her. Oh, go, beautiful one." Dao Ni was sweating all over. She looked forward, inwardly grumbling about her wicked master for letting her fight others in front of so many people. Yet outside, her esteemed master, along with Si Baiwan, was blending into the atmosphere with the crowd, completely disregardful of Dao Ni's inner feelings, in an extremely excited mood, loudly cheering her on. And then, a man whose head resembled Nezha but possessed a middle-aged face, as soon as he saw her, flaunted his might by holding a drill and rubbing it against the ground, creating friction which caused a cloud of dust to spread around him, his demeanor utterly smug, as if challenging Dao Ni. In an instant, that display made her tremble all over. That corpulent man said, "Not bad luck," and did not forget to give her a smile. In Dao Ni's heart, tears were already flowing like a river. Hoo, this uncle is truly terrifying," he roared with savagery and ferocity. "Surrender now. Your precious treasure belongs to me." Dao Ni's gaze deepened as she looked towards her opponent, then asked herself, "Can Dao Ni truly win this?" At that very moment, from above, the corpulent man and his large, heavy weapon came lunging down towards her. Dao Ni brandished her sword, calming herself, knowing she could not be afraid. If master has placed his trust in Dao Ni, then Dao Ni will certainly not betray that trust. Clang! She raised her sword, blocking the attack from her opponent. The scene before them was truly unbelievable. Two individuals utterly contrasting. One possessed a tall, corpulent build, while Dao Ni was far more slender. Yet she was absolutely not fragile or weak. She astonished him to the point of a shocked exclamation. Dao Ni clearly saw the change on the corpulent man's face. She retorted, "HMPH. There's no pressure at all. This uncle seems quite weak." Boom! Dao Ni channeled her strength, sending the corpulent man flying far away, infuriating him greatly. Detestable! He charged forward once more, ceaselessly unleashing. He aimed for her death, but unfortunately, every strike he unleashed was deftly dodged by Dao Ni. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful kick that struck his throat. Thud! The fat man was shaken so violently that his eyes rolled back, his throat constricted, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The weapon in his hand was also sent flying. Immediately after, blood gushed forth from his throat, and he vomited incessantly. Whoosh! Dao Ni landed on the ground, her confidence now fully restored. The referee's voice announced the end of the match, declaring the victory settled, and congratulating contestant Dao Ni on acquiring a treasure orb. The surrounding spectators were ceaselessly amazed and cheered loudly. The rules of this game stipulated that the victor would continue to battle other opponents, while the loser would undoubtedly be carried away. Dao Ni happily declared, "Ha! That was too simple." Before she could fully savor her triumph, a figure clad in black appeared and challenged her to a duel. He spoke with an extremely solemn demeanor. This person was certainly not simple. Immediately upon speaking, he wagered 2 treasure orbs. Dao Ni immediately returned to a state of tension, sweat beading on her brow as she looked at the person before her. She then declared, "If this continues, Dao Ni will win a few more rounds for master to earn enough treasure orbs." She drew her sword with surging momentum, looking at the sword's tip. Was this young maiden perhaps too confident? The other person roared loudly, then swung his saber down towards Dao Ni. She showed no fear, having already prepared her stance to meet the attack. Although her abilities had only slightly increased, she truly felt her own progress. The other person's face instantly turned ashen upon seeing the insignia on her sword, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was defeated. Dao Ni successively defeated her opponents, realizing that only through the unity of knowledge and action during swordplay could one achieve true proficiency. This was master's true intention. Was this what it felt like to grow strong? She was overjoyed to experience that feeling. This sensation was truly wonderful. Dao Ni continued to participate in battles, and continued to secure victories. Pavilion Lord Silian stood observing her performance from the sidelines, secretly praising her in his heart. Dao Ni's condition was not bad. The recent practical battles had significantly solidified her cultivation. She was indeed worthy of being called a born sword embryo. The old man stood in the distance, watching the match. He chuckled with delight, thinking, "One must win a few rounds first to make the stakes grow bigger and bigger." One wondered what scheme the old man was brewing. Another pained cry rang out. Dao Ni raised her sword, forming an elegant stance, and she continued to claim victory. The surrounding spectators continuously praised her, exclaiming, "Well done! A beautiful fight!" She asked, "Does anyone else wish to challenge me?" Then, a figure clad in green stepped forward. It was a beautiful young maiden with a captivating figure, who introduced herself as Liu Ye Qing of the Liu Ye sect. She wagered 5 treasure orbs, then stepped forward to engage. Dao Ni turned to look at her, while the surrounding men stared in mesmerized fascination. She haughtily referred to Dao Ni as a little girl, and brazenly declared that Dao Ni shouldn't assume a few victories against mere trash meant she could become arrogant and self-satisfied. Dao Ni raised a hand to her mouth and thought, trying to recall something from her memory. Liu Ye Qing, of the Liu Ye sect. Why did that name feel familiar? It seemed she had met her somewhere before. The woman's expression turned menacing. 3 flying daggers appeared in her hand as she spat. A novice like you, elder sister. I can defeat you in just a few moves. She then swiftly darted towards Dao Amir. Slightly flustered, she hastily dodged. Her speed was immense, even managing to sever a few strands of Dalkir's hair. The smirk had not yet vanished from her lips when her hands moved once more, declaring that it was not over, and a volley of darts streaked forth. She struggled to fend off this relentless assault. The clang of darts striking the sword echoed, and the battle grew incredibly intense. Pavilion Master Si Yan stood nearby, enthusiastically cheering her on. He secretly marveled that facing an opponent at the mid-stage 7-soul realm, given her age, she was undoubtedly exceptional among her generation. Fortunately, Dad Dakor had recently stepped into the 7-soul realm herself, and in terms of experience, she might just be able to contend with her opponent. Chu Xuanyin, however, merely crossed her arms and coldly scoffed. To find joy in watching such amateurish sparring, they are truly frogs at the bottom of a well. Liu Ye Qing bellowed, Liu Ye blade formation, and 3 potent projectiles shot forth, striking and injuring Daoer. Daoer cried out in pain, forcibly plunging her sword into the ground. Her knees buckled, her entire body trembled. Yet she stubbornly held her stance. She sneered. Is that truly the extent of your capability? The Taoist robes she wore were far from ordinary. Had they not provided such protection, Liu Yiqing would have long since witnessed Daoer boiling with rage from such humiliation. As she spoke, she let out a triumphant laugh. Si Baiwan secretly lamented that this woman was truly formidable. Pavilion Master Si Yan, too, couldn't help but marvel. This woman clearly possessed far more potent techniques than any before her. He wondered how Daoger would possibly counter. It was at this moment that she recalled the words her master had once imparted. She must understand that a sword cultivator of his heavenly fate pavilion, when facing a stronger foe, must become even stronger. They advance without retreat, their spirit arrogant and peerless, unrivaled in the past, unprecedented in the future. They yield not even half a step, for they seek the Dapio through their sword. Still unwilling to yield, she strained to push herself back to her feet. Liu Yiqing gazed at her, remarking, "Oh, you can still rise?" She shakily rose to her feet, her demeanor entirely transformed, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. She declared to her, "You shall no longer address Daoer as little girl." Daoer's legs trembled, yet she stubbornly maintained her footing. She asserted, "Do not call me a mere girl." Just then, as if a memory had suddenly surfaced, she spoke once more. "Ah, I remember you now." She recalled that the young woman before her was none other than the one she had seen with the Jiaoran that day, being forced to consume their wine. Liu Yiqing's face flushed with fury upon hearing Daoger allude to that humiliating incident. Seeing her rise in anger, Dao Kaier added, "A disciple of the Liu Ye sect, yet you consort with those Jiaoren? Perhaps you should simply rename your sect to the Sect of Shameless Flowers then." At this, Liu Yiqing's rage reached its peak. She immediately unleashed a ferocious strike towards Daoger, vowing, "I will strip you bare, hang you high, and whip you to your death." Daoer immediately thought, I merely uttered a few casual remarks, and she has already erupted in such a furious outburst. Daoer, I will not be defeated by someone such as you. She was secretly delighted, for after a long period of arduous sword practice, she finally had an opportunity for her master to witness her sword intent. She stabilized her mind, and then unleashed the 36 forms of the War God technique. The first form created a barrier as hard as steel, preventing Liu Yiqing's ice spikes from penetrating it. This greatly astonished her, but she did not give up, and continued to cast her techniques, only to be blocked by Dao's heaven skill form. Immediately after that, Dao Krier proceeded to deploy the second form of the 36 forms of the War God technique. With one hand she spun her sword, while the other pointed directly at her opponent. Liu Yiqing had by now lost her composure, and she immediately poured all her strength into this strike. But at that precise moment, Dalser locked her down with the Heaven's Overlord technique. This technique sent her flying high into the sky, her robes torn to shreds, scattered everywhere. But who was she? A disciple of the Liu Ye sect. Even after being struck by the technique, suffering immense pain, she could still muster the strength to resist. She clenched her fists and thought, I never imagined this young girl possessed such powerful sword techniques. On this side, the master and Sibaiwan witnessed the entire spectacle. He covered his eyes with his hands, but still peeked through his fingers at the truly remarkable scene. The master, standing nearby, was bleeding from the nose, his face beaming with pride that his disciple had trained so diligently. Returning to the two girls, Dao Xiao was now pointing her sword directly at Liu Yeqing. She spoke in a provocative tone. "It seems your robes tore first, old hag." The master, on his side, secretly thought, if only she unleashed the third form, victory would be completely hers. Dao Zhao's recent remark, calling her an old hag, directly ignited Liu Yeqing's fury. Her face turned dark and ferocious. She shouted loudly, "Stinking girl, you have truly angered me!" She used all the power she possessed to unleash her ultimate technique, the Willow Leaf Blade Storm technique. Not to be outdone, Dao also employed the 36 forms of the War God technique. The third form, Zen. Heavens! What was that third form called? While Dao Qir was still trying to recall the name of the third technique, Liu Yeqing had already lunged before her. Smack! She was struck by a devastating blow and sent flying far away. By now she was injured, blood dripping in crimson drops. Seeing this, Xin Yan immediately flew over to catch her and gently landed on the ground. Dao weakly whispered to him, "Master, please forgive Dao's laziness. I still haven't learned the third form." At this moment, the host committee announced, "The victor is Liu Yeqing of the Liu Qing sect. Congratulations to this contestant for acquiring 10 spirit pearls." She crossed her arms, a look of immense smugness on her face. "Finally, I have obtained the spirit pearls that these loose cultivators struggled so hard to acquire, and my Liu Ye sect will reclaim them without the slightest courtesy." Dao Smer was sitting, gulping down water. Suddenly, Xian, the pavilion master, he loudly called out Dao's name, causing her to sputter out the water. Xian grabbed her topknot. Dao struggled, saying, "Master's 36 techniques of the Godslayer, haven't I already mastered them all?" Dao demanded he release her, crying and saying, "Woo woo woo, master, let me go." Dao has learned everything, truly, everything. Si Baiwan pulled out 2 treasure pearls, saying, "The treasure pearls that Ms. Daozer won have been given away again. We only have 2 remaining." Si Yan repeated blankly. "Only 2 left," Xing Yan secretly thought. "Must I personally step onto the stage to contend with these little ones? No, that would be too humiliating." Si Yan turned to stare at Chu Xuanyin, who asked in a startled panic, "Why are you looking at this venerable one?" "This venerable one will not be going onto the stage," Chu Xuanyin hastily said. "The evil god's eye yearns for fresh blood at any moment. Once this venerable one makes a move, it will undoubtedly be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." Sikyan broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I placed my hopes on you. I am truly disappointed in myself." Sikyan suddenly realized, "Wait, then aren't there only?" He then cast his gaze upon Siko Baiwan, who was noisily chewing meat. He startled and asked, "Elder brother Sia, why are you staring at me like that? Do you truly intend to?" Xian made his decision, secretly thinking, "It just so happens that I can test this fellow. It's not like it's impossible." Xian reached out and pushed Si Baiwan forward, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. Then he said, "Junior brother Sai, things have come to this point. I'm leaving it all to you." Si Baiwan wept silently in his heart, then turned around and shouted, "Elder brother Si, you!" Behind them, Dao Chair and Xian both gave a thumbs up in encouragement. She said, "Go for it!" Xin Yan let out a hearty laugh and said, "I have high hopes for you." Meanwhile, Chu Xuanyin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The large man standing before Si Baiwan said, "On your body, you stinking brat. I don't see a shred of cultivation, yet you dare to be my opponent?" Si Baiwan, tears streaming down his face, turned to look, discovering his opponent was a man with jade-green hair tied up, half a body taller than him, and carrying a great saber on his shoulder. The man curled his lips into a sneer, swung his saber down, and said, "Your kind intentions, this old man shall accept." A thunderous crash resounded as his saber blade struck the spot where Sia Baiwan had been standing. He fearfully rolled to the side. He lifted his saber, laughed heartily, and scornfully said, "He, already gone limp just like that? You must try harder to entertain this old man." Si Baiwan's face turned pale as he trembled, kneeling on the ground, secretly thinking, "I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die." Si Baiwan threw himself onto the ground, wailing, his hat askew on his head, crying, "Help me! I don't want to die! My goddess is still waiting for me! I want to go home!" His green-haired opponent laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you useless trash! Cowardly as a shrinking turtle, and talking about goddesses? I'm afraid you're just a shameless fawner." The green-haired man, standing behind Si Baiwan, continued to insult him, saying, "You don't even take a look at yourself. The goddess you secretly adore and long for? I'm afraid she hasn't even spoken a single word to you, has she?" Si Baiwan suddenly panicked to the point of slapping his own face. While his opponent continuously mocked him, he cried out, "No, it can't be, can it? Did this old man speak the truth?" A turtle with its head bound. Si Baiwan trembled uncontrollably, his face darkened, as he mumbled, "She once she once replied to my letter. He sank deep into the terror of his own making. Malicious words, fierce faces, and scathing remarks encircled Xie Baiwan, saying, "You truly are a fool. She was merely toying with you," they said. "Not only did she toy with you, but based on a single letter, you would readily die for her." They sarcastically remarked, "You are the capital's foremost merchant. You are the capital's foremost merchant." They continued, "Hee hee, while you revel in comfort in a foreign land, is she still faring so well?" Then they asked, "When she is in another's embrace, will she still remember you?" Countless malicious words swirled around Xie Baiwan. He pondered in silence for a moment, then unexpectedly declared, "You are right." This caused the blue-haired man to pause, momentarily stunned. Xie Baiwan continued, "Perhaps I am merely a useless sycophant. The reason I came to the divine relic was also to prove my courage and sincerity." Xie Baiwan then slammed his backpack onto the ground and continued, "Even if, in the end, I cannot earn her affirmation, what does it matter?" He stated, "If one does not even dare to make an effort, what right does one have to speak of loving her? Consider this the absolute end." Xie Baiwan placed his hand on his backpack and said, "Look closely. To prepare for this adventure, I have prepared for countless years, expending innumerable riches to acquire this invincible spatial bag filled with magical artifacts." Xie Baiwan's gaze gradually grew colder. He shouted, "Come, feel the resolve and unwavering determination with which I pursue my love." The blue-haired opponent said, "Your incessant drivel is infuriating. Ultimately, do you wish to flee or to fight?" Xie Baiwan delved his hand into his bag, telling his opponent to wait with eager anticipation. He shouted, "The first magical artifact in my spatial bag is..." Then pulled out a red object. Xie Baiwan's face flushed crimson, and he quickly stuffed it back into the bag, saying, "My apologies, I grabbed the wrong item." Sikyan immediately covered Dao Sher's eyes from behind, instructing her not to look at such impropriety. Xie Baiwan then pulled out another item. He declared, "This time it's correct. The 100-hit, 100-target bow and arrow." He drew the bow, aimed the heart-shaped arrow at his opponent, and announced, "Take this move, the 100-shot, 100-hit arrow." Unexpectedly, the arrow Xie Baiwan fired merely drifted lazily towards the blue-haired opponent, who burst into laughter. "Ha ha! This arrow possesses not an ounce of power. It truly suits you." At this moment, Xie Baiwan simply said, "It's useless. You cannot block it." The arrow pierced directly through the opponent's saber and embedded itself into his body, leaving him only enough time to utter in bewilderment, "What?" Xie Baiwan stated, "The 100-shot, 100-hit arrow can transform reality into illusion, striking one's destiny with 100% accuracy, though it can only render one unconscious." The blue-haired opponent collapsed to the ground, and a commotion immediately arose among the crowd. Xi Yandao Er and Chu Xuanyin exclaimed in surprise, "Xie Baiwan has won." Xie Baiwan let out a faint snort. He said, "There are still countless magic treasures waiting here. All of you, come at me at once." A group of people immediately rushed towards Xie Baiwan, shouting, "You arrogant, stinking brat! We will deal with you now." Xie Baiwan simultaneously used the million-weight hammer to electrocute them, while thinking, "Though I possess not an ounce of cultivation talent, I possess wealth." He then swung out a rope-like magic treasure, binding them all completely. Xie Baiwan even brought out the gauntlets of annihilation, and with just a flick of his fingers, the surrounding enemies were defeated one by one. Those standing nearby began to panic, exclaiming that all the spirit treasures were about to be plundered by him, utterly astonished that a mere mortal with no cultivation had dealt with them. The white-haired man said, "HMPH, this is good. Consider those magic treasures of his as an apology gift to us." Xie Baiwan proudly put his hat back on, telling Xiyan, senior brother, "There's no need to worry this time." Xiyan revealed an awkward expression, pointing behind Xie Baiwan and saying, "Hey, behind you." Xie Baiwan, bewildered, turned his head to look. "Huh?" The white-haired old man from earlier loudly commanded all disciples of the three factions to capture him. Xie Baiwan steadfastly clutched his group's luggage, absolutely refusing to hand it over to the bandits. "Oh, you pig! Quickly hand over the spiritual artifacts and spirit treasures." Seeing him persistently procrastinate, the bandits grew even more impatient. "If you continue to cling to your luggage and refuse to hand it over, do not blame us for being impolite." Hearing those threats, Xie Baiwan's eyes widened in terror. They had already mocked him for being fat, and now they wanted to steal his belongings. From mid-air, His Holiness Chu Xuanyin tumbled and flew towards them. "All of you, stop your actions at once." Xie Baiwan looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment as he watched her tumble several times. Finally, she landed beside Xie Baiwan, causing earth and stone to burst into sparks. "These individuals are the dependents of this esteemed one. Do not even dream of laying a hand on them." Nearby, Xi Yan angrily shouted, "Dependents? Your sister! Standing before such a numerous bandit gang, Si Baiwan, no matter how plump his physique, appeared minuscule. He and Chu Xuanyin huddled before the bandit gang, as if wishing to shrink themselves away. While listening to them call Chu Xuanyin, that harlot, that wanton woman, they scoffed. Does her brain even have wrinkles? How dare she claim what they do is absurd, relying solely on herself. Relying on their numerical superiority, they became even more aggressive. Swords and clubs in hand, they charged forward, shouting, "Enough dawdling! Let's deal with Chu Xuanyin's group together, and swiftly divide the spoils." One bandit charged forward, yelling something about myriad kalpa. But before he could even finish his sentence, she unleashed a palm strike directly to his face. Blood splattered everywhere as he let out a single cry, before falling backward. Amidst the stunned and fearful gazes of the bandits, and Si Baiwan's profound admiration for her, he felt as if he saw hope at the end of the road. At this moment, Chu Xuanyin was undeniably formidable. She uttered only a single word to that group. Chu Xuanyin smoothed her hair, looking directly at the bandits. This time, she didn't even bother to speak further. Immediately after, both sides quickly rushed into chaotic battle. Chu Xuanyin grew increasingly exhilarated, taunting the bandits, asking why they had stopped their boasting. The bandits could only let out choked cries. It was clear to see which side was utterly overwhelming the other. Si Yan, who was being held back by a few bandits, had no words upon witnessing the fierce battle. The bandits surrounding him seemed intent on devouring our protagonists, or perhaps dismembering him in revenge. Our protagonist sighed. I knew it would come to this. Sigyan suddenly muttered in a low voice. This truly is a hopeless situation. A nearby bandit heard him and grunted in confusion. Before he could fully understand, Sigyan activated his spiritual power, sending those individuals flying as if caught in a whirlwind, merely toying with these junior cultivators for a moment. Before they could react to the situation, the bandits were kicked in the face by Dao Care. The chance to turn the tide of the situation grew even more tenuous. As for the frail Si Baiwan, he was being chased and attacked by a bandit wielding a blade, only able to cry out for help. Dao continuously kicked the faces and noses of every bandit near her. To bully the weak with such numbers, you truly are shameless. A young woman from amidst the chaos spoke up, provoking Dao Amar. Come on, little girl, fight back. The owner of that voice was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the very person who constantly antagonized Dao? Upon seeing her, Dao Shir immediately recognized her as Liu Yeqing. It was she. Liu Yeqing held a sharp hairpin in her hand, telling Dao Yir's group to surrender, and declared Dao Yir to be nothing but a defeated individual. Dao refused to be outdone, and retorted, Liu Yeqing, you withered old hag. Last time was merely due to my carelessness. This time, it won't be so simple. Are you enraged, Liu Yeqing? Is that so? Then let's see how you fare this time. Come at me. Dao gripped her sword and unleashed the third move, the Spear God, 30 strength style. Dao's eyes widened, and she roused herself, thinking of Xiyan. Dao's will not disappoint her master anymore. She swung her sword, executing the Sky Valor style, her eyes filled with determination. The sword light pierced through Liu Yeqing, leaving her battered and only able to cry out in agony. 3 individuals stood above, observing the chaotic situation below moment by moment, and then discussed amongst themselves. It seems this group fighting below cannot be resolved quickly. The old man spoke up. Don't they just need to act? That young woman's strength is not bad. She must be the leader of that group. The person they were referring to was Chu Xuanyin. She was confidently telling the bandits to come at her, so she could defeat them all at once. The heavily wounded bandits continuously cried out in distress. Some lay scattered on the ground, while others were sent flying into the air. The old man standing above looked to both sides. Don't you see the white-haired one? He seems even stronger. He was on the other side, swinging his fists and fighting the bandits. The scene was comparable to Chu Xuanyin's side, suggesting he likely possessed the strength of the Spirit Emperor realm. One member of the group suggested they should all rush forward, the 3 of them joining forces, citing the elder's wisdom. To catch the bandits, first capture their leader. The other girl in the group also revealed an eager-to-win expression, as if wanting to immediately plunge into battle. All 3 leaped down, intending to attack Si Yan, but 3 more enemies suddenly appeared behind them. Si Yan, puzzled, turned to look behind him. In just a flash, he had neatly dealt with the 3 individuals. This incident was orchestrated by the 3 of you, wasn't it? And to shamelessly resort to a sneak attack? Truly you are a few shameless old fools, elders who utterly lack virtue. He scornfully uttered a single phrase. A flock of mere chickens. The 3 individuals were not only thoroughly beaten by him but also utterly disdained, causing them to lose all semblance of dignity. Dao Er's side was no less impressive. The detestable individuals were all miserably beaten by her. She giggled, declaring her victory. Her smugness was so pronounced that her nose seemed to lengthen, yet she remained utterly adorable. Chu Xuanyin, having concluded her fight, also laughed gleefully in disdain, remarking, Those fools are truly too weak. They couldn't even activate this venerable one's blood realm. Xian placed them into Sibaiwan's spatial bag, counting exactly 2 pills, no more, no less. Esteemed Taoists, you have toiled diligently, Xian stated. Thus, we shall not stand on ceremony and wait for this treasured pearl any longer. Though Xian's tone was seemingly friendly, the esteemed Taoists he referred to had all been beaten by his group, to the extent that not a single piece of their clothing remained intact, lying scattered and piled upon each other. Xian's group continued their journey, with Dao Er trailing diligently behind Xian. Master, what challenges await us on the next level? Dao Er prattled cheerfully behind Xian. Xian cleared his throat and replied, this entire region is infested with Tai Yin good-for-nothings. He simultaneously admonished Dao Er to be exceedingly cautious. Thus, the group of 4, Xian, Dao Er, Chu Xuanyin, and Sibaiwan, continued their journey toward the next regions ahead. Oh, what a bustling scene indeed. The cloaked figure, donning an enigmatic hat, muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. Before his eyes lay a scene of tragic desolation, with smoke and dust still rising in plumes. A quick glance would suggest this place had just endured a battle, and an exceedingly fierce one at that. Yet, in his eyes, it was merely a bustling locale. He slightly lowered his head, his hat obscuring most of his face, yet one could still discern his cunning, detestable expression, and a subtle sneer. I wonder if my venerable master will be pleased with this small offering. He stood upright, arms crossed, gazing down at the injured individual lying on the ground. It is you! You were the one who directed us here. The one referred to as venerable master gazed up at him, his eyes filled with bitter indignation. The very 3 individuals whom Xian had just thoroughly beaten had attempted a failed sneak attack on him. Was all of this merely a pre-arranged trap? Upon being scolded, his face immediately darkened as he retorted, a mere collection of trash. Venerable master passed through so effortlessly, not even deigning to use a single technique. When the sensationalist reports emerge, they will have to bother him to feign a grand display. Indeed, Xian had vanquished those individuals with effortless ease, not even bothering to employ any techniques. They were truly a useless bunch. To scold them was not unwarranted. He joyfully picked up a writing brush, leaping up to exclaim that he had devised a title. A mysterious cultivator single-handedly challenges a 1,000,000-strong army. Half the Jianghu overturned in a battle that topples a divine palace. The 3 individuals behind could only shed tears of bitter anguish, weeping sorrowfully. The scene then shifted to an ancient, stately manner. The people inside were seriously studying something very important, a subordinate reported to his master. Reporting to the young sect master, the master of the spirit token, Wu Liuqiao, has achieved a breakthrough to the divine relic level, and entered the 8-diagram divine temple. The one called the young sect master was Han En, the young sect master of Mujinag. As soon as he heard the 3 words, Wu Liuqiao, he gnashed his teeth and repeated the name once more, his attitude completely devoid of goodwill. It was Xiayan and his group. He recalled his previous encounter with Xiayan, who was indeed leading the way. The subordinate hurriedly asked Han En, young sect master, should we finally take action? He smirked, and told his subordinate not to rush, as all truly precious treasures were deep within the divine temple. They should remain inactive, merely waiting for the other sects to exhaust their strength prematurely in the struggle. The servant seemed to realize something, reporting to Han En with surprise and worry, young sect master, several more spirit tokens have disappeared. Han En calmly walked out the door, not forgetting to instruct them to record everything. Be careful in this area. If it's not a deadly fight, it's nothing but traps. The servant, with one side of his head shaved bald, and the other half with hair, raised a thumb in admiration for his sect master. He stated that Han En was indeed worthy of being the young sect master, as his calculations were truly comprehensive. Han En turned his head, and instructed the servant to depart quickly. It's time for them to go after the 7 colored stones. The forbidden artifact left by the divine concept, they, the Mujinag, must obtain it. The scene shifted to another location, where a young brother stood before his elder sister's room, knocking repeatedly, his mouth continuously calling out for his sister, but no one inside responded. Ye Jiang stood outside the room, calling out to Ye Jiangyue, the eldest daughter of Duke Ye. Is anyone there? Not here? Suddenly, the door opened a crack. Ye Jiang found this strange, so he pushed the door open and looked inside, still calling out, Sister, it's me. In that instant, the scene inside made his eyes widen in disbelief, and his entire body stiffened in horror. He could not believe what was unfolding before him. The entire room was covered with papers, each inscribed with vivid red characters for death, and papers were scattered everywhere, completely covering the floor. Ye Jiang tremblingly called out to Ye Jiangyue, who was squatting with her back turned to him. Sister, what is going on here? Ye Jiangyue turned her face, and only then did he clearly see 2 brightly burning candles stuck on her head, while her mouth held a pin. In one hand she held a voodoo doll pierced all over with countless sharp nails. Her appearance was terrifying enough to test the resolve of any faint-hearted soul. With one hand, Jiang Yue held the voodoo doll, and in the other, a small hammer, as she asked, "Zheng'er, is something the matter?" Ye Zheng's face turned pale with fear, and he trembled, letting out a cry of alarm, completely unable to comprehend what this horrifying and bizarre ritual before him truly was. "That?" Ye Zheng asked Ye Zhengyue, bewildered. At this moment, did he truly need a reasonable explanation? Jiang Yue huffed in anger. "What did he do? Why don't you go ask that fellow surnamed C what he did?" Ye Zheng thought, exasperated. Heavens, what exactly did senior brother C do to make my elder sister so furious? But Jiang Yue's current demeanor, indeed, felt much more familiar to him. Cough, cough. Ye Zheng cleared his throat a few times, then told Ye Zhengyue, "I heard Xinyan has already led his group to the second level of the secret realm. Your fiancé even invited him." Before her little brother, Zheng, could finish speaking, Jiang Yue shouted, "What? That fellow surnamed Xiai is leading? Are the disciples of the other sects just fooling around?" Ye Zhengyue furiously raised a small axe, almost bringing it down, causing Ye Zheng to turn pale with fright. "Elder sister, please listen to me first. Han An has made thorough preparations and wishes to lead the disciples of the Wood River sect to the secret realm. He sent your little brother here to ask if you would like to accompany him." Jiang Yue was so furious her head felt like it was bursting into flames, though it was unclear if she truly heard what Zheng was saying. Suddenly, her elder sister grabbed his wrist and exclaimed, "Good!" Yi Zheng flinched, startled. "Good, let's go." With that, she dragged her little brother away, intending to chase down that fellow surnamed C and make him pay. Ye Zheng was dragged along, only able to cry out for help with teary eyes. "Oh dear. Senior brother Sai, what have you done? Your poor little brother is in such a predicament now." At the same time, somewhere within the divine palace, Dao Ke softly said to Xiaoyan, "Master, this place is truly too dark." Xingyan immediately reassured her, "Dao Yuger, don't be afraid." The surroundings were so dark that nothing could be seen clearly. In the midst of the blackness, only two pairs of eyes faintly appeared. A pair of resolute male eyes gazed at the woman beside him, while the woman's eyes, brimming with tears, looked towards the man. "Dao Ke, don't be afraid. With Master here, nothing in this world can harm you." Both of them suddenly blushed, their eyes becoming bashful, as if Dao Ke had nestled into Xinyan's embrace, making him flustered. "There's nothing to be scared of here." Outwardly, Xinyan was comforting Dao Goer, but inwardly, he was secretly chuckling with delight. The feeling of Dao Goer leaning on him was truly blissful. This master didn't light the lamp. Truly a brilliant plan. However, before he could gloat for long, the surrounding space suddenly brightened. Xinyan's smile immediately froze because of Si Baiwan. Dao Che also realized that the one who had just lit the lamp was senior brother Si Baiwan. "Little brother, there just happens to be a night luminous pearl here, which can light up the area for Miss Daozer." Daoer exclaimed in admiration. "The night luminous pearl is so beautiful. Thank you, senior brother." Watching Dao Sher happily run towards the night luminous pearl, Xinyan's mouth hung open, wanting to stop her from going there but unable to utter a single word. This warm and harmonious moment between master and disciple was ruined by that ill-timed fellow, making Xie so furious he could die. HMPH. From who knows where, Chu Xuanyin also spoke up. "Isn't it just a little dark? Yet you still need to use an external object." Chu Xuanyin struck a heroic pose. The three people behind her, though their expressions differed, shared a single thought. Is Xuanyin acting erratic again? Chu Xuanyin's eyes suddenly gleamed with seriousness. "Just wait and see. Sacred flame, heed my command. Oh, ancient form of Lin Fan, manifest, lie down right here. This venerated one commands. Ignite, plateau's night fire." Chu Xuanyin gesticulated wildly to strange rhythms, chanting and singing incoherently. A long moment later, she still seriously maintained the posture of invoking deities. Rest assured, this spell requires a long period of anticipation, so it will take effect immediately. As she waited, but the spell still hadn't manifested, she blushed with embarrassment, while the three behind her watched her antics with darkened expressions. Xinyan rubbed his forehead and thought, "I believe that person is a demon, that damn deluded fool." But suddenly, the lamps behind them one by one burst into roaring flames, astonishing him. Everyone was stunned, including the person who had just chanted the spell. Dao Er admired Xuanyin, saying she was truly powerful, making the girl let out a proud chuckle. Si Baiwan also marveled at how vast this place was, but Xiyan sensed something amiss. The three others looked up at him, anticipating his next words. It wasn't that they had lit the candles. The lamps here did not light up for them, but rather, the master of this place has discovered them. Looking up at the masked iron servant statues, their eyes blazed with red fire. They seemed to have truly been granted life, capable of annihilating any intruders at any moment in this place they had been tasked to guard by their master for ages. They were truly divine guardians. No sooner had he finished speaking than the master sensed danger. He roared, "Everyone, hide behind me! They have detected human aura within the divine hall. Kill!" To speak so brazenly, after countless millennia, only half a wisp of divine consciousness remains. The master thought in alarm, "Oh heavens, she's having another one of her fits again." She immediately channeled her strength and charged forward with dizzying speed. Why not just quit and lie down to await death? At the same moment, two gray-armored figures also charged forward to engage in battle. "We will risk our lives to protect the young master." Thus, a battle ensued between the young lady and the two gray-armored figures. Yet no actual fighting was seen. Only her swinging her sword, missing every strike, leaping back and forth, but failing to hit anyone. The master, standing nearby, felt a pang of vicarious embarrassment. Is that all there is? She was sent flying backward, her body falling to the ground, only for her to resolutely spring back up. Just warming up. Now, I'll fight seriously. She charged forward once more, and the result was still being knocked flying, landing flat on her face. The master was astonished, not expecting her to be repelled so quickly after just charging in, truly at a loss for words. Though her entire body was covered in scratches, she still stood up and wiped the corner of her mouth. This feeling she had not experienced in a long time. Her master beside her immediately rebuked her, a look of profound exasperation on his face. She blushed with embarrassment, hurriedly brushed the dust from her body, then quickly tried to salvage the situation. "This venerable one has underestimated you. Wait a moment. They can be compared to the cultivation of a mid-stage cloud emperor. If there were only one, this venerable one might grudgingly cope, but with two, to show proper respect, this venerable one shall unleash my strongest form to battle you." She seemed to transform into an entirely different person, her body enveloped by a massive aura of purple-pink energy. The light radiating from her also blinded her opponents. The master exclaimed in astonishment, "This ancient and domineering aura, it's a divine manifestation." At this moment, that stream of purple energy completely enveloped her body from head to toe. She uttered a loud incantation, like a summoning spell. "O power slumbering within my body, I, in the name of the world's strongest cultivator, unleash thee. Tremble in fear, kneel and feel fortunate to witness this. Die without regret." After the surge of power erupted within her body, it swiftly converged, merging as one with her, and she stepped forth from the swirling mist. As the mist dissipated, her noble, beautiful, and captivating figure was revealed, as if she had never suffered any injury. This instantly changed the attitudes of the other three. Their eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape, as nosebleeds began to flow uncontrollably. "I am utterly undone. Her beauty is breathtaking." The master looked at her, wiping his nosebleed as he mused inwardly. Truly, she had hidden her true depth. This aura, when compared to her balanced state, certainly possessed a certain proportion, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The two other individuals were repelled by her power, their feet scraping against the ground as they slid back a significant distance. She thought to herself, to swiftly defeat them, this venerable one's divine technique, though unparalleled in the world, requires an immense expenditure of energy. This manifestation before others would only last for the duration of an incense stick. The two figures in gray robes gathered momentum and charged, advancing directly towards her, intending to make her experience the same suffering as before. But they did not expect that from her body, two purple-pink entities would emerge. They were precisely the power she had just summoned. They surged forward to confront them with an incredibly powerful aura, as if nothing could stop them. At this moment, she took a step back. All past grievances had dispersed like smoke, her power having fully converged. She charged forward. "Let me sever your lingering attachments." The sword in her hand sliced through the bodies of the two gray-armored figures. As their severed halves fell, they still used their last ounce of strength to utter, "I have always waited. I am unwilling to yield." After completely felling the two individuals, snow began to fall, each white flake further highlighting her goddess-like appearance. Every contour of her form was utterly captivating. While Tao Nhi continuously marveled at Shui's pristine beauty, the master, however, observed the unusually large size of the falling snow. "Shui, how about this? Have you The power just now caused her body to become unusually tall and large, with certain parts so exaggerated that they aroused suspicion. Standing opposite her revered master, she made him slightly flustered, unable to focus on his questions. He mused inwardly. How exaggerated. With that move, she incessantly praised herself, saying, "There's no need to worship this esteemed one too much. This esteemed one is merely a legend." The revered master's face flushed crimson to his ears from embarrassment, his mind still unable to comprehend how this unreasonable phenomenon could not be fake. Then, wanting to verify, He extended his hand and poked her chest. That action caused Tao Ni to jump up in alarm. "Master, what are you doing? Quickly withdraw your hand." On the other side, she also panicked, unable to believe the revered master's actions. Boom! The tall and large body from before vanished, returning to its original petite appearance. Witnessing this scene, the remaining people could not help but be shocked. The magical effect dissipated, and she embarrassedly covered her chest with her hands, exclaiming, "Who dares act so presumptuously?" Tao Ni, however, incessantly accused the esteemed master. "Master, you are a great pervert." The esteemed master could only force a smile, turning his face away as he said, "Tao Ni, this master was merely confirming something." She retorted, "Isn't this truly problematic? HMPH, how shameless." Her expression filled with resentment, she declared, "This is merely because this esteemed one's demonic cultivation heart technique has a slight flaw and is not yet fully accomplished. Once this esteemed one's heart technique reaches grand completion, maintaining this form will be as easy as breathing." Just then, a reddish aura enveloped everyone. Si Baiwan exclaimed, "What is happening?" Everyone was astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. "Tao Ni, this is..." The esteemed master spoke up to reassure them. "Do not be afraid. This is a divine being's lingering obsession, transforming into an illusory realm, deliberately pulling us into it. We do not know the reason behind this." At the same time, Aji remarked, "I did not expect Han En could smoothly bring us into the divine ruin." Ye Jiangyue spoke up, HMPH. "Without any capability, how could he compare to this young miss? Like that person named Sil. He is not even worthy of carrying my books." AG. You cannot speak 2 or 3 sentences without mentioning senior brother Si. This obsession is a bit problematic. However, if this divine ruin is a new discovery, how could the Mujiang sect be so familiar with it? The divine ruin had just appeared. Yet Han En immediately stayed in the Mujiang sect's heavenly hall. And even Aji did not react. Could it be that he still has some hidden trump card? Brother Han En, I want to see what you are ultimately hiding. Aji, this place is now safe enough to go for a stroll. As he spoke, he waved his hand, turned, and walked away. Hey, the surroundings are still very dangerous. You must pay attention. Understood. Reaching the gate, they found 2 people guarding it. Ye Zheng hid in a corner to scout, observing the current situation. It seems to be on this side. Zheng Ni found a room, and a voice echoed from within, "I have waited for 1,000 years." That statement startled Zheng Ni, filling his heart with doubt. He quietly pressed himself against the wall to avoid detection. Inside was a black monster with numerous eyes. It was speaking to someone. "My descendant." Witnessing the scene before him, Zheng Ni hastily covered his mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. Zheng Ni's current feeling was a mix of fear of being discovered and curiosity about what that entity truly was. The monster spoke to the person standing before it, its tone filled with anger and unwillingness. "You have finally come to this divine relic." Only the back of that person was seen bowing, cupping their hands as they said, "Ancestor, once Xiang Ni obtains the divine artifact and uses it for a political marriage, the Mujiang territory will immediately become the exclusive possession of our Mujiang sect, and this place will be a stepping stone to devour all of Jiangnan." These words caused sweat to break out on Zheng Ni's forehead. What immense ambition! Upon hearing the words of the person opposite, the monstrous entity immediately protested furiously. "No, your goal is the entire world. You must reclaim everything we have lost." Under the monstrous entity's oppressive aura, that person collapsed to the ground on one knee, their face tense, filled with both reverence and subservience. He replied, "Yes." Just at this moment, the monstrous entity perceived something unusual. It cast its gaze towards the slightly ajar door. HMPH. There is an aura of an outsider. Who is there? No sooner had it finished speaking than it shot out through the doorway. Streaks of black energy accompanied by terrifying eyes swirled around Zheng Ni. Before he could even react, it struck him, knocking him to the ground. Zheng Ni was terrified. This is not good. A small, rectangular object fell from his person, resembling a die. The person sitting on the iron chair at this moment performed an action that astonished everyone present. He raised his hand, and a shimmering light emanated from his palm. Tao Ni spoke up, "Master, are these things all divine? So eerie, it makes one's skin crawl." The sight before Tao Ni caused cold sweat to break out. Her venerable master spoke to reassure her. There is no need to fear. Even if a soul dissipates after cultivating to this extent, an obsession will remain. That painting is merely an illusion. Tao Ni turned to the person and continued to ask, "Do we really want to pass through?" Xu Xuanyan placed her hands on her hips, not taking the situation seriously. She said, "HMPH, with this venerable one here, there's no need to be so alarmed." The venerable master paid no heed to her words, continuing to explain to ensure Tao Ni fully understood. This obsession is so profound that it can manifest illusions. It seems an extremely tragic event must have occurred. However, Chu Xuanyin shook her head, chuckled softly, and said, HMPH, if they died, why cling on? Tao Ni looked towards the divine being before her, pondering, is this the young master they spoke of? What is he holding in his hand? Only upon closer inspection did she see a treasure floating within the shimmering light. This left everyone utterly surprised, stunned in astonishment. Amidst Tao Ni's confusion, the Grandmaster immediately turned his head and gave his answer. This jade tablet is a fate wheel, Tao Ni repeated, as if wondering what a fate wheel was. The Grandmaster ascended the steps towards the divine statue, speaking, after cultivating to become a god, one's primordial spirit will transform into a fate wheel, symbolizing a mortal transcending their limits and gaining mastery over their own destiny. Bai Siswan asked, cultivating to become a god? Mortals? Can mortals truly achieve this? Of course, the Grandmaster replied. Who's to say you cannot achieve it yourself? Bai Siwan, acting humble, awkwardly scratched his head. Haha, it's impossible for me. Moreover, the matter of a mortal becoming a god, this has never been heard of before. The Grandmaster's gaze halted, and he broke into a cold sweat as a gravely serious thought occurred to him. He spoke. Theoretically, if a mortal reaching the human god realm possesses immense resolve, extraordinary perseverance, and a profound dacio heart, they can become a god and transcend the mortal coil. Yet, in this realm, despite countless human gods, not one has ever truly ascended to godhood. Zhuan Jing had long possessed the qualifications to become a god. Yet he, too, had never managed to condense a fate wheel. This world, for unknown reasons, has faced something that annihilated all previously existing gods. As the Grandmaster meticulously observed the divine treasure before him, a sudden sound echoed, causing him to turn his head and look behind him. Chu Xuanyin was rushing forward frantically, exclaiming, just as this venerable one predicted, the jade tablet engraved with the God Ascension incantation is indeed here. The Grandmaster, standing below, looked up at her and asked with suspicion, a God Ascension incantation? She stretched out her hand towards the divine treasure bathed in light, her face filled with anticipation, and joyfully declared, this jade tablet, this venerable one shall claim. The very instant she touched the treasure, a wave of crimson light suddenly enveloped everything around them. It was unbelievable that she dared to act in such a manner. And even more unbelievable was the scene before their eyes. From the divine statue's eyes, blood flowed profusely, and a pained shriek erupted. When she finally made contact, she was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded. She cried out, what? The Grandmaster extended his arm, protecting Tao Ni. He warned, beware. This illusion seeks to corrupt your sight. The Grandmaster began to feel uncomfortable. His expression turned wary as he faced the unfolding scene. He raised his hand and spoke, and instantly, a golden circle formed. Light enveloped the three of them like a protective sphere. It repelled all external forces. The Grandmaster had acted swiftly just before a torrent of crimson blood, like a cascading waterfall, poured down onto where the three stood. Chu Xuanyin was utterly terrified. How infuriating! It's merely an illusion of the dead. I will not fear you. At that very moment, streams of crimson blood began to tightly constrict her body. She screamed in panic, realizing this was terrible. The crimson blood caused her to faint, plummeting from high above. But fortunately, she was caught by Grandmaster. Grandmaster could not help but remark, this child truly gives one no peace of mind. Tao Ni spoke up. The illusion has disappeared. She appeared astonished at the scene unfolding before her. Master, the jade tablet was just snatched by Chu Xuanyin. As Tao Ni spoke, she pointed towards her. Chu Xuanyin immediately reacted. She used one hand to cover her eyes, while her other hand raised the treasure high, as if declaring ownership. HMPH. Whoever obtains it, it belongs to them. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Tao Ni did not wish to argue with Chu Xuanyin. She looked towards Grandmaster, wondering why he was still intently gazing straight ahead. She said, Master. Grandmaster's gaze paused, his face revealing a vigilant expression. This formation is not good. Before them was a formation with phoenix-like creatures circling around. Grandmaster recognized it as the Phoenix 9-layer seal. Not good. It's the Phoenix 9-layer seal, Grandmaster said. At that very moment, a flock of phoenixes suddenly charged directly towards the four of them. Grandmaster quickly realized the current situation was extremely dangerous. They were attacking uncontrollably. Grandmaster immediately stepped forward to block in front of Tao Ni, using himself as a shield to protect her. By the time that flock of phoenixes swept past Tao Ni, she became disoriented and fell into an illusion. Tao Ni's eyes were drowsy, but she slowly opened her eyelids to awaken. She was astonished, because the scene before her was utterly unfamiliar. Clearly she had just been with Grandmaster, so why had she now fallen into such a desolate place? That made her extremely bewildered. wondering where this place ultimately was. Around her were many sparkling spherical orbs, emitting a mystical light. Suddenly, Dao Ni was startled because she heard someone calling, "Dao Ni!" She turned her head, but saw no other human figure besides herself. Yet, that calling sound continued to resonate. "Dao Ni, you first hide for a bit inside the storage ring. Wait until I, your master, break this formation, then I will release you." It turned out to be Grandmaster's voice. Grandmaster always put Dao Ni's safety first. Dao Ni's mood was a bit bewildered. She wondered about the storage ring that Master had just mentioned, after which her mood instantly underwent a drastic change. She became joyfully exuberant, her eyes sparkling, a bright smile of pure delight spreading across her face at this treasure. The Master's storage ring is truly immense. The largest one Dao Ni had ever seen was only the size of a single room. Do these spherical orbs contain items inside? Having said that, she then walked towards a spherical orb nearby. Her eyes sparkled, glistening like the light of the orbs themselves. This young girl, already beautiful, now appeared even more stunning. Unable to suppress her joy, she exclaimed, "Ha! Let me see what treasures are hidden within." Inside the light orb was an extremely fascinating sight, a small volcano. From its crater, countless streams of lava ceaselessly erupted, and in many places, the heat was so intense that it ignited into roaring flames. Dao Er was utterly astonished. She blurted out, "Huh? A volcano? It's a volcano?" She looked closely inside, where a small flame flickered atop the mountain peak. Dao Er observed it briefly, then pondered. It seemed to seal something extremely unfathomable. Within the red flame was another leaf, shaped precisely like a flame. This sight filled Dao Er with immense excitement and thrill, causing her to exclaim in admiration, "Truly formidable. As expected of Master," she murmured. "Let me see." With that, she moved on to the other light orbs. The surrounding objects made it impossible for her to contain her curiosity and desire to explore. She approached a light orb ahead, which contained a sword. Dao Er immediately opened it. Unexpectedly, a pile of girls' belongings scattered outwards. Dao Er instantly froze, stunned by the sight for a full 5 seconds. Sweat continuously poured down her face. She could not believe the scene before her eyes. Dao Er stammered, "These are all women's clothes. Could Master possibly have some peculiar hobbies?" "Oh dear, no, she quickly corrected herself. Dao Er is infringing upon another's privacy. This too must be considered Master's personal passion." As Dao Er spoke, she covered her eyes with her hands, her face utterly embarrassed. She blamed herself for intruding upon private matters, but immediately after, a light orb before her eyes once again attracted Dao Er's attention. She continuously and frantically rummaged inside that light orb, her mouth ceaselessly muttering, Hey, isn't this Dao Er's missing bodice? Why is it here?" Even in death, Dao Er could not have imagined having such a maester. But today, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Her face, as if in pain, darkened. Holding her own bodice in her hand, she said, "Just a moment ago, I still adored Master so much." In a small corner of her mind, Dao Er recalled the words her revered master had spoken earlier. Perhaps the wind was too strong and blew the clothes away, she remembered him saying. What a tangled, deceitful excuse. Dao Er was so furious she nearly turned purple. Yet she was also utterly ashamed. She could only secretly complain in her heart. Men. Suddenly she thought of something, and turned her attention to a light orb behind her. Dao Er turned her head to look again, her embarrassment and shame having not lessened in the slightest. Wait a minute, she thought. There are still so many light orbs. Surely not. Saying this, she proceeded to ransack all the remaining light orbs. Indeed. This one too, she exclaimed. They were all Dao Er's clothes. Dao Er could only wish to cry amidst her helplessness and grievance. She secretly cursed someone. Stinky Master, do you really like Dao Er's undergarments that much? She still carefully hid it away. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. The more she spoke, the less she could conceal her bashfulness. Suddenly she noticed an orb emitting an unusual light, surrounded by wisps of mysterious white smoke. Tao Ni turned around and said, "This luminous orb emanates extremely potent cold energy. It must contain something extraordinary within." Having said that, she placed her hand on the orb. From the point where she touched it, the orb began to emit a light more intense than ever before. That radiance made Tao Ni feel uncomfortable, and she could see nothing until she sensed something unusual around her, particularly the appearance of a girl. Tao Ni was utterly astonished. This coffin is her? Tao Ni cried out in disbelief upon seeing a beautiful girl before her, while the peaceful scene within starkly contrasted with the chaos raging outside. The atmosphere remained tense, especially as the two of them faced a surrounding flock of fire phoenixes. The venerable master spoke to Su Xuanyin, instructing her to use the fire-quenching water to hold them back. Su Xuanyin immediately refused. not even allowing his words to fully register. She always wished to prove herself, and her pride surged forth, stating, "You need not teach me. This venerable one already knows." A wave of water struck directly at the phoenixes. Meeting their nemesis, they shrieked in immense pain, making the scene even more chaotic. Those wondrously beautiful crimson phoenixes, after being struck by Su Xuanyin's water, instantly turned into stone. They died in utterly painful postures. However, just when they believed they had defeated this flock of birds, something unforeseen occurred. From their frozen state, they were able to shatter the stone layer and revert to their original form. Moreover, they became even stronger than before, growing more agitated and frenzied. Realizing this method was far from effective, the venerable master immediately said to Su Xuanyin, "No, it's not working." Su Xuanyin replied, "Legend has it that the phoenix ninefold is created using phoenix essence blood. Without the phoenix adamantine feather to break this formation, we will be trapped and perish here." Upon hearing this, the venerable master's eyes immediately narrowed, and his gaze shifted, his mind pondering the phoenix adamantine feather Su Xuanyin had just mentioned. Su Xuanyin noticed the venerable master's slightly unusual demeanor and reminded him, "What are you doing? Focus." In the very next second, she herself was petrified, frozen for 5 seconds upon witnessing the flame held firmly in the venerable master's hand. It was precisely the phoenix adamantine feather. The sight before her eyes was truly unbelievable. A rarity like the phoenix adamantine feather was not something one could simply conjure into existence. Yet, look at what he was holding in his hand. The venerable master spoke. "Is it this?" Su Xuanyin's face immediately lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is the phoenix erupting incineration." In some forgotten corner, Sibaiwan was also drawn into a world similar to Tao Ni's. This was the venerable master's world. Those within it would lose gravity, their bodies floating aimlessly. Sibaiwan wondered, what kind of place is this? This place was utterly unfamiliar. He had never seen anything like it. He encountered a familiar silhouette, but could not discern who it was. For at this very moment, the entire body of the girl in front was engulfed in raging anger. A fierce flame surged around her, no different from a tightly compressed bomb that could explode with the slightest touch. The person standing before him made Sibaiwan falter slightly. His face had turned purple. He became suspicious of the identity of the young woman standing before him. It was that very voice that alerted Tao Care to someone's presence. The moment she turned around, Sibaiwan was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Tao's gaze was ferocious beyond measure, filled with such overwhelming fury that the whites of her eyes were almost no longer visible. Her once bright and crystal-clear eyes had now turned blood red. She parted her lips, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs, resembling those of a demonic dragon. She spoke. "What is it, Sibaiwan?" Even without Tao Gamer making a move, that terrifying appearance alone was enough to make him tremble uncontrollably. Sibaiwan let out a terrified scream. "A ghost! A vicious ghost!" Overwhelmed by absolute terror, he fled with every ounce of strength he possessed, as though his very life depended on escaping the horrifying scene before him. It was truly a dreadful sight. What a pitiful fate for our Sibaiwan. The scene there was incomparably gruesome, with fresh blood covering the floor. A many-eyed demon began to speak. Hey, that boy has quite the nerve. Our great undertaking is not yet complete, and we cannot afford unnecessary complications. Huang En, the task of stabilizing the Ye family now rests with you. It turned its gaze toward the man before it, leaving him momentarily speechless. He lowered his head and cupped his fists respectfully, his face still filled with terror. Having witnessed the demon's ruthless methods with his own eyes, he had seen it mercilessly take a life. Yet there was not the slightest trace of remorse in its eyes. On the contrary, those deep crimson eyes made it abundantly clear that humanity had no place within this demon. Large beads of sweat poured endlessly down Huang En's face. Though his head remained lowered, he secretly raised his eyes to observe the demon. Huang En answered its command, unable to stop his entire body from trembling. "Yes, senior. This junior understands." He narrowed his eyes, unwillingness plainly visible within them, as suppressed fury burned beneath the surface. He thought to himself, "Brother Ye, this was never what I wanted. If you must blame someone, then blame this unjust heavenly Dako." Elsewhere, Ye Jiayu was following the trail of the missing person. She searched throughout the palace, her face filled with anxiety. Everywhere she went, she loudly called out in search of him. "Zhenger! Zhenger! Where has that boy run off to?" Just as she was wondering where he had gone, someone suddenly called out to her. "Jiayu!" It was Huang En's voice. The instant she saw him, she rushed forward like an arrow and grabbed his arm. Before she could even greet him, the very first thing she asked was about Zhenger. Her voice was filled with urgency, perfectly reflecting her state of mind. Until she found Zhenger, Ye Jiayu could not set her heart at ease. She questioned him anxiously. "Huang En, have you seen Zhenger anywhere?" He said he was just wandering nearby, but he still hasn't returned. Han En smiled cheerfully in response to her, saying, Qi Yue, do not worry. Brother Yi said he greatly admires Brother Si, so he has gone to seek him out. Han An's words immediately caused her to stiffen, standing frozen in place as if she could not believe what she had just heard. She blurted out, "What?" The focus then shifted to Master. His eyes stilled, his demeanor utterly focused. He declared that with this spirit weapon, breaking the formation would be as easy as turning one's hand. Having finished speaking, he spread his arms and soared high, his body hovering in mid-air amidst the sacred flames. Around him was a dazzling halo, radiating from the fiery blaze. After gathering sufficient power, he unleashed that torrent of flames toward the flock of phoenixes. In but a fleeting moment, each phoenix swept by the flames vanished from existence, leaving behind only wisps of dust gently falling to the ground. Could this be called a death as light as a goose feather? Whoosh! Having completed his task, Master immediately turned towards Chu Xuanyin, flashing her a smile brimming with smugness and pride. Chu Xuanyin was made to blush crimson like a ripe fruit by him, she muttered. How vexing that he found me. Hearing this, Master could not help but feel self-satisfied. In high spirits, he replied with a facade of humility. Ha! It was merely luck. He pointed his finger to the right, and from its tip, a cerulean circle manifested. It spun like a miniature cosmic black hole. Master declared, "It is safe now. They can be released." From within that swirling vortex, Tao Wei and Xia Baiwan emerged, landing gently upon the ground. Upon seeing Master, Xia Baiwan was so agitated that he immediately raised a hand in appeal for help. His body trembled violently from fear. He cried out, "Senior brother, it was truly terrifying." At that statement, Master did not understand what was happening, so he looked at him with a slightly bewildered expression. At this moment, from behind Xia Baiwan, Tao Care's voice rang out, "Master!" Around her body was enveloped by a purple aura, and one could clearly feel a surge of impending wrath. Xia Baiwan's tears had long since streamed down in 2 lines. He desperately tried to extend his arm further towards Master for help. Taor then spoke. "Inside this cosmic pouch, there are truly many treasures, indeed." She revealed a dangerous smile, her gaze fixed upon a certain individual, whose complexion had now turned a terrifying, purplish black. She added, "Tao Care's horizons have truly been broadened by this experience." At Teko's ominous expression, Master knew his doomsday was swiftly approaching. He frantically attempted to explain himself to her, his voice stammering incessantly. Tao Air. Listen to your humble master explain." Master's face could not conceal his panic, as beads of sweat continuously poured out, and fear completely enveloped his entire being. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I must have been seen. How could this master have forgotten to set the guest mode?" By now, realizing it was too late, what he couldn't let others know, they already knew. "This time, let us see how great Master's fortune truly is." "Humph, explain yourself." Taor seemed unwilling to hear any more words. She only believed what her own eyes saw. Taor stepped forward before Master, flames of indignation still enveloping her. She said, "Taojier wants to see how you plan to explain this." With those words, she made a gesture describing the garment around her chest, her face undeniably embarrassed, her cheeks flushing at the mention of it. Master, standing before her, saw this and immediately guessed in his mind, this gesture refers to the bodice. Within moments, he immediately thought of an excuse. You see, those items were merely picked up by this master by accident. I merely wish to tidy them up a bit. Once I have the time, I shall return them to you." As he spoke, Master forced a strained smile, his face covered in sweat. His gaze dared not meet Taogore's directly, only darting to the side, as if trying to avoid something. His hands were placed before his chest, swaying back and forth, as if trying to prove that he had not taken them intentionally. Taor remained enraged. She scoffed coldly and cursed. "Stinky master! Taor would be seeing ghosts to believe you." After speaking, she continued to describe a second item. "And what about this?" She was determined to get to the bottom of the mystery of her clothes' disappearance, to see how Master would explain himself. Master looked at Taor's descriptive gesture. He also guessed that this was a small piece of cloth. Taor was extremely embarrassed. She shouted loudly, "Isn't it the underwear?" "Underwear." Master pondered blankly, trying to understand what underwear meant in this context. Then suddenly, he remembered something, his expression immediately turning to horror. He even bit his own tongue, drawing blood. Damn it, surely not? Then, even Gong Khan had been seen by Taoir. Returning to reality, he feigned a cough. He said, "Tao Share, you know that her divine sense remnant was still preserved within her body." He shouted loudly. A slight carelessness would cause her divine sense to scatter. This master placed her safely within the spatial bag to protect her. Master's words just now, coupled with his seemingly genuine concern for Tao Care, caused her to waver. He continued, "Everything was due to this master's profound respect for this great mother." Taor could only exclaim, "Ah!" On this side, Xia Baiwan and Chu Xuanyin were watching the two of them, their minds filled with questions. completely failing to understand what they were doing. Chu Xuanyin, with a bewildered expression questioning life, said, "What are those two master and disciple making such a fuss about? How can this venerable one not understand a single word?" Si Baiwan was no different from her. He could only offer a guess. Perhaps these are words meant to deep. Suddenly, his master called out to him, "Si Baiwan." Chu Xuanyin glanced at him. The master walked over, slung an arm around his shoulder, and pulled him forward. Ignoring the Sis family, who were still completely bewildered, the master looked up at the sky, forcing a laugh to diffuse the situation. "We must depart quickly. This divine palace is so vast. We need to explore it swiftly." Leaving Taylor behind, covering her face, she wondered to herself, could it be that Taylor misunderstood Master? But something still feels illogical. The Master said, "This divine palace is merely a drop in the ocean. Beyond this realm, there are countless outer realms, worlds of immense vastness, far exceeding imagination." Having said that, he raised his hand high, demonstrating his grand ambition. He declared, "Our goal is the Sea of Stars." This declaration stirred Si Baiwan, making him equally emotional and excited. Si Baiwan secretly wondered, is the world truly that vast? He pondered, fearing that a person like him might not explore it all even in an entire lifetime. Just then, the sudden call of a young lady echoed, causing their entire group to freeze for 5 seconds. "You, of the Civ family, I have finally found you." Following her were 2 servants, holding bright torches in their hands. This young lady wore an expression of annoyance and displeasure. Her hands were on her hips, her eyes glaring directly at Si Baiwan. Jiang Yu stood with her hands on her hips. "Sai, I have finally found you." Si Baiwan burst into tears and rushed forward in joy. He continuously called her name. "Jiang, Jiang, Jiang Yu. How did you know I was here?" Si Baiwan seized her hand, his eyes shining, his face flushed crimson with emotion. "Did you specifically come looking for me? Do you still remember me?" In stark contrast to Si Baiwan's joyous demeanor, Jiang Yu's expression grew dark, and she trembled, suppressing her rage. The onlookers standing by were slightly surprised, and for a moment, didn't know what to say. It turns out this Miss Ye was precisely the goddess he had often spoken of. Ye Jiayu flung his hand away, commanding him, "Let go immediately." Then she punched him, and asked, "Who is Si Baiwan?" He could not believe it. What? Why is Jiang Yu like this? The question, "Who are you?" kept replaying in his mind. She then pointed towards the group over there, and asked, "Where is my Zhenger from the Si family?" He hadn't yet grasped it, as the person was clearly right there. It turned out that the sick family member she was referring to was none other than Pavilion Master Si Yan. Si Baiwan was as if turned to stone on the spot. He suffered a heavy shock. The person Jiayu wanted to find was Senior Brother. Could it be that Senior Brother was his romantic rival? Tao responded to Ye Jiayu, "Why is it you? If you can't find your younger brother, what does that have to do with my master?" She stated that Zhenger disappeared precisely because she was searching for him. Han En said that Zhenger had come to find him, so she used a compass to track his location, and arrived here. He was slightly surprised, realizing their movements had always been monitored by others. It was that token. The 2 young women continued their ceaseless bickering. If anything were to happen to Ye Zheng, she would absolutely not spare them. HMPH, causing trouble without reason. "My master will certainly not help you." He placed his hand on her shoulder and softly said, "I also do not wish for anything to happen to Ye Zheng. Why don't we all go search for Zhenger together?" He also wanted to see what exactly Han En was plotting. Somewhere within the secret realm, Su Xuan was desperately calling for Bailan's help. He painfully climbed a tree, his entire body covered in injuries, crying miserably as he called out, "Where on earth is Bailan?" Over the past few days, he had wandered countless circles around the secret realm. He had encountered terrifying divine corpses, been robbed by powerful bandits, and had to deal with countless traps. Yet, he had repeatedly escaped the clutches of death. This must be because heaven was moved by his sincerity. But why would it not allow him and Senior Brother Bai to reunite? He clutched his handkerchief tightly towards the sun, lamenting in agony. A python, appearing from nowhere, crawled up the tree trunk, its tongue nearly pressed against his face. He was utterly terrified. This time, he was certain to die. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had accepted death, and tears fell, drop by glistening drop. When future generations discovered his remains, surely they would be deeply moved if they knew the tragic tale behind this silk handkerchief. He truly wished to hear Senior Brother Bai's words. It seemed that the person he had longed for had finally appeared. Bailan scolded him, "Fool! What are you doing standing there dazedly?" With just a few sword strikes he killed the python, its corpse falling lifelessly before him. The man, so beautiful he could charm both men and women, was precisely Senior Brother Bai, whom he had long awaited. He emotionally called out his name. Why are you here?" He winked at him. "Otherwise, who did you think it was who dealt with those divine corpses cultivators, and traps. With such weak cultivation, yet you dare to venture alone into the secret realm? You truly have no regard for your own life. In Su Xuan's mind, an even more beautiful scene unfolded. Bai Lan, blushing and tearful, confessing that his recklessness had caused her so much worry and effort. It turned out senior sister Bai had always quietly protected him. She drew closer, questioning why he had come to this sacred place. Could it be that she was searching for him? He stammered. Oh, I did all of this just to bring this to you. Before he could finish, Bai Lan cut him off. If there is nothing urgent, then leave this place at once. Next time, you will truly be torn to shreds by demonic beasts. This was the last time she would save him. She was still in a hurry to find someone else. Su Xuan was startled. You are looking for someone? Is it a man or a woman? No, that's not right. Man or woman, it makes no difference. He stammered his question to Bai Lan once more. Bai Lan turned her back, her face flushing as she explained that someone had clearly dragged her here to explore and seize treasures together, only to abandon her and run off to play somewhere else, which truly gave her a headache. In Su Xuan's mind, yet another scene began to unfold. Bai Lan tearfully recounted how they had clearly promised to stay together until their hair turned white. That heartless individual had cruelly abandoned her. Su Xuan's expression immediately shifted. He sensed the situation was far from ideal. That person was undoubtedly a love rival. In another location, Mo Junhong was comfortably enjoying his life. His journey this time could be considered far from futile. In merely a few short days, his harvest had been exceptionally abundant. He had previously encountered vivid and authentic inspiration, which had moved him to pen several pages without pause. Now he had stumbled upon yet another incident, suggesting this place held fascinating events worth observing. His gaze fell to the ground. Around him lay a group of individuals, stripped to the waist and sprawled unconsciously. It was unclear what had befallen them. Servants were assisting her in handling each unconscious person, placing them into sacks, their ultimate destination unknown. She scoffed. A bunch of trash! All of them so eager to offer their treasures to the elder sisters. Sisters, quicken your pace a little. Having spoken, her foot descended upon yet another individual. Yu Ling, standing behind them, trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the other girls cheerfully reported to their sect master. These sects were all so ridiculously wealthy, yet so weak they couldn't even withstand a single blow. This time, we have made a grand fortune. Yu Ling secretly lamented his predicament. He had to escape. He had to flee this place immediately. Based on his accumulated combat experience, he recognized that this group of individuals was in a state of fervent excitement. Their gazes were exceptionally dangerous, an unnameable impulse seemingly on the verge of erupting at any moment. She tugged on the chain binding Yu Ling, forcing him closer to her. He frantically cried for his life, his head colliding with something soft. It turned out to be her chest. She excitedly declared that this was the first time she had an exploring companion by her side, and it brought her immense joy. For some unknown reason, a fire seemed to ignite within her heart. The surrounding maidens were envious, wondering why the sectmaster would wish to enjoy such pleasures alone. You are truly adept, they mused. They also desire such indulgence. Yu Ling whimpered. Someone, please save me quickly. Surrounded by such a crowd, he would surely perish. He suddenly fainted, leaving the maidens bewildered, unsure how to proceed. They began to blame each other. It's all your fault. Every night you demand without restraint. Huh? It was clearly you who indulged the most. What are we to do now? She told everyone not to panic, offering to examine him, saying, perhaps there's still time for a few more uses. Mo Junhong, hiding nearby, eavesdropped, sweat pouring down his brow. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. For he was, after all, someone who had undergone professional training. My good junior brother. This elder brother's concern for you is not in vain, but if this matter were to be revealed, I wonder if it would invite scrutiny. Disregarding all that, this affair is far more sensational than anything involving Lan Nhi. Heh. This time he has truly struck it rich. His laughter rang out too loudly, drawing the attention of the maidens. One of them angrily demanded, who dares to roll out here for this old lady? Yu Ling struggled to look over. It was the voice of his senior brother. He was saved. In an instant, Mo Junhong had reverted to his usual demeanor. He stated that he had not expected to encounter all of them in this place. Indeed, the workings of fate are truly wondrous and indescribable. Seeing him, she became immensely joyful. Is this not the kind elder who has helped us find our beloved several times? Upon hearing those words, Yu Ling could scarcely believe his ears. He hastily broke free from her grasp, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, calling his senior brother a scoundrel. Yet, before he could approach, he was restrained by a chain. She slowly pulled him back. Why did these words sound somewhat familiar to him? She asked if he too had come to the divine ruins to seek treasure. To show their gratitude, they offered to share a portion of their current gains with the elder. He declined, stating that he acknowledged their good intentions. What interest could ordinary treasures hold for him? He had come to this place for sensational news, enough to shake the very foundations of the world. She was slightly surprised. What sensational news? Mo Junhong recounted that many years ago, when these divine ruins were still unknown to later generations, the Mujiang sect had discovered their existence. He investigated and probed for a time, only to discover that the identities of the Mujiang sect's successive sect masters concealed an immense secret. In another scene, a fierce and brutal battlefield lay before them, with casualties proving exceedingly heavy. A disciple reported the results to Han En, stating that the obstacles had been cleared. A moment later, with a total of 34 casualties, he grimaced and stated, "I understand." His expression immediately became tense upon seeing the object before him. Was this the very deity who once dominated this realm in ancient times? This object did not resemble a weapon used by the divine race. Could it be that the Godslayer was, in fact, an ancestor of the human race? From the surrounding aura, he sensed the situation was unsettling. Someone had already arrived ahead of them. It could no longer sense the aura of the jade tablet. Han An asked it, "What is this jade tablet?" "That is the jade tablet, containing the incantation to achieve godhood. Only by obtaining that object, along with the Godslayer's sword, can it break through the limits of this world and become a true deity," it explained. It instructed him to first retrieve the sword, stating there was no time to waste, and that they must immediately recover the jade tablet. Han An obeyed the command, using his strength to pull the sword forth. As the sword was drawn, a colossal surge of power erupted, causing everything in its vicinity to continuously crack and tear apart. That power was truly terrifying. Returning to Tao Ni's group, Si Baiwan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why that young man had transformed into such a state. Yet, only a man like the senior brother would be worthy of Jiang Yue. However, the two individuals whom he secretly envied were now locked in a fierce argument. Jiang Yu reprimanded Pavilion Master Si Yan, stating that, if it weren't for him, Ye Zheng would absolutely not have ended up in such a state. He stubbornly retorted, "This matter is far too obvious. Your younger brother's legs are his own, are they not? He benevolently helped you search for your younger brother. Can you not show him a little respect?" She retorted angrily. "This is exactly what he deserved!" Tao Ni panted as she called out to him. They had circled back and forth several times, yet there was still no trace of Ye Zheng. He calmly stated that they should ask themselves why they had not attached a tracker to their family members. She sighed. This entire journey has been truly terrifying. There were scenes of bloody conflicts over treasures, tragic sights of cultivators falling into deadly traps, and all manner of monsters slaughtering cultivators. Just thinking about it, she already felt sorrow for her younger brother. Yet, Chu Xuanyin still added to her distress. In a dangerous place like this, your foolish younger brother has probably long since perished without an intact corpse. She pointed directly at Chu Xuanyin, telling her, "Do not speak such nonsense. Yi Zhang's disposition is clever and resourceful. He will certainly not meet with misfortune." Chu Xuanyin placed her hand on her forehead, asserting, "For a lowly and useless individual facing a desperate and dark situation, death is an inevitable outcome. My evil god's eye has long since seen through everything." The two girls immediately began arguing. Jiang Yu told Chu Xuanyin to silence herself, calling her a crow-mouthed woman. Chu Xuanyin retorted, "Every word this venerable one speaks is the truth." He, Si Yan, painfully intervened to separate the two. "Miss Ye, do not be agitated. Perhaps Ye Zheng has not yet encountered such misfortunes." She turned back to him, crying and scolding. "If anything happens to Ye Zheng, it will all be because of your harm." He grew angry. "I have tolerated your antics for far too long. Do not continue to provoke me so unreasonably." She glared at him. "Am I provoking you unreasonably? Do not think I am unaware of your insidious intentions." Struck at his sensitive spot, he was startled and stammered, asking her, "What insidious intentions could I possibly possess?" Unexpectedly, he had been writing love letters to her for 2 years. Did he truly believe himself to be deeply devoted? Yet now, he dares not admit it. He found her to be an irritant, and thus devised every possible method to approach her. Did he not? Si Baiwan stood by, watching the verbal sparring unfold. So even the senior brother was like him? Angrily, she recounted the entire sequence of events from the moment they first met. First, he shattered a formation just to assert his presence, then deliberately stole her hairpin to capture her attention. While playing chess, he sought every means to humiliate her. She now understood. From the very beginning, his approach to Ye Zheng had been part of a premeditated scheme, had it not? He hastily urged her to stop, claiming he truly could not bear to hear any more, for there surely was some grave misunderstanding in this matter. Si Baiwan was agitated to the extreme, that he could achieve such a feat. He was truly a perfect role model for followers like himself. Jiang Yu might not agree, but regardless, those were his genuine sentiments, and to speak of them in such a way was indeed somewhat excessive. Taggar's dangerously intoned, "Master," sent shivers down his spine. She had not imagined he possessed such a grand and elaborate history. Chu Xuanyin stood by, observing the unfolding drama. never expecting him to be such a groveling admirer. She pointed directly at his face, for she had finally recalled his name, Si Baiwan. His love letters and his very name were equally abominable. He should never dream that she would ever hold him in high regard. Upon hearing that name, everyone present was utterly stunned. It turned out she had mistaken him for someone else. Perhaps her wits were not entirely with her. He explained to her that his name was Si Yan, and the person she spoke of was fundamentally not him. Si Baiwan, standing behind him, cried out, "That person is I!" Tearfully, yet earnestly, he declared that the individual she spoke of was, in fact, him. Jiang Yue was utterly incredulous. He had rarely been so earnest, writing her love letters for 2 whole years, and presenting her with gifts for 2 whole years. He had not expected her to bring him to such a pitiful defeat. She blushed furiously, and quickly turned to glare at the crowd that had been avidly observing the unfolding events. They desperately suppressed their laughter, their faces flushed crimson, their entire bodies trembling. So it was not this despicable man, after all? He nodded in approval. The resolution of this misunderstanding was truly excellent. She was so mortified she wished she could perish. Had all the words she had spoken to him over the past few days been utterly misplaced? So the one who had secretly harbored affections for her all this time was this damned corpulent man, inferior even to that Xiaoyan. How infuriating! It was all due to this cursed, corpulent man. If he hadn't stubbornly clung to her for these past few years, how could she? It was all his fault. She called out to him, and Xia Baiwan immediately ceased his weeping. Her face darkened as she asked, "Do you still believe yourself to be deeply devoted to her? He came to this place for that very letter, so surely he must have already retrieved it. If you have not yet obtained it, then go quickly and find it. Do not continue to obstruct matters here." He trembled, utterly at a loss for words. Sikyan Pavilion Master secretly mused, "What she desires is merely an illusory thing." Clearly, this was a clever ploy to drive him away. To like someone is a fundamental freedom to pursue love. It cannot be twisted into chains to shackle another. He had no means to interfere with another's choices. And now, he stood before a truly pivotal decision. She crossed her arms and snorted coldly. As expected, he would comply with her every word. She loathed nothing more than such weak-willed individuals. "Begone!" Si Baiwan abruptly halted. He declared his refusal. Ye Jiangyue could not believe the words that had just left his lips. Sin Baiwan once again dissolved into tears. He would not leave this place. He desired to follow his senior disciple brother and continue exploring this enigmatic world. Ye Jiangyue was indeed the genesis of his current journey, but she could not become the ultimate destination he had envisioned. Only by following his senior disciple brother did he truly comprehend the immense vastness of this heaven and earth. How laughable it was for a person to remain mired in delusion. His life would not be halted by an unrequited affection. His footprints yearned to press onward to even more distant realms. Outwardly, he was brimming with passion and resolve, declaring this plainly to her. Ye Jiangyue erupted in fury. How dare he refuse her? Before she could utter another word, a resounding rumble abruptly cut her off. Small stones rained down from above, and the wind swirled with fierce intensity. Han En clutched the Godslayer sword in his hand, ferociously commanding it to aid him in sweeping across this very world. Before their eyes lay a scene of utter desolation and ruin. The divine temple had completely collapsed, burying countless individuals beneath its rubble, incessantly crying out for their lives. One by one, individuals struggled to crawl out from this terrifying place. A soldier muttered furiously, "How abominable! The treasure was right before our eyes, yet now it is gone." Another, aiding a severely wounded comrade, immediately rebuked him. At this juncture, what holds more importance, life or treasure? Yet, the soldier remained unwilling to accept it. Why had the divine temple collapsed? Could it be, as that individual had claimed, that this matter was connected to the Xuanyin demonic sect? He overheard a benevolent elder reveal that the Xuanyin demonic sect had also infiltrated the area this time, seemingly intent on some nefarious scheme. Furthermore, according to that individual, Bai Wang reportedly had an ancient demonic god sealed within her eyes, making her an exceedingly perilous entity. And on this expedition, she appeared here, rumored to have encountered a lover with silver hair along the way. Indeed, the individual he referenced was none other than our very own group of protagonists. Si Yan Pavilion Master, clutching Tao Air, navigated through the perilous environment. He then inquired if everyone was unharmed. She was held in his arms. So embarrassed she wished she could just die. Chu Xuanyin said confidently, "How could anything happen to me?" Si Baiwan also assured him he was fine, but he felt that Jiang Yue seemed a little off. In the distance, Jiang Yu cried while calling her younger brother's name, her heart filled with immense worry for Zheng Ye. Seeing her like that, Teozer then voiced her thoughts to Pavilion Master Xian. Along the way, they found no trace of Zheng Ye. Perhaps Zheng Ye had already escaped, he agreed with her, hoping it was so. But given the current situation, They could only pray for his well-being. Chu Xuanyin was also somewhat perplexed. Even though she could see through spirits and deities, sometimes it wasn't entirely accurate. Jiang Yue did not need to think too much. Suddenly, her left eye blazed fiercely as if being burned. She painfully clutched her left eye. This burning sensation meant the ancient evil god had finally broken the seal. He stood beside her, watching her like that. Even if one were to complain about an outburst, one should still consider the situation. But she felt that something was amiss. This was not the same. She could clearly feel a powerful surge of heat brewing within her eye. Suddenly, a few whispers from someone caught her ear, drawing her attention. They were talking about her. The white-haired girl with a sealed left eye. Could she be? Hearing this, she secretly felt pleased in her heart. As expected of this revered one, her reputation was enough to make anyone who encountered her tremble in fear. But before she could rejoice for long, the words of another person made her so angry she nearly spat blood. He said that looking at her figure, that two-faced wall was clearly a little girl. And the two people who followed also found it very reasonable. Hot blood immediately rushed up, and her left eye also blazed fiercely in response. She retorted, "What did you just say I was?" The young man trembled, saying, "Senior, we meant no harm. We just wanted to ask if you are Chu Xuanyin, the empress of the profound Yin demonic sect?" Pavilion Master Si Yan's group was utterly astonished. People of the demonic sect? Even Jiang Yue, who was deep in sorrow thinking of her younger brother, turned her head in surprise to look, revealing a sly smile. "Since everyone already knows, I will no longer pretend. I am indeed the foremost cultivator of this realm. Chu Xuanyin, the empress of the profound Yin demonic sect." The surrounding guards immediately became agitated. "It's truly her! The demonic sect has truly arrived." Jiang Yue's expression darkened. It turned out they were all members of the demonic cult. She finally understood. Zhenger, a person of upright spirit who hated evil like a mortal enemy, must have been silenced after discovering their true identities. The surrounding guards buzzed with discussion. This was truly the modus operandi of the demonic sect. The collapse of the divine temple was, perhaps, also a conspiracy of the demonic sect. Tao Er immediately turned to refute, asking how they could slander others so baselessly, when her own younger brother had disappeared by his own accord. Only Chu Xuanyin's laughter answered her. She stepped straight forward, sneering at the swarm of shouting insects, who claimed to be righteous sects of renown, yet behind the scenes committed all sorts of unspeakable, filthy deeds. Why was she called a demon? To not side with the rabble meant one was a demon. To dare contend with men, to dare challenge the heavens, meant one was a demon. To wish to fight against this mistaken world meant all would be branded as demons. Chu Xuanyin seemed to fall into a state of frenzy, the power in her left eye erupting, heralding an impending catastrophe. The soldiers were so terrified they were speechless. He marveled. Her knowledge had grown even more formidable than before. A red surge of power enveloped her entire body, and upon it, 3 eyes appeared. Wait. This ominous feeling is not right. Her entire body was submerged in a crimson hue, and terrifying might suppressed everything in the surroundings. That source of power shot straight upwards, piercing through the clear blue sky, incredibly terrifying. Her face became ferocious and belligerent. She cursed them all as a pack of pigs and dogs. "If you are unconvinced, step forward. This venerable one shall bestow death upon you." All those present were both frightened and enraged, sweat pouring ceaselessly from them, their hearts bewildered, unsure how to proceed. Tao Er had originally thought she merely suffered from Chunibyo syndrome, but who would have thought that a demonic overlord was truly sealed within her? He realized the situation was not good. This was not a sealed demonic overlord. Her left eye was in terrible pain, as if something was trying to break out. Pavilion Master Si Yan sensed this aura. It was precisely the revered divine will from earlier in the Great Hall. That enormous, terrifying, and dangerous entity for worldly beings. If they lacked a physical body, they were no different from being dead. The divine consciousness of that revered divine will was trying to seize her body. She found this hard to believe. Was this soul seizure? Pavilion Master Si Yan instructed Tao Er and the others to retreat a bit further. He had to go save her. Jiang Yu called out to him in a panic. "She is the hierarch of the Xuanyin demonic sect. She is the great demonic overlord who brings calamity upon the world." He calmly replied, "So what? Regardless of who she was before, for the past few days, she has explored the divine ruins with them. Although she might have been a bit too Chunibyo, she also had her endearing qualities. For him, currently, she is a companion." Having said that, he launched a palm strike directly towards the revered divine will. Tao Er was incredibly moved upon hearing his words. Jiang Yu, however, grew even more enraged. She turned to the soldiers and said, "They are all in this together. As expected, they are no good. Deal with all of them. They cannot be spared." He caught Chu Xuanyin. She had finally managed to temporarily halt the soul seizure, but that divine consciousness had already infiltrated her body. With just a slight mistake, her primordial spirit would be harmed. He suddenly discovered something glowing in her chest. This is a fate wheel jade token. This is terrible. Why now, of all times? The soldiers also saw that jade token. It bears runes. Perhaps it's some cultivation incantation. One look, and it's clear this is definitely a treasure. Before they could observe it closely, Pavilion Master Xian had already collected the jade piece into his spatial storage. He had seized it, and Xian felt that, in this situation, nothing else could be allowed to occur. He was compelled to dedicate his entire focus just to fully suppress that surge of divine sense. Unexpectedly, those soldiers began to charge forward again. They claimed that the demoness herself was already in a precarious state. Brothers, attack! Kill these demonic figures, and the treasures will be ours. He inwardly cursed. If he were to act now, her primordial spirit would be in peril. Fortunately, Tao Er rushed out in time to shield him, kicking away the closest attacker. She declared, "Do not dream of touching my master." Since Master regards Chu Xuanyin as an ally, Tao Er is also willing to protect her. Si Baiwan also joined the battle. Throughout their journey, Senior Brother Si had always protected them. If Senior Brother Sai cannot be distracted, then the task falls to them for now. Pavilion Master Xian felt a slight relief. In crucial moments, they were still very reliable. Yet, given the current circumstances, how long could the two of them last? Tao Er felt a pang of fear. There were too many people. She tremblingly asked her master, "How much more time do you need?" Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, a ferocious golden surge of power swept forth, blowing away all those who intended to attack them. Tao Er asked, "What just happened?" Her question was also the doubt shared by everyone present. Unexpectedly, a colossal rift had appeared between the two sides. Pavilion Master Xian felt that this saber intent was incredibly familiar. Upon seeing the chain, he immediately recognized the individual. A familiar figure appeared. It was Yu Ling, known as the Divine Saber Wielder, who was currently bound by her chains. At this moment, they stammered, He is Yu Shendao." That individual, seeing Yu Ling being dragged away by Lin Hongying with the chain in her hand, exclaimed, "He is Yu Shendao. So why is he being dragged by a dog leash by that sizzling beauty behind him? How could he possibly be the renowned Yu Shendao?" Hearing his words, Yu Ling flew into a rage, immediately unleashing a strike that severed half of the man's hair. That move was indeed incredibly powerful. It even split the mountain behind them in two. Only then did they fearfully clasp their hands and say, Sir, you are our esteemed master here." Lin Hongying lifted Yu Ling's chin and said, "Yu Lang, don't listen to their nonsense. This chain is no dog leash. It is a testament to our love." The group of sisters behind Lin Hongying also shouted in unison, "Don't forget about us!" After speaking, they rushed towards Yu Ling, pressing close to him and saying, "Yu Lang, each of us has a share." On this side, Xian watched his disciple surrounded by a group of women and mused inwardly. He wondered what Yu Ling had done to be clung to by these demonic women. But why did he feel a hint of envy towards him? At this moment, the Pope's spirit within him was squeezed so tightly that it let out a gasp. He inwardly lamented, "This is not good. I cannot be distracted. I cannot be distracted." As he thought this, he placed his hand on the Pope's forehead, continuing to treat her. Lin Hongying approached him at this moment and asked, "So you are Yu Lang's master?" "Oh my. Truly an unparalleled and handsome young master." Seeing that Xian did not respond, she immediately grabbed Yu Ling's sleeve and asked, "Master, is he the one controlling her?" Yu Ling replied, "Master is suppressing the divine sense, attempting to seize the Pope's body, and cannot afford to be carelessly distracted." In truth, at this moment, Xian only wished for them to stay a little further away, and not casually flaunt their intimacy to others right here. At this moment, Yu Ling stood in front of him, blocking his view, and said, "Please rest assured, Master. With me, Yu Ling, here, I absolutely will not let them disturb you." Lin Hongying, standing nearby, also chimed in, "If Yu Lang has said so, our profound maiden sect will obey Yu Lang at any time." Tao Er also chimed in, saying, "With Senior Brother Yu Ling, these cultivators are fundamentally not to be feared." Si Baiwan also interjected, "Although I am not a cultivator, I have also heard of the esteemed title, Imperial Divine Blade. Who exactly is he?" Those on the other side immediately cried out in alarm. Why is the Imperial Divine Blade also helping that devil? The person next to him also said, "Did you hear that?" The Imperial Divine Blade seemed to call that person Master, and they immediately began to argue amongst themselves. I once heard that the sect of the Imperial Divine Blade is supposedly called the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion? I also know it. Could that young man be the Pavilion Master? It now seems the Heavenly Fate Pavilion is not only mysterious, but also a demonic sect. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, hearing their whispers, was so furious she gnashed her teeth. She yelled loudly, So what if he is the Imperial Divine Blade? So many people cannot even defeat one person. Are you all just trash? Hearing Jiang Yu say that, they responded with displeasure. Young lady, you must not know who the Imperial Divine Blade is. That's right. Could it be that the young lady stays inside all day? She was refuted by them, yet did not know how to retort, and could only stammer in anger. You. Jiang Yu, do not bicker with them. At this very moment, a voice rang out from behind that pile of rubble. Hearing this, they immediately asked, who speaks with such arrogance? As soon as Jiang Yu heard that familiar voice, she knew who it was. At this moment, the person who spoke stepped out, casually using his sword to chop the pile of rubble aside, and then walked forward. He said, he is the young sect master of the Mujiang sect, Han En. She saw that the one who arrived was him, and she was overjoyed. Han En, you have finally arrived. The crowd immediately scoffed upon seeing Han En step forward. They had expected some great personage, but it was merely the sect master of Mujiang. Let's see what he plans to do. His status isn't great, yet his tone is remarkably arrogant. Han En stomped his foot down and roared, Xiangyan, you colluded with demonic cultivators to harm countless cultivators, plundered treasures, and destroyed the divine temple for the sake of those who died unjustly. I, Han En, hereby lead the entire Mujian sect to eradicate your household. As he spoke, he secretly calculated in his heart. Whether I can reclaim the jade tablet depends entirely on this action. To be more certain, I must first incite the hatred of the other cultivators. Tao angrily pointed at his face and shouted, how are you so similar to that girl? You are all a bunch of slanderers who falsely accuse others. The subordinate with the ponytail standing next to Han En said, all cultivators of the Mujian sect bore witness. You intentionally touched a taboo and destroyed the divine temple. The person next to him immediately chimed in. That's right. Do you intend to argue against it? HMPH, do you have anything else to say? A superb performance, a voice echoed from afar. Han En turned his head and asked, who is it? Ha. Mo Junhang rolled his eyes and scoffed. It's truly a pity you don't submit your acting to the tabloids. I merely chose the most opportune moment for the true protagonist to make his grand entrance. As it turned out, the one who just appeared was Mo Junhang. He was assisting Ye Zheng. Tao immediately cried out, Senior brother! Jiang Yue, standing nearby, was no less astonished. She shrieked, Tinger, you are still alive? Mo Junhang, seeing the crowd that had gathered, then spoke. Since everyone has arrived, it is time for the truth to be revealed. Young Master Yi, awaken now. Ugh! Ye Zheng gradually awakened, his trembling hand pointing towards Han En as he said, it was him. The grave injuries I suffered were all bestowed by his hand. It was Han En. That day, I personally witnessed him awakening a monster. He immediately recalled that day when he hid behind a door, and personally witnessed Han En summoning awake a monster, with countless bloodshot eyes. When he was discovered, Han En was the true mastermind, secretly acting behind everything. Those present at the scene were all shaken by this terrifying truth upon hearing it. The hidden culprit. Does he mean the one who destroyed the divine temple is the young master of Mujian sect? But who exactly is this person? Can he be trusted? Ye Zheng then gripped the command token in his hand and raised it high. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Ye Zheng confirmed that he was indeed the son of Duke Ye. If not for the life-preserving talisman on this command medallion, bestowed by his father, he would have long been slain by Han En and his monster. Upon hearing him reveal his identity, everyone's expressions turned grave. Only Mo Junhang displayed a proud smile. Fortunately, when the divine temple collapsed, he managed to spot him in time and reached out, thus saving his life. Yi Zheng called out to him, and he turned his head. Yi Zheng had heard everything he said to that monster. He pretended to want to fuse souls, but in reality, he sought to completely devour the Mujiang territory. You all knew long ago about the divine miracle in Mujiang. You have waited this long precisely because you wish to seize the power of the divine miracle for yourselves, enslaving the entire cultivation world. After speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply. Jiang Yu rushed over in a panic to support him, tears falling as she asked if everything he had just said was true. Ye Zheng told her that he had witnessed everything with his own eyes, and it was all true. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted into a clamor of discussion. Can mortals also become gods? So such power was hidden within the divine temple. They turned to question Han En, asking whether Yi Zheng's words were ultimately true or false. The Mujiang sect is truly remarkable, yet they wish to monopolize such benevolent power. Why don't you quickly offer everyone an explanation? Indeed, if a method to become a god truly exists in this world, it should be brought forth to benefit the entire cultivation world. Outwardly, they spoke thus, but in their hearts, they held entirely different thoughts. Once I seize it, the divine artifact will be mine. Only a fool would share it with others. If one can truly become a god, then wouldn't my Ye Liu sect be unrivaled under heaven? Ha. I wish to make all under heaven prostrate themselves before me. Han En curled his lips, displaying a mocking smile. You constantly pressure others to hand it over. But is there any among you who doesn't wish to monopolize it? You are merely a pack of human-faced beasts. Nothing more. The soldiers were momentarily choked and speechless. Outraged, they immediately charged forward, eager to engage Han An in battle. How amusing. What did you just call us? If he has spoken thus, then everything must certainly be true. Charge together. We absolutely cannot let the Mujiang sect monopolize the divine artifact that can make one a god. Han An pointed the tip of his sword at the ground and declared, "No one can seize what belongs to the Mujiang sect. For the 1,000-year grand legacy of my clan, I can only bestow death upon you all." The sword in his hand plunged into the ground, and a terrifying red surge of power immediately erupted, blasting away everyone standing nearby. Yuling Zhao quickly conjured a shield, protecting his master and those around them. His power was terrifyingly immense. It was unknown how much longer they could resist. Elder Si Yan, still diligently healing Chu Xuanyin in the back, sensed that the situation was dire. The divine consciousness of the god's remnant suddenly became violent. Are they truly afraid of that sword? Those struck by that crimson surge of power clearly felt their bodies suddenly drained of all vital energy. That sword was siphoning their blood essence and cultivation base. If this continued, all of them would perish. A disciple of the Mujiang sect trembled and reached out towards Han En, pleading for him to save their life. That person's face had been drained of all vitality, leaving only skin stretched over bone, their body dragging across the ground. That crimson aura again tempted Han En. It said that success or failure hinged on this very moment. If he wished to succeed, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. Han En's face was pale, yet ultimately, he heeded its words. Suddenly, he heard someone ask what he was muttering about. When he clearly saw the person before him, Han En's pupils instantly widened in alarm. Mo Jungsing had already closed in on him, holding a blade in his hand, prepared to strike. Mo Jungsing bared his teeth in a smile and spoke to Han En, telling him not to be too surprised, as heroes who save everyone always appear at the very end. Having said this, Mo Jungsing swung his blade down. He was gleefully thinking to himself that after this display of power, he would completely overshadow his master and reap immense benefits. But immediately after, he suddenly realized something was amiss. That Crimson Death Key was completely unharmed. He instantly retreated rapidly backwards, the mocking expression on his face receding, replaced by one of seriousness. The Death Chi looked at him and burst into laughter, finding this matter very amusing. Its body had begun to condense into form, revealing sharp claws. It proclaimed itself to be the undying spiritual incarnation of the rebellious grand ancestor of the Mujiang sect. It has been a long time since I encountered such an opponent. Do not disappoint me too greatly. Accompanying these words was the apparition of a five-eyed demon with a grotesque body. Could this be the monster that young Master Ye mentioned? Someone voiced such a question. The crimson demon looked towards the crowd, then unleashed a chilling smile, its body covered in countless eyes, surrounded by terrifying crimson auras. Ye Zheng, Zhang Yue. This is the monster that severely injured you. The demon chuckled, praising Mo Jungsing for not retreating under its immense pressure. You have been waiting for it to finish condensing its spirit body. Are you still not going to make a move? Standing beneath its pressure, he showed no fear. A smile still played on his lips as he spoke. Even in the cultivation world, one must adhere to the principles of respecting elders and cherishing the young. As a sword god, how could I possibly sneak attack an elder? He leveraged the force to gain momentum, then charged straight forward to attack. It was unimpressed by his courage, yet also felt a sense of regret. As it spoke, it raised its hand, condensing power, unleashing a fatal palm strike. Yet, he was still able to block its attack. The smile on its lips had yet to fade, as its strike blew away the hat from his head. The cultivation of this venerable monster was indeed not low, but that only made it more interesting. He smiled with full confidence, his hand tightening around his sword. With a whoosh, he successfully sliced across its body. Naturally, he did not let down his guard, questioning whether it would truly be annihilated so easily. Just as he predicted, it was not yet dead. On the contrary, it became even more enraged, condensing a giant orb. It declared that his mistake was being too presumptuous, then immediately hurled the orb straight towards him. It chuckled gleefully, asserting that he was merely a junior. Long before he was even born, it had already dominated the world. Witnessing Mo Junghang vanish amidst the sea of flames, Taoxure's group was utterly worried. Pavilion Master Xian, however, laughed with satisfaction, thinking, "That wretched brat deserves it. I'm almost done with things on my side." Mo Junghang can endure being beaten for a while longer. Han An watched the billowing smoke and dust after the onslaught, secretly musing that, with the old ancestor making a move, the overall situation was as good as settled, and there was no need for him to intervene. Before he could even finish speaking, he discovered something was amiss. A figure slowly emerged amidst the thick smoke and dust. Among supreme experts, life and death are often decided by a single move. If written so briefly, readers would not enjoy watching. Now, it barely possessed distinctive features. playing out more or less the same. Mo Junhong was still alive. He declared himself tired and commanded it to disappear. Afterwards, the soldiers saw the illusory figure of Sun Fatang. That was it, the old sword god demon. They unexpectedly discovered it was a human god. Clearly it was by its own hand that it discovered divine traces, founded the Mujiang sect, and discarded its mortal body to become a god. In any case, it remained a peak existence in the cultivation world, and absolutely could not lose. He laughed and said, "Perhaps it once was a top-tier powerhouse of the cultivation world, but unfortunately, times have changed. It is merely an old ghost, left behind by the era, while I am the new era." The one standing at the peak, Mo Junhong, struck down with a single sword. The demon could only let out a cry before it was defeated, transforming into a tiny form. Han An quickly rushed over, intending to catch it. It suddenly asked him if he had decided to dedicate everything to the sect. He hesitated, and did not answer. Now, that time has come. Having said that, it immediately entered his body. Han An cried out in agony. Mo Junhong, witnessing this scene, speculated, could it be seeking to seize his body? Just as he thought, the demon successfully seized Han An's body. It rejoiced upon obtaining a new body. This youthful body is truly excellent, though its cultivation is a bit weak and not yet worthy of my primordial spirit. But as long as the god-slaying sword remains in my hand, that will be enough for me to flatten everything. This sword devours chi and blood and It seems Mo Junxing cannot hold on any longer. If his accumulated reserves continue to diminish, the situation will become exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, his master's call brought reassurance to all. Finally, the Xuanyan Pavilion master managed to save Chu Xuanyin. It was also time for him to settle accounts. For all your care along the way, not only treating him as a mere pawn to be exploited, but also slandering and provoking him, causing such a disturbance. Isn't it all just for this jade tablet? Then come, defeat him. Then we can talk. He was truly enraged, holding the jade tablet, officially initiating the true battle. Amidst the chaotic scene, dense smoke and dust shrouded everything, and everyone was wounded. The two of them struggled to support each other, step by painful step. He told the boy to leave quickly, as they could not stay here any longer. The two staggered forward, and it was then that he noticed those two individuals. Could they still remain so calm? Why aren't you fleeing quickly? He panted heavily from exhaustion as he walked, his face flushed. And it was only then that he noticed that green-haired maiden. How could there be someone so beautiful in this world? Bailan, the one being praised, stood beside Su Xuan, both gazing into the distance. It turned out he was gazing at his venerable master. He was currently carrying His Holiness, the Papal Sovereign, in his arms. The boy joyfully thought to himself, the Papal Sovereign often throws me around carelessly. Encountering such a sight now can be considered a light punishment. While still secretly feeling pleased with himself, his venerable master suddenly called out, startling him. Su Xuan beside him quickly reminded him that something was flying towards them. He immediately looked up at the unidentified object hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. Thud! The unidentified object fell right into his arms. It turned out to be His Holiness, the Papal Sovereign, who had been thrown over by his venerable master. The sudden appearance of His Holiness, the Papal Sovereign, also startled Su Xuan, who stood beside him. On this side, his venerable master told him that, since he had stood by idly for so long, he should now take good care of His Holiness, the Papal Sovereign, for him. He was frozen in shock, not expecting his venerable master to have noticed so early. He then lowered his head to look at the Papal Sovereign, realizing that her tranquil sleeping appearance looked truly peaceful. As for his venerable master, he strode directly forward, speaking as he went. You have been arrogant for too long. Now, let us settle some debts. As he passed Mo Junxing, this disciple bowed his head and gestured for him to proceed. The old monster, currently possessing Han En's body, was also greatly astonished, wondering who this person truly was, that even the sword god would yield the path to him. With a sinister smile, he told Han En that once he had dealt with that master and his group, he would return his body to him. But for now, let him utilize this physical body to reclaim what they had lost. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged straight towards him, at an incredible speed, the sword in his hand exuding a dense killing aura. As the sword's tip was about to touch him, he calmly executed a technique, using 2 fingers to parry the sword. The old monster was utterly astonished at this sight, while his eyes filled with killing intent, and he declared, "Who is it you truly underestimate?" As he spoke, he unleashed his full power, striking straight towards the old man, who could not react in time and was sent flying thousands of miles away. Mo Junhong witnessed the entire scene, and understood that this time, his master was truly enraged. On this side, the old man had endured the blow and was still alive. Nearby, the Yejiangyue sisters were incredibly shocked. She asked if he was truly a human deity. Though weakened, Ye Zheng still managed to say, "Elder sister, from the very beginning, I knew senior brother was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, the old monster also silently watched the figure approaching step by step. That was no longer Han En's body. His entire being had completely transformed. Perhaps the only thing remaining of him on that body were the tattered rags still clinging to him. The figure before them was towering, with bulging muscles, covered in small spikes. His fiery red hair matched the color of his sword, and even the eye in the middle of his chest was crimson, veined with countless blood vessels. The old monster's face grew malevolent. Not only were his body and legs covered in sharp thorns, but even his face now sprouted those very spikes. With pitch-black eyes, he cracked a grotesque smile and burst into laughter. "Haha, let us continue." The monstrous old man's aura was surging, and he challenged him to continue the battle. He advanced step by step, his gigantic foot stomping on the ground, creating a resounding sound. As he walked, he declared that this world originally belonged to him, but everything was lost due to that wretched emperor. He let out another ferocious laugh. "Haha! We have waited for thousands of years, and fortunately, with divine assistance, we can finally—" Just then, his master interrupted. "Do you truly believe this form can defeat me? Does a mere frog in a well deserve to contend for brilliance with me?" He immediately channeled his cultivation, condensing a primordial spirit sacred blade that appeared before everyone, leaving them all astonished, and exclaiming, "It's truly immense, far larger than before." The old monster showed no fear. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Come then!" His master chanted a spell, controlling the primordial spirit sacred blade to strike down at the old monster. But the monster had transformed, turning his arm into a blood-red blade, and blocked the attack, stunning his master. The old monster bared his sharp teeth, chuckling. "Haven't you realized yet? We are not the same as before. The power of this sword has finally been completely unleashed." He shattered the master's primordial spirit blade, then stomped his foot heavily, causing the ground beneath to crack open. Using the momentum to counterattack, he chopped back, causing the primordial spirit to dissipate. His master stared in astonishment at the shattered fragments of the primordial spirit. "What? The illusory primordial spirit cannot be sustained." Bai Lan and Yu Ling stood there, breaking out in cold sweat from fright, as they watched their master being sent flying far away by the old monster. Tao Kur could not hide her worry. "Master is actually—" Mo Junhong frowned as he observed, pondering deeply in his heart. "How is this possible? This is—" Just then, a red light erupted from the old monster's body, enveloping the surroundings. He approached his master and declared loudly, "Within the domain I have unleashed, your cultivation will not be devoured. Currently, your true strength cannot be unleashed. I fear only half of it remains." "Ha." He immediately lunged to attack the master. "Let's see if you can still be so arrogant now." The maester frowned. He channeled his internal energy to block the old demon's blade, while simultaneously counterattacking with his other hand. However, the old demon swiftly dodged and uttered words of mockery. "Too weak." The master was astonished. The old demon immediately launched a second attack, accompanied by a contemptuous voice. "Is that all there is?" This attack was relentless and continuous. The maester also recognized the sword the old demon was using. The true ability of this sword was to suppress the cultivation of its opponent. The old demon confirmed as he fought. "Indeed, that is correct. This is precisely why it is known as the Divine Suppression Sword. Although your strength has astonished us, and the current cultivation world, it is regrettable that you still, as always, cannot escape your mortal body. Since you dared to impede us from obtaining the divine breakthrough technique, then we can only invite you to your death." With those words, he brought the sword tip directly before the maester's face and slashed downwards. Blood immediately splattered. Tao cried out in alarm, "Master!" The master's three disciples all sensed that the situation was dire. Without prior agreement, they simultaneously charged forward, but immediately after, the master's voice rang out, "Don't come here!" The old monster looked at the maester in astonishment. His hair fell loose, his face was injured and bleeding, blood smeared across his features, yet he still wore a smile full of interest. The old demon had not expected such a turn of events. Tao joyfully sighed in relief, and the three disciples were no less surprised. Mo Junhong noticed something unusual. "Master, this is the first time I have seen such a gaze." The master frowned as he looked at the old demon. "Old ghost, why don't you first look at what is above?" The old demon unconsciously flinched and looked up. His deep, dark eyes widened as he saw the characters hovering in the sky. Tao gasped in astonishment. "This is Yu Ling," immediately recognized it as the divine breakthrough technique. Bai Lan burst into laughter. As expected of the master, to think he would project the divine breakthrough technique into the sky. Mo Junhong also chuckled and added, "Hee, I didn't expect such big news." While the old demon was still looking up, the master's voice emerged from within the smoke. "If you want the technique, just take it. It is only regrettable that it will never belong to you alone." With that, the master smirked and tore open his outer robes. Han Yin raged. He roared, "You wretched brat, what are you doing? The divine breakthrough technique belongs solely to me," he sneered derisively. Han Yin desires to become a deity. But why wouldn't others wish for the same? If in this world only one or two individuals had the opportunity to achieve this, while everyone else was destined to remain mortal for life, wouldn't that be incredibly uninteresting? She, standing afar, heard his words, and her heart filled with immense joy. Xiang Yan, the pavilion master, resolutely declared his stance, stating that he wished to publicly reveal the divine breakthrough technique to future generations. Regardless of who they are, be they good or evil, all living beings in this realm can prove their path to godhood. Bai Lan's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him, and she exclaimed in astonished admiration, "As expected of the master." Mo Junghang stood nearby, ceaselessly taking notes, his mouth continuously praising. How fascinating. Truly a profound saying. In his heart he secretly affirmed. This time, Si Yan, the pavilion master, maintained the smile on his face as he continued. "However, this jade tablet only contains the upper half. Do you wish to become a god? You still need to find the other half." Han Yin grinned. "So that's how it is." He bent down, muttering under his breath, "It's nothing," then shot straight up into the sky. The protagonist raised a hand to shield his forehead, looking up and wondering, is he attempting to escape? Han Yin looked down from above and laughed. Escape? What kind of joke is he telling? Just now, they had still held him in high regard. Who would have thought he could be so foolish? If he himself revealed that this place only held half of it, then all Han Yin needed to do was kill everyone present, then seize the other half. Wouldn't that settle everything? He raised his sword, and a fierce surge of lightning immediately enveloped the surroundings. Heaven and earth trembled as he declared he would make the protagonist vanish into thin air and dust. An incredibly powerful strike descended, and the people below incessantly screamed for their lives. Some cried out that death was certain this time, while others wept, calling for their mothers. The protagonist also gathered his power to block his attack. Han Yin smirked triumphantly. His nascent soul phantom is incapable of forming, with merely this mortal body of his. Reaching this point, he suddenly fell silent, for he sensed something abnormal. The protagonist told him that ever since arriving in this world, it had been a long time since he had truly been serious. Thanks in no small part to him, he was reminded of distant memories. What he wore at this moment was a set of golden armor, accompanied by a confident smile as if he could defeat anything. The crowd behind him continuously exclaimed in awe. The protagonist silently thanked Chunabi for the guidance. If the power of the nascent soul is insufficient to condense into a phantom dharma idol, then I shall directly fuse it with my body. Vanish into thin air and dust, you say? Those very words I now return to you. A powerful surge of golden energy continuously counterattacked his strike. Han Yin was secretly terrified by that terrifying power, wondering if the protagonist had never used his full strength before. The protagonist roared, pouring all his strength into this single blow, finally succeeding in destroying that demon. Before completely dissipating, he could only utter a few words filled with unwillingness. That fellow named C actually won. The ancestor's divine sense had vanished, and the protagonist had achieved a completely convincing victory. He returned to his original form, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. The protagonist turned his head to look at him. The mastermind was already dead. He was merely a pawn who had been exploited. Matters here are concluded. Resolve your own affairs properly. Han Yin smiled mockingly. He isn't going to kill me? Although the protagonist spared him, his disciples did not think the same. Fear was evident in his eyes as he begged, "No, please don't." As the esteemed young sect master of Mujiang, how could he possibly perish at the hands of a nameless pawn? Suddenly, a voice rang out, saving him from his immediate perilous situation. Heaven possesses the virtue of cherishing life. I implore you all to grant this person a path to survival. A monk, who appeared from unknown origins, spoke up, pleading on his behalf. He introduced himself as Abbot Mingxuan of Tianyun Zen Temple, hoping everyone would grant him some measure of respect. This benefactor and I have certain debts that need to be settled, so allow us to take our leave now. With that, he scooped him up and quickly fled, prompting the enraged crowd to shout for pursuit. The protagonist smiled, watching this farce finally conclude. Dako rushed to his side, asking with concern if he was injured. Just as he was about to answer no, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately feigned pain before collapsing into unconsciousness. Dower anxiously rushed to support him. His face was ashen, and he mumbled about being in great pain, yet his eyes were fixed intently on her chest, urging her to quickly give master a sip. Daofer could not believe the words her master had just uttered. Elsewhere, the monk had carried him a great distance away. He asked with confusion why the monk had saved him. The monk retorted, asking, "The one who injured my disciples. That must have been you, correct?" Following this, he revealed a wicked smile, and declared that from this day forward he would have to serve them for 500 years. Upon hearing this, he frantically cried for help. 500 years is such a long time. I will surely perish. Dao Ser stammered as she repeated her master's words. Sip, sip, sip a mouthful? What on earth was this degenerate master talking about? Her face flushed crimson, innocently believing his words. If performing this act could save her master, she was willing. Dower shyly stated her willingness, declaring she would begin now. His lips puckered, awaiting his drink. You are truly a good disciple, living up to my affection for you. Come quickly. But entirely contrary to the sweet scene he had imagined, what was shoved into his mouth was a bottle of medicine. She directly shoved the bottle of medicine into his mouth, then smirked cunningly and said, He must have injured his head. Quickly drink your medicine. Gagging continuously, he emitted muffled sounds. Si Baiwan, standing nearby, continued to add fuel to the fire, telling him to endure. If the medicine isn't enough, just say so. I still have plenty. On the ground, a pile of empty medicine bottles lay scattered. Pavilion Master Zhang Yan had drunk so much that his stomach was distended, and he helplessly pleaded for them to stop. I have drunk enough. My body truly has no issues. Daller squatted down, propping one hand on her chin, and asked him why he had let that person escape just now. Wouldn't that simply leave behind future troubles? The person standing nearby also chimed in, asking if he would seek revenge later. He sat up, continuously coughing, and assured them that he and his senior brothers feared nothing. Afterward, he patted her head, encouraging her to quickly strive to become stronger, so that if he were not by her side later, she could still shoulder responsibilities on her own. Tao Niyu gazed up at Pavilion Master Si Yun. She clasped her hands together and playfully smacked his arm, happily declaring that she was not afraid. Tao Ni will always be by Master's side. Won't that be enough? He blushed, feigned a cough, and changed the subject. We should also leave this place and return to the surface. The sky was clear blue. White clouds drifted lazily, and the brilliant sun shone down. They had finally returned to their original location, and Tao Ni cheered joyfully. We're finally out! Ye Zhang stepped forward to thank him, stating that this time, thanks to him leading the Heavenly Fate Pavilion to offer aid, everyone was fortunate enough to escape danger. Furthermore, Yi Zhang also knew that a misunderstanding existed between him and Yi Jiangyu. Therefore, Zhenger apologized to the Pavilion Master on her behalf. After experiencing such a major incident, she had yet to calm down. Pavilion Master Si Yan waved his hand, saying, It's nothing. He had never truly taken this matter to heart in the first place. Ye Jiangyue stood afar, listening to the two converse, a bitter feeling welling up in her heart. Indeed, who else but Zhenger would care for a woman like her? She suddenly raised her head, her gaze falling upon the man quietly standing on the other side. A thought flashed through her mind. She slowly walked toward him, and maintaining an arrogant demeanor, she said to Si Baiwan, Zhenger and I are planning to return to the capital. Do you wish to accompany us? It's merely a convenience. Do not overthink it. She had not even finished speaking when he decisively refused. No need. Ye Jiangyue froze, immediately turning to look at him, utterly bewildered by what was happening. On the other side, Ye Zhang cheerfully bid farewell to Tao Ni and Pavilion Master Si Yan, also instructing them that they must visit the Duke's residence when they had the chance. Ye Zhang walked over to Ye Jiangyue's side, telling her it was time to depart. Ye Jiangyue's expression darkened, and she merely mumbled a reply, when a figure suddenly swept past the two of them. It was Si Baiwan. He cheerfully bid farewell to Pavilion Master Xia Yan, saying that without his protection on this journey, he certainly would not have survived until now. The strange events, and the profound mysteries of cultivation, encountered along the way, left his heart restless. Although it was a bit late, he still decided to embark on the path of cultivation. He smiled and praised him. Your ambition is commendable, but this path will be full of hardships and dangers. He hoped that by then, he would not give up easily. Si Baiwan waved with one hand, while the other clenched tightly, displaying his resolve. He would surely succeed, and when they met again, the three happily bid farewell. Pavilion Master Tuangan reminded them that they should return home next. The moment he turned around, he caught sight of a group stealthily trying to slip away. He instantly shot forward, angrily giving chase, running and scolding. Have you all not played enough yet? Obediently return with your master to the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. Quan Han Hang secretly realized that escaping would be very difficult this way. He immediately came up with a plan, smiling as he told his two companions that this was the moment to test the camaraderie between fellow disciples. Indeed, we have never tested it before. If the three of them were to join forces against their master, the sentence was not even finished before two thunderous fists landed squarely on their faces. After striking, Mo Quan Hanef immediately fled, laughing as he ran, saying that he possessed too much vital information and absolutely could not be caught at this moment. Thus, he had to trouble his two junior martial brothers to hold off their master. Bai Lan angrily roared, "Scoundrel!" Immediately after, a familiar arm appeared before him. Pavilion Master Tungnan gripped his neck, annoyed at having let one escape. Yu Ling, who had just been punched by Mo Quan Han until his nose bled, also could not escape being captured. Surrounded by the group, he angrily wailed, wishing to curse the entire lineage of that senior martial brother. He brushed his hands together and chuckled lightly. Tao Er looked at the senior martial brother's buttocks, swollen from their master's beating, and felt pity for him in her heart. Suddenly, something appeared behind him. She turned her head to look, then grabbed his robe, questioning what it was. Tao Er's jaw dropped in astonishment, utterly surprised that the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion had flown all the way from Jiangnan to this place. She turned to call her master, only to see him reaching out and firmly grasping golden chains. This Heavenly Mandate Pavilion was also the cage that bound his heavenly debut. If he had not fully refined it, no matter where he went, it would automatically seek him out. Furthermore, in the future, it would even forcibly compel him to leave this place. Pavilion Master Tung Engon gripped the golden chains and pulled the entire Heavenly Mandate Pavilion down. Thud. Thud. Finally it touched the ground, and the tremors it generated shook the entire area. The colossal and majestic Heavenly Mandate Pavilion appeared before everyone's eyes, leaving them all agape in astonishment. Is this the sect where Yu Ling grew up? The architecture is truly grand. Tao Er stood nearby, her face flushed, and her nose puffed with pride. Pavilion Master Tungmon cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lan, instructing him to take his sex master to rest. Bai Lan let out a helpless sigh and accepted. Once the deeply sleeping individual had left, and having finished his instructions, he turned towards the girls, his demeanor instantly changing. He happily and cheerfully invited them to stay the night at the Heavenly Mandate Pavilion. Inside the sect, there were hot springs that could help them wash away their fatigue, along with various elixirs, such as the beauty-nourishing elixirs, and so on. Upon hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up, and she happily agreed at once. As for Tao Er, she furrowed her brow. Hot springs? As evening fell, under the clear moon and gentle breeze, the hot springs bustled with the joyful laughter of the girls at play. She soaked in the water, sighing at how truly relaxing this moment was, adding that it would be even more wonderful if he were with her. Next to her, Tao Er's gaze was fixated on the prodigious bosom, staring for a long time before emerging from the water. Tao Er was filled with extreme doubt. Could it be that Master has developed lecherous intentions and is up to something nefarious? Otherwise, why would a hot spring suddenly appear within the pavilion of heavenly fate? Just as she had suspected, he was standing on the other side of the wall, grinning in smug satisfaction. Naturally, this hot spring had been created by him. He pressed his ear against the wall, listening to the laughter of the young women playing in the water. Their voices were truly delightful to hear. This time, he had truly struck a great bargain. Yu Ling stood beside him, completely at a loss. Why had Pavilion Master Xian brought him here in the first place? Xian immediately changed his expression and turned to tell him that he had always been the disciple he valued the most. Then, wearing an unusually solemn expression, he said, "Take care." Yu Ling was utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? Before he could even react, Xian suddenly shouted, "Peeping like this is hardly proper." The words struck Yu Ling like a bolt from the blue. It felt as though the heavens had collapsed, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. A rustling sound came from the hot spring. The young women had finished bathing and were stepping out. The woman leading the group called out to him with eager anticipation in her eyes. Yet Xinyan had vanished without Yu Ling even realizing when he had disappeared. She said, "Why bother peeping? Wouldn't it be better if you simply came inside?" Then all of them rushed forward with the expressions of hunters closing in on their prey. Yu Ling let out a terrified cry. Refusing to let anyone come near him, he immediately turned and fled. The young women happily chased after him, while Xianyan hid within the bushes, watching the spectacle with immense satisfaction. It seemed all the effort he had put into preparing this hot spring had not been in vain. Faced with such a breathtaking scene, Yu Ling could think only of fleeing. What a terrible waste. The young women were wrapped only in thin bath towels, their graceful figures faintly outlined beneath the fabric. Suddenly, someone stepped directly into his line of sight. It was Tao Hare, her face dark with displeasure as she demanded to know what he was doing there. Pavilion Master Xian jumped in fright. When had she come out as well? He deliberately coughed a few times to regain his composure before putting on a stern face. "I discovered that your third senior brother intended to do something improper, so I was waiting here to teach him a lesson." Naturally, Tao Geyer did not believe a single word. After all, third senior brother was terrified of women and did not even dare approach them. Cold sweat poured down Xian's back. Tao's insight had become increasingly sharp. She then pointed straight at him and declared that the one who truly wanted to peep was him. Tao Kara confronted Pavilion Master Xian. "Did you really think I was so easily deceived? You still haven't given me a proper explanation about the last incident involving my hidden clothes. And then there was that woman inside the coffin. And the incident before that. And the one before that as well." He raised his hand with an awkward smile, asking her to calm down and listen to his explanation. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a figure suddenly streaked through the sky above their heads. Both looked up at the sky, realizing it was Bai Lan. Bai Lan joyfully provoked him, challenging him to catch him if he dared. The protagonist immediately gave chase. You appeared at just the right moment. Teo Air was stunned, unable to react. He told her to save their conversation for later, as her second senior brother wanted to go out and cause trouble again, and he had to go bring him back. Seeing him depart in a flash, she angrily shouted, "Did he even hear a word I said?" He flew to a certain location and stopped, panting as he lamented, "Why has Teo Air been so sensitive lately?" Fortunately, he slipped away quickly, though it was a pity that Bai Lan managed to escape. This unruly fellow only knows how to run. He didn't even bother to close the door. It seems he is asking for a beating again. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard a sound emanating from inside the room. Looking in, he saw someone sleeping within. He wondered who had left her here. Her chest seemed even larger than before, and it was bound so professionally. He took a tissue to wipe his nose, telling himself to just forget about it. This must be Bai Lan's scheme. Lately, Teo Air has also been watching him very closely. If they were carelessly discovered, both would face significant trouble. The sleeping person suddenly stirred, falling to the ground with a thud. Such a fall could easily lead to improper thoughts, and he was of course no exception. His face turned pale. He laughed loudly, then began to justify himself. Everyone saw it. She rolled onto the ground herself. As the host, I cannot let a guest sleep on the floor. I merely carried her back to the bed. There's no need to misunderstand. As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly, and he hurriedly rushed towards her. He paced back and forth, unsure of how to deal with this person. She suddenly let out a soft groan, using her chest to push herself upright. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That chest technique was truly formidable. Like a bolt from the blue, he realized she seemed to be awake. Her face was flushed red, her eyes still tightly shut, and her mouth mumbled, "Cannot poke." It turned out she was still asleep. What in the world was she dreaming about? Could it be she also had a habit of sleepwalking? Just as he was about to flee, she spoke again. "No, don't." Something was hurtling straight towards him at the speed of light. Before he could even react, he saw her preparing to unleash a life-claiming leg clamp, her mouth still muttering, "Don't you dare provoke me." His face turned ashen. At that moment, those legs were a mere 0.01 centimeters from his face. But a mere quarter of a moment later, he deeply realized that if there was a saying, "You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep," then could there also be a situation where one can never truly awake? His hand trembled as he raised it, his body pressed down by her legs. He pouted, thinking to himself, if this situation continued, his reputation would be utterly ruined. The next morning the sky was clear. He held a teacup in his hand, his face pale as he struggled to drink. He had been perfectly fine, yet he had been pinned by the neck all night. Although cultivators did not need to sleep, such an experience was still too torturous. Fortunately, she slept like a log, completely unaware that he had not entered her room last night, had she? She suddenly appeared beside him, startling him into spitting out all the tea he was drinking, and he stammered, "Of course not." Why did she ask him such a thing? She placed a hand on her head, unsure if he was telling the truth. Why did she keep having such a strange feeling? He thought to himself. Her entire energy had been unleashed upon him. It would be strange if she didn't feel unusual. She extended her hand before him, telling him to take it out. If Sectmaster Bai had already left, then she should also depart. He should hand that jade tablet over to her. Gemmaster Cyan took a sip of tea, leisurely refusing. "No, it would be useless even if I gave it to you. This is only half." He feared that if he gave it to her, she would poison herself. Keeping it in his hands was like an insurance policy. She was speechless. How could he be so devious? With a whoosh, she flew straight onto the rooftop. If that is the case, then for now, let it remain with him, considering it as thanks for saving her previously. Having said that, she tossed something to him, and he extended a hand to catch it. She told him to take this command token. Later, if he encountered any trouble in the capital, he could use it to find her, as she would certainly return. With those words, her figure vanished into the distance. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of peace. If she were to discover that half of that cultivation mantra had become something anyone could possess, the consequences would likely be unimaginable. Teo Air stepped beside him, her expression grim as she questioned him. Last night, he abandoned her place to run to that woman's room. He panicked, sweat pouring endlessly, and immediately denied it, saying, "Of course not. Last night, I was chasing after Bai Lan the entire time." Naturally, she did not believe him. Trusting him would truly be encountering a ghost. She turned away sullenly and left, while he hastily ran after her to explain. She puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms over her chest, angrily saying, "If you cannot summon Bai Lan here today, it will prove you are deceiving me." He wanted to cry, but could not. Clearly, he was the master, and she could not speak to her master with such an attitude. "Of course," she immediately retorted. He truly did not understand why this foolish girl had become so sensitive lately. His face was pale. What should he do now, Senior Brother Bai? Suddenly, someone called out Bai Lan's name. Both of them turned their heads to look, only to discover it was Su Xian. He was still diligently searching for his second senior brother. Dao Greer and Pavilion Master Cyan watched his actions, momentarily speechless. Had he not woken up yet? If so, then let him continue sleeping. Dower held a brick with lethal destructive power, intending to strike him. Pavilion Master Cyan was startled, looking at the weapon in her hand. Where had she acquired that? Seeing her senior brother turn to look at her, she immediately hid the brick, her entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. He walked closer to her, asking about Balon's whereabouts. She hastily replied that neither she nor her master knew, and they were unsure where he had gone. Hearing her reply, Su Xuan naturally did not believe her. He thought she was being truly mischievous. Was she trying to deceive him? He had no other intentions. He merely wished to return the silk handkerchief to Balon. Furthermore, he asked what she was hiding behind her back. Hearing this, Daosu's sweat poured down her body, and she trembled, unsure how to answer. She then hastily pulled Pavilion Master Cyan away, saying that it was time for cultivation practice. It had been a long time since he had taught her, and her previous defeat had left her utterly unreconciled. He suddenly displayed a smiling expression, agreeing to her request, and asked if her previous loss was due to her sword techniques. Then this time, why not try a different approach? One could not tell what he was plotting in his heart. A magnificent and majestic martial arena appeared before them, where Dasha was diligently practicing. Her movements were incredibly precise. He stood behind, observing and offering words of praise. She was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Hearing his praise, her spirits lifted considerably. He suggested that she had almost finished learning, and next, they should directly begin a sparring match. This time she was slightly stunned, for the time it took for an incense stick to burn had not yet passed, and she had only just learned one move. He extended his hand and began to circulate his qi. She said that it would not do, as all profound techniques in the world developed from basic foundations, and the important thing was how to apply them in actual combat. So let's go all out. There is no need to hold back. Hearing him say this, she felt encouraged, gathering her strength and unleashing a punch. So that's how it is. Then, Dao Gojere, come at me. Just as her strike closed in, he managed to evade it. His figure suddenly became ethereal. He commented that her six paths technique was quite decent, but her speed was still insufficient. She continued to unleash many more attacks. Her speed was now faster, but her ability to control its precision was still lacking. He secretly thought, she possesses immense talent. Each time she cultivates, her progress is remarkably swift. With such a level of understanding, she could grasp this within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Her footsteps suddenly halted. Leveraging the momentum, she launched an incredibly swift kick. He leapt, easily evading the attack, then gently landed back on the ground. Within your body lies an immense source of power. Combine it well with your movements to control it. That was the advice he offered her. The Cyan sect master secretly mused, let me help her unlock the treasure trove within her body, releasing all of its power. His face flushed, and he swung his arm, aiming for her backside. Ah, she cried out in pain, clutching her back. Where did he hit her just now? Don't play such mean jokes. He chuckled, feigning a lecture to her, reminding her of her weaknesses. Moreover, the session was not yet over. With that, he displayed an ambiguous smile, leaving her uncertain of his next move. He repeatedly struck her backside. Daoger, unprepared, could only endure it, simultaneously embarrassed and crying out in pain. Furthermore, he even admonished her for not defending that spot properly, for not remembering his teachings. Her backside was continuously attacked. Daoger could only weep aloud, clutching herself while trying to flee. He laughed with delight from behind, then gave chase. That cough immediately turned his complexion pale. It turned out her older brother had been standing there for some time. Dao Shir rushed to Su Xuan, weeping, unclear why Su Xuan had appeared here. Dao Koyer clearly had weaknesses all over her body, yet this sect master specifically targeted her lower back. This was not cultivation. It was clearly teasing Daoer. Su Xuan's face darkened. After witnessing the sequence of events with his own eyes, he was now certain. She hid behind her brother, hurriedly accusing him of cheating, of using underhanded tricks. Su Xuan spread his arms to shield his younger sister. Cyan sect master, you have truly gone too far. He was utterly enraged. He had entrusted his younger sister to the sect master precisely because he believed in the sect master's character. He never imagined the sect master would be so maddened to lose all reason. The Cyan sect master's conduct was utterly unworthy of a master. Protected by her older brother, Daoer felt immensely satisfied. She had thought her brother's heart only held senior brother Bai. It seemed he still cared deeply for her, daring to scold the master in such a way. Hearing Su Xuan's words, he showed no fear, calmly replying, Brother Su, you and I are both cultivators. Therefore, we should understand that physical contact during training is very normal. Seeing Su Xuan prepare to retort, a dangerous glint appeared on his face, and he uttered a fatal line. I see you don't understand at all. If Lantier were here one day, I would. Su Xuan's mind immediately conjured an image. He flashed a knowing smile, telling him to obediently lie down. Oh, how truly magnificent that scene was. Thus, an agreement was forged between the two men. Witnessing this, Dao Keir cried out. To Dao Xuan's actions were akin to betraying her. Suddenly, a bird flew across the sky, and both men simultaneously looked up. This bird carried news from home, and all three individuals were eager to know its contents. Su Xuan opened the letter. Inside, it stated that Emperor Yongwen had been assassinated, and his father had been injured while protecting the emperor. Hearing of her father's injury, Dao became extremely worried and immediately inquired about his condition. Su Xuan reassured her not to worry, stating it was merely a minor injury. He turned to the Xi'an pavilion master, informing him that Su Xuan's father had expressed a strong desire in the letter to meet with the pavilion master for a discussion. His father also inquired whether he would be willing to exert his efforts for the Tiansheng kingdom. If he agreed, his father would recommend him to the emperor. He promptly refused, accustomed to a life of leisure. Matters of the imperial court were best left untouched. He found it inconvenient to meddle. Dower, with tears welling in her eyes, approached him, intending to persuade him. He offered a reassuring smile, explaining that Grand Tutor Su was her father, and he naturally should visit him. Thus, all three would journey together to the imperial capital. The Xi'an pavilion master sat cross-legged in mid-air, his brow furrowed as he studied the mysterious golden stone slab. His hand pressed upon the slab, commanding it to open. Immediately, countless ancient scriptures manifested around him. Previously, he had believed that cultivation to godhood was impossible in the current world, due to a flawed heavenly dadio. But now it seemed that might not be entirely true. According to the records on this stone slab, it seemed someone had utilized immense magical power to suppress a portion of the world's laws, thereby imprisoning the path of cultivation for mortals in this world for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the cultivation art on this stone slab appeared to be a shortcut to evade the formation of that very thing. He stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in contemplation. It seemed he still needed to find the other half to uncover further clues. This matter was truly difficult. He glanced at the coffin hovering beside him, irritably telling it to stop floating. Inside the coffin lay a beauty in a deep slumber. The Xi'an pavilion master stated that he had not forgotten the matter concerning her daughter. Having already agreed to her, he would certainly find her. Furthermore, she should cease sending him dream messages. As he spoke, he flicked her forehead. He felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. For each time she sent a dream message, he had to expend a significant amount of spiritual power to strengthen her divine consciousness. Her spiritual memory remained incomplete, preventing him from gleaning any useful information. How vexing. Precisely because of this spiritual connection, he was powerless to act differently. He cradled his head with a sigh, his expression distorted in frustration. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, revealing a suggestive expression. He thought, if it's just regular maintenance, that should be fine, right? As his hand was about to touch it, the coffin suddenly shook violently, startling him. It turned out that Daozher had called him and pulled him out. She asked what he had been doing in there for so long. He fell out of the bag, landing with a thud on the ground. She gleefully said with a smile, "He's finally out," while he grimaced in pain. Indeed, the time had come. She happily told him to look, for they had arrived at the capital city. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The capital city truly lives up to its name as the heart of a nation. Though Jiangnan is wealthy and prosperous, it cannot compare to this place. Even the scholarly aura here is overwhelmingly strong." Su Xuan frowned. He recognized those people. They were likely from the Daily Report organization. Judging by their appearance, they were likely collecting information. Pavilion Master Xin Yan began sweating profusely, not expecting their people to be present even here. That was obvious. After all, this was their headquarters, Su Xuan said, pointing to the large building in front of them. Pavilion Master Xi Yan truly did not expect their headquarters to be located in the capital city. Dower chimed in, "That's right. They dare to write anything, offending quite a few people. Enemies often come right to their door." No sooner had she finished speaking than the shouts of a group of people resounded. "Finally, this old master has found you." A group of people with fierce expressions stepped forward, cursing as they walked. "You damned news-hunting scum. You are truly irreconcilable foes. This time, we shall make you taste the bitter flavor of humiliation." Having spoken, they immediately rushed into a fierce battle. Pavilion Master Xi'an and his group were alarmed, hurriedly telling each other to run and keep their distance from the fighting. Before he could leave, he heard someone call him, "Little senior brother." Unexpectedly, beautiful girls from the brothel were calling out, inviting him in. Each of them was dressed lightly, revealing their seductive, ample figures. Of course, how could he resist such allure? His face turned red and he let out a gasp. Dower grew angry. She grabbed him, scolding him for harboring ill intentions once more. He hastily denied it completely, sweat continuously flowing down his face, claiming he was merely looking at the cosmetic shop next door. She accused him of lying, asking what was so interesting to see in a cosmetic shop. Then she suddenly discovered something. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open as she looked over. A girl with beautiful, slender hands was parting the curtain, leaning on a servant's arm, and stepping down from a carriage. All the surrounding girls blushed, exclaiming how truly beautiful she was. Her pair of slender, fair legs utterly mesmerized all the men around. A young woman with a doll-like figure stepped out. He stared at her, stunned, never expecting her to be an acquaintance of Tao Ni. She happily called out her name. Sister Yongning. The woman of peerless beauty turned her head, not knowing who was calling her. The beautiful girl turned her head and joyfully called out Tao Ni's name. Didn't this silly girl go to formally learn cultivation from a master? Why have you suddenly returned? I missed home, so of course I had to return for a visit. The two happily held hands, their demeanor incredibly close. She turned to look at Su Xuan, asking if he had also returned. She had heard that for Tao Ning's sake, he dared to strike the emperor. Hadn't he been sent to Qingzhou? Su Xuan scratched his head and forced a wry smile. Surely his father had pleaded for him, which was why the emperor pardoned him. Ha ha, she continued to exclaim. That is truly formidable. Even laying hands on the emperor, the punishment was merely being sent to Tao Mujiang for a few months before return. Then she noticed an unfamiliar face and turned to ask the other two. Su Xuan secretly calculated. After all, Yongning carried the bloodline of Prince Ning, and Si Yan did not want to get entangled in royal affairs. It would be best to conceal his identity. Therefore, he introduced Pavilion Master Si Yan as his close friend. This time, they had only come to the capital to stroll and admire its scenery. Su Xuan also told him, "This is County Princess Yongning." The two exchanged polite greetings. He had not expected her to be a county princess. She showed little of the royal temperament, and her demeanor was gentle and measured. Since they were all acquaintances, she suggested they find a place to sit and chat. The ample bosoms of the two girls pressed against each other. That scene truly made it difficult for onlookers to avert their gaze. The two chatted very happily. And finally, no outsiders disturbed them. She missed Tao Ni so much it was unbearable. Tao Ni, embarrassed, told her to stop. "It's ticklish. So ticklish." He glanced from the side, realizing she was indeed trying to restrain herself. Yet, enjoying such a beautiful scene was not so bad. Unfortunately, he could only stand by and watch. Su Xuan straightened his face and coughed lightly to warn him. County Princess Yongning is already a married woman. To avoid gossip and censure, they could only sit here. Pavilion Master Si Yan had not expected himself to carelessly voice his true feelings. Opposite them, Yongning still embraced Tao Ni tightly. He watched the scene and curled his lip. She's merely married, that's all. Who knows which fortunate swine managed to pluck this pristine cabbage. Yongning placed a finger on her lips, telling Tao Ni to quickly confess. After leaving this place, Dao stammered slightly. Hadn't she said she was going to study under a master? Yang Reining of course did not believe such words, yet rumors circulated throughout the capital that Dao had eloped with her lover. Did she already have a beloved? As she spoke, she gently pinched Dao cheek. Dao blushed, vehemently denying it. No, she insisted. I have no one I like. Yongning was slightly surprised. It seemed the rumors held truth. Isn't it because she returned with these two? As she spoke, she pointed towards Pavilion Master Si Yan, who was leisurely sipping tea. Blushing, Dao told her to stop speaking such nonsense. Yongning covered her mouth, chuckling softly. All right, she said, I won't tease you any longer. Time truly flies, doesn't it? So Dao has already found someone she loves? That is truly wonderful for her. But what then will become of Yongning's own future? As Si Yan drank his tea, he noticed a fleeting shadow of sadness cross Yongning's features. What troubled her heart so deeply? At this very moment, within the Su manor, Grand Tutor Su slammed his hand down upon the table with a resounding crash. He was furious, for Su Yaofu's son had vanished. Su Yaofu looked at him fearfully, hastily reminding him to tend to his wound. Grand Tutor Su's face was ashen. He declared that the emperor's recent attack was undoubtedly the work of a traitor within the imperial court. Furthermore, Prince Ning was the most suspicious individual. By having Huo become a live-in son-in-law at Prince Ning's manor, they could, on one hand, uncover crucial clues, and on the other, solidify their connection with the imperial family. Su Yaofu waved a dismissive hand. However, his son had vehemently refused to become a live-in son-in-law, instead clandestinely escaping in the dead of night. With no other recourse, he had come to consult Grand Tutor Su to see if another suitable replacement could be found. Grand Tutor Su stroked his beard thoughtfully, echoing, "Find a replacement, you say? Or perhaps, should I go myself?" The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly uncomfortable. Su Yaofu proposed a condition. Should Grand Tutor Su address him as ancestor first, then it would be acceptable. Grand Tutor Su, naturally, refused, instead delivering a sharp rap to Su Yaofu's head. Su Yaofu clutched his aching head, asking once more, "Then, what of Shun? Grand Tutor Su grew even more incensed. Those two have been intimate friends since childhood. Their bond is closer than that of blood relatives. Does he truly believe everyone else is blind to this fact? He suffered an immense headache. In mere days the wedding ceremony would commence. Where on earth could they possibly find a suitable replacement? Just then, a servant abruptly entered, reporting that Dao had returned, bringing her master with her. The two men immediately erupted with joy. Dao has returned home. Dao Ni happily waved at him. She has returned. Behind her were Su Xuan and Pavilion Master Si Yan. Grand Tutor Su also joyfully waved back at her. She has finally returned. Before he could finish his sentence, he discovered a strange young man. This young man possessed a distinguished and handsome aura, an extraordinary demeanor, and a dashing, unrestrained spirit, completely resembling his own appearance in his younger years. Su Miaofu, seeing him suddenly fall silent, then asked with concern what was wrong. Grand Tutor Su flashed a devious smile, telling Su Miaofu to see if that person resembled her son, though it was unclear what the two of them were secretly plotting. He said that in terms of age they were almost similar, but they did not know what he was truly like on the inside. Perhaps he was Dao Ni's master. Grand Tutor Su heard his wife say he was not yet married, and moreover, he was a human god. If they could bring him to their side, it would not only solve the immediate urgent matter, but also draw other human god cultivators to their side. This was a mutually beneficial situation. Winning twice, Dao Ni ran over to call him, asking how his injuries were. Su Xuan also rushed over, tears sparkling in both their eyes. That scene was truly moving. Grand Tutor Su happily called Dao Ni, but then unexpectedly stepped forward to grasp Pavilion Master Si Yan's hand and greet him. The two who were about to embrace their father were both stunned, and even he was surprised. Seeing Grand Tutor Su's shining eyes, the two standing behind him were both enraged. He was extremely perplexed. What did he mean by not wrong? What part wasn't wrong? His face gradually paled. He always felt that something was amiss. A moment later, everyone sat down at the table to eat. Grand Tutor Su enthusiastically picked up food for him. He waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite." Today, Grand Tutor Su was flattering him to this extent. Was he trying to ask him for something? He looked at the bowl of rice piled high with food, and his face turned livid. Grand Tutor Su hastily denied it. "Pavilion Master, why would you say such a thing?" he said frankly. "Looking at your expressions, the only thing missing is writing it all over your faces." Seeing that the time was right, Grand Tutor Su then bared a wide, gleeful smile. Grand Tutor Su feigned seriousness, saying that if he understood so much, then he would not hide it anymore. He wanted to discuss a marriage proposal with him, asking if he was willing to become a member of the Su family. Hearing him say that, he was extremely surprised. Marriage? Becoming a member of the Su family? Wouldn't he then get to marry the beautiful Dao Ni? Although he liked it very much in his heart, he still feigned propriety and refused, as this matter might be somewhat unconventional. After all, he was Dao Ni's master. If that were truly the case, how would Dao view him later? Su Taishi observed his expression. Had he wavered? He raised his wine cup and cheerfully said, it's nothing. A child should obey their parents' arrangements. Dao will not have any objections." Oh my, how could that be? "We must consider the long term." Though he said so, his hand happily raised his cup to clink with the elders. Su Miaofu also chimed in. "If that is the case, then I thank Si Yan Pavilion Master in advance. The matter of marrying Yongming Princess on behalf of my son all depends on you." His expression immediately turned ashen. "Huh? Yongming Princess?" Su Taishi's brother grinned. "Who else did you think it was?" His expression immediately changed entirely. He sternly declared that he would not go. Su Taishi anxiously asked what he had just said. He put down his wine cup and let out a cold snort. "I have also heard about your injury. You want me to marry Yongming Princess on behalf of the Su family? And, incidentally, act as a spy within Prince Ning's estate. A win-win situation. A double victory, isn't it?" His face became solemn, terrifyingly grim, devoid of any playful demeanor from before. When Su Taishi's brother heard him speak, his face turned livid. Su Miaofu hastily made an excuse to leave first. He said he was incompetent and had some trivial matters in Zhongju to attend to. The Su family cannot bear the consequences of breaking this engagement. "We hope the Pavilion Master can lend a hand," he rebuked. "Even if we overlook this matter, do you think Prince Ning's household is blind?" Su Miaofu calmly replied, "Though people from Prince Ning's estate have met your son, that was 7 or 8 years ago. There's no need to worry about this." He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "This is still absurd! Do you even need me for the bridal chamber ritual? Sleep with your daughter-in-law for a few days? Then just walk away and return her to you all?" With such a matter, he stammered, his face red, unable to continue. The more he thought about it, the more appealing it seemed. Could such a good thing truly exist in this world? He was so overjoyed that his nose began to bleed. The two Su family brothers became even more certain that he had been moved. Su Taishi continued. "Of course you must enter the bridal chamber, but you don't need to be too concerned about it. Yongming Princess is an innocent maiden from a good family. She naturally wouldn't understand such matters. And the Pavilion Master is an upright person. You can certainly maintain your integrity. The Su family is very reassured by you." He continued to refuse. "Still, it will not do. If Dao knew, how would she view her master? What face would a master like him have to confront his disciple? How could a teacher betray his former beloved? Su Taishi and Su Miaofu saw that the situation was not good. They had not expected this pavilion master to be so cautious and meticulous, truly a person who valued propriety and righteousness. However, as matters had reached this point, he could only play his trump card. He said he understood Sai's pavilion master's concerns. Then, what if She also hoped he could help their Su family overcome this crisis. He turned his head, confidently replying that Grand Tutor Su must be joking. How could that girl betray her master? She respected him greatly. Hearing this, Grand Tutor Su then asked him to wait a moment, saying he would call his daughter to persuade him. He told him to proceed. He secretly felt smug, thinking that Dao Ni already liked her master. Perhaps in a few days, she would even slip into her master's bed. How could she let her master marry another girl? Grand Tutor Su was also extremely confident. Dao Ni usually listened to him. If her father earnestly pleaded, how could Dao Ni refuse? This situation was truly amusing. The contest between the two men officially began. The sky was clear, and birds chirped outside in the courtyard. He turned pale, feeling extremely miserable. Could anyone tell him what had truly happened? Why had Dao Ni thrown herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, begging him to save the Su family? Yesterday had been a beautiful full moon night. Dao Ni sat outside, burying her face, feeling gloomy. Her father was truly something. He didn't even pay attention when she came to greet him, rendering all her concern for him in vain. She recalled her father's actions that morning. He flattered her master, and deliberately separated Dao Ni, surely having no good intentions. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, her father came to find her with a haggard face. She angrily rebuked him. "Do you still even see this, daughter, in your eyes?" Dao Ni came to greet him, yet he paid no mind. She was concerned about his injuries, yet he did not utter a single word. Grand Tutor Su silently listened to her finish, then continuously coughed, until he coughed up blood. Seeing him like this, she immediately asked in a panic, "What has happened to you?" She told him to try to hold on, and she would immediately go call a grand physician. Dao Ni choked back a sob and turned to run off, but Grand Tutor Su grasped her hand, telling her it wasn't necessary. He smiled kindly, saying that his injuries were no longer something medicine could cure, and he feared he could no longer protect Dao Ni and the Su family in the future. Hearing him speak thus, Dao Ni became even more panicked, tears falling incessantly. He told her that outside, innumerable sects and powers were lying in wait, while inside, scheming factions were causing chaos. Unfortunately, his time was running out. He could no longer repay the sovereign, nor could he resolve the immediate crisis of the Su family. His Majesty was assassinated, and Prince Ning was the greatest suspect. However, her feckless cousin currently could not return. Not only would the plan fail, but their Su family would also face a punitive marriage alliance. Currently, there was only one solution, and it required only Dao Ni. Before he could finish speaking, Dao Ni seriously asked what that solution was, stating that she would certainly do her utmost to achieve it. Her face was solemn, as if she were ready to sacrifice herself in battle. Grand Tutor Su praised her, saying she was truly his obedient daughter, and this method was not difficult. He hoped she could go ask her master to marry Princess Yongming in place of that cousin. Like a bolt from the blue, Teo could not believe what her father had just said. She flung his hand away, immediately refusing. "No, absolutely not." As she spoke, she cried even more fiercely, while Grand Tutor Su continued to cough up blood. This time, his coughs were more violent than before. Seeing his condition, Teo Ware was overcome with fear. He tremblingly called out to her, blaming himself for being useless, which had led her into such a difficult predicament. He reached out to caress her face, telling her, "It's all right, do not force yourself." At this moment, Teo was utterly distraught and confused. In her mind, the image of her master appeared, along with their joyful memories together. She silently apologized to him in her heart, then, crying, told her father that she agreed. Seeing his daughter trembling all over, her face soaked with tears, Grand Tutor Su suddenly felt a little awkward. Had he perhaps overacted a little? Hearing Tebodare's words, Pavilion Master Xian immediately became certain that Grand Tutor Su had employed some trickery. In his heart he was extremely displeased, wishing only to strike him down. Contrary to his attitude, Tao Shi, however, cried piteously, begging him to save the Su family. Although she could not bear to let her master marry another woman, her parents and relatives were facing a life-or-death crisis. He aimed for Teo's weakness, grasping her shoulders, and began to press her, asking, "Then it would be fine for me to enter the bridal chamber with her, would it not? Even though I keep my body pure as jade. What am I to do if Princess Yongming wishes to force me into intimacy?" Upon hearing this, Taoer became utterly flustered. She clutched her head, wailing, "No! Master and Sister Yongming entering the bridal chamber, no!" He watched Teo's reaction and pouted, calling her name. She turned to him, telling him to let her sleep on the floor. He was speechless. Indeed, such was the bond between sisters. Her earlier expression fading, she then asked him if she was being too willful. She wanted her master to help the Su family overcome their difficult trial, yet also did not want him to marry Sister Yongming. "You also do not wish to marry her, do you?" Her tears falling, she offered a bitter smile and then asked him. Of course, he could also refuse. He thought to himself, if this was the plea of his obedient disciple, how could he possibly refuse? He sighed, reached out to pat her head, and said, "For you, I suppose I shall suffer a small loss." Unexpectedly, she instructed him to absolutely not touch Sister Yongming. If he found evidence, he must quickly return and abandon Sister Yongming, and then come back to find Tao Care. Her tears flowing incessantly, she spoke to him painfully like this. He forced a smile, telling her he understood. Hearing this, she immediately hugged him tightly and cried even louder. Grand Tutor Su, who was eavesdropping nearby and witnessed this scene, was utterly astonished. What exactly was this situation? This girl was indeed just as rumored, harboring affections for her own master. If the emperor were to learn of this, he would likely risk his life against him. No, he must push for this marriage, and of course, ensure that he and Yongming truly become husband and wife. He reached out to wipe her tears, gently comforting her, then stated he still had matters to discuss with her father, advising her to rest first. Afterward, his expression changed, and he called out to Grand Tutor Su, who was hiding behind them, to step out. Everything that just transpired, he had already witnessed it all, so come out. Tao had not expected her father to also be there. Blushing, she looked towards the wall. Grand Tutor Su, startled by being called by name, finally had no choice but to step out. He happily smiled and said, thanking him for being willing to lend a hand. Tao Wei was truly blessed to be accepted under his tutelage. Seeing his feigned appearance, he secretly bore a grudge. This old fox, how could he allow him to become so complacent? He turned to him and said that having him marry Princess Yongming was not an issue. Afterward, he would also find a way to extricate himself, as he still had to cultivate Tao here, and could not be entangled by romantic affairs. Grand Tutor Su waved his hand, smiling as he said, "No problem, of course, no problem," he continued. "However, if I were to marry Princess Yongming according to worldly rites, I would have to kneel and perform the grand ceremony, and that is the issue." Grand Tutor Su also showed a difficult expression. Thinking about it, it's true. Pavilion Master Sichuan is at the human god realm, with extremely high seniority. I had indeed not thought things through completely. A dangerous expression appeared on his face, as he said that those tedious formalities were not truly a concern. He was merely worried that if Prince Ning were to accept a bow from him, he would very likely perish on the spot. Grand Tutor Su turned pale with fear. What did he mean by that? He asked him where these two stone statues had been brought from. He replied with a proud expression that these stone statues had been found from all corners, their age unknown, and each possessed no small origins. For instance, this particular statue, it seemed to be a deity governing the stars. He cupped his hands together and bowed before the statue. Immediately afterward, the statue suddenly shook violently, then exploded into smithereens with a bang. Grand Tutor Su could not believe his eyes. He then pointed to another statue and said, "That one must be the moon god." After he bowed, that statue also shattered. Grand Tutor Su completely failed to understand why it had turned out this way. He explained that it was because the auspicious energy on his person was too potent, and thus, they could not withstand a single blow from him. Therefore, on his wedding day, if he were to bow to Prince Ning, he feared that the moment he knelt, the other party would be bowed to death on the spot. Grand Tutor Su's face turned ashen, and cold sweat erupted. Even deities could not withstand a single blow from this person. After all, he also possessed human god cultivation. Yet he had never heard of such a rule. Could he be playing some trick? He presumptuously suggested to him, "Could you perhaps try it on me?" He immediately agreed heartily. Was this not an opportunity for this old fox? He could understand the Su family's circumstances, but this was the first time he had seen Dao Nhi cry so heartbreakingly. To attempt to exploit Dao Nhi to compel him to act, even as her father, he would still have to pay a price. In his hand, a surge of golden power condensed, heralding an impending storm. Seeing the power spreading around him, Grand Preceptor Su was utterly terrified. Just as he clasped his hands, preparing to bow, the Grand Preceptor had already knelt, his face covered in blood. The heavy atmosphere suddenly became awkward when he asked why the Grand Preceptor had performed such a grand salute when he had not even bowed yet. He had not even prostrated himself to the ground yet. Hearing this, Grand Preceptor Su quickly refused, telling him there was no need to do so. The Grand Preceptor stated that the protagonist truly could not bow to Prince Ning. Even he, a human god realm cultivator, felt a slight tremble, let alone Prince Ning. It was possible that even a spirit emperor could have their nascent soul severely injured by his bow. He sat down at the Grand Preceptor's level, adding that furthermore, he could not call anyone else father. If he did, that person would risk dying an unnatural death. That year, he made a wager with his eldest disciple, and he lost. His eldest disciple, seeking his own demise, insisted on making him call out Geshala. He could only reluctantly shout it out. As soon as that Gefuren was uttered, his disciple bled 3 feet, his nascent soul was severely injured on the spot, and he was then bedridden for 3 months. From then on, his disciple revered him as a god, no longer daring to act presumptuously even in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Grand Preceptor Su began to sweat profusely, his face turning pale. As for this matter, it was fine if he did not address Miaofu. They could simply say the father-daughter relationship was not good, and as for Prince Ning, he only needed to call him father-in-law, as that was merely an honorific. The kowtow ceremony could just be handled when the time came. He only hoped Prince Ning would not perish, or else the crown prince would ascend to become Prince Ning. Pavilion Master Xin Yan felt utterly helpless. At this point, could he still not make the Grand Preceptor retreat? Was it truly so difficult to acquire multiple wives? No. Before the wedding, he absolutely had to carry someone back. If he had known this beforehand, he would not have brought his imperial spirit away then. He asked the Grand Preceptor when the wedding would be, stating that, if it was too rushed, it would not be good. Grand Preceptor Su laughed joyfully and said, "No rush, no rush. Then the day after tomorrow it is." Upon hearing this, his face turned pale, and for a moment, he did not know what else to say. Xi Yan was in the room with Su Miaofu. The reason for this meeting was that today Xin Yan had to visit Prince Ning's residence for everything to proceed smoothly, and Su Miaofu had informed Xin Yan about the situation within the Ning manor. According to Su Miaofu, Prince Ning had a total of 6 children. However, previously, the eldest son and second brother conspired to poison Prince Ning and were thus expelled from the family. Therefore, currently there were only 4 individuals remaining, including Prince Ning's crown prince Yun Zhongyang, the second son Yun Wei, prince of the commandery, and the third young lady Ning Xiang, princess of the commandery. These 3 were all born to the princess consort. As for Yang Ming, her mother was merely a maidservant, and from birth she was not valued. Growing up, she never received the love of those in the prince's residence. Su Miaofu predicted that Xi Yan's visit to the Ning manor today would not be smooth, and thus advised Xi Yan to try and be a little patient. Xin Yan secretly thought it was precisely because she was the daughter of a maidservant that Prince Ning did not favor Yang Ming. If the wedding had not already been arranged for tomorrow, it was uncertain if Prince Ning would have arranged to meet him. This marriage was in fact merely a political tool between 2 families. But the other day when Xin Yan read the daily report, he remembered it mentioning the return of the dragon, 3 years of hidden forbearance, the live-in son-in-law, as if already foreshadowing the events of today. Before Xi Yan departed, Su Miaofu cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "In summary, all matters concerning today's meeting now rest upon Pavilion Master Xin Yan raised a thumb in agreement. At the Ning Shenwang manor, Yang Ming was applying makeup in her boudoir. She only applied light makeup, yet she was still exceedingly beautiful. Her father had once asked if she had any opinions regarding the marriage he had arranged, but she inherently had no right to refuse or offer an opinion, only to obey his words absolutely. In her eyes, her father was an individual of immense dignity and terror. He was a superior, but entirely unlike a father. Yang Ming stepped out of her room. On her way to meet her fiancé, a few maidservants, upon seeing her, immediately began to whisper. Within the royal manor, Yang Ming was not held in high regard at all. Even the maidservants held her in contempt. If anyone dared to get close to her, her senior marshal brothers and senior marshal sisters would not overlook it. As Yang Ming walked, she overheard the gossip. She was about to be married off, and was currently on her way to meet her unfortunate fiancé. Xi Yan had already arrived at the appointed meeting place for Yang Ming. She watched him from behind, secretly thinking that this person would become her husband tomorrow. A person whose appearance she had never even seen. She did not know what he looked like. Yang Ming approached closer, then immediately recognized him as an acquaintance. Xi Yan was still lost in thought, distracted. Even though it was only a disguise, marriage was still a significant matter. In his heart, he still felt a bit nervous, completely unaware that Yang Ming had arrived. She spoke up, calling out, "Young Master Su." Xi Yan unexpectedly turned around. Yang Ming's face was devoid of emotion. Her expression made Xi Yan slightly apprehensive. Yang Ming asked Xi Yan, "Should I ultimately call you Young Master Su, or Tao Er's lover?" Xi Yan was speechless. He clutched his head with both hands, realizing he had not even had time to act before being exposed. How was he to deal with this young lady now? Outside, Yu Ling had arrived before the gates of the Ning Shenwang manor. In front of the manor, a young man stood guard. Seeing Yu Ling's suspicious demeanor, the young man immediately raised his staff defensively and loudly demanded, "Who are you?" Yu Ling raised his hand, his fist tightly clenched. The guard paused. Then Yu Ling opened his hand, revealing a silver ingot in his palm. It turned out he wanted to inquire about his master, asking why Xi Yan had come here. Upon receiving the silver, the guard very cooperatively stated that Xin Yan had come to the royal manor to be a live-in son-in-law. Yu Ling immediately froze. How could this happen? His master was about to get married, and also become a live-in son-in-law? Yu Ling believed there must be a hidden reason behind this matter, and immediately ran to find Mu Zhengxing to rescue his master. However, Yu Ling suddenly recalled that Xin Yan had once harmed him, falsely accusing him of peeping at Xuanan Men's disciples and Tao Er bathing. So, he immediately reconsidered. It would be more fitting to inform his senior martial brother to come quickly for the celebratory wine. Si Yan tried his best to explain to Yang Ming, but she, extremely angered, scolded Si Yan. Do you truly believe I have forgotten our meeting yesterday? She had read too many stories of this kind in books, so Si Yan should not even dream of pretending to deceive her. Upon hearing Yang Ming say this, Si Yan truly did not understand what kind of book she was referring to, or if she herself had bribed the author. In his heart, Si Yan also felt that this matter of impersonating someone else for marriage was truly too meaningless. He gently admitted that he would no longer conceal anything from Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked Si Yan, if you already knew you would marry this girl by coming here, then why did you still want to come? Si Yan sadly said that his actions were merely out of compulsion. Yang Ming was unaware of how Grand Preceptor Su had plotted, trapping him in such an impossible predicament. Yang Ming's anger had yet to subside. She pointed directly at Sin Yan's face, demanding, even if it was against your will, how could you simply give up when faced with such oppression? If he truly was Tao Er's lover, why did he not elope with her, fleeing far away, just like in the stories? It turned out that the reason Yang Ming spoke so harshly to Si Yan was her profound misunderstanding of their relationship. Si Yan was flustered. This young lady has truly read too many books. Who knows what else she will deduce from this situation? Yang Ming indeed possessed an imagination that was truly unsettling, for it turned out she completely failed to realize Si Yan was in disguise, but instead believed Si Yan was Tao Er's cousin and that the two of them were in love, just like in the work Intimate Paradise, which was, of course, incest, an unspeakable taboo. Si Yan frantically explained that Su Xuan had also been present yesterday. How could what she imagined possibly be true? As a result, Yang Ming continued to imagine a romance between Su Xuan and Si Yan. It was akin to a rainbow story from the rear imperial garden, transcending gender boundaries, with two men passionately in love. Si Yan pressed a hand to his forehead. This young lady was truly beyond help. He told Yang Ming that Su Xuan truly liked women, and even men disguised as women. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes widened. The image of a beautiful girl appeared in her mind, and she then asked suspiciously, could it be that Sin Yan also has to impersonate a woman? Sin Yan was so furious he almost coughed up blood. He roared at Yang Ming, begging her to stop her incessant, wild speculations. He truly could not understand why a girl with such a gentle demeanor seemed as if her mind had been corrupted by some demonic texts, uttering things that normal people could barely conceive. Sin Yan tried to calm himself. He placed a hand on Yang Ming's shoulder and gently explained that he absolutely had to dispel all the peculiar notions from her mind. The two of them then sat down. A moment later, Yang Ming finally understood everything through Si Yan's detailed explanation. Si Yan told her that he had borrowed the identity of Su Xuan's close friend yesterday, merely because he wished to meet her first. Yang Ming believed his words. She also felt that Tao Er would never dare to bring a lover home in such a brazen manner. In the end, Si Yan still decided to conceal the full truth from Yang Ming, for he knew that if the matter were exposed, Grand Preceptor Su would surely cause a huge uproar and absolutely would not let Tao Er off easily. After thinking everything through, Yang Ming became bashful when in Si Yan's presence. Seeing Yang Ming's bashful demeanor, Si Yan was also subtly moved. It seems that in this lifetime, he will undoubtedly have to marry many wives. The two looked into each other's eyes, their gazes softening, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Yang Ming's entire body trembled slightly. To break the palpable tension, Si Yan spoke up, inquiring about Yang Ming's reading preferences, which made her unconsciously anxious. She did not know whether to reveal the book she had read. Would her recent blunders cause Si Yan to deem her peculiar? Therefore she turned her face away, stood up, and with a wounded tone, stated that she only read ancient books, hoping Si Yan knew Yang Ming had misunderstood his intention. He merely wanted the two of them to grow closer before the wedding, so he happily told her that he had traveled to many places and collected quite a few old tales, and if she wished to hear them, he was willing to tell. Princess Yang Ming, hearing this, immediately became excited. She sat down next to Si Yan. Si Yan began to tell a tale of branches and sparrows. The scene was very peaceful. The two were unaware that Prince Ning was observing from afar, wondering, is that the one who wishes to marry into my Yun family? Si Yan and Yang Ming were still engrossed in the story. Yang Ming continuously urged Si Yan to continue telling the tale. She was eager to know its conclusion. Throughout the entire time, she listened intently, seemingly captivated by Si Yan's interesting details and wit. When she heard about the wedding, the princess had originally thought her fiancé was merely the son of an ordinary wealthy household from Zhongju, never expecting him to be so interesting. Si Yan realized they had been talking for quite a long time and wished to stop, so he told Yang Ming that the days ahead were still long, and the story of Jiangjia could be slowly continued later. Hearing the words, "The days ahead are still long," truly moved Yang Ming. Perhaps from now on, she would greatly anticipate Si Yan's stories, and even Si Yan himself. Yang Ming wanted their relationship to become closer, so she proactively suggested to Si Yan that from now on, he did not need to use honorifics and could simply call her Young Ming. The initial awkwardness had vanished. Both of them were extremely happy. Suddenly, young Master Yun Wei and young Miss Ning Xiang appeared with an arrogant demeanor. Ning Xiang walked in front, loudly questioning Young Ming. Why was an outsider allowed to enter the inner court of the prince's estate? Who is this person sitting beside you? Young Ming immediately panicked and explained that this was young Master Su. Hearing the words Su family, Ning Xiang immediately guessed this person must be Su Huo, the one who would soon marry into the family. Xinyan also quickly recognized the identities of the two people in front of him, and spoke a greeting. Prince, Princess, I pay my respects to both of you. However, Xian merely remained seated without standing up. According to etiquette, this was not proper. This caused all three, Yun Wei, Ning Xiang, and Yang Ming, to be utterly astonished. Ning Xiang continued to scold Yang Ming, saying she had not yet married, yet dared to bring someone into the inner residence. This was truly improper. Yang Ming lowered her head and admitted her fault, explaining to her that, because they had never met, they only wished to converse a little before the wedding day. Ning Xiang's face was still filled with displeasure. Yun Wei had no choice but to step forward and stop his younger sister. He did not want to make things difficult for Yang Ming, but instead turned his sharp words towards Si Yan. Yun Wei demanded that Si Yan, upon meeting him and Ning Xiang, should know to stand up and perform the proper courtesies. Si Yan immediately stood up and stepped before Yun Wei. If that is what you wish, then let Si Yan perform the courtesies to make amends. Standing face to face with Si Yan, Yun Wei immediately felt pressure. The aura emanating from Si Yan was exceptionally powerful. Yun Wei unconsciously felt a hint of fear, internally wondering why a mere rich young master dared to adopt such an attitude towards the Yun family. This was the highest nobility of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom, yet he was only marrying the daughter of a servant and marrying into the prince's estate. This matter was truly difficult to comprehend. Yun Wei was drenched in sweat. He no longer needed Si Yan to perform the courtesies, but he still reminded Si Yan that Young Ming's status was the lowest, and therefore, Si Yan must obey him and Yun Zhongyang in the future. Si Yan immediately agreed. Yun Wei and Ning Xiang departed. They still had to go meet Prince Ning. They chose a temporary strategic retreat, certain that they would not leave Xiangyan in peace later. Only Yang Ming and Si Yan remained. Yang Ming then explained to him that her older brother and older sister had arrogant and overbearing personalities, and therefore when Si Yan met them, he needed to know how to act with restraint, and then nothing untoward would happen. If anything truly happens, she will protect him. For Si Yan, he was merely a stand-in, acting out a farce here. If an opportunity arose, he would escape this place, and enduring a little was no great matter. But what about Yang Ming? Was he to simply allow her to be bullied by them for an entire lifetime? Yang Ming's eyes welled with tears. Since birth, she had lived a life of harshness. She understood that if one was born into this family, there was no other choice but to accept one's fate. Accept one's fate? It had been a very long time since Si Yan had heard those words again. Like leaves on a branch falling with a strong wind, utterly helpless and unable to resist, Yun Wei and Ning Xiang had arrived before the Prince of Ning. The Prince of Ning asked the two for their impression of young Master Su of the Su family. Yun Wei remarked that this person appeared sincere, only slightly eccentric, perhaps due to his wealthy upbringing. Ning Xiang spoke with disdain, stating that no matter who he was, once he entered the prince's estate, he must obey their words. However, the prince had his own calculations. He noticed the Su family's unusual eagerness regarding this marriage alliance, and suspected it might be connected to the assassination attempt on the emperor. Thus, they must be wary of the Su family's people. If this person truly was as sincere as Yun Wei claimed, then all would be well. But if not, he would be a great disaster. The Prince of Ning assigned Yun Wei the task of educating Si Yan, so that he would understand the immense status of the Prince of Ning's estate in the capital, develop a sense of awe, and act with caution. Yun Wei respectfully replied, yes. Under the twilight glow, Yang Ming was seeing Si Yan off. As they neared the gate, Xin Yan told Yang Ming to stop, but she adamantly refused. Her reluctance made it truly difficult for one to depart. Yun Wei rushed over from behind, loudly calling out to his brother-in-law. He acted intimately with Si Yan, inviting him to Moon Pavilion to enjoy himself with a few close friends. Yang Ming and Si Yan were both surprised by Yun Wei's unusual enthusiasm. Furthermore, he did not allow Yang Ming to accompany them, citing that, as a woman, it would be inappropriate for her to go to such a place, insisting only he would go with Xian Yan. Yang Ming sensed something amiss, and quickly waved her hand to stop them. But Yun Wei immediately displayed a reproving attitude towards her. Nevertheless, Yang Ming resolutely asserted that there was certainly something wrong with Moon Pavilion, causing Yun Wei to choke on his words, unsure how to explain it to Xin Yan. Even without Yang Ming's words, Si Yan had already discerned that Yun Wei had an ulterior motive. Thus, he decided to humor him for once. Si Yan agreed to accompany Yun Wei. After all, he had been in the capital for several days, and ought to visit a few places of interest. Moon Pavilion boasted ancient architecture and a grand scale. Outside, it was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, highly eye-catching, with a bustling stream of guests entering and exiting. According to Yun Wei, this was the most luxurious entertainment venue in the capital, gathering all forms of diversion from drinking, gambling dens, to even pleasure houses. As Si Yan and Yun Wei stepped inside, they immediately saw alluring maidens in revealing attire standing everywhere. Yun Wei specifically emphasized that the maidens here were exceptionally profound, utterly different from the women of ordinary, mediocre pleasure houses. Indeed, it was remarkably different. Si Yan saw a maiden clad in a form-fitting black gown, revealing her chest and long, slender legs. In her hand she held a whip, one foot pressed upon the back of a man, seemingly massaging to clear his meridians. Si Yan's eyes widened. Yun Wei leaned close to Si Yan's ear and whispered that a significant figure would be present at the banquet later, the 8th prince. Upon hearing this, Si Yan paid it no mind, merely continuously praising how excellent the Shiyu pavilion was. Yun Wei believed Si Yan was merely feigning indifference, and anger simmered within him. Soon enough, he would make Si Yan understand the true significance of status in the capital. Yun Wei led Si Yan to the chamber where the banquet was about to be held. As soon as the door opened, the guards standing on both sides bowed in salute. The Wei commandery prince, a young man, was seated on a long chair, his demeanor commanding great authority. That position undoubtedly belonged to the host of today's banquet. Yun Wei paused, cupping his hands respectfully to greet His Royal Highness, the 8th prince. This was none other than the 8th prince, the influential figure Yun Wei had just mentioned. The 8th prince raised the wine cup in his hand, stating that the palace had become too stifling, which was why he had come here to seek diversion, but Yun Wei had made him wait far too long. Yun Wei replied that he had spent some time guiding his future brother-in-law around, which was why it took a while, and hoped His Royal Highness would forgive him. Meanwhile, Si Yan was looking around. The 8th prince let out an "oh" of realization, understanding that this was the one who would soon marry into the prince's estate, and they would meet often in the future. However, the 8th prince expressed concern that he had come here today for revelry and amusement, but Si Yan was about to be married, and with the young ladies arriving, he didn't know how to handle the situation. Si Yan and Yun Wei took their seats, joining the banquet where several other young masters and imperial princes were also present. They began to mock Si Yan with their words. Someone suggested, "Perhaps we should just allocate a courtesan to him." Another replied that it could not be done. How could a man marrying into the prince's estate go around chasing women outside? One person continued to speak, another chimed in, then they all burst into joyous laughter. Si Yan showed no reaction, calmly replying that they could do as they pleased, as he still had a dozen more hours until his marriage. Not only that, he even provoked them, saying that he might not necessarily need others to share, but those who truly needed sharing might very well be them instead. Si Yan's attitude stunned everyone. How dare he behave like this in front of the 8th prince? The 8th prince found Si Yan excessively arrogant. On the surface, Yun Wei spoke up for Si Yan, saying that he had just arrived in the capital and did not yet understand the customs, but inwardly he thought, "This young fellow is only good at being stubborn. The courtesans of this moon pavilion are all exquisite. This place is filled with people of high status. Who would dare not choose one?" The 8th prince immediately ordered the young ladies to be brought in. 4 beauties entered, and an endless chorus of praise erupted around them. How alluring and simply marvelous. The 8th prince revealed a confident expression. "These young ladies will surely choose you. You possess the highest status here. If they do not choose you, then who else is more worthy?" But the 8th prince and the other esteemed nobles could not have imagined that the young ladies would all simultaneously walk towards Si Yan, surrounding him, pouring wine, picking up food, and attending to him with utmost care and devotion. Si Yan immediately thought of Bailan. Surely, this second disciple has meddled in this affair. However, upon closer inspection, he found these young ladies to be incredibly familiar. Are these not all members of the Profound Maiden sect? Why are they appearing at the Moon Pavilion? So, this matter has nothing to do with Bailan? Meanwhile, the 8th prince was already enraged. He bellowed towards Si Yan, ordering the young ladies out. These young ladies completely disregarded the 8th prince's words, causing his fury. Everyone around was terrified. Si Yan dared to humiliate the 8th prince. He would surely be executed. At this moment, Si Yan was in the evil Moon Pavilion, surrounded by countless beautiful women. Then, Lin Hongying approached and lamented to him that she had come to the capital city but could not find Yulan, and was extremely worried. At this moment, she held a wine flask in her hand and approached her master. The 8th prince, witnessing this scene from the side, felt his rage flare. It blazed. Lin Hongying poured wine for Si Yan. While pouring, she asked him, "Where is Yulan? Can you tell me? If you can tell me, then you can pick any young lady from this evil Moon Pavilion yourself," she said in a sincere tone. "I have caught him once. If there is a second time, he will be willing to stay by my side forever. By then, you will be my true master." Si Yan immediately understood. He said, So you came here for this matter. How would I know where Yulan went? If he fled, it would be very difficult for me to find him. As soon as she heard this, her expression immediately changed, and she said, HMPH. If you don't know, then I will go ask Cult Master Ba. Sikyan immediately thought to himself, haha, it really is related to this treacherous disciple. The 8th prince on the other side was enraged to the extreme. Someone like her dares to disdain this 8th prince? Guards, seize her for me, immediately. Lin Hongying heard this and said disdainfully, HMPH? This lady is not in a good mood right now. I advise you to quickly step aside. He heard Lin Hongying's arrogant and disdainful tone and became utterly furious. He roared, I am the dignified 8th prince, and you dare to treat me this way. Before he could finish speaking, he took a full kick from Lin Hongying directly to his face. Wei Commandery Prince saw the situation and immediately sprang up, shouting loudly. As Lin Hongying kicked him to the ground, she said, 8th prince, is being formidable such a big deal? Cult Master Bai said this is his territory. No matter who comes, I can deal with them mercilessly. After speaking, she and her companions continued to attack. Screams of agony immediately echoed throughout the room. Ah, wait, I am Xiang Yan. Si Yan calmly held a teacup in his hand, watched everything unfold, and lamented the tragedy. Just at this moment, someone approached and poured more wine into his cup. He turned in surprise and expressed his gratitude. But when he clearly saw that the person who had arrived was Tao Er, all the wine in his mouth immediately spewed out. With a cold expression, she said, Master, you're having quite a good time here, aren't you? Seeing her, he stammered in response, This master merely came here for a light meal. She became enraged, grabbing him with one hand and dragging him outside, saying as they went, Now that you've finished eating, stop wandering around. Come home with me at once. The 8th prince, seeing the two leave, was unwilling to accept it. Despite his body being bruised and battered from the beating, he still tried to stretch out his hand, declaring, You are not permitted to leave! No sooner had he finished speaking than he received another kick to the back from Lin Hongying, sending him sprawling flat on the floor, completely unable to move. Once outside, Xian said to Tao Er, This was just a minor incident. This master can handle it. Tao Er, why are you so nervous? Though still pouting, she held his hand and walked, saying, Tao Er is certainly not nervous, but Sister Yongming is very concerned about you. She pouted and said, thinking of how Sister Yongming had rushed over in a panic, her expression truly flustered and anxious, even telling her to find a way to save him. She was immediately, utterly surprised. The two had clearly only known each other for a short time, yet she was already worried about him to such an extent. Master, did you feed her some honeyed words? Why does she value you so highly? He raised a hand to scratch his face and said, We were just having an ordinary conversation. I, on the other hand, didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. She thinks highly of me? Tao Er immediately pouted, puffed out her cheeks, and turned sharply to one side, saying, Who knows? HMPH. Seeing her expression, he deliberately teased, Tao Er, are you perhaps jealous? Struck by his accurate words, she immediately turned back, punched his chest, and said, Of course not, of course not. Master is just a philanderer. Seeing her reaction, he understood completely. He then feigned a tone to tease her. All right, there's no such thing. The entire scene between the two of them was observed from beginning to end by someone upstairs. That person, holding a wine cup, had hands trembling with fury. It was none other than Emperor Yongwendi, the Emperor of the Heavenly Holy Nation. At this moment, his face shifted from surprise to gloomy indignation. He was surprised that Tao Er would come to such a place, and, moreover, meet a man alone. He was enraged because he had entrusted his daughter to Grand Tutor Su, yet the Grand Tutor had raised his imperial daughter to become like this? His son, Su Xuan, had struck us in a crowded place, and now his daughter had no proper matchmaker's arrangement. Without the command of her imperial parents like Eutis, she dared to be so audacious as to meet a man alone. He watched Tao Er hitting Xian below, but in his eyes it resembled nothing more than the petty squabble of lovers. He looked at his daughter and roared in his heart, Tao Er, do you not know that you are a princess royal of the Heavenly Holy Nation? Our imperial daughter? Your future husband will be an imperial consort, yet you are going on a tryst with another man. Then he shifted his gaze to appraise Xianyan. Who is this young man? Is his father a high-ranking official in our court? We shall strip your family of their official titles. We shall make things difficult for your obstinate father. We shall behead you and target your entire family. His eyes were blazing with fury, as if on the verge of erupting. At that moment, Tungan and Dao Nhi were walking hand in hand along the road. She said, Master, elder sister Vin Ning is waiting at my home. Soon, you can return to Prince Ning's manor with her. He was not paying attention to her words at that moment, for his entire focus was on the movements of the group of people hiding in the shadows. They were a group of bandits. Seeing that he did not reply, Dao Nhi turned around and asked, Master, are you listening to me? Before she could react, He pulled her close to him. One hand wrapped around her waist, while the other took her hand and raised it. He said in a gentle tone, "All right, I know Davio Nhi is unhappy, so don't grumble anymore." She immediately forgot what just happened and replied, "No, I'm not unhappy. Master, what are you trying to do? I'm afraid you won't be able to see the path clearly later, so I'll take you along a different path," she asked in surprise. "Wouldn't this make it even harder to see? It's pitch black. Why would you lead Dama Nhi to a place like this?" Upon hearing her words, he lowered his head and whispered close to her ear, "If you're scared, close your eyes. It's even better if you don't see anything at all. You'll know once we enter." She immediately thought that if she closed her eyes, her master would lead her down this path. Could it be that Maester wants to kiss me? What supreme audacity! Such brazenness! The emperor witnessed that scene and was instantly enraged. He slammed his hand repeatedly on the railing and declared, "How audacious! To dare bring my daughter, the princess of this dynasty, to such secluded places to commit immoral acts. I will beat you to death and exile your entire family to the borderlands." Just then, he heard a commotion from the other side. It turned out to be the 8th prince and his subordinates. He said with an enraged expression, "How dare you disgrace me in front of a crowd? Today I shall cripple you." The subordinate behind him heard this and asked, "Your Royal Highness, the 8th prince, do you wish to beat that fellow to death?" He replied that beating him to death was not necessary. That would disgrace Prince Ning's manor. Furthermore, if he were beaten to death, how would he ever understand the consequences of daring to offend me? Having said that, he bellowed, "Break 3 of his limbs for me, so he can taste what ultimate humiliation is." Thump! Suddenly, a figure leaped down from above, right in front of him, causing him and his subordinates to jump back in shock. Once he clearly saw who had arrived, he immediately greeted them. "I am Imperial Father." He saw that his Imperial Father's eyes were now filled with killing intent. The others, seeing this, also quickly bowed their heads in respectful deference. He stammered and asked, "Imperial Father, why have you come here?" The emperor immediately said, "Why have you and your subordinates come here? Are you once again attempting to harm the common folk? How have I typically instructed you?" He immediately recounted that because someone had Upon hearing this, the old man immediately asked, "Was the one who offended you the person who just entered that dark alley?" He immediately replied, "Indeed, but that individual went too far in bullying me, so I merely sought retribution." As he spoke, he broke out in a cold sweat, for his father normally detested him, using soldiers to oppress the populace. He feared that this time, he would be confined to his quarters. But to his surprise, his father not only refrained from scolding him, but also patted his shoulder and roared, urging him to hasten. Upon hearing his father's words, his mouth fell agape. At this moment, his father continued, "It is acceptable to beat that person nearly to death, but young Lady Su, who accompanied him, must absolutely not be harmed." He was left bewildered. Why did he feel as if his father was even more agitated than himself? Before he could fully regain his senses, his father delivered a kick to his rear and urged, "Hurry now!" Having spoken, the old man turned and issued an order to the imperial guards. As imperial guards of the royal family, directly intervening against the common populace would inevitably invite prejudice. Upon hearing the old man's words, his subordinates unanimously bellowed, "Understood!" They immediately disguised themselves as unidentifiable assassins. Witnessing this, the old emperor remarked with satisfaction, "Advance swiftly and deal with him." No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire contingent collectively charged into the alley. However, the outcome profoundly disappointed him. Every subordinate he had dispatched was inexplicably struck and sent soaring back. He immediately muttered to himself, "Blast! A true master is present." Just then, a solitary figure emerged from the depths of the dark alley. It was none other than Bai Lan. He possessed a carefree and dashing demeanor as he spoke. Hey, you mustn't interrupt my master's rendezvous." From behind, Xing Yan gritted his teeth and mused, "Indeed, this troublesome youth is in the capital." He cheerfully declared, "Venerable master, leave the rest to me." Upon seeing Bai Lan's appearance, the emperor's eyes instantly gleamed with recognition. The old man lunged forward, eager to embrace Bai Lan, while the latter hastily used the hem of his robe to conceal half his face, fearing recognition. No sooner had the old man prepared to lunge at Bai Lan than he was met with a resounding slap. Bai Lan's full-power slap sent the old man spinning uncontrollably before he was flung a significant distance away. The son, witnessing his father struck down to the ground, frantically issued orders to the surrounding guards. "There is an assassin within! Quickly apprehend him." Yet before he could complete his sentence, the emperor, still recovering, raised a hand to halt him. Upon his face, 5 distinct finger marks were now starkly visible. The old man spoke in a dazed, almost reverent tone. "Though I could not discern clearly just now the sensation of this slap, it is profoundly familiar." As if struck by a sudden realization, he reached into his robes extracting a piece of purple cloth. Recalling the exquisitely beautiful and charming young woman he had once encountered, he murmured, "There's no mistaking it. It is her." From atop the roof, Bailan overheard every word the old man uttered and was consumed by immense fury. He silently cursed. To think this wretched emperor would be here. Had the sect master not entrusted me with managing the Evil Moon Pavilion today, explicitly forbidding me from inciting trouble, I would have already slain every single one of you. As Bailan still simmered with indignation, a voice suddenly reached him. It was Yu Ling. Bailan promptly inquired, "Why are you here?" He scratched his head, explaining that he had secretly trailed his master, eager to catch a glimpse of his master's wife. Unfortunately, she did not meet him, only catching sight of her senior brother instead. Bailan immediately panicked, her wide, round eyes shouting, "Mistress, over here!" Teohar, walking alone, leaned against the wall, her face flushed crimson, her heart in turmoil. She wondered what she was hoping for, thinking, Master wouldn't do anything foolish. Meanwhile, the master, looking into the distance, chastised Bailan for truly lacking proper decorum, always appearing so mysteriously. Next time, he decided, she would definitely receive a spanking. Teohar, lost in thought, heard the words "spank her bottom," and immediately, bewildered, placed both hands on her own bottom. She thought the master actually wanted to spank her bottom. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, startling her. She quickly jumped away, clumsily waving her hands as she stammered, "Master, this is too soon for Teor." Teoshir, the master called out to her. Seeing the master's bewildered expression, she finally composed herself and realized she was already standing before the gates of the Grand Tutor's mansion. So all this time, was it merely a shortcut? This made her angry. She immediately marched straight ahead, not bothering to look back at the master who was calling her from behind. She paid no heed, wanting only to run home as fast as possible. Just then, Young Ning happened to step out of the door. Seeing the two, she called out loudly and ran straight to the master's side. "Brother, are you all right?" Thankfully, Brother Wang didn't cause you any trouble. As she spoke, she clasped both of his hands tightly. He replied, "I only came for a simple meal. How could anything happen?" Teo Greer, standing nearby, saw the two holding hands and immediately puffed out her cheeks in a pout. At this moment, Yang Ning turned to thank her for bringing him back, saying she owed her a debt of gratitude. Then, smiling cheerfully, she said, "My dear girl, your words almost made me believe it. But from now on, we are family. Consider us even closer." As she spoke, she playfully pinched Tayor's cheek. Before Tayor could respond, she turned around and waved goodbye, walking away as she said, "Remember to come to my mansion tomorrow with your father for the wedding wine. Tomorrow is the day of great joy." Hearing this, Taojir immediately froze, watching Yang Ning, arm in arm with her master, walk further and further away. She could only stretch out her small hands and call out, "Master!" The master didn't hear. Having already walked with Sister Young Ning to the horse carriage stopped nearby, she withdrew her hands, her face immediately darkening, which even startled the uncle standing nearby. The uncle called her into the house, saying her father was waiting inside, but she remained silent, not replying, and simply walked straight into the house. When she reached the main door, she angrily swung her arm and punched the door hard. The uncle nearby, seeing this, immediately asked worriedly, "Goodness, what's wrong?" All that could be seen at this moment was her face drenched in tears, her teeth clenched in bitter resentment. In her heart, she thought, "Why? Clearly, I was the one who arrived first." At this point, she could no longer hold it in, immediately bursting into loud sobs, which made the uncle extremely anxious. Her cries also reached her mother's ears. She rushed over and embraced her daughter, frantically asking what had happened. "Who bullied you?" Tayor, sniffling, replied, "It was father himself who did it." She herself had seen her father cultivating in the backyard last night. After his practice, he even ran off to compete for wine with her elder brother. He showed no semblance of a person about to die. Upon hearing this, her mother's complexion immediately darkened. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This old man truly courts death." Meanwhile, he was sitting in his room, eyes half closed, leisurely sipping the teacup in his hand. He secretly thought to himself, "Fortunately, my wife has returned to her family home, allowing me to deceive Tao Ni. Tomorrow's plan is almost a success." Crash! The sound of the door being violently kicked open made him jump in fright, and the mouthful of tea he was drinking sprayed out completely. He turned his head to see his madam entering with a face full of murderous intent. He immediately trembled and stammered, asking, "Didn't you go back to your hometown to visit your mother? Why so fast? You're already back?" She, at this moment, gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I had to return. How else would I know that you made Townie so heartbroken?" In her hand was a bowl of thick, purple liquid. Her voice, however, was gentle as she said, "Come, Dai Lang. Quickly drink this concoction." Seeing that scene, he immediately screamed in panic. No. Early the next morning at Young Manor, servants bustled in and out, arranging decorations for the joyous occasion. Young Ning and her master both wore festive wedding attire. She happily turned and said, "It feels truly miraculous. How do you think I look today?" He was slightly stunned, then replied, "It suits you perfectly." She then asked, "Really? You also look very handsome in yours." The attire they wore was exquisitely tailored. He wore a white inner robe with a red outer coat, a white jade pendant adorning his attire. She, on the other hand, wore a vibrant crimson gown, adorned with a blue jade pendant, though her chest area seemed a little tight for her size. She said she might have to take it off to adjust it slightly. Standing beside her, he already had a nosebleed. He merely stared intently at her ample bosom and said, "No need, it's perfect as it is." Hearing him say that, she suddenly fell silent and did not respond. Seeing this, he then asked, "What's wrong?" She, blushing shyly, said he was too hasty. Her charmingly shy demeanor made his heart feel as if it would leap from his chest. "How lovely. Are you Su Huo?" A man walked closer to the two of them, then asked aloud. Recognizing the newcomer as Yun Zhongyang, she immediately bowed in greeting. The man, seeing this, waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal. Today is your joyous occasion, after all." Only then could one clearly see the appearance of Prince Ning, Yun Zhongyang. He had a tall, muscular physique, wearing expensive attire and even battle armor. His face, as he looked at the two of them, held no trace of friendliness. At this moment, he arrogantly placed his hands on his waist and asked, "Master, I heard that The master then said, "The 8th prince is a benevolent person and also reasonable. How could one possibly offend him?" His tone immediately grew sharper, imbued with a warning. "Since you have entered the Ning manor, you must know your place. This Yun family is controlled by my father and me. There are some matters I hope you can understand." Seeing this, Xian then smiled and replied, "Being new here, I do not understand the rules. Many thanks for the reminder." He then spoke with a tone full of disdain. "After all, he is merely a live-in son-in-law. Young Ning, your husband still needs your guidance and discipline." Having said that, he leisurely clasped his hands behind his back and departed. Young Ning saw this and immediately bowed respectfully, stating that she would remember his instructions. Witnessing that scene made Xian feel a pang of sorrow. He said to her, "Living in a family like this must be truly difficult for you." She softly sighed and replied, "Actually, it's still quite good. After all, they are the ones who raised Young Ning from childhood to adulthood." Hearing her words, he immediately retorted, "You are the legitimate daughter of Prince Ning. You are no different from them, and this is also the duty that Prince Ning must fulfill towards you." She then cautiously asked him, "If, in the future, I petition my father to allow me to establish my own residence, I have accumulated a considerable sum of money over the past few years, enough to purchase a beautiful courtyard. You and I could live there together." Before she could finish speaking, he already replied, "He will certainly agree." Turning to Tao Er's household, she was sitting around a tea table with her parents, discussing matters. Her mother then softly advised, "The matter ends here. Today, you absolutely must not cause any trouble." Seeing her precious daughter still sad, she continued to comfort her. "After all, your master will find a way to escape later. If you cause trouble now, our Su family will be placed in an unfavorable situation." Hearing her mother's words, she choked out a reply, "Yes, mother." Seeing her daughter had calmed down slightly, she immediately turned and scolded her husband. "It's all because you are useless. Once we return home, I will deal with him on your behalf." Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Yes, mother." Meanwhile, her father was apprehensive and uneasy, so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His heart was filled with indignation. He thought to himself, he never expected his wife to value Tao Er and her master so highly. If things continue like this, how can I explain this to the emperor? If the emperor were to know that his own daughter is infatuated with that young man, then I must act tonight. Just then, a figure in a red dress appeared in the courtyard, calling out to Tao Er. She turned her head to look and saw Yang Ning, her senior sister, and the master before her. Both of them were clad in magnificent crimson robes, so beautiful that she found them dazzling. The master saw that Tao Er's entire family was present and immediately felt flustered. Why did I encounter them in such a situation? He looked towards Tao Er to observe her reaction, only to see an indifferent expression on her face, as if she did not care. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she seemed calm. At this moment, Young Ning immediately looped her arm through his and asked Tao Er, "How about it? Do we make a striking pair dressed like this?" He stood motionless beside them, his back already drenched in sweat. At this moment, Tao Er displayed a pitiful, enduring expression as she replied to Young Ning. In his heart, he roared, "Putting on that face will do no good. You were the one who personally begged me." Under the table, Tao Er's mother immediately stomped hard on her husband's foot, signaling him to quickly step forward and resolve the situation. The pain made him jump up, laughing heartily to cover his awkwardness. Then he approached Xin Yan and asked, "Nephew, are you occupied? Come with me for a moment. I have something to say." But seizing this opportunity, Xinyan immediately put his arm around the man's shoulder and said with a smile, "I am free. You two should hurry and leave. The further away you get, the better." Only then did Yang Ning notice Tao Er's somewhat unhappy expression. She recalled how Tao Er had always worried about, cared for, and looked after her when they were young, and thus surmised that Tao Er was distressed out of concern for her. Seeing this, she stepped forward, sat down by the table, and said, "Are you worrying about me, junior sister? Rest assured, your cousin is a very good person. There's no need to worry." Tao Er immediately replied that she understood. At this moment, Yang Ning took a portrait of herself from her lapel, showing off to Tao Er that it was a painting by Xiyan. Tao Er looked at the painting and remained silent. Her mother, sitting beside her, secretly encouraged her to be strong. Pressing her lips together, unwilling to concede, she immediately took out a portrait of herself, painted by her master, from a cloth bag. She unfolded it, presented it before Yang Ning, and asked, "How is it? Is it beautiful?" Yang Ning saw it, and immediately revealed a radiant, joyful expression, saying, "I never expected that senior brother is not only skilled at painting, but also a talented storyteller." Upon hearing her words, Tao Er grew angry and was about to speak, but luckily her mother, sitting beside her, swiftly pinched her daughter's waist as a warning. She cried out in pain, then turned to ask her mother what she was doing. Her mother replied, "Daughter, have you forgotten what I told you just now?" In her heart, she thought begrudgingly, "Clearly she was the one who showed off to me first." But mother was right. If she made things difficult for her master to escape, it would only cause more trouble. Her mother saw her precious daughter deep in thought, and immediately brought a finger to her lips, signaling silence. She then took a deep breath to calm herself, then turned to Yang Ning and said, "Sister, let us speak of something else." Her face now blossomed into a bright smile, perfectly embodying the appearance of a close younger sister. Seeing this, Yang Ning again boasted that this green hairpin was also a gift from Xiya. At this moment, Tao Er seemed to be nearing her limit of endurance. She immediately pulled out an exquisite hairpin, its body entirely made of gold, adorned with flowers and embedded with gems. One look was enough to know it was extremely valuable. She then spoke with a slightly arrogant tone. "This hairpin was also given to me by your husband." Yang Ning was astonished, but quickly retorted, "You two are distant cousins. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to give you a small gift?" However, as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was amiss. "Tao Er, why is she looking at me with that expression?" She then recalled that when they were children, Tao Er's current expression was exactly like when she wanted to protect something. Then she remembered their conversations from that time. Could it be that she harbors feelings for her own senior brother? Seeing this, Yang Ning bowed her head and said, "I have some urgent matters. Please allow me to take my leave first." Tao Er's mother immediately waved goodbye and said, "If you're busy, you may leave first." She ran straight out, pondering as she went why things had turned out this way. Tao Er and she had played together since childhood. Previously, she would share everything with her junior sister, but when it came to him, her tears fell ceaselessly. At this moment, she lifted her resolute face and declared, "This time, I will not yield." Meanwhile, by Tao Sher's side, her mother gently admonished her, "You are far too agitated. Do you two still wish to remain good sisters in the future?" She lowered her head and softly mumbled, "It is because she keeps showing off in front of me." I do not know what kind of bewitching elixir master gave Sister Yang Ning. They have only known each other for a few days, yet she already staunchly defends Master. Seeing this, her mother replied, "It is not some bewitching elixir. Master is a kind and understanding person. Yang Ling has never interacted with men, so how could she not be captivated?" Then she embraced her daughter and said, "Trust your master." She softly replied, "Yes." Turning back to Si Yuan, at this moment, as he exited the door, he encountered the sect master of the Xuan Nu sect, Lin Hongying. She was searching for Yuling with members of the Xuan Nu sect. He had not expected to encounter an acquaintance under such circumstances. Tao Shir's father, who was nearby, immediately panicked upon hearing this. As for Si Yuan, he speculated that if Lin Hongying appeared here, then his disciple must also be nearby. He glanced towards the corner of the wall and spotted a faint silhouette. Indeed, they were here. He was about to turn and bid farewell to Grand Tutor Su, when the Grand Tutor's figure was nowhere to be seen. He only saw the elder hastily rushing away. At this moment, no one else remained nearby. He then spoke. "Come out already!" A figure descended and called out, "Master!" It was none other than Yuling. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "Speak. If you have questions, ask them now." With a face full of doubt, the boy asked, "Is Master truly getting married today?" He replied, "I am also somewhat uncertain. For now, consider it a ceremony. It is because your junior martial sister pleaded with me." "Where is your second senior martial brother? Did you tell him as well?" Yuling then thought of Balin's appearance, and said, Second senior martial brother is angry with master. He said that master is about to get married, yet said nothing about it. Therefore he did not come today. He will visit mistress on another day. Hearing Yuling's words, he immediately said angrily, "How am I supposed to know where he is? Yesterday I only encountered him under special circumstances. Even if I could find him, I would have you stand in for him." Yuling trembled incessantly upon hearing his master's words. He stammered, Then, this disciple will surely die. What about your first senior martial brother? Did he also sneak in? First senior martial brother said that some friends arrived outside, so he had to go meet them. If he can make it in time, he will come here. Seeing that the situation seemed to improve, the boy mumbled to himself, "I originally wanted them to watch a good show, but who would have thought?" Seguin, who was nearby, widened his eyes upon hearing this. He then grabbed the boy's collar and said, "What did you just say?" The boy saw his master's face, which at this moment was terrifying, as if he was plotting something. He immediately stammered in fright, "No, nothing." The master was very pleased upon hearing this. He immediately slung his arm over the boy's shoulder and said, "Come, let master lead you to a very interesting place." It is likely a truly terrifying place. Seeing his unease, he added a comforting remark. "Do not worry, my disciple. I am your master, not a demon." Indeed, his guess was not wrong. The interesting place his master spoke of held nothing good. And so, Yulang found himself thrown directly amidst a group of Xuanmen women by his master. "Master is truly a demon. Master, I was wrong. Save me." At that moment, the group of Xuanmen women had surrounded him, especially Lin Hongying. Her face was gentle, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, "Yulang, this is the second time I've caught you." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the joyous occasion of Xiyan and Yongning's wedding. Everyone had gathered. The officiant looked at the paper Xiyan handed him and immediately froze. Is this person not insane? For reasons of custom, they would not bow to heaven and earth, nor to both sets of parents. Is this person truly mad? He gritted his teeth, clenching the paper in his hand. I'll just bear with it. After all, I am the master of ceremonies for this event. I am the expert. Afterward, he began to announce, while those present at the joyous occasion each harbored their own thoughts. Xiyan and Yongning were both so embarrassed they dared not look directly at each other. Lin Hongying, at this moment, while tightly gripping Yu Ling's neck, looked at the ceremony with admiration. Yun Zhongyang and his wife both wore expressions of smug satisfaction, their demeanor as if they were waiting to witness a good show. As for Teo Hoer, she could no longer hold back. She slumped onto the table and wept. The emperor, in disguise nearby, was furious to the extreme. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this brat already has an engagement, yet last night he seduced my Taeor and made her suffer such heartbreak. Cut him down! Cut him down! Having finished his thoughts, he turned to look at his saddened daughter and secretly vowed, Teo sir, you are still young. Once I have resolved this great matter, I will bring you and your siblings back to the palace. Stay obediently by my side. At that moment, the wedding ceremony had reached the part where the husband and wife exchanged vows, before being led into the bridal chamber. The two silently bowed to each other, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Xiyan sat on the bridal bed, sweat beading on his forehead. He mused to himself. In the past I had visited brothels quite a few times, but for various reasons, nothing substantial had ever truly transpired. There was once a married woman who tried to seduce him, but due to his moral principles, it ultimately did not come to pass. Today, however, before him was such a pure and virtuous maiden, he truly did not know what would happen next. Suddenly, Yongning's voice rang out. She brought a cup of wine before Xiyan and said, How can we retire to bed if we haven't even had our wedding cup wine? Xiyan awkwardly took the cup of wine, responding that this was his first marriage, and thus he lacked experience. Yongning, however, found Xiyan very amusing, remarking that he truly knew only how to jest. Afterward, the two interlocked arms, completing the ritual of the wedding cup wine. After drinking, Yongning suggested they should rest. Xiyan immediately nodded in agreement. In Xiyan's heart at this moment, the tension only grew. Grand Tutor Su once said Yongning did not understand matters between men and women, but her behavior was so proactive, making him worry that something might truly happen. Yongning slowly shed her clothes, revealing her slender, bare back before his eyes. Xiyan tried his best to restrain himself, telling himself he absolutely had to endure. Yongning had removed all her outer garments, with only a thin chemise and white undergarments remaining on her body. She softly asked if Xinyan had finished undressing. Meanwhile, Xinyan was still fully dressed. He only removed his outermost long robe and lay neatly on the bed. Yongning was slightly surprised. Even if it was just pretending, refusing on their wedding night would be very easy to expose. Xinyan decided to simply lie still on the bed and do absolutely nothing. Yongning stepped onto the bed, crawling over Xinyan, her body drawing closer with each moment, her ample bosoms and slender waist appearing before his eyes. Xinyan thought to himself, Yang Ning was already pressing herself onto him like this. Truly, there was no other way. But no. She only lay down beside him, completely unlike what Si Yan had imagined. It turned out that only he had harbored impure thoughts. Si Yan lay still, unmoving. Yang Ning leaned towards him. The candlelight in the room was still burning brightly. Yang Ning lay close beside Si Yan. Could it be that she truly did not intend to do anything? Yang Ning placed a hand on Si Yan's chest, softly calling him husband. Then she recounted that her mother once said that after a man and woman marry, they only need to remove their clothes and share a blanket, and they would have children. Just like how she and he were now lying under the blanket, next year they would have a little baby. Si Yan immediately denied it, asking if she had read many books, and if the books did not mention anything else. Yang Ning naively replied, there was nothing else. Only a few passages in the books were marked as censored. She also did not understand what those passages meant. Si Yan was stunned. The censorship in the Heavenly Saint Kingdom was truly too strict. Suddenly, Yang Ning sat up, wanting Si Yan to continue telling the ending of the story from the previous day. Si Yan calmly said that if she wanted to know that badly, he would hide the ending so she could guess it herself. Yang Ning refused, saying she had thought a great deal already. The bird inside the dragon's belly would surely be rescued, but she could not figure out how. Si Yan's gaze gradually became pensive. He could not speak the ending of this story. He thought of Yang Ning's fate. She was born to a concubine, met with disdain, and both mother and daughter were abandoned. She was like a small bird in a cage, treated as a tool to be exploited by two clans, regarded as prey by venomous snakes, and pitiably lonely. While lost in thought, Yang Ning's call roused Si Yan. She gently looked at him, softly saying that meeting Si Yan was truly fortunate. Si Yan smiled, thinking that there would come a day when he would tell her everything clearly. At the same time, in the adjacent room, a stranger was rummaging, searching for some documents. After a while, he finally found the marriage contract. Si Yan heard commotion outside and immediately walked to the window to look out. If his guess was not wrong, it was the sound of battle. Listening closely, he even recognized a very familiar sword in tent. Meanwhile, Yang Ning also woke up. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, her chemise having slipped down to her chest. She asked Si Yan what had happened outside. Si Yan remained looking outside, feeling a little apologetic for waking her. He said one of his disciples was fighting. Although the opponent was quite strong, it was not a big problem, because that disciple had enough capability to know how to handle it. Moreover, two other disciples were rushing over. If the three of them cooperated, even a master like Si Yan would have to be wary. On a mountain not far from there, the battle was still raging fiercely, and explosions echoed in all directions. Yang Ning, extremely surprised, asked Si Yan, husband, do you also have disciples? Si Yan answered as he turned his head. Of course, he even offered to teach her. Whether she wanted to learn swordsmanship or saber techniques, she could choose herself. As soon as he finished speaking, his nose suddenly gushed blood, because Yang Ning before his eyes was truly too alluring. Si Yan stared without blinking, and Yang Ning turned away in embarrassment. She said, don't look at me like that. Her voice carried a hint of reproach. Even though she had already slept, Si Yan was still looking at her with such fascination. Si Yan paused, a thought flashing in his mind. This word, sleep, seemed to have another meaning. Si Yan tried to regain his composure, sweat beading on his forehead. He lightly coughed, and then returned to the previous topic, asking Yang Ning what cultivation realm she was currently in. Yang Ning confidently replied, Xiantian. At the Imperial Academy, I also studied saber techniques. Si Yan commented that this realm was still a bit low, but considering her personality, it was very suitable for Yang Ning to learn saber techniques. Hearing her husband say that, Yang Ning was a little puzzled, so she asked Si Yan what realm he was in. Si Yan smiled. A little higher than Yang Ning, merely a human god. Yang Ning burst out laughing. Husband, you're bragging! Mo Jiangxing and Xuan Cheng were fighting with swords. It had been a very long time since the two had met again. After a round of exchanges, Mo Jiangxing was quite surprised by Xuan Cheng's strength. It seemed that after not meeting for several years, Xuan Cheng had been very diligent, even catching up to Jiangxing. As for Xuan Cheng, he also felt that Mo Jiangxing's capabilities had progressed significantly compared to before. Xuan Cheng pointed his sword at Mo Jiangxing, saying that he must know why he had come. Mo Jiangxing immediately took out a notebook and wrote, who doesn't know that Xuan Cheng came here to treat his kidney deficiency? Xuan Cheng immediately became flustered, not understanding how Jiangxing knew about this. Xuan Cheng mentioned that the incident involving Han Mu at Muzhang River had passed long ago, and Han En, the sectmaster's son, had also entered monastic life to cultivate. So why did Mo Jingjun still wish to take the sectmaster's life? At this moment, Mo Jingjun finally understood the reason. Honestly, he merely wished to avenge his master, and if one intends to eliminate a threat, it must be thoroughly uprooted. Immediately after, Mo Jingjun suddenly brandished his sword, and Xuancheng's companions also rushed forward to assist. It seemed they intended to fight to the very end tonight. Xuancheng explained that his sect master had borne immense pressure. From Luo Changyun to Hanmu, all had died one after another, making everyone in the sect feel that they were in grave danger. For the greater good of the realm, Mo Xingjun should not act in such a manner. Mo Xingjun originally did not wish to involve himself in conflicts between sects. He was simply doing what he wished to do. However, according to Xuancheng, Mo Xingjun's actions had made those within the sect misunderstand that he was siding with the imperial court. Mo Xingjun fell into deep thought. If that were the case, then next time he would deliver news concerning the emperor, and Xuancheng's matter would be set aside until then. Xuancheng was agitated, as if standing on a pile of burning coals. His intention was originally not so, but through this matter, Xuancheng also understood what Mo Xingjun desired, and finally had no choice but to accept. Xuancheng retreated. Before departing, he did not forget to remind Mo Xingjun that his act of rescuing Bailan could initially be overlooked, but among the various sects and fellow Taoists he hoped Mo Xingjun would not interfere too deeply, otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Having said that, Xuancheng and his companions flew away, leaving Mo Xingjun there. As Mo Xingjun was deep in thought, a voice called out from behind, "Senior brother!" Yu Ling rushed over in a panic and asked, "Where have you been? Weren't you going to execute them?" Mo Xingjun waved his hand, turned his back, and departed. "Since they have left, there will be no more fighting." Yu Ling was stunned. Huh? Mo Xingjun suddenly remembered the matter of Xian getting married and immediately asked his junior brother if that matter was true. Yu Ling affirmed with ironclad certainty that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, so it could not be mistaken. Mo Xingjun thought to himself, "Suddenly there is an additional senior sister-in-law. This is truly big news. I must get paper out to record it." A loud call rang out. "Mo Shenzhen!" Mo Xingjun and Yu Ling unconsciously turned their heads to look, and it turned out to be Emperor Yongwen. Yu Ling wondered why he had rushed over here. Could he be an acquaintance of senior brother? Mo Xingjun had only met the emperor a few times, and he guessed the emperor wanted his help with the imperial court, which was why he sought him out here. The emperor cordially greeted the two of them, which greatly surprised both of them. Afterward, the emperor began to explain the reason for his presence here. He had not seen Bailan for a long time, and missed her somewhat, and simultaneously wished to return an important item to Bailan. If the two of them helped him find Bailan, they would be rewarded very generously. As soon as they heard this, Mo Xingjun and Yu Ling immediately fled. It would be better for the emperor to handle it himself. At the Prince Ning's estate, Xian was waking Yongning. Yongning was groggy from still being sleepy, yawning as she chided Xian for bullying her. Last night was noisy until midnight, and furthermore, he had tormented her. Xian thought to himself, she should not utter such easily misinterpreted words. Furthermore, the commotion last night was caused by Mo Zhonghang's fight. The one who should have suffered and been tormented all night was truly Xian. So Xian lightly touched Yongxining's forehead with his finger, gently pushing her back down onto the bed. Xian asked Yongning if she knew what day it was, as he had just met the monarch, who had excitedly gone out, and the area outside the gates was incredibly bustling. Yongning said it seemed to be a banquet hosted by the Empress Dowager, who held it once every year, inviting members of the royal family to attend in the imperial garden. At the banquet, many dignitaries would come to perform opera, and it was said to be incredibly lively. Her royal brothers were present every year. Hearing Yongning's tone, Xian guessed she had never been there. Yongning sat up with a mournful voice, saying that although she truly wished to go and see, her royal brother disliked her wandering around, and furthermore, she was not acquainted with the royal family's trusted retainers, so it was truly very difficult. Xian then calmly stated that the imperial palace was not some sacred hall, and if she wished, he would take her. Yongning chuckled. "My husband, you are boasting again." Yongning reached her hand under the pillow, as if searching for something. She said that in truth she could have gone before, but because she was timid, and furthermore her jade pendant was broken, she could not enter with it. Afterwards she took out a small wooden box. Opening it, inside was a jade pendant broken in half. It was green, and if the two pieces were put together, the character, Ning, would appear, symbolizing the Ning manner. Yongning added that a broken jade piece no longer had any use, and her father had not given her a new one. Otherwise, with her royal status, she could still have strolled through the banquet. Xian rotated the two jade pendant pieces in his hand. They looked extremely similar to the jade pendant his second disciple once gave him, the only difference being that Yangning's jade piece had a more exquisite hue. Besides that, it was also similar to another jade pendant with the character, Yin, that was currently in Xian's hand. Xian suddenly asked Yongning if there was anyone in the royal family with the surname Chu. Yongjianing laughed, teasing Xian. "You are truly foolish. Everyone in the royal family bears the surname Yun. Where would a Chu surname come from?" Even so, Xian still felt that something was amiss with this matter. To prove he was not boasting, Xian led Yongning to the imperial garden. Yongtining was utterly astonished. It was clearly said that we could not enter. Why did my husband still bring me to this place? Si Yan had long since intended to stroll around the palace, and conveniently sneak into the imperial palace to see how the emperor lived. Seeing Si Yan and Yongning appear, the guard immediately coughed twice, then demanded to inspect their jade pendants. Si Yan then searched within his sleeve. The guard thought to himself that he had seen all members of the royal family before. He didn't understand where these two youngsters had emerged from. They must be outsiders ignorant of proper etiquette, and he definitely had to teach them both a lesson. A moment later, Si Yan took out the jade pendant with the character Yin and placed it before him. The man immediately gapped his mouth, collapsed to the ground, knelt, and kowtowed repeatedly, his mouth incessantly repeating, "Please enter." Yongning was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, while Si Yan, standing beside her, wore a smug expression. Yongning looked at the jade pendant in Si Yan's hand, saying she had never seen any family use the character Yin, and asked Si Yan where he had obtained it. Si Yan raised the jade pendant, gazing intently at it, regarding it as a gift from a friend. Who would have thought it would actually be useful? Furthermore, this jade piece could make the guards so terrified. Could the imperial palace be connected to a demonic sect? What, after all, was Chu Xuanyin's origin? Setting this matter aside for a moment, Tutangan and Vin Nin entered together. The imperial garden's scenery was exceptionally beautiful, the lake surface clear, and lotus flowers bloomed profusely. On the lush green lawn, round tables were set for guests. Each table seated about 3 or 4 people. Van Guy and Huang Huang were seated at a table with Prince Van Kang. Prince Van Kang showed great concern for Ving Nin, asking why she had not attended today's banquet. Had she truly married yesterday? Van Guy replied that Ving Nin had indeed married. Van Kang revealed a look of regret, stating that he had initially told his father he wished to form an alliance with the royal family through marriage, but his father had scolded him so fiercely that he felt pain even without being sick. It was truly regrettable. Huang Huang immediately interjected. There is nothing to regret. Even though Ving Ning is a princess, how could the status of a concubine's daughter be worthy of Van Kang? She is not even qualified to attend this banquet. Suddenly, Huang Huang heard an incredibly familiar voice. Husband, please sit here. It sounded very much like Vin Nin's voice. Huang Huang and Van Guy immediately turned their heads, seeing Ving Ning and Tu Nyangan seated next to each other, sampling wine. Van Guy was astonished. Tu Ngan truly did not know his place, and even dared to show up here. Van Kang immediately strode to Vin Nin's table to greet her. Ving Nin also respectfully stood up and bowed in return. Van Kang cast a hateful glance at Tu Ngan, thinking, this is Vin Nin's husband. Something a prince like myself could not obtain. By what right does he possess it? Van Kang asked, who are you, Tu Ngan? Why have I never seen you before? Tu Ngan confidently replied, I have just married Vin Nin and am her husband. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with me coming to observe. Hearing Tungan's words, Van Kang became utterly furious and immediately declared loudly, Ving Ning has indeed married, but she did not marry out. Instead, she chose a live-in son-in-law. Van Kang deliberately did this to humiliate Tuangan, and the surrounding people began to whisper and gossip. They murmured, Ving Nin is merely a concubine's daughter from the Ning estate, yet she dares to bring her husband here. She is truly too audacious. Soon, the Empress Dowager will arrive. This is a banquet for those of noble birth and esteemed status. A mere live-in son-in-law appearing here would cause the Empress Dowager to lose face. Vin Nin felt ashamed. She stood frozen in place, uncertain of how to proceed. Tungan heard the surrounding whispers and understood that his status was the reason for the people's disapproval. Vin Nin reached out and placed her hand on Tungan's shoulder, wanting to leave with him. Tungan thought, the good show hasn't even begun, and I must already leave? But for Vin Nin's sake, he still agreed. Just as the two were about to depart, the 8th prince suddenly appeared. He loudly shouted, you, who wish to leave arbitrarily, do you believe the imperial palace is a place one? Beside the 8th prince stood several guards, each exuding a fierce demeanor. Siki Yan immediately recognized the 8th prince, asking him what his intentions were. The 8th prince commanded his guards to form a battle array, declaring, Xie Yan is not a member of the imperial clan. His unauthorized intrusion into the imperial palace today naturally warrants his arrest and imprisonment in the heavenly prison to await trial. Yongning immediately stepped in front of Xian, spreading her arms to protect him. She declared that everything was her fault, questioning why Xian had to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. The 8th prince flew into a rage, asserting, for a mere live-in son-in-law to disrespect a prince of the heavenly kingdom, and then to brazenly invade the inner palace, it is entirely reasonable to strike Xian and cast him into the heavenly prison. Yuan Wei, realizing that Xinyan being beaten and imprisoned would bring immense disgrace upon the Ning royal estate, quickly rushed forward. He urged Xinyan to immediately kneel and beg the 8th prince for mercy. The 8th prince, in his great magnanimity, would surely spare him. The 8th prince echoed the sentiment, stating, should Xian kneel and kowtow 3 times, I shall consider overlooking this transgression." Hearing this, Yang Ning immediately began to bow, preparing to kneel and plead for her husband's life. Si Yan immediately pulled Yang Ning back, preventing her from kneeling. She was Si Yan's woman. Even the gods themselves would not tolerate such humiliation. Yang Ning was like a small bird, trapped within a cage, with poisonous serpents encircling it from the outside. The mother bird loved her child, yet was powerless to act. Si Yan embraced Yang Ning. She felt a powerful yet incredibly warm aura emanating from her husband. Si Yan waved his hand, and a golden beam of light shot forth. "Do you truly believe a few mere guards are sufficient to imprison the sect leader of your heavenly mandate?" The eighth prince was astonished by Si Yan's display of power. It is utterly illogical for imperial palace guards to be unable to deal with such an insignificant pawn. Si Yan's voice carried a clear challenge. Is this truly the extent of the imperial palace's capabilities? Yun Kang, observing from the side, remarked, "Si Yan's audacity is truly considerable. He has already reached the perfected stage of the Xuan realm. Is that not sufficient qualification to contend with Si Yan?" But Si Yan merely shook his head, stating, "Still not enough." Yun Kang was instantly silenced. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Then what if this prince were to join? Crown Prince Chengzong appeared, exuding an imposing aura. He too wished to intervene in the confrontation with Si Yan. Both Yun Kang and the eighth prince were taken aback by the crown prince's sudden appearance. The eighth prince immediately adopted a deferential demeanor, saying, "These trivial matters are perfectly fine for your younger brother to handle. There is no need to trouble imperial brother." The crown prince immediately chastised him. "This farce has utterly exhausted my patience. You cannot even deal with a lowly intruder into the palace. Your competence is truly lacking." The eighth prince, having been admonished, dared not utter a single word in protest, clearly intimidated by his imperial brother's authority. Chengzong addressed Si Yan, declaring that he himself had reached the Spirit Emperor realm. "Surely that is sufficient qualification, is it not?" Si Yan stepped forward, standing directly opposite Chengzong. "That is indeed sufficient," he stated, simultaneously raising his index finger, as if to signify a single sword strike. The crown prince's eyes widened in fury, his hands clenching tightly as he angrily blurted out, "You!" Meanwhile, the empress and the crown prince's child, Sun Er, observed the unfolding situation from an upper floor. Xuan Er asked the empress, "Who is that person who dares to affront Father King?" The empress replied that he was merely a man seeking death, and soon Chengzong would use his sword to strike him down. She specifically instructed Sunni that upon witnessing the scene, she must not avert her gaze, but rather observe firsthand how that person would perish. Only by observing such foolish individuals would she later become decisive and learn the ways of retribution. The child was obedient, determined not to shy away, watching with her own eyes as her royal father slew Si Yan. Si Yan stood opposite Chengzong. This battle appeared to be exceptionally tense. Yun Kang believed Si Yan was truly a madman. Yun Wei, consumed by worry, secretly thought Si Yan was truly deranged, repeatedly causing trouble for the Ning prince's estate. Chengzong was the heir to the throne, yet he dared to speak so audaciously. Truly, he was beyond redemption. Before making his move, Chengzong was exceedingly confident. From the age of 7, the emperor had sent him to cultivate, and furthermore, he was highly proficient in the sword Dao. Even headmaster Xuan Cheng of the Heavenly Sword sect had once praised him as a once-in-a-century genius. Yet, in Si Yan's eyes, he was only worthy of a single sword strike. Truly preposterous. Today, Si Yan would certainly perish by his hand. The crown prince's arrogance made it impossible for Si Yan to continue forbearing. He prepared to brandish his sword, and a brilliant golden light erupted. Yang Ning anxiously tugged at Si Yan's sleeve, intending to stop him, uttering, "My lord, please don't." But at this moment, Si Yan had already made his decision. He wished to let the crown prince know that all forbearance had its limits, and how tragic the outcome of pushing someone too far would be. Si Yan had once traveled through the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms, taking in countless disciples. Besides alleviating his loneliness, he also wanted his disciples to change the world and bring hope to all races. But it seemed that humanity itself was the disease, one that could not be completely eradicated. If the other party intended to use their power and influence to suppress others, Si Yan would not hesitate to take action and clean up on behalf of the emperor. Suddenly, from afar, a cry resounded. "The Empress Dowager has arrived!" Everyone was utterly astonished by the Empress Dowager's appearance. All those around them simultaneously knelt, but only Si Yan and Yang Ning remained bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening. The Empress Dowager, accompanied by her attendants, stepped forward, her presence exuding immense dignity, and she spoke, asking, "Who dares to cause such a disturbance here?" The moment Si Yan saw the Empress Dowager, he recognized an acquaintance. Chu Xuan Yin, the sect master of the Dark Yin demonic sect. Si Yan secretly thought, "Isn't this that fanatical, somewhat delusional devotee I encountered in Mujiang?" This was truly too unexpected. Crown Prince Chengzong, kneeling on the ground, saw Si Yan's demeanor and became utterly furious. "This brat refuses to kneel even before the Empress Dowager," he fumed. Perhaps Si Yan did not know that before the emperor ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager was the most revered person, holding all authority in the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. Even now, some major affairs still required the Empress Dowager's nod of approval. The entire Heavenly Saint Kingdom was well aware of the Empress Dowager's power to decree death. It seemed Si Yan truly no longer cared to live, but the Crown Prince never expected that, contrary to his thoughts, Si Yan would cheerfully greet the Empress Dowager. "So you are the Empress Dowager." Chu Xuanyin's demeanor was exceedingly dignified. No wonder the jade pendant Si Yan used for entry had so terrified the guards. Chu Xuanyin was slightly flustered. After all, there were still many people here, and she could not reveal her acquaintance with Si Yan. However, everyone around them was utterly stunned, especially the Crown Prince, Yun Kang, and Yun Wei. The Crown Prince, startled, asked the Empress Dowager, Imperial Grandmother, "Do you know this man?" The Empress Dowager calmly replied, "Si Yan is an old acquaintance. Is there a problem?" The Crown Prince immediately recounted Si Yan's transgressions with indignation, stating, "This person brazenly trespassed into the imperial palace, uttered insolent words, and even declared that he could kill this prince with a single sword strike." The Crown Prince wanted the Empress Dowager to take charge of this matter and deal with it appropriately. The Empress Dowager was also slightly surprised upon hearing this. Not expecting Si Yan to have caused so much trouble, a nearby servant quietly informed the Empress Dowager that Si Yan had become the live-in son-in-law of Prince Ning's estate. Chu Xuanyin was repeatedly taken aback, her gaze turning sharp and cold as she questioned Xiao Yan why he had become the son-in-law of Prince Ning's estate, clashed with two princes within the inner imperial court and yet still refused to kneel before the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, Si Yan calmly asked Chu Xuanyin what she truly meant. Chu Xuanyin then turned and walked away, extending her hand, and telling Si Yan to follow her so they could speak clearly. Si Yan had already discerned Chu Xuanyin's intentions, so upon seeing Yang Ning's worried expression, he quickly reassured her, telling Yang Ning to rest assured, as he would return shortly. Then, Si Yan followed Chu Xuanyin. The Empress observed from above, seething with anger. She reproached that someone who dared to be so disrespectful to her son should have been hacked into 100 pieces, yet he was simply led away by that woman. The Empress constantly feared that this nation would be usurped by the Empress Dowager. Her eyes were filled with resentment. That woman was merely the Empress Dowager. "This Tiansheng nation's throne belongs to my Yun family." Si Yan and Chu Xuanyin walked together along the corridor, and with no outsiders present, both felt more at ease. Si Yan glanced at Chu Xuanyin. Her figure, especially her chest, looked much fuller. He wondered if there was any secret behind its fullness. Chu Xuanyin noticed Si Yan's improper gaze and immediately shouted, asking how long Si Yan intended to stare. Si Yan frankly explained that it was merely instinct. And furthermore, since there were no outsiders here, there was no need to be reserved. Chu Xuanjin was truly exasperated to death by Si Yan's provocation. Si Yan did not wish to continue provoking the Empress Dowager, so he changed the subject. Si Yan said, "I did not expect the Empress Dowager of the Tiansheng nation to be the sect master of the profound Yin demonic sect. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager appeared at just the right moment. If you had been a little later, a prince might have already been lost." Chu Xuanjin was slightly flustered. How could a prince be lost so simply, as Si Yan suggested? If such a thing truly happened, the entire nation would surely plunge into great chaos. The Empress Dowager did not care much whether the Crown Prince lived or died, but if the Crown Prince lost his life, the Emperor would certainly not let Si Yan off the hook. The Empress Dowager understood very well how terrifying Si Yan's true strength was. If he were to truly make a move, would he not seek to destabilize the Tiansheng nation? Facing Chu Xuanjin's suspicious gaze, Si Yan immediately waved his hand in denial, stating that the Empress Dowager had overestimated him. Chu Xuanjin then shifted the topic to Si Yan's own affairs. She knew that Si Yan's arrival at Prince Ning's estate was at the behest of Grand Tutor Su, Tao Er's father. Si Yan had no intention of hiding this from Chu Xuanyin, and at the same time, he made it clear to the Empress Dowager that he had absolutely no intention of returning the jade pendant. Chu Xuanyin sighed softly, revealing that she actually had another matter she wished to ask Si Yan for help with. Chu Xuanyin confessed that her current ample figure was something she maintained with great difficulty. Si Yan also agreed, his gaze lingering on her chest, then brightening. Last time, it had been briefly revealed. This time, as soon as Chu Xuanyin heard him mention the previous incident, she grabbed Si Yan by the head, turned him to face another direction, and loudly scolded him. "Last time, you helped me extract the evil entity that had invaded my body. Thus, your proficiency in the spiritual aspect is truly extraordinary." So she took the opportunity to ask Si Yan if there was an old wound on her upper body that he could help her eradicate. Si Yan contemplated, stating that he would have to observe the wound to know if he could help. If he were to help Chu Xuanyin this time again, she would owe him two profound debts of gratitude. Chu Xuanyin held onto him tightly, keeping Si Yan there. Si Yan boldly teased, "You should maintain this posture, do not move." This Si Yan was truly, utterly improper. Chu Xuanyin pushed him forcefully forward, then crossed her arms and declared, "Debts of gratitude must certainly be repaid, and it can even be done right now." Chu Xuanyin led Xiyan into a private room and locked the door. Xingyan gaped. What does she intend to do? Does she intend to repay me with her own person? Yongning, along with the crown prince, the 8th prince, Yunwei, Ningxiang, and Yuan Kang, were still waiting for Xingyan to return. At this moment, Yongning was like a small bird, struggling against 7 venomous snakes. Crown Prince Chengzong flew into a rage, roaring, "How can the one who caused trouble for me be taken away so perfunctorily?" He then glared at Yongning with eyes full of venomous resentment, after which he pointed directly at Yunwei and sneered, "Ning royal estate, you have truly raised a dutiful daughter. Not only has she brought a husband of her own choosing into the inner palace, but she even intends to slay the crown prince." Yunwei turned pale with fear, sweat drenching his forehead, and stammered, "This matter was not caused by him." The crown prince turned and left, Yunwei hurriedly pursuing him, his heart filled with unease. The crown prince was the future emperor. If they offended him, what would become of the Ning royal estate? Yunwei did not know how to handle the situation, and with his mind in turmoil, he immediately directed his anger at Yongning. Originally, if only the two of them had knelt, everything could have been settled peacefully. Now that things had come to this, they had not only become a laughingstock for all the noble families, but had also offended the crown prince. Yongning explained that Xiyan had not allowed her to kneel. Yongning's words only further enraged Yunwei and Ningxiang. They began to revile both Xiyan and Yongning. Yunwei called Xiyan a lowly wretch, while Ningxiang cursed Yongning as a vile offspring, saying, "The crown prince possesses a noble status. How dare you two, husband and wife, act so insolently?" Yongning listened to every humiliating word, her heart filled with bitterness and resentment. Her hands clenched tightly, her teeth gritted, and her eyes tightly shut as the curses grew increasingly venomous. The venomous snakes seemed intent on swallowing the small bird whole. Ningxiang raised her hand, intending to slap Yongning, but the small bird could no longer endure. Yongning blocked Ningxiang, declaring, "No one is allowed to touch my husband. Her husband is not a lowly wretch." Then she forcefully flung Ningxiang's hand away. Ningxiang flew into a rage. Is Yongning's husband not a lowly wretch? This is truly laughable. Yongning herself was merely born of a maidservant, of humble origins. By what right did Yongning dare to defy her? Ningxiang raised her fist and lunged straight towards Yongning. This time, Yongning only dared to raise her hands to block. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "An imperial decree has arrived." As the Grand Empress Dowager's imperial decree was delivered, everyone immediately knelt to the ground, unsure of what would happen next. Just as Yongning was about to kneel, the eunuch softly spoke to her. "The Grand Empress Dowager decrees that Princess Yongning need not kneel." Ningxiang was immediately overwhelmed with confusion. The eunuch began to proclaim, "By the Grand Empress Dowager's will, Her Majesty finds the young lady Yongning, daughter of Prince Ning, to be exceptionally captivating, and holds her in high affection. Today, the title of County Princess Yongning shall be revoked and changed to Yongfu. She shall be bestowed with 10,000 taels of gold, over 20 boxes of treasures, and granted the title of Imperial Princess Yongfu Yongning." That little bird had finally been set free, escaping the venomous snakes. It was Xiyan who had taken her small hand, guiding her towards freedom. Everyone present was astonished, especially the empress who stood above them. This matter was truly too extraordinary. Yongning was stunned for a moment, then respectfully bowed, and received the imperial decree from the eunuch's hand. Grand Eunuch Cao appeared humble, for now that she was Imperial Princess Yongfu, acting otherwise would be inviting disaster for him. He added, "This is a grand, joyous occasion. It has been a very long time since the Grand Empress Dowager has bestowed a title upon anyone." Ningxiang remained kneeling on the ground, the two words Imperial Princess ringing in her ears like a clap of thunder. She gnashed her teeth, for Imperial Princess was a title reserved for the Emperor's sisters and daughters. Furthermore, Grand Eunuch Cao was a confidant of the Grand Empress Dowager, yet his attitude towards Yongning was so exceptionally courteous. How could a low-born child of a concubine be treated in such a manner? The Empress was 100 times more enraged. She appeared behind Grand Eunuch Kakayo and roared, "Grand Eunuch Kakayo, what is the meaning of the Grand Empress Dowager's actions? Why has Yongning suddenly been granted such a high title? The Emperor himself has stated that this title may not be bestowed unless one has achieved great merit." Grand Eunuch Kakayo did not wish to argue further with the Empress. He cupped his hands and replied that he was merely carrying out the Grand Empress Dowager's decree. Enraged, the Empress declared she would personally seek out the Grand Empress Dowager to clarify this matter, as it absolutely could not be overlooked. Yongning watched the Empress's retreating figure, holding the imperial decree in her hand. Her thoughts immediately turned to Xiyan. The favors she had received were undoubtedly connected to him, yet she could not comprehend it. Xiyan was merely the son of a merchant. How could he possibly bring about such special privileges? What, then, was Xiyan's true identity? Grand Eunuch Su had returned to the Grand Empress Dowager's chambers. He reported that all matters had been handled appropriately. Afterwards, the Grand Empress Dowager dismissed him. Grand Empress Dowager Chu Xuanyin was currently in her chambers with Si Yan. Chu Xuanyin sat cross-legged on a long chair, while Si Yan stood opposite her. The two were discussing Yang Ning's situation. After considering the entire matter, Chu Xuanyin realized that if Si Yan wanted to help Yang Ning leave Prince Ning's residence and escape the oppression of the venomous snakes, there was no other way than to have the Grand Empress Dowager personally intervene. With merely a title, Yang Ning would be able to live peacefully in the heavenly sacred kingdom. Si Yan expressed admiration for the Grand Empress Dowager's ingenuity. Why, when she was in Mujiang, did she not display such wisdom, but only utter nonsense? Su Xuanyin frowned. She was only pretending, and Tu Yan should understand her. Su Xuanqin did not wish to delay further, and asked Tu Yan to quickly help her heal her wounds. Tu Yan beamed with delight, stating that to heal the wounds, he first needed to examine them. In Tu Yan's palm, a miniature Tu Yan appeared, swiftly burrowing into Su Xuanyin's body. Su Xuanyin was startled and alarmed. Tu Yan explained that it was merely a separated portion of his primordial spirit, and only by letting it examine the injury could he determine the method of treatment. However, he did not inform Su Xuanyuan that this primordial spirit could transmit sensations back to him. The miniature Tu Yan settled within Su Xuantin's chest. The soft sensation immediately caused Tu Yan's face to flush crimson. Seeing his expression, Su Xuanyin vaguely understood, and she immediately shouted repeatedly. The miniature Tu Yan detected a slight change in Su Xuanyin's soul, and to observe more clearly, he needed to delve deeper inside. Between the 7 soul orifices, there was a crack, so he burrowed through every nook and cranny within Su Xuanjin's body. Su Xuanhin became helpless, no longer possessing the strength to resist. A moment later, Tu Yan wondered what kind of mental cultivation technique Su Xuanjin had cultivated to know that her own divine soul had a problem. According to Su Xuanhin, she cultivated the 3 souls scripture, the sect-founding cultivation technique of the Xuanin sect, and also her life-bound cultivation technique. Therefore, if cultivated long-term, it would affect her divine soul. The miniature Tu Yan was quite surprised. If it was her life-bound cultivation technique, then he needed to examine it even more carefully. Then he burrowed directly into Su Xuanjin's skirt. Su Xuanhin's face flushed crimson. This area was too sensitive, and she immediately raised her hand to push the primordial spirit away. Tu Yan used his hand to catch the primordial spirit. Clearly, he was seeking the root cause of the problem. Su Xuanjin's injured divine soul was located very close to a sensitive area. Furthermore, to heal it, she would need to remove her clothes, as the wound was quite extensive. As he thought of this, both Tu Yan and his primordial spirit's eyes shone brightly. Su Xuanyin became flustered. Was this scoundrel Tu Yan intentionally trying to make her remove her clothes? Tu Yan began healing Su Xuanyin. Su Xuanyin lay prone on the bed, her clothes completely removed, with only a thin blanket covering her body. Tu Yan channeled his power into his hands, pressing along Su Xuanqin's entire body. Su Xuanqin felt quite comfortable. Only then did she truly believe that Tu Yan not only understood, but could also treat injuries to the divine soul. Doubts about Tu Yan's identity once again arose in Su Xuanqin's mind. Who exactly was he, and what was his relationship with Bai Lan, Sect Master Bai? Yet Sect Master Bai refused to clarify it for her. While Su Xuanyin was still immersed in her thoughts, Tu Yan slowly articulated the diagnosis. There was a rift between Su Xuanyin's spirit and soul. Although she had reached the human god realm, she still could not unleash her full potential. If her divine soul were restored, her cultivation realm would. Chu Xuanyin felt it was very reasonable upon hearing this. Everything relied on Si Yan, and she would certainly reward him generously later. Si Yan cheerfully replied, "There's no need for a generous reward. I merely saved you for my own amusement." Afterward, he continued to massage Chu Xuanyin's entire body. But as his hand approached her chest, Chu Xuanyin suddenly let out a cry, and Si Yan immediately withdrew his hand. Chu Xuanyin sat up abruptly, covering herself with a thin blanket, and asked Si Yan why he had suddenly stopped. The two exchanged glances. Then Si Yan turned away, claiming he had lost interest, and no longer wished to continue. Chu Xuanyin utterly failed to comprehend what Si Yan intended. She then shouted, "What do you mean by this?" In another part of the imperial palace, the emperor was conversing with Su Xuan and Tao Xie. He explained the previous incident when he sent Su Xuan to Mujiang, saying he did so only to temper Su Xuan because he was the pillar of the heavenly saint kingdom. Although Su Xuan still showed resentment, he still expressed gratitude for the emperor's words. Emperor Yongwen looked at the two with a profound gaze, harboring a hidden sorrow in his heart that he could not express. Rarely did he have the chance to sit and converse with his two children like this. He only hoped that one day he could welcome both back to the palace for a reunion. Since Tao Xie and Su Xuan did not know the truth, they only felt the emperor was a very wicked person, always harboring ulterior motives toward Tao Xie. The emperor suddenly brought up Su Xuan's marriage. He noticed that Su Xuan had grown into adulthood, yet still had no betrothal. Feeling worried, he proposed finding a suitable marriage for him. Su Xuan was quite surprised. The emperor suggested Su Xuan consider the beloved daughter of the Pillar State King, who had just turned 16 this year, while studying at the Imperial Academy. He had once seen her perform sword dances. Not only that, but she was also proficient in literature, poetry, and singing. Truly a young woman skilled in both martial and literary arts. Su Xuan hastily refused before the emperor had even finished speaking. He gave the reason that General Yang's beloved daughter possessed lofty ambitions and would surely not pay him any mind. The emperor said, "If that is the only reason, then I will personally arrange the union." General Yang would absolutely not dare to refuse, but Su Xuan still firmly refused, saying that he already had someone in his heart. Secretly, he thought to himself, "The emperor wants to use this method to bribe me into betraying my younger sister Tao Gare. That absolutely cannot happen." Upon hearing that Su Xuan had someone he fancied, the emperor was overjoyed and immediately wished to meet that person to converse. Su Xuan pondered and explained that the person he liked possessed a noble status, skilled in both literary and martial arts. Even the emperor would be unable to help, which was why he said he could not reach her. The emperor confidently stated that no matter how noble, no one could defy his golden words. He then thought of the person Su Xuan mentioned. Could it be Princess Yun Meng? This absolutely cannot be. Su Xuan explained. It's not Princess Yun Meng. The person I truly like is very far away. Compared to the person in my dreams, Princess Yun Meng is merely a beauty of common charm. More precisely, all women in this world, when placed beside her, are but beauties of common charm. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as long as it's not Yun Meng, that's fine. He secretly thought to himself, in this world, what woman could there be whom I have never met? But upon careful consideration, there was only one person who could surpass all under heaven, and that was Bai Lan. Both father and son were lost in thought, imagining Bai Lan's graceful appearance. Tao looked at their lecherous expressions, and felt utterly repulsed in her heart. Dao Nh. I thought to herself, she already held a crucial piece of evidence, yet why did she still feel it wasn't enough? The empress had found the location where the emperor, To Hien, and Dao Nhi were. As soon as he saw the empress, the emperor immediately asked, "What brings her here?" The empress immediately knelt and recounted the entire sequence of events. The emperor had long ago decreed that titles should not be bestowed arbitrarily, yet today the empress dowager unilaterally conferred the title of Princess Vink Fook upon Vink Ning of the Prince of Ning's manor. Dao Nhi was dumbfounded. It was truly unbelievable that Vin Nin had been made a princess. The emperor too was astonished. Unable to believe what he had just heard, he could not fathom why the Empress Dowager had suddenly made Vin Nin a princess without informing him. The Empress immediately seized the opportunity to accuse Vin Ning before the Emperor. This Vin Nin disregards everyone. She caused trouble in the Imperial Garden, yet the Empress Dowager still bestowed a title upon her. She is merely a concubine's daughter. The Empress Dowager no longer holds your majesty in any esteem. This empire inherently belongs to your majesty. The Emperor, who had always deeply respected the Empress Dowager, heard this, and immediately raised his voice to correct her. Though the Empress Dowager is not my birth mother, she is the imperial aunt who raised me to adulthood. This empire was also managed by the Empress Dowager before. Without the Empress Dowager, there would be no emperor. Today, if she wishes to bestow a title upon someone, it is sufficient, as long as the Empress Dowager agrees. The Empress immediately retorted that Vin Ning was exceedingly insolent. The Emperor, not wishing to hear any more, decided to go find the Empress Dowager to clarify this matter. Before departing, the Emperor did not forget to instruct Dao Nhi and Tu Hien to remain and await his return. Meanwhile, the Empress was inwardly smug. The Emperor proceeded to So Huyen'am's chambers. Eunuch Tu hurriedly ran after him, calling out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Eunuch Tao quickly intercepted the Emperor, requesting him to wait so he could report to the Empress Dowager before His Majesty entered. But the Emperor firmly refused, stating that a son visiting his mother required no prior announcement, unless there was a specific reason preventing the Empress Dowager from meeting him. At this, Eunuch Tao hastily made excuses, vehemently asserting that no such thing existed. Hearing Eunuch Tao's words, the Emperor became even more determined to enter, without any further announcement. Just as the Emperor raised his hand to knock, the Empress Dowager's voice rang out from within. "Be gentler, that's a bit too forceful." Eunuch Tao knew he could no longer conceal anything for the Empress Dowager, and could only clutch his head in both hands. The Emperor, too, was astonished and dumbfounded. Is there a man in the Empress Dowager's chambers? But then he quickly composed himself, thinking that this matter was not so strange after all. The Empress Dowager has been solitary for many years, and she is still young. It is understandable that she would have someone by her side to soothe her weariness. Thinking thus, the Emperor decided not to enter further. At this moment, Chu Song Yangon inside had finished treating So Huyen'am. Chu Xuan Yin lay on the bed, her entire body drenched in sweat, yet she felt much more comfortable. It was just that Xi Yan had used considerable force, leaving her body still a little sore. The emperor remained outside the door, listening to the conversation within. He recognized the man's voice as somewhat familiar, and immediately pushed the door open, storming inside. The Empress Dowager was undressed, and Xi Yan stood right beside her. Upon seeing him, the emperor instantly recognized Xi Yan as the one who had once flirted with Dao Er, yet had married Yongning. Now, he appeared beside the Empress Dowager. The emperor furiously pointed directly at Xi Yan's face and exclaimed, "It's you again!" No sooner had he spoken than the emperor, overwhelmed by shock, collapsed to the ground. Eunuch Kakao had to rush forward to support him. Chu Xuanyin urgently wished to explain to the emperor, but the current situation truly made it difficult to clear her name. The emperor merely waved his hand, wanting no further explanations. Mother Empress, he thought, his heart now filled with suspicion towards Xia Yan. My daughter Dao Er has an ambiguous relationship with him, and he married my distant cousin Yongning. Now he is within the inner palace. What scheme is this man truly plotting? Your Majesty, I have maintained my purity for all these years. You are not unaware of Xia Yan's character. You absolutely must not misunderstand me. Empress Chu, while draping clothes over herself, looked at young Wendi and spoke. The emperor sighed, pushed Eunuch Cao away, and replied in a deep voice, Mother Empress, you need not explain anything further. Father Emperor passed early, and you are still young, so I can overlook everything. Even if you were to keep a male concubine within the palace, it would be no issue. Young Wendi slowly stood up, looked towards Xi Yan, and roared resentfully. But do you know who he is? He is the son-in-law of the Yongning estate, Yongning's husband. Outside, the imperial clan gathering is still underway, yet you are intimately entangled with him in broad daylight like this. Do you not feel any shame? Xi Yan, sitting nearby, could no longer remain silent at this point. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager and I are innocent. She merely sweated a little. Please, do not misunderstand. Having said that, Xi Yan continued writing. Young Wendi naturally did not believe him, and immediately shouted, Silence, you adulterer! Upon hearing this, Empress Chu immediately retorted, Your Majesty, calling him an adulterer is akin to calling me one. Do you still care about my face and honor? You are fierce with me because of him, yelling at me for the sake of a male concubine. Yang Wendi felt a sharp pain in his heart as he slowly uttered those words. Empress Chu merely snorted coldly and turned away. If you are like this, I have nothing more to say. You may leave. The emperor truly did not know how to handle the situation, and could only stand there, watching Empress Chu walk further inside. However, this entire scene was witnessed by Yang Wendi's empress. The husband of Yongning is actually the Empress Dowager's male concubine. The Empress Dowager, utterly shameless, is entangled with a male concubine right within the palace. She even bestowed a title upon the male concubine's wife, making her a princess. If this news were to spread. Just then, Eunuch Cao detected movement behind him, but before he could speak, Yang Wendi shouted, Eunuch Cario, you had best not utter any nonsense. If I discover that you have tarnished the imperial family's reputation, I will certainly not spare you. Do you understand? This old servant would naturally not tarnish the imperial family's reputation, but Eunuch Caio you do not need to say anything more. Yang Wendi looked at the Empress Dowager with a deep voice and said, Mother Empress, I am leaving now, but in the future I do not wish to see this person in your private chambers again. As soon as Yang Wendi left, the Chu Empress sighed. Today, my image before the emperor is completely ruined. What exactly did you write at the beginning? The Chu Empress asked curiously. Xin Yan chuckled softly and replied, I have just loosened the distance of your spiritual consciousness, but the Three Souls scripture is your innate cultivation technique. You will still need to practice it repeatedly in the future. I have given you a few pages of profound verses. As long as you cultivate them daily, you will navigate its inherent advantages and disadvantages. The Chu Empress revealed a look of astonishment, never expecting such a method to exist in the world. She continued to ask, So what is it that you are hiding? Xi Yan shook his head and said, You do not need to concern yourself with this. Who exactly are you? Why is your mastery over spiritual consciousness so profound? The Chu Empress continued to press her questions. Xi Yan stood up and said, You can also comprehend such things. In truth, my soul cultivation technique is not as good as yours. I only understand soul restoration. These are all minor matters. The more the Chu Empress listened, the clearer the astonishment on her face became. Is that so? Yet these minor matters have helped me resolve a latent injury of many years. Then she sighed softly. It is truly regrettable, fellow Taoist, that you possess such remarkable abilities, yet you are unaware that you are being plotted against by the Grand Tutor's estate. In truth, if you and Yangning were together, finding an identity to conceal yourselves in my Tiansheng nation would be fine. But if you wish to achieve fame and success in Shui Tiangu, You do not need to align yourself with Grand Tutor Su. You can come to my profound Yin sect. Under my Chuxuan Yin's banner, I promise to make you vice sect master. After that, won't you be able to call forth wind and summon rain as you please? Si John merely gave a faint smile and said, Grand Tutor Su also works for the imperial court. Empress Dowager, are you not also acting for the sake of the emperor's realm? The Chu Empress stepped closer to him and replied, Although the emperor is not my biological son, I still consider him my own. Naturally, I will consider the well-being of his realm. If something unfortunate were to happen to the emperor, would I still sincerely assist his other sons? Those sons of his are all hoping for my death. If they were to ascend to power, I would surely find it difficult to protect myself, which is why I need your help. If you agree to help me, you will enjoy riches and honor in the future. As she spoke, the Chu Empress subtly glanced at Xian. Or do you have any other demands? Pleft. Xian suddenly spat out a nosebleed, quickly turned his face away, and chuckled, Empress Dowager, you are too courteous. There is no need to waste your time on someone like me. I am merely a carefree wanderer. Perhaps in a few years I will depart, and by then, no one will be able to find me. Having said that, he immediately left the imperial palace. Empress Chu watched his receding figure, her expression cold as she silently thought, This is merely an invitation. When you've considered it thoroughly, you can come find me. I have already given you the jade pendant. With it, you can freely move within the imperial palace without hindrance. The scene shifted to Si Yan and Yang Ning, who were strolling together. Seeing Yang Ning seemed unhappy, he asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Yang Ning lowered her head and replied, No, it's nothing. He had lived for so many years. How could he not discern that she harbored worries? Thus, he said in a gentle tone, All right, don't hide it anymore. Speak your mind quickly if something is bothering you. Seeing that he had guessed, Yang Ning let out a soft sigh and looked up, asking, Husband, how do you know the Empress Dowager? And why did you confer upon me the title of Princess Yongfu today? Si Yan feigned deep thought, then said, I recall meeting the Empress Dowager in Mujiang several years ago. At that time she was trapped in quicksand, and I happened to save her. She could be considered my life's benefactor. This time, bestowing a title upon you could be to repay that old favor. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression brightened. So that's how it is. I never expected you to be the Empress Dowager's benefactor. I was worried something might happen to you. If that were the case, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Si Yan smiled. Are you satisfied now? Yang Ning puffed her cheeks in a pout and said, Satisfied now, you ask? I am not. Because you refused to speak, I was worried sick. We barely got into the palace, and I still haven't heard a joyful opera with my husband. Si Yan flashed a mischievous smile, mixed with a hint of malice, and said, My wife wishes to hear a joyful opera? It's simple. I'll just capture a few opera singers to perform for you here. Wait, husband. Please don't cause any more trouble. Let us return home quickly. She hastily embraced his arm, blushing as she stopped him, while Xinyan burst into joyful laughter and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us return home. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. As he turned his head to look, he was astonished into a daze. For not far away, a group of women was chasing a man, and the one being pursued was none other than his own disciple, Yu Ling, and he's being chased by those Xuannu sect women all the way here? Why do I encounter these people everywhere I go? He gave a helpless laugh, released Yang Ning's hand, and ran off, saying, I'm going to meet an acquaintance, my dear. Wait for a moment, okay? Having said that, he swiftly dashed away. Yang Ning said with a slight pout, Husband, why don't you take me with you? She intended to follow, but at that very moment someone stepped forward and called out to her. On Yu Ling's side, he was now cornered. Behind him was a high wall, and in front of him, the women of the Xuannu sect were closing in step by step. The leader was a young woman holding an iron chain in her hand. She chuckled softly and said, Yu Lang, you've reached this point, yet you still want to run? Why do you keep fleeing? Hurry and come back with me. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling's face turned ashen. His entire body trembling, he pressed against the wall and exclaimed, You demonic women, don't come any closer. How could I possibly follow you? Yu Ling tightly closed his eyes, trying to force himself to calm down. He had to remain clear-headed to have a chance at escape. After all, their cultivation was far inferior to his. The most important thing was not to panic. After repeatedly reassuring himself, he finally opened his eyes. In a flash, the wall shattered, and Yu Ling transformed into a streak of light, swiftly passing through each person. He then stomped forcefully on the ground, launching himself into the air. High above, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had successfully escaped. Huh? What? Suddenly, a dark figure appeared right above his head. Yu Ling recognized, in shock, that it was his master. Si Yan, wearing a terrifyingly dangerous smile, held a wooden hammer in his hand. Master! Thud! A single blow sent Yu Ling flying back, landing directly into the arms of that blonde woman. He immediately fainted, foaming at the mouth. It seemed that blow was not light at all. Under the astonished gazes of the Xuannu sect disciples, Xinyan had already left and returned to his original position. He chuckled to himself. Disciple, I can only help you this much. The rest depends on the Xuannu sect's capabilities. I am still waiting to take in Su Nai as a disciple. The scene shifts to Yang Ning, who was chatting with another woman. Yang Ning unexpectedly met her here. It has been a long time since I last saw you auditing classes at the Imperial Academy. Yang Ning smiled, saying that she and her husband had simply gone out for a stroll, never expecting to meet her here. The other woman seemed surprised upon hearing this, saying, You are already married? I want to see which young man was fortunate enough to marry this foolish yet sweet maiden. Just then, Xi-Yan also returned. He waved his hand and asked Yang Ning, Who are you chatting with? Yang Ning replied with a slight smile, Ah, husband, you're back. The other woman turned her head to look, and Xi-Yan was immediately so stunned that the corner of his mouth twitched. For the person chatting with Yang Ning was none other than Zhao Ying of the Zhao family. Zhao Ying was no less astonished, speaking up to ask, Pavilion Master Xing? You married Yang Ning? Yang Ning, slightly surprised by this, asked, You call him Pavilion Master Si? Pavilion Master Sai. You. Zhao Ying frowned in confusion, while Xi-Yan hurriedly spoke up to explain, Yang Ning, in my hometown, there is a library pavilion whose name coincidentally begins with Si. I am the one who oversees that place, and gradually, everyone started calling me Pavilion Master Si. Young Lady Xiao once visited my hometown, so she also calls me that. Yang Ning smiled and said, So that's how it is. No wonder husband knows so many stories. But Zhao Ying, standing behind. She did not expect Xi-Yan to deliberately conceal his identity from Yang Ning, but had they not already married? Why must he still do so? Young Miss Xiao? At this moment, Xi-Yan's voice echoed in her mind, as he transmitted a message to young Miss Xiao. This matter is very complicated and inconvenient to explain right now. However, I have other affairs to attend to, so I hope you will not reveal my identity. Zhao Ying remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Yang Ning brushed back her hair, and with a soft laugh said, I did not expect you and my husband to know each other. This is truly quite a coincidence. Zhao Ying forced a smile and replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Afterwards, she sighed, then playfully flicked Yang Ning's forehead. Oh, you silly girl, you cannot go 3 sentences without mentioning your husband. Are you showing off to me? Yang Ning let out a soft cry of pain, secretly thinking to herself, Not at all. Then she held Zhao Ying's hand, and softly said, Oh right, my husband and I are heading home. Since you are here, why don't we find a quiet place to chat? Zhao Ying was slightly taken aback. She glanced behind her, recalling some past events, though she was still unclear what intentions or plans Xi-Yan had, or why he had to conceal his identity to marry Yang Ning. She remained silent for a few seconds, then withdrew her hand from Yang Ning's and said, My apologies, I cannot go. I still have class later and cannot stay here long. You two enjoy yourselves with your husband. Zhao Ying turned and left. As she passed Xi-Yan, her steps faltered slightly, and she secretly transmitted a message. Pavilion Master Xia, I do not know what your intentions or plans are, and I do not intend to ask. However, Yang Ning is a good girl, so please do not hurt or betray her. Furthermore, do not forget that you still have Dao Er, and you should not be so promiscuous everywhere else. Yang Ning watched Zhao Ying's departing figure, feeling a little disappointed, and said, It was so hard to finally meet her. Yet Xi-Yan merely smiled faintly. Young Miss Xiao is much more at ease now. The last time I saw her, she was always melancholy and sullen. It seems she is much stronger and better now. She should go out more. He recalled Zhao Ying mentioning Dao Er. Indeed, it had been some time since he had seen Dao Er, and he truly missed his little disciple. Yang Ning suddenly spoke, startling him. Pavilion Master Si, she began, making him ask what she was saying. Yang Ning smiled and shook her head, replying, Nothing. Let us go home. As she walked, her gaze lowered slightly, revealing a hint of worry. What exactly am I worried about? In Prince Ning's estate, along a corridor in the rear garden, Princess Consort Ning and her daughter were walking and conversing. Mother, you do not know how outrageous young Ning was today. If our family had not fed and clothed her until now, how could she be where she is today? What kind of thing is she? Is she even worthy of being a princess? Princess Consort Ning, her expression unchanged, said, Zhang Yang already told me about this today. I did not expect that fellow surnamed Su to have connections with the Empress Dowager. At that very moment, Xi-Yan and Yang Ning were happily conversing ahead of them, both simply walking past Princess Consort Ning and her daughter without bothering to pay them any mind. This enraged Princess Consort Ning. She gnashed her teeth and admonished Yang Ning. You are quite something, aren't you? To walk past without even bowing and greeting to this Princess Consort. Princess Consort. Yang Ning was startled and turned around. As she was about to perform courtesies, Siyuan stopped her. He stood before her, stating that as an officially enfeoffed princess, she need not perform courtesies. If anything, Princess Consort Ning should be bowing to the princess first. He declared that her status was such that she was only obliged to acknowledge courtesies. Even if a county princess were to perform obeisance, she would not need to reciprocate. Ningxiang glared angrily, about to speak, but Princess Consort Ning restrained her. Let it be. Those two don't even possess the qualifications to attend the family banquet. We need not quarrel with them. Both turned and departed. Princess Consort Ning inwardly cursed. She always reaps the rewards. Let's go. Ningxiang coldly snorted, then departed. Siyuan chuckled faintly, remarking, as if anyone truly cared. At this moment he glanced over, slightly surprised to see Yongning trembling faintly. It turned out a chilling aura, bearing terrifying pressure, was drawing near. Although he was unaffected by this pressure, he couldn't help but feel astonished. That was Prince Ning, the patriarch of this clan. Prince Ning passed by nearby. Behind him, an aura coalesced into a ferocious monster, its large eyes bloodshot. Baring its fangs fiercely, it stared intently at Yongning. She immediately curtsied, her voice slightly trembling as she spoke. Father? But the prince paid no heed, simply walking past. When a few steps away from the two, he snarled in a cold voice, You had better resolve this matter properly for me. Pavilion Master Siyuan thought to himself. I had imagined him to be some formidable character. Yet he is merely a crafty old man who cannot even articulate his true intentions clearly. Thinking thus, he took Yongning's hand, gently bidding her to return to their room with him. Yongning replied, All right. Dusk descended upon the residence. By nightfall, several people in Prince Ning's residence gathered in a room. A man abruptly rose, launching into an angry tirade. That wretched Yongning has actually grown her wings. If not for our prince's residence providing for her, would she be where she is today? What is she, anyway? Not only did she disgrace the imperial clan, but she also humiliated the crown prince. Is she even worthy of being a princess? But the princess consort also turned to look at her husband, angrily saying, My lord, that fellow surnamed Su actually knows the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, for some unknown reason, actually bestowed the title of princess upon Yongning. Ningxiang is the legitimate daughter of our prince's residence. The title of princess should rightfully belong to her. Ningxiang, seated below, folded her arms and chimed in, Mother Consort is right. Yongning is a concubine's daughter, yet she has been enfeoffed as a princess. What does that make her? Young Master Ning immediately consoled his younger sister. Ningxiang, your elder brother knows your suffering. Do not take it to heart. Prince Ning gritted his teeth and angrily declared, I have also heard of the relationship between Su Huo and the Empress Dowager. He is her illicit lover. This, Su Huo and Empress Dowager Chu have colluded to commit illicit acts. In broad daylight, they even dared to engage in secret affairs within the Empress Dowager's sleeping chambers. All those present were shaken, simultaneously exclaiming, Illicit! An illicit lover! Prince Ning continued. That is correct. Empress Dowager Chu is cruel and heartless. That year, I supported her ascent to secure the emperor's position, but after she gained power, she suppressed the imperial clan members, even destroying her own clan. She was once our trusted confidant. Young Master Ning propped his chin, deep in thought, then commented, The Prince Ning's residence only needed an excuse to forge a marriage alliance with a central province noble family, not a powerful individual. Prince Ning clenched his fist and made a decision. Yongning is, after all, a daughter of my Prince Ning's residence. We will accept this gift for now. As for that Su Huo, before Prince Ning could finish speaking, Princess Ning ran over, embraced his arm, and interrupted him. My lord, it's still uncertain if Yongning is your true daughter, yet now you acknowledge her? Her mother was not a clean person either. Otherwise, my lord would not have abandoned the mother and daughter until now. Prince Ning forcefully pushed her away, loudly rebuked, Silence! Then flicked his sleeves and strode straight out the door, leaving behind only one sentence. This matter is decided thus. No further discussion is needed. But Princess Ning remained unwilling to concede, clenching her hands and cursing, That wretched little slut! Young Master Ning hurriedly came to appease his mother, advising her not to harm her body out of anger. Father surely has his own considerations in his heart. After all, the knot between father and Yongning can never be untied. Afterwards he turned to comfort his sulking younger sister. As for Ningxiang, you are father's legitimate daughter, and my legitimate younger sister. I, your elder brother, fought alongside the emperor throughout the land. This is also the kingdom of the Spirit Emperor. With your elder brother here, which woman in this world could compare to you? In a few days, it will be your birthday celebration. Every year, father holds a grand banquet specifically for you, young Ning, and you share the same birth date. But has father ever held a banquet for her? You are father's true daughter. Ningxiang crossed her arms, shook her head, and said, Elder brother speaks wisely. Even if she is bestowed the title of princess, what of it? Even if she becomes a princess, no one will come to congratulate her on her birthday. Even the man is the Empress Dowager's lover. To be blunt, it is utterly revolting. Young Master Ning replied, Indeed. Then he secretly thought, not just the Empress Dowager, but how much longer can that emperor sit on the throne? I have contributed alongside him for so many years. But what have I gained? But those people were completely unaware that Pavilion Master Si Yan had been sitting on the rooftop, listening to their entire recent conversation. He propped his chin with both hands, his expression one of utter helplessness, beyond words. Afterwards, he went to bathe. As he soaked in the steaming hot tub, he wondered, how did I end up becoming that delusional male favorite? Although the situation at that time was indeed not ideal, Pavilion Master Si Yan stood up and suddenly realized, no wonder Young Ning is not welcomed here. It turns out there are still many unresolved issues. But this entire Prince Ning's residence, from top to bottom, holds not a single piece of useful information. Perhaps it is time to leave this place? But what about Young Ning? Just then, someone pushed open the door and entered. Pavilion Master Si Yan let out a startled sound. It turned out to be Yun Yong Ning who had arrived. She was also startled upon seeing him, then shyly said, Husband, I've come to scrub your back for you. As Yun Yong Ning scrubbed Pavilion Master Si Yan's back, she marveled. Husband, your back is so... Si Yan Pavilion Master was extremely delighted, thinking to himself, what kind of paradise is this? He then asked, Yong Ning, your birthday is in a few days. What do you wish for? I will find it and give it to you. Yun Yong Ning asked back with a slight surprise. Huh? How does my husband know my birthday is approaching? Xingyan Pavilion Master explained. I have your birth horoscope, so of course I remember. Yun Yong Ning replied. Is that so? I only need my husband by my side. I ask for nothing more extravagant. Xingyan Pavilion Master secretly thought. Giving gifts is not my forte. Should I go ask Tao Er? It has indeed been a very long time since I last saw her. He turned around and asked. Tomorrow, we will visit Grandmaster Su. What do you think? Yun Yong Ning suddenly stopped her hands, stood up abruptly and said, No, absolutely not. While the two were in the bathing chamber, Si Yan suggested that Princess Yun Yong Ning accompany him tomorrow to visit her Grand Master. But as soon as Yong Ning heard this, she immediately stood up, resolutely refusing. No, absolutely not, it is simply not allowed. Because when it came to this, she began to stammer again. Si Yan spoke up to explain. Grandmaster Su is a senior. Since we are already married, wouldn't it be disrespectful if we did not pay our respects? Yong Ning then spoke up, suggesting, Then can we only go for a few days? Xing Yan did not understand why Yong Ning only wanted to go for a few days, so he spoke up to ask, but his reply was met with her anger. Yong Ning snorted, then picked up the basin of water and splashed it directly onto Xing Yan's face, saying, I only want to go for a few days precisely because I want to. Si Yan, having been splashed with water, had a somewhat unconvinced expression and also did not understand why Yong Ning was so angry. A few days later, Si Yan and Yun Yong Ning set out together to visit her Grand Master. Along the way, Si Yan saw people from the Xuanwu Kingdom and wondered, are these not people from the Xuanwu Kingdom? Why are they also present in the imperial capital? The other person heard Si Yan's question, was briefly startled at first, but quickly replied, The envoys from the Xuanwu Kingdom are here to visit the old master, but their lead official has not yet arrived. The old master is preparing to receive them. Please, two esteemed guests, enter and wait for a moment. This humble one will go and inform them. Si Yan did not forget to ask if Tao Er was present in the residence, but received the reply that she had gone out and was not currently there. Yun Yong Ning still smiled outwardly, but her heart was already filled with rage. So, waiting for several days was precisely for this matter. Yun Yong Ning's reaction made onlookers shiver, even without the cold. Suddenly, an auntie rushed out. Oh my, isn't this my niece Yong Ning and nephew Su Xian? I didn't expect to meet you two here. What a coincidence. Xing Yan secretly sweated a drop, his heart filled with bewilderment. Although it is indeed a coincidence, this is her home after all. She kept circling around Yun Yong Ning, her mouth babbling endlessly. The weather is truly beautiful today, isn't it? Lady Hu Manhui's appearance is also truly exquisite. Just then, she seemed to recall that she had asked someone to purchase new clothes today, and she suggested, asking if Yong Ning wished to come inside and have a look. Yong Ning was left bewildered by her actions, and was ultimately pulled straight inside. She kept urging her to try them on, explaining that some sets were made with incorrect sizing by the tailor, rendering them too tight for her. If they fit her, she could simply take them. Only Si Yan remained standing, utterly perplexed, his eyes wide as he watched her being pulled away in one swift motion. Yong Ning, still remembering the one left outside, hastily asked, Oh, what about my husband? She simply replied that her husband was a man. How could he possibly enter the inner chambers of her female Grand Master? Having said that, she turned back, smiling meaningfully and winking at Xian. Afterwards, the door slammed shut, leaving him standing there even more bewildered. Xian suddenly realized something was amiss. A rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind him, accompanied by a charming tuft of pink hair, characteristic of Tao Nhi. From within the thicket, Tao Nhi immediately sprang out, calling, "Master!" Tears streamed down her eyes, revealing her profound longing for her master, Xia Yan. Xin Yan turned around, his face instantly lighting up with radiant joy upon seeing Tao Nhi once more. Xi Yan called her name, asking why she had been hiding in the grass in such a manner, her entire body covered in dirt and disheveled. Xi Yan gently patted Tao Ni's cheek. At this moment, countless leaves were entangled in her hair. Xin Yan removed the leaves caught in Tao Ni's hair, simultaneously asking, "Did you not already depart from here?" Tao Nh. I stammered to Xian, I came back, and upon learning Master was here, I immediately rushed back to see how Master has been doing these past few days. Xi Yan replied that he was still living very well, except that she had not come to visit him. In truth, Tao Nhi also wished to come, but Princess Yongning was guarding Xian too closely. Today, if Tao Nhi had not secretly snuck out, there would have been no way for her to meet her master. Xi Yan opened his mouth, his expression darkening with astonishment. Could it be that matters had become so severe? Tao Nhi shyly and bashfully asked Xian, "Master, it has been several days since we last met. I wonder if you missed Tao Nhi." Xin Yan smiled indulgently, turning Tao Nihi's head and replying, "Of course. I always think of you." Hearing this, Tao Nhi happily smiled and said, "Tao Nhi is the same. I always miss Master greatly. Now that these trivial matters are concluded, Master, let us return to Xuanhai." Upon hearing mention of that place, Xin Yan's expression grew slightly solemn. Return to Xuanhai? Seeing Xian's reaction, Tao Nhi grew somewhat anxious, and hastily grasped his hand. "Does Master truly not wish to? Master, will you not truly remain by Yongning's side later, and abandon Tao Nhi? Did Master not once promise to remain by Tao Nihi's side?" Xian flicked Tao Nihi's forehead forcefully, causing her a sharp pang of pain, and then spoke. "What kind of nonsense are you thinking? We will leave eventually, but now is not the time." Taor hugged her knees, rubbing them unwillingly as she puffed out her cheeks in grievance. "Master, you're worried about Yongning, aren't you?" Xi Yan let out a startled, "Huh?" Even he had never considered that possibility. Only after hearing Teoscare's words did he find himself somewhat embarrassed. At the thought of it, Teo grew a little dejected. She had already heard everything that had happened within the imperial palace. Everyone knew that Master Xi Yan wished to help Princess Yongning. If Xi Yan could free Yongning from her current plight, it would naturally be a wonderful thing. But just as she was speaking, Teo suddenly clutched her head and crouched down. At that very moment, the gates of the Grand Preceptor's inner courtyard swung open, instantly drawing both of their attention. Yun Yongning had changed into a new set of robes, and stood there with her hands on her hips, seething with anger. As expected, she immediately shouted Teo Shaer's name, while Auntie at the Grand Preceptor's residence could only hold her forehead in helplessness. She could no longer stop the princess. Teo had already been crouching in the corner because of what had just happened, yet Yongning still scolded her for being shameless, accusing her of having her family separate them. Yun Yongning said, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Auntie has always been interested only in cultivation techniques, yet today she insisted on making me try on one outfit after another, refusing to let me leave. I grew up here. How could I possibly fail to notice something was wrong?" Auntie forced a bitter smile and tried to explain herself. Wasn't it simply to indulge your preferences?" Yun Yongning asked. "Teo Gaer, you deliberately separated me so you could be alone with my husband. What exactly are you plotting?" Teo Gaer immediately shot back. "This is the Su family's residence. Is there a problem with that?" Yun Yongning frowned and repeated, "Is there a problem?" She looked Teo here up and down before saying, "You used to dress like a little girl. Yet today you've even put on makeup? Who exactly are you trying to show yourself to? Whom are you trying to please?" Taor folded her arms, gently shook her head, and replied calmly, "Why? Is there something wrong with that? I've already reached the age to be married. If I dress up to win someone's affection, does Big Sister intend to interfere with that as well?" Yun Yongning snorted in annoyance. "Then, you're overthinking it." After that, she began boasting. "My husband treats Yongning extremely well. These past few days, he has not only accompanied me around the city, but has also urged me to cultivate diligently. He even personally taught me fist techniques and blade techniques. Although he was strict, he instructed me with exceptional care." After hearing all of that, Teo remained completely unmoved. She immediately assumed a stance, performed a set of fist techniques, then asked, "Sister Yongning, is this the fist technique my husband taught you?" Yun Yongning exclaimed in surprise. Then, Taylor again brandished a saber, demonstrated saber techniques, and asked, "Is this also the saber technique my husband taught you?" Taylor then tossed the saber aside, drew a sword, performed swordplay, and asked, "Or perhaps this sword technique? Sister Yongning, have you seen it before?" Pavilion Master Cyan nodded as he watched Taylor, secretly thinking that this girl's sword technique had improved considerably. He feared that even those within the Seven-Star sect might not be her match. Yun Yongning was speechless and furiously demanded Pavilion Master Cyan compensate her. Pavilion Master Cyan could only explain, "Well, I did teach her a little bit before." Teonair immediately added, "That's right, we've known each other for a long time. So long before Sister Yongning, I don't even know." Cultivating similar cultivation techniques is not strange at all. What? Is there something wrong with that? Pavilion Master Xian opened a box of pastries, telling Teo Kara that he and Yongning had brought some snacks for her. They were floral pastries from Shunfeng village, and also baked cakes. He knew she liked sweets, so he bought them and brought them here. Taoir's eyes immediately lit up like stars as she exclaimed, "Shunfeng village's baked cakes are indeed the best. Master, older brother, you are truly the best to me." The three entered the pavilion to eat the pastries, and Pavilion Master Simian found himself in an awkward predicament, caught between two individuals who were like opposing forces. Teo Rear happily enjoyed the pastries, while Yun Yongning's face darkened, etched with displeasure. A moment later, Yun Yongning resumed her offensive. She said, "Sister Taoir, in truth my husband also likes to eat sweets, and he particularly enjoys having pastries with tea, which is why my home often has pastries so he doesn't have to search for them everywhere." Taoir was struck, and the scales of victory immediately tipped towards Yun Yongning. Taoir immediately retorted, "Is that so? Sister is truly considerate. Even Sister Yongning knows such things. Not only that, he doesn't just like sweets, but he also enjoys waking up early to savor tea." The score was now tied. Taoir seized the advantage and continued her assault. She said, "When he eats, he loves to drink soup, and when he finally picks up his chopsticks, he holds them slightly above the middle. When he smiles, he has a dimple on his right cheek, but only on one side." Yun Yongning retorted, "I would know all this after observing him for a few days. Why are you bragging about such things?" Then she smirked triumphantly and said, "I know about my husband's affairs, but you know more than I do. My husband and I share a blanket and sleep together. How could you possibly know about that?" Taoir puffed out her cheeks in anger, glaring at Pavilion Master Cyan, then let out a HMPH. He broke out in a cold sweat, turned away to avoid her gaze, and excused himself, claiming there was truly no way to avoid this situation. Teo Shear still refused to admit defeat, saying, "HMPH, what is that even?" Although he doesn't snore, he likes to curl up when he sleeps, and his sleeping posture is very unsightly. He might slap his own mouth several times while asleep, and he also likes to pull the blanket, so sometimes sleeping next to him, one would be frozen stiff in the middle of the night. Van Vin Nin immediately cried out, asking, "Husband, how did Dao Nhi know your sleeping posture?" Tung Gan Pavilion Master cried out in alarm, gnashing his teeth as he secretly thought, "Indeed, how could this girl possibly know?" Van Vin Nin pinched Tung Gan Pavilion Master's hand, her voice soft but full of implied menace. "Husband, are you living as a son-in-law in Van Vin Ning's household? You are Van Vin Nin's man. If you were to like another woman or collude with another woman, Van Vin Nin would make you—" Dao Nhi slammed her hand on the table, shot to her feet, and declared loudly, "Stop. You wish to abandon him? You would be so lucky." Van Vin Ninth immediately retorted, "You stinking brat, what exactly do you intend to do today?" Tungan Pavilion Master helplessly watched the two women before him. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone sneaking past. He immediately waved and called out loudly, "To Grand Tutor!" Tungan Pavilion Master, moving with lightning speed, rushed over and clapped the man on the shoulder, saying, "You've finally returned," he said. "You were the matchmaker for the marriage between Van Vin Nin and me, so we have come to visit you at once." His true intention was to say that the Grand Tutor was the one who had caused all this trouble. He continued, "I did not expect to cause such a commotion in your residence. Please forgive us. After all, you are a great senior. Dich Ngia, quickly think of a way to resolve this for me, otherwise." A fierce expression flashed across his face as he continued, "Nephew, wait a moment. I will give. Dich Ngia. Do you believe me? I will perform the grandest ceremony, Dich Ngia. I would bow to you until my last breath." Tugangan Pavilion Master slung an arm around to Grand Tutor's shoulder with an extremely joyful expression. To Grand Tutor also patted his back and said, "Indeed, virtuous nephew. Later, envoys from the Black Tortoise Kingdom will be negotiating matters of trade. It would be beneficial for you to come and listen." Tungan Pavilion Master heard this and replied, "Oh, is that so? In that case, I must also go along to learn." The elder and the younger man, with arms slung around each other, walked and feigned dancing before the eyes of everyone else. Their hands and feet truly could not stay still. One could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was extremely close. Dao Nhi crossed her arms, clearly showing her displeasure. She said, "Father will come too. You can discuss your matters, and we'll listen to ours." Van Vin Nin, standing beside Dao Nhi, was also displeased. She said to Grand Tutor, "Grand Tutor, there's no need to mind us. We can just sit far away and listen." Upon hearing this, the two men's faces immediately darkened. Sweat continuously poured from them, and their mood took an abrupt turn. Both were startled as if they had just heard ill tidings, so they spoke in unison. "Ah, this." Suddenly the appearance of a person broke the atmosphere at that moment. That person respectfully bowed his head, clasped his hands, and saluted to Grand Tutor. Grand Tutor replied, "I have kept you waiting." Beside him was Tungan Pavilion Master. As for the other two, they stood behind. The person noticed Van Vin Nin, and asked to Grand Tutor, "Could this be the renowned Vin Fusek princess recently granted her title by the Empress Dowager?" Having said that, he looked towards Van Vin Ninth, smiled, bowed his head, and greeted, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness Princess." Van Vin Ninth politely raised her hand and said, "There's no need for formalities. I am merely accompanying them to observe. Consider me not to be here." Dao Nhi, standing beside her, felt as if she had been ignored. She openly showed her displeasure with a huff. Her gaze darted towards Vin Nin. Immediately after, she jabbed her hand into Vin Nin's waist, causing Vin Nin to arch her back instantly from the sudden ticklish sensation. She let out a small yelp. Her composure shattered in front of outsiders. Vin Nin, flustered and humiliated, turned to admonish Dao Nhi. "Dao Nhi, what mischief are you planning now?" Dao Nhi, however, calmly crossed her arms, her demeanor unconcerned, as if utterly indifferent. She replied, "It was merely an oversight, and you yourself could not stand firm." At that response, Vin Nin refused to be outmaneuvered. She offered a mysterious smile and stepped closer to Dao Nhi. She spoke in a voice imbued with mystery. "Then I, too, shall be careless." Concurrently, she placed her hand on the other's waist, intending to return the prank. Witnessing their eccentric antics, the other three could only stand by, their expressions utterly bewildered. The master asked, "Are you not going to intervene?" Grand Tutor's son could only reply, "Which of them do you believe I can possibly control?" After saying this, he brought a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat with a cough, and then addressed the other man, Envoy Shi. "Let us resume our customary bilateral discussions." Very well, Grand Tutor, regarding the matter of taxes." The man had not even finished his opening remark before Grand Tutor's son abruptly interrupted him. He raised a hand, gesturing to halt the man, as if to physically restrain his words. "Ah, Brother Jin. This tax rate is already the absolute lowest. Cross-border trade is not a simple affair, and His Majesty himself has stated that if your side harbors any differing intentions, we will increase the tax by an additional 20%. After all, our side hardly exports a significant amount as it is. His Majesty is even considering levying a transit fee upon your esteemed nation for passage through the Grand Canal." Upon hearing this, the other man's countenance immediately became taut with alarm. He flinched, his face draining of color, and cried out in disbelief. "What?" Grand Tutor's son's expression suddenly grew severe. He looked at the man and stated, "Naturally. I am, in fact, still in negotiations with His Majesty. It is my hope that His Majesty will weigh friendship heavily." But then, Grand Tutor's son's countenance suddenly brightened, and he let out a soft, knowing "ah." The man opened the box he held in his hand. Within it rested a luminous gem, its inherent rarity and preciousness evident at a mere glance. He respectfully stated, "Esteemed Grand Tutor, this is a night-shining pearl, forged from the deepest reaches of the East Sea. It can be refined into potent medicine, and even cultivators, at the Spirit Emperor realm and above, can use it to augment their cultivation. This is but a humble token, which I, Jin Zheng, have personally traveled great distances to present to the Grand Tutor." Confronted by the other man's earnest sincerity, Grand Tutor's son shook his head and waved a dismissive hand, indicating he could not possibly accept such a gift. Grand Tutor's son declared, "Oh, I am one of the 3 Grand Dukes of the Heavenly Sacred Nation. How could I possibly accept such gifts from your esteemed state?" Upon finishing his pronouncement, he then awkwardly, "This Grand Tutor is just and upright. All officials in the Heavenly Saint Kingdom's court know this. This cannot be. That person immediately seized the opportunity to flatter him, while stuffing treasures into the Grand Tutor's robes, saying, "Indeed, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Your reputation echoes far and wide." Grand Tutor's son sighed. "Regarding such matters, I will naturally renegotiate with His Majesty, But His Majesty always insists on having his own way. That person understood his meaning, happily holding a painting in his hand, and said, "This is a masterpiece by my nation's painting saint of the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Within its frame is the foremost beauty of the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Sovereign Lan personally dispatched me to present it to the Grand Tutor." Hearing this, Grand Tutor's son still refused verbally, "This cannot be, this cannot be," but his actions revealed him widening his sleeve, allowing that person to place the painting inside. That person seized the moment to continue flattering incessantly, saying, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Grand Tutor. Your reputation resounds far and wide." Master Su, standing by, witnessed this scene and could not help but feel inwardly shaken, wondering to himself why this side was also full of such theatrics. Grand Tutor's son's gaze swept towards the group of people carrying items. Each of them held a flask in their hands, which made Grand Tutor's son feel suspicious, unsure of what these things truly were. The person beside him happily smiled and replied to him, "They are just a few local specialties I prepared. No need to pay them any mind." Suddenly, a servant carrying goods stumbled over a crack in the rock. He lunged forward, causing the wine flask to slip from his grasp, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Inside, however, were countless gold ingots. Master Su witnessed this and could not help but be astonished. His eyes widened and his mouth hung open. "Are these pickled vegetables?" Grand Tutor's son smiled and said to the person opposite him, "Your pickled vegetables have spoiled. Why have they turned into such hard lumps?" He grasped that person's hand and stroked it. That person replied, "The humidity was high along the way. These pickled vegetables must have become damp. I beg the Grand Tutor not to scorn them." Watching the two of them exchange words, Master Su, standing not far away, had long since become rigid in place. Grand Tutor's son said, no matter. Wife, quickly come and clean this up. Take these pickled vegetables and wash them to see if they are still edible." Immediately after, from behind, a woman with gleaming eyes rushed forward, holding a large bag. Come here. A moment later, the group had departed. Only then did Grand Tutor's son turn to Master Su and say, "Forgive my display. This Black Tortoise Kingdom is exceedingly wealthy. My acceptance of a few of their local specialties is not excessive." He stroked his silver-white beard and continued, "Afterward, they must be submitted to the national treasury, contributing to the imperial court's budget." Master Su, standing beside him, forced a smile. I understand. Your esteemed name has long been heard. Your reputation echoes far and wide." Grand Tutor's son's expression grew stern. His gaze lifted heavenward. This Black Tortoise Kingdom is, in truth, not content with its lot. Behind them are powerful sects providing support, making them formidable. If our Heavenly Saint Kingdom were not so powerful, they would perhaps have long since coveted our nation's dominion. His Majesty hopes for peaceful coexistence between the two nations, and truly, from the start, had no intention of increasing taxes. However, I cannot simply stand by and watch the opposing side grow increasingly powerful by relying on trade with our nation. What was received today can be considered enough to compensate for the tax deficit within a year. But after a year, what will transpire? Who can foretell such events? Behind them, two people were secretly listening. Teofir immediately kicked Young Ning's backside, causing Master Su to turn his head and look back. Master Su forced a smile, with sweat beading on his cheeks, and spoke. "So that's how it is." Hearing the commotion, the two of them turned back together. Before their eyes, the two maidens were still fighting, causing them both to momentarily freeze in shock. Is there truly no one to intervene? Come then. Young Ling quickly moved behind her honored master and declared, "Tao Er, restrain yourself! He is my husband, he is my man. Every day I follow him, and every night we share the same bed." Tao Er, clinging to the honored master's other arm, refused to yield and forcefully retorted, "Can you say the same? If you tell him to leave today, I will take him for myself." The two young women, clinging to either side of the honored master's body, pressed him until he was forced to exclaim, "Weren't things perfectly peaceful just a moment ago? Why are you fighting now?" Young Ling irritably commanded, "Let go!" Tao Er, in turn, playfully stuck out her tongue and retorted, "I won't!" The scene shifts. Tao Er, with bright eyes, gazes into the distance. Her mother, standing beside her, gently smiles and softly says, "All right. They have all left now. There's no need to look anymore. Your elder sister Yang Ning was so provoked by you today that she was driven to the verge of tears. If you continue to cause such mischief, will Yang Ning ever dare to visit our home again? Do you two still wish to remain sisters?" Tao Er averted her mother's gaze, turning her face away and muttering, "Who told her to flaunt herself in front of others? She deserved a lesson." Suddenly her eyes welled up, and she tugged at her mother's robe. "Oh mother, did elder sister Yang Ning truly cry?" Her mother replied. Her tears hadn't quite fallen, but she was certainly on the verge. Seeing the child before her beginning to feel remorse, The mother gently smiled and kindly said to her, "It's fortunate that you two have always shared a strong affection since childhood. If it weren't Yongning, I dare say you would have charged forward and struck them. However, Yongning has always yielded to you. If you continue to contend with her for a man, she will surely begin to contend back." Tao Er's gaze fell. She remembered her childhood memories with Yongning, playing together, sharing cakes, enduring all sorts of joys and sorrows. "You two are still just as you were before," her mother concluded. As soon as her mother's words ended, Tao Er sat down, covering her face and sobbing. "Mother, was Tao Er wrong from the very beginning?" Her mother, standing nearby, immediately comforted her. "You are not to blame for these matters. If there's any blame, it likely lies with your father's inherent nature. The principal fault does not lie with you, Tao Er. Rest assured, your master will not abandon you. Your mother can clearly see that." Meanwhile, the honored master sat beside Yongning. He remarked, "Tao Er's temperament is simply like that. Why do you continue to argue with the child?" Still unappeased, Yongning turned to the honored master with an extremely resolute attitude after hearing his words. "Husband," she declared, "let us return home and continue with my cultivation practice. I refuse to lose to Tao Er. She always follows through on her words." After her cultivation practice with the honored master, Yongning was utterly exhausted. She lay stretched out on the bed, her entire body drenched in sweat, utterly spent. She exclaimed, "Oh husband, why do you constantly aim for my backside when teaching cultivation techniques? You struck me so painfully. Tonight I can only lie prostrate." After saying that, she reached back and rubbed her backside. The honored master, sitting beside her, commented, "It is only where there are flaws in the body that such strikes land." Yongling attempted to complain pitifully, but truly, it still pained her greatly. "Perhaps, husband, you could help me massage it?" Upon hearing her words, the Grand Master was utterly astonished and exclaimed loudly, "Huh? A massage? A real massage? Indeed. Does my husband disdain his wife?" Zunshi quickly smiled and replied, "No, not at all." His face was drenched in sweat. He slowly reached out his hand towards Yongning, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. He gently smiled as he looked at her, then pulled the blanket over Yongning. Suddenly, many golden characters appeared, wrapping around Zunshi's arm, causing him to exclaim, "Oh!" From afar, those golden characters extended outside the window, and in the sky, a strange rock appeared, resembling a fortress. Zunshi said, "It seems I've been living quite comfortably lately, truly forgetting you. Are you so eager to urge me on like this?" As he spoke, Zunshi's hand clenched, and he gazed along the path formed by the golden characters. In Yongning's dream, she saw Zunshi walking on very tall steps, reaching far into the distance. She did not know where he wished to go. She only knew she was trying her best to follow behind him, running and calling out loudly, "My husband, where are you going?" Her face was filled with panic and fear. When Zunshi heard her, he turned his head, but his expression was utterly cold. Then he turned back and continued walking as if he had never seen her. He walked faster and faster, making the distance between them grow ever wider. Yongning, from behind, reached out her hand. She called out with all her might, "Don't go!" Then she awoke with a start, shouting out, "My husband!" Her face was filled with panic, and sweat drenched her entire body. She turned to her side, but Zunshi was nowhere to be seen. She wondered, "Where is my husband?" Just then, Zunshi entered from outside. Seeing that she was awake, Zunshi said, "Here, here. Today is a beautiful day. You shouldn't be lazily sleeping in bed." Then he smiled gently at her. "Happy birthday." Lord Lieutenant Colonel brought congratulatory gifts. In front of the manor, many wooden carts were parked, and each person, one by one, carried the offerings inside. A person announced, "Imperial Academy Libationer, Senior Official Chen, brings congratulatory gifts." Then another person continued, "Grand Physician Xiang Wu brings congratulatory gifts." Then the Chief Censor brings congratulatory gifts. The three venerable senior officials stood side by side, their faces beaming with smiles, clasping their hands towards the person in front of them. "Happy birthday, County Princess. This year's celebration is even grander than last year's." The County Princess happily smiled at the crowd surrounding her. Everyone continuously applauded, congratulating her on her birthday, which made her smile incessantly. She replied, Hey, thank you all for coming. This is but a small present from Ningxiang. My birthday, Yang Ning's, falls on this very day, but even Princess Jia Feng would absolutely not utter a single word about Yang Ning. My future husband can only be someone of high position and great influence, she thought, her lips curling into a smile, inwardly pleased and proud. Yang Ning only has a prospective son-in-law who is the Empress Dowager's paramour. What right does she have to compare herself to me? Scene change. In a desolate and secluded divine palace, inside a room, Yang Ning was pouring wine for her master. He propped his chin with one hand and asked her, "Have you celebrated your birthday like this every year for the past few years?" Yang Ning gently smiled in response. She told him, "It's always been like this. Don't be upset anymore. This year, with my husband by my side, I am already content. The master then continued. Today is your birthday. Why are you comforting me instead? Upon hearing this, Yongning unexpectedly burst out laughing. Hey H1. Afterwards, she asked her master if these dishes were enough. If not, she would go to the kitchen to make a few more dishes. The master twirled his wineglass, then replied to her. No need for more trouble. Afterwards, he raised his wineglass and took a sip, then said cheerfully, I'm afraid we'll have to go out soon. Please announce. Sect Master Lin Hongying of the Xuan Nu sect has arrived to offer birthday congratulations. A dark-skinned girl with long, flowing golden hair, dressed extremely alluringly, stepped before the divine palace. The entire aura emanating from her instantly captivated the servant, leaving him utterly dazed. She said, Please forgive my uninvited arrival. Behind her stood two short-haired individuals, gifts in hand. Suddenly, someone seated at the table, drinking wine, spoke up. The Xuan Nu sect does not have many dealings with my Ningguang Manor. Why would they come to Ningguang Manor to offer congratulations? He wondered. The person standing beside him immediately replied, Could it be that the Xuan Nu sect wishes to establish themselves in our imperial capital? I have met Sect Master Lin before. Let me go greet her. Having said that, he walked up to the girl and greeted her courteously. Sect Master Lin, many years have passed, and this time you have traveled a great distance to congratulate my little sister. It is truly too much trouble. The other person happily replied, I truly did not expect to have any relations with Ningguang Manor. I have brought some gifts for your esteemed sister. Nangxiang, seated nearby, was extremely excited upon hearing this. She looked towards Sect Master Lin and said, Nangxiang, thanks, Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Lin, having traveled from afar, Nangxiang is deeply grateful. In an instant, the other person was stunned, unsure how to respond to her. Sect Master Lin immediately waved her hand. I am truly sorry, but you have misunderstood. This time, I have come for Yongning, or rather, Princess Yongfu. Nangxiang was stunned by that statement for a full 5 seconds, her face blank, yet completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Huh? Following that, all three people simultaneously exclaimed, Huh? A man immediately asked, Is Sect Master Lin serious? The white-haired old man who had been seated at the table earlier then turned to instruct a servant. Go call Yongning here. Just tell her that a distinguished guest has come to seek her. The other person immediately replied, Yes. Princess Vin Nin stepped out of the house, her expression full of surprise, unable to hide her doubt. Is that true? Was I called out? Following behind her was Tun Su. Her presence greatly annoyed Ngong Huang, whose expression darkened as she shot a hateful glance towards Vin Nin. Upon seeing Vin Nin, Sect Master Lam immediately bowed in respectful greeting. Sect Master Lam Hong An, of the Profound Maiden sect, pays her respects to Princess Vin Fuk. Hearing this, Vin Nin quickly waved her hand, saying, Ah, Sect Master Lam, there is no need for such formality. Just calling me Vin Ning is fine. Only then did Hong An step closer to Vin Ning. She looked at her with a joyful smile, and asked, Is that all right? Then I shall call you little sister Vin Nin. You are truly endearing, unlike some people. At Hong An's compliment, Vin Nin felt a little shy, and could only force a smile. Ha ha. Seeing this, the other person's expression grew even darker, and she sweated profusely from sheer humiliation. Hong An smiled and pointed towards the gift, saying, Your elder sister even prepared a special present for you. I hope you will like it. Vin Nin held Hong An's gift in her hands, her heart filled with immense fondness, her expression showing both joy and happiness. She replied, Of course Vin Nin likes a gift from elder sister. Please, have a seat. Despite Vin Ning's invitation, Hong An declined. She explained, I have an appointment with someone, so I cannot stay any longer. I had to let him go for 3 days before I could finally catch him. If he were to meet me again today, I fear he wouldn't be very pleased. Please excuse me, but if anyone bullies you, just come find your elder sisters. Having said that, the person waved goodbye. Only Vin Nin remained, momentarily dazed. She turned her gaze towards Tonsu, who was sitting and drinking tea. She said to him, If that's the case, then my husband and I should also return. However, Tonsu paid no mind, so she repeated herself a little louder. My husband should return now. Why are you sitting there? Only then did Tonsu turn to look at her, saying, Oh, why must we return? The old man seemed displeased. He cast his gaze towards the two of them and spoke. Vin Nin, since you are here, have a seat. Today is also your birthday. Hearing this, Vin Nin was slightly startled, her expression showing her awkward reply. Oh yes. Ngong Huang, standing nearby, clearly displayed her disdain. She cursed furiously in her heart. By what right do these two pieces of scum get to sit? Suddenly, another person stepped forward and patted Ningxiang's shoulder. Gazing at the others, they said to Princess Yongning, Sect Master Lin is the head of a great sect. I wonder what rare treasure she has bestowed. Why don't you open it for us to see? Young Ning awkwardly looked at the box placed before her and said, to open this now would be somewhat impolite. Su Shi, sitting beside her, immediately encouraged her. Do not be afraid, just open it and see. Young Ning opened the box, revealing merely a cloth pouch inside. Upon seeing it, Ning Xiang immediately laughed with glee. She mocked, is that not merely a money pouch? Sect Master Lin is truly too generous. Suddenly, a voice spoke from an unknown source. This is a golden rhinoceros finger. Hearing this, Ning Xiang immediately bellowed. Where did this stray dog and cat come from? Is my Prince Ning's residence a mere vegetable market, where anyone can casually stroll in? Guards! Suddenly, the person behind him trembled incessantly, his face drenched in sweat, his expression utterly terrified. He then hastily said to Ning Xiang, wait, younger sister, do not speak another word. With those words, he clasped his hands and bowed his head, as if fearing he had offended someone. He said, Ning Zhongyang, the crown prince of Prince Ning's residence, respectfully greets Senior Divine Blade. Divine Blade, this humble one has had the fortune to meet you once again. I wonder if you still remember Wen Bei. His eyes widened, and he stared nervously at the person before him, eagerly awaiting a response. In response, Divine Blade raised a hand to scratch his head, his face displaying a hint of awkwardness. He forced a smile. I remember. Yet in his heart, he was silently wondering who this person was. Just then, someone entered, clapping their hands. How lively it is, they remarked. Seeing no one at the entrance, I simply let myself in. The junior, startled, said, Sect Master Bai, why have you also graced Prince Ning's residence with your presence? Hearing this, Sect Master Bai merely smiled. Oh, naturally, I have come to celebrate your younger sister's birthday. Sect Master Bai's appearance left everyone present involuntarily dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, what a beautiful woman, and was immediately chastised by an old man. I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Sect Master Bai is a man. Furthermore, do you not know what kind of person Sect Master Bai truly is? He is precisely the one hailed as the most beautiful man under heaven, a demon who almost caused the emperor to abandon his entire harem and empress. The old man's words instantly plunged that person into silence. He grimaced, as if utterly unable to accept the truth. Wen Bei raised a hand and pointed towards Ning Xiang. For the two of you to grace us with your presence is truly the glory of my prince's residence. Ning Xiang, these two are eminent senior cultivators. Quickly go and welcome them. Ning Xiang was utterly overjoyed. She quickly ran before the two of them, her face beaming with delight as she said, my esteemed seniors. Unexpectedly, immediately after, both of them turned towards Yong Ning. Completely. At that moment, she felt as if she had been dragged straight into hell, turning her head back in disbelief and panic, only to see those two clasping their hands and bowing in reverence to Princess Yong Ning. Shen Dao said, this humble one, the Divine Blade, pays respects to Princess Yong Ning. The other person also spoke. The profound Yin sect master, left protector Bai Lan, pays respects to Princess Yong Ning. The cruel and brutal scene before her eyes struck Xiang Xiang like a bolt of lightning. She exclaimed, didn't royal brother say they were great cultivators of the human god realm? Why must they bow before Yong Ning? Seeing the two performing their bows, Yang Shning hurriedly ran over to help them up, her demeanor quite awkward. Two esteemed seniors, what are you two doing? You doing this is truly troubling Yong Ning. Seeing her approach to help them, the two immediately dodged to the side. Shen Dao said, Princess Yong Ning, please do not call me senior. It will damage my longevity. Yong Ning widened her eyes. Her sparkling pupils replied, But you are indeed seniors. If I do not use respectful address, that is when I will suffer damage to my longevity. Upon hearing this, the two could only force a smile. Please don't call us that. Just call us by our names. Otherwise we will indeed suffer damage to our longevity. Your status alone is a burden we cannot bear. Shen Dao coughed, then took out a piece of soft armor, woven from countless fish scales. With a proud expression, he held it before Yong Ning and said, This is a soft armor I obtained a few days ago from the Mutiang Divine Ruins, a gift for you. This armor is impervious to blades, swords, water, and fire, and I obtained it from a divine being. Everyone around them gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, A treasure obtained from the hands of a god? Its craftsmanship is absolutely marvelous. Hearing this, Bai Lan, who was beside them, was unwilling to be outdone. Princess Yong Ning, this is a gift from our sect master to you. Please open it when the banquet concludes. Receiving the gift in her hand, Yong Ning said, How can I accept such a precious gift? The revered master, who had been sitting and drinking water until now, finally spoke up. If it has been given to her, then simply accept it. There's no need to be so polite with them. Young Sining turned her head to look at him, still a little hesitant. She finally obediently accepted. The revered master thought to himself, Today, she can be considered sensible if she had still dared to wear women's clothing here today. A beating on the buttocks would have been unavoidable. Bailan stepped closer to the revered master, her appearance exceptionally beautiful and alluring. "Revered master, please look this way quickly." Suddenly, the revered master's eyes were covered by someone. That person was precisely Yongning. She said, "Husband, any more staring and your soul will be captivated." The revered master replied to her, "It won't reach that point, not to that extent." Seeing them so intimate, Wenbei thought to himself about the revered master. "You are merely a kept pretty boy, supported by the Empress Dowager, yet you dare to be so casual with two great cultivators of the human god realm? Who gave you such audacity?" His face was beaded with sweat, and his gaze darted to a person of no consequence. As for that little girl Ningxiang, she was clearly extremely vexed, a fact that made him somewhat doubtful. No, that's not right. Could it be that they mistook their target? Yongning and Ningxiang are both daughters of my Ning manor, and I thought no one would care, but this is not quite right. They seem very sincere and quite reserved. Ningxiang's gaze grew even more venomous. She glared intently at the other person, her face exuding an aura of rage and deep resentment. "This is my birthday banquet. By what right does this impudent woman flaunt herself here?" Suddenly, footsteps echoed, breaking the prevailing atmosphere. "What good fortune this day brings." His voice rang out, leaving everyone astonished. He leisurely strolled inside, speaking as he walked, under the bewildered gazes of countless people. "Unexpectedly, by coming to this banquet, I can even meet Master Bai." The surrounding crowd immediately began to buzz with discussion. "That is Senior Shang, from True Yang Palace." Bai Lan and Divine Blade also looked towards him. He spoke. Master Bai, you killed one of my junior brothers when you were in Jiangnan last time." Zhang Zhongtang frowned, his face full of displeasure as he reminded the other party. "Do you still remember this matter?" Bai Lan unfurled his fan, covering half his face. He said, "So it was you, the one surnamed Shang. I've killed too many cats and dogs recently, I can't quite recall." Bai Lan sat on his chair with a nonchalant demeanor, showing no apprehension or fear towards the person before him. He asked, "Is there something amiss?" Shizun observed the scene before him, unable to help but pay close attention to the exchange between the two parties. Bai Lan continued, "I thought some nuisance had come to tempt Jiangnan." Bai Lan's tone was full of provocation and contempt for the person before him. It was only then that Shizun turned to Yongning and said, "Yongning, do you know the background of this person?" She replied, "Huh? Husband, you do not know? He must be the palace lord of Truyang Palace, the biological younger brother of Shang Qinyi, Shang Zhongtang, and one of the two revered divine beings of Truyang Palace. Truyang Palace can even govern the imperial nation. Even when an emperor ascends the throne, they must read the decree of the Truyang Palace Lord. After the heavenly saint nation expanded, Truyang Palace then limited its power, making an agreement with the heavenly saint emperor, but they can still sit as equals with the emperor." The revered master repeated her words. "Can sit as equals with the emperor? If that is the case, his background is indeed formidable." At this moment, Bai Lan secretly mused, "That one surnamed Shang, have you come for revenge today?" No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than the True Yang Palace Lord suddenly burst into radiant laughter and raised his hand. "Ah ha ha, today I have come to participate in the banquet. Furthermore, that junior brother of mine in Jiangnan colluded with Fuxiu to frame your profound yin demonic sect. They deserve to be punished. What enmity could there be?" After he finished speaking, Bei Wen stepped forward before him and bowed in greeting. Bei Wen said, "Senior Shang came to the imperial capital to meet the emperor, but I did not expect Senior Shang to grace my princely manor. I am truly honored." The True Yang Palace Lord replied, "This old man has always admired the esteemed princely heir. Naturally, I must come to congratulate your esteemed sister." Bei Wen turned towards Ningxiang and beckoned her closer with his hand. He said, "Ningxiang, you know Senior Shang. Why do you not quickly come forth and pay your respects?" Ningxiang momentarily froze, looking at Bei Wen. She couldn't help but feel helpless once more. With that, she walked towards Zhenyang Palace to pay her respects to the senior. But inwardly she was worried, thinking to herself, "They're not here to find Yang Ning, are they?" As he finished speaking, the representative from Zhenyang Palace presented a book towards her. "This is a cultivation technique from my Zhenyang Palace, which can be presented to the county princess. Although it is not a top-tier cultivation technique, it contains the first 3 moves of a natal sword technique. If you manage to learn it, you will gain endless benefits throughout your life." Ningxiang held the cultivation technique in her hand. Her expression immediately turned joyful, her eyes shining brightly with delight, after which she said, "Many thanks, senior." Those witnessing the scene couldn't help but gape. Everyone was in disbelief at what had just transpired. This Zhenyang Palace truly values Prince Ning's estate, doesn't it? To directly bestow a cultivation technique, and even the first 3 moves of a natal sword technique. Isn't this practically granting the status of a core disciple of Zhenyang Palace? Hearing the murmurs of those around her, Ningxiang couldn't hide her complacent expression. She cast a glance towards Master Sun and Yong Ning, secretly thinking to herself, HMPH, so what if she has a human god cultivator backing her? In terms of power in this world, Zhenyang Palace is number one. No matter how precious the gifts those two might offer, they cannot compare to this status. At the same time, the family elder standing before the representative from Zhenyang Palace spoke up to greet him. Senior brother Zhong Tong, my apologies. This prince failed to greet you from the outer gates. Please, quickly, have a seat. The Zhenyang Palace representative replied, It is I who came uninvited. Your Highness, there is no need for such excessive courtesy. And as for sitting, there is no need. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept towards Bailan. I have something I wish to ask Sect Master Bai. Receiving that gaze, various conjectures immediately arose in Bailan's mind. You're even more annoying than those Bailan plays with in the pleasure house. What exactly do you want to do? The Zhenyang Palace representative chuckled softly. Sect Master Bai and I truly have no enmity. But there are two human god cultivators whom Sect Master Bai knows, who do not feel the same. That person stole my nephew's fiancée and even crippled his limbs. This deep enmity between you and Zhenyang Palace is truly immense. Even my senior brother has long been enraged by it. That person, is his name Pavilion Master C, by any chance? Master Sun still listens silently to the other party speak, while the words that had just come from the Zhenyang Palace representative immediately stunned Yong Ning. Pavilion Master C? She turned to look at Master Sun, a thought suddenly arising in her mind. Didn't Zhao Ying use this name to address my husband last time? The Zhenyang Palace representative glared back and then asked Bailan, Sect Master Bai, do you know this person? Bailan feigned complete ignorance. No, I don't know him. At that time, I merely sat on his lap out of curiosity. But it was not very proper. Hearing that statement, the Zhenyang Palace representative subtly revealed a displeased expression. Is that so? If Sect Master Bai does not wish to speak of it, then we can discuss something else. I, Zhong Tong, began learning the sword at 3 years old. My senior brother diligently nurtured me. When it comes to sword arts, even my senior brother has highly praised me. Today, I wish to humbly request Sect Master Bai to... He stood right in front of Bailan, his entire body radiating an aura as hot as fire, indicating that this person was enraged to the extreme, even though his expression remained calm. Witnessing that scene, Yong Ning's expression became tense. She called out to her husband, but all she received in return was a smile. Her master told her, Do not fear, he is here. Sure enough, as soon as the master finished speaking, Shen Dao aggressively moved into position, preparing to attack, his voice filled with excitement. Do you wish to fight? Do you want to fight? This old one is always ready. This fellow was indeed extremely warlike. One might have thought a confrontation between outstanding sword cultivators was about to unfold. Who would have thought Bailan immediately jumped out, delivering a powerful blow to his head, making him wince, while also timely stopping this reckless fool who possessed much daring but little sense. Bailan said, Our swordsmanship will not do. After speaking, he glanced towards the other person, then continued to speak, his words laden with meaning. But as it happens, there is someone even more formidable here. You should compete with that person. Bailan cleverly turned an unfavorable situation into one advantageous for himself. Without needing to act himself, he still made the other person unable to sit still. His previous words clearly carried an intent to provoke the fellow from the True Yang Palace. He clearly showed annoyance at being pushed into a disadvantageous position, unable to believe there was someone stronger than himself here. So he looked at Bailan and asked curtly, Who? At that very moment, everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted towards the table in the corner, and the atmosphere also grew heavier. That person took a sip of tea, then placed the cup on the table. His physique was incredibly robust, every muscle clearly defined. A large scar was deeply etched on his left chest, and on his head, he wore a conical hat that almost entirely obscured his face. Outsiders could only see the lower half of his face. He offered an enigmatic smile, his demeanor utterly calm and composed, and spoke serenely. Palace Lord Sheng, the Tao of swordsmanship. I have also studied it a little. After saying this, he took off his hat, revealing a remarkably handsome face, his sharp gaze and brilliant smile directed toward the person in front of him. He issued a challenge. Let us not speak of life or death. May we spar a little? On this side, Shen Dao sat sulking in the corner, his face in his hands, secretly complaining. Why? Why not me? Ning Xiang pointed her index finger directly at the person in the corner, her attitude extremely fierce, as she angrily shouted loudly. Where did this brat crawl out from? Speaking so arrogantly. Is Senior Shang someone you can provoke as you please? She roared out once more, directly targeting that person, expressing her dissatisfaction that the other party dared to offend her True Yang Palace. Where did this fellow come from? Everything happened too quickly and too dangerously. So the two people standing behind had no time to stop her, before their faces turned pale. Sweat poured down like rain, their eyes wide, eyebrows raised high, their expressions filled with terror. Wenbei immediately reached out to cover Ningxiang's mouth, his face still ghost-white. Wenbei's actions startled Ningxiang. For a moment, she could only comply. Words that had yet to escape her lips were instantly cut short. She froze, completely unable to comprehend why he would do such a thing. Then, Ningxiang was subjected to a fierce scolding from the elder. "You accursed one, shut your mouth at once. Do you even know who this is? He is the sword god." "The sword god," the elder repeated in a fierce tone, as if to ensure the other party fully understood whom she had just offended. However, that sword god, after hearing Ningxiang's insults, did not take them to heart. The sword god raised his teacup towards the other person, as if inviting him for a drink, then called out to Vice Palace Master Shang. Upon hearing the elder address that person as the sword god, the opponent's attitude immediately shifted completely, realizing he had provoked someone not to be trifled with. As soon as the sword god called his name, he was startled, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his face paling with fear, and he solemnly replied. The sword god looked at him, curled his lips, and retorted, "Did you not just claim you wish to compare swordsmanship with me? Very well. Then I shall grant you 3 moves first. Do you agree?" Zhenyang, upon hearing this, hastily waved his hand in refusal, stammering, "Sword? Sword god Dao brother, such a reply will be the death of me. How could I ever dare to compete in swordsmanship with you?" This fellow truly changed his tune faster than one could flip a rice paper pancake. Indeed, there is always a higher mountain. Just moments before, he exuded an aura that feared neither heaven nor earth, yet in an instant, he had transformed into a timid mouse. The elder and Wenbei stepped forward before the sword god, cupping their hands in a deep bow, both forcing the most joyous expressions onto their faces, their mouths curved into radiant smiles. The elder addressed the sword god. "Dao brother, your arrival at our prince's manor is truly a great fortune for us." Wenbei echoed him. Indeed, indeed. To meet senior sword god today is also Wenbei's honor." The sword god chuckled aloud at this. "Ha ha ha, I am merely a guest today. There is no need to be so formal." Ningxiang stood behind, observing the entire incident, realizing that she had indeed caused a great disaster, having offended precisely the person one absolutely should not provoke. At that very moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. Everyone treats him with such reverence and courtesy. Even Vice Palace Master Shang fears him. It's truly unbelievable. She was stunned as she faced the truth. He was the one with the highest status in this place. Her face was drenched in sweat, her eyes dazed, as she stared at the person before her. Time and again, Ningxiang seemed to be nothing but a plaything of fate. Everything she stubbornly tried to protect was ultimately doused by a bucket of cold water by reality. The sword god looked towards Yang Ning and Zun Shi, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze lingering on the two of them. He thought to himself, as expected, they are following their master. Resources truly are everywhere. At this moment, there was another person who also took notice of the two of them, Yang Ning's father. This elder was far from pleased. On the contrary, he revealed a rather displeased and annoyed expression. He looked at Zun Shi. "This fellow is always clinging to my daughter," he could not help but wonder in his heart. "What? Is this mere nobody still seated here?" The sword god senior was about to look this way. For some unknown reason, he feared the sword god might discern something amiss. In an instant, the elder began to act. He pointed directly at the young man and roared, "What utter disrespect! The sword god has arrived, yet you still dare to sit there drinking tea? Even I, this king, must rise to greet him. You truly possess immense audacity. You disregard my words and still dare to sit there enjoying your tea?" Seeing her father scolding her husband, Yang Ning immediately spoke up in his defense. She explained to her father, "It is not like that, father. Please do not hastily scold my husband. He is not a member of our sect, and therefore, he does not know this senior." Witnessing the disagreement between father and daughter, Ningxiang, standing nearby, curled one side of her lip into a sneer. She was greatly delighted to see them misunderstanding each other, and secretly thought, HMPH. The Empress Dowager's paramour truly doesn't know how to live or die. Who in this sect would possibly care about his ignoble status? Yang Ning rushed forward to that sword god, calling out loudly, "Senior, great senior! My husband does not understand the ways of the world. I beg senior not to take offense and reprimand him." Her sudden appearance and lightning-fast explanation immediately startled the sword god. He stammered in reply, "Huh?" No. Yang Ning bowed respectfully in apology. Indeed, she was a person impeccably raised and thoroughly educated. She bowed very low, sincerely expressing her profound apologies. Even though the matter was not her fault, her face beaded with sweat, she opened her mouth and said, "Yang Ning begs for great senior's forgiveness." Perhaps she believed this person's identity was absolutely extraordinary. If he paid attention to her husband and then issued a challenge, her husband would likely face immense danger, but that was merely her own speculation. Yang Ning's actions, however, momentarily terrified the sword god. His complexion turned ashen, and he completely failed to understand why she had acted in such a manner. Immediately after, the sword god hastily raised his hand and said to her, Please don't do that. You are a princess. I cannot possibly accept that bow you just offered. I truly cannot accept it. He forced a wry smile, while Yongning, standing opposite him, remained slightly bewildered. She asked him in return, You are a senior. What is there that you cannot accept? Having said that, she bowed even lower once again to express her sincerity. She said, Yongning apologizes to senior on behalf of my husband. That action caused the other person to recoil in fear for a fleeting moment. This time, the situation was even more dire than before. A sense of utter mortification washed over him. His eyes bulged, his mouth hung wide open, and he was momentarily too stunned to utter a single word. The sword god bowed even lower than her in return, and as he did, he pleaded with her, Please, do not prostrate yourself before me. Do not prostrate yourself before me, and do not call me senior. Otherwise my lifespan will be shortened, and I shall die prematurely. Witnessing the scene before their eyes, as the most powerful and majestic sword god in this realm actually bowed before Princess Yongning, everyone around was left utterly astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape. It was unclear if this was truly reality. Noticing the unusual reactions of those around him, Jian Shen immediately restrained himself. He raised a hand to his mouth, as if to staunch the words he had just blurted out, his face etched with embarrassment. That is because Princess Yongning possesses an exceptionally great fortune, he explained. If one were to casually use honorifics to address her, or bow to her as a deity, it would undoubtedly shorten their lifespan. Bailan and Shen Dao, who stood beside them, could no longer hold back their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. They pointed accusingly at Jian Shen. Dying for false pride, they scoffed. It seems your fortune for the next 10 years has been completely absorbed by Princess Yongning. Shi Zun, standing beside them, cautioned the two. Continue laughing, and he will surely hold a grudge against you. With that, he flashed an enigmatic smile and made a suggestion. Perhaps this junior, Jia Baowang, should bow before the divine sword to atone for his mistake? Those words made Jian Shen's heart immediately scream in protest. That would be courting death. It would certainly be courting death. No, absolutely not. The elder stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. He inquired, Dao brother, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to my Ning estate today? What a felicitous coincidence. Today is precisely my daughter's birthday. Since you are already here, Jian Shen, you should remain and partake in a light meal with us. Jian Shen replied, Indeed, I have come precisely to attend the birthday celebration of the king's beloved daughter today. It is why I made a special trip to offer my congratulations. That answer immediately caused the elder to react with surprise. Special, you say? But you and my Ning estate have no prior dealings. Dadio brother, for which of my daughters have you come? Bei Wen immediately cast his gaze toward Ning Xiang. She promptly turned her face away, tears welling in her eyes, hastily denying internally, I know. It is certainly not me. There is no need to look at me in such a manner. She also secretly harbored a trace of resentment. After all, Yongning is merely the daughter of a maidservant. By what right does everyone favor her so? Jian Shen reached into his robes, rummaging for a moment before extracting a bottle of liquid. He then placed it forcefully upon the table, one hand covering its opening. What precisely is this mysterious liquid? Even I am unaware of its true nature. He reminisced that over a decade ago, within a secluded secret realm, he discovered a wellspring on the verge of depletion. The local inhabitants referred to it as the Pate, water of life. As he spoke, he raised a single finger, gesturing emphatically. Drink one mouthful, and your mind will achieve unparalleled clarity. Drink 2, and you shall know no weariness. Drink 3, and you will attain eternal immortality. His countenance radiating smug satisfaction, he placed a hand over his chest in a symbolic gesture, then broke into a radiant smile. This scene appeared no different from a merchant presenting his wares. Yet the promotional effect was remarkably potent and caused those observing to immediately alter their perception of the mysterious liquid in his grasp. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. The water of life? Bestowing eternal immortality? They repeated the phrase, their voices filled with awe. Only Shi Zun, however, had discerned the true nature of the situation. He stood apart, an expression of utter exasperation on his face at the sight before him, inwardly muttering, I knew this rascal would exaggerate. A single mouthful of this liquid can, at best, only extend one's lifespan by a mere 50 years. Jian Shen extended the bottle of liquid toward Yongning, his voice betraying a hint of hesitation. Princess Yongning, this liquid, I bestow upon you. This sudden turn of events, coupled with the miraculous efficacy of the divine liquid, rendered Yongning momentarily speechless. She could only respond with palpable tension, beads of perspiration forming on her cheeks. What? Upon witnessing the gift presented to Yongning by his senior disciple, Si Yan was so enraged that he was left utterly speechless. Xing Yan recalled that this source liquid also possessed beautifying properties. She had pleaded many times, but he had steadfastly refused to give it. One glance was enough to tell that Mo Junhong was trying to curry favor. He was truly a sycophant. Yongning held the bottle of source liquid in her hand, her demeanor utterly flustered. This gift was too precious, thus she dared not accept it. Soft whispers erupted behind Yongning. The Prince of Ning shouted loudly, "Yongning, this senior has bestowed upon you such a grand gift. Why do you not quickly prostrate yourself in thanks?" Yongning immediately bowed in gratitude to Mo Junhong. But Mo Junhong refused, while stating that he still had to enter the city to meet some old friends, and thus had to rudely take his leave. With the felicitous gift delivered, Bai Lan and Yu Ling also intended to depart, following Junhong to visit old acquaintances within the city. Xin Yan was so astonished he was speechless. These three disciples did not even bother to greet their master. Suddenly, Yong Xiling called out loudly, "Three seniors!" Mo Junhong, Bai Lan, and Yu Ling were all startled. Yong Xiling addressing them in such a way was akin to shortening their lifespan. Perceiving Yongning's inner unease, Bai Lan gently explained that the items they gifted Yongning were of little significance. She did not need to dwell on it. The Empress Dowager bestowing the title of Princess upon Yongning had not been mistaken in the slightest. She truly possessed great fortune, the woman with the greatest blessings in all the lands. Mo Junhong continued, "Source liquid is an incredibly precious item, one I acquired with great difficulty, and not a few individuals covet it or harbor ill intentions." Mo Junhong's words clearly alluded to those within the Prince of Ning's manor. This matter truly caused worry, but Mo Junhong had long since made preparations. If anyone were to harbor malicious intentions, he would personally teach them a lesson. Having finished speaking, Mo Junhong unleashed his ultimate technique. Around his sword, a verdant sun appeared. Mo Junhong swung his sword. That single move tore the very sky asunder. Everyone present marveled in astonishment. He could comprehend sword intent to such an extent. This was the sword god's divine swordplay. There was only one such person in the mortal world. No, that was not mere swordquit. He could condense the radiance of swordquit. Only a human god realm expert could reach this level. Xin Yan quietly gazed at his eldest disciple, thinking to himself, even so, with his current realm, it would be difficult for Mo Junhong to truly become a god. All three of them departed. The remaining attendees of the banquet watched them depart. Lively discussions erupted. Through this incident, they only now realized that the Prince of Ning's manor truly had an extraordinary background. Even the sword god himself had personally come to visit. Years ago, the sword god had defeated the grand elder of the sword god's sect, his reputation echoing across all four directions. Yet it was clear that no one had ever heard of the sword god having any ties to the Ning manor before. Thus, there was only one possibility. The sword god had never taken disciples. He had once declared that he would only accept those with destiny. Could Princess Yongfu truly be that fated person? Everyone's gazes immediately converged upon Yongning and Si Yan. Yong Zhening shyly hid behind her husband, stating that her talent in the sword Dao was extremely poor. If the sword god wished to accept her as a disciple, then she would return all these treasures. She only wished to remain by Si Yan's side, and that was enough. As for mastering the Dharma realm or any cultivation realm, Yongling had no desire for any of it. At that moment, Ningxiang was seething with extreme anger. On what grounds did Yongning receive such favorable graces? What aspect did Ningxiang ultimately lack compared to Yongning? No matter what, she had to seize that bottle of source liquid. The prince, standing in a corner, was still utterly reeling from the appearances of Sect Master Bai, the Imperial Blade, and the Divine Sword, coupled with the displays of Life Force Water and Sword Force. The events that had just unfolded were truly unbelievable. The Prince of Ning felt his mind spinning, his entire body swaying unsteadily. Yang Ganning immediately rushed to support her father, her face etched with worry. However, Ningxiang also immediately lunged forward and pushed Yongning away, shouting loudly, "Do not allow Yongning to casually touch the Prince of Ning." Yongning hurriedly explained that she acted as such because she saw her father was about to fall. Ningxiang completely disregarded Yongning's words, instead blaming her, reasoning that Prince Ning was a master at the Spirit Emperor realm. How could he fall without cause? She suspected that someone was secretly playing tricks. Madame Ning, standing by, also showed agreement, stating that Yang Jining had become so audacious merely because she had the backing of a few Jianghu figures. Yongning was momentarily at a loss for how to explain, her eyes still filled with anxiety. Prince Ning then roared, "Enough! Silence!" Afterward, Prince Ning called Yongning to follow him for a private conversation. Before following Prince Ning, Yongning did not forget to inform Xian, to reassure him. Xian happily told Yongning that if anything happened, she should just tell him, for no one here could bully her. Yongning stated with certainty, "Rest assured, I will definitely rely on my husband. Inside Prince Ning's study, Yongning called out, "Father." Prince Ning, with his back to Yongning, asked if Xian treated her well. Yongning replied without hesitation, "Xian is very good. I feel deeply content." Prince Ning angrily brought up Xian's disrespect towards the crown prince and others. Yongning immediately explained that Xian acted as such to protect her. Then what about the rumors of Xian's illicit affair with the Empress Dowager? Upon mentioning this matter, Yongning calmly recounted that Xian had previously been the Empress Dowager's benefactor, and the Empress Dowager wished to repay him, which was why she bestowed the title of princess upon Yongning. Prince Ning was astonished, wondering why Yongning could trust Xian to such an extent. Yongning replied with unwavering conviction, "He is my husband, so I trust him." Prince Ning was momentarily speechless, his voice softening. "If that is truly the case, then it is good." Throughout all these years, he had always appeared indifferent to Yongning, but now that she had found someone to rely on, it seemed he could finally rest at ease. However, Yongning knew clearly that Prince Ning had never truly been cold to her. He had secretly sent people to bring her snacks and books. Yongning was aware of all these things, and now with Xian by her side, she was no longer lonely. Prince Ning pulled a chair and sat down, saying, "As long as Yongning is happy, that is all that matters." These matters were all unavoidable choices. Yongning presented the Pingyuan Yi before Prince Ning, saying that she had observed her father's bones had weakened considerably over the years, and thus wished for him to use it. However, Prince Ning immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Your kind thought is enough. I also possess some cultivation, and have no need for this item to prolong my life. The sword god undoubtedly had some purpose in gifting this to you. If you do not truly need it, then return it to its owner. Our Prince Ning's estate does not wish to accept gifts from others without reason." Yongning agreed with this idea. She would return it, and if the sword god did not accept it, she would then gift it to Prince Ning. Afterward, Yongning expressed her desire to move out and establish her own separate residence. Prince Ning was rather astonished, slamming his hand on the table. "You wish to move out?" Before Yongning could even explain, Prince Ning already showed an intention to evade, telling her he wished to rest. So Yongning, obeying her father, turned and left. Left alone in his study, Prince Ning gazed at the portrait of a young woman hanging on the wall. He clutched his head, sadly recalling the events of years past. Back then he was still very young, and once eloped with the one he loved. Regrettably, they were later found by his parents, who berated them both most severely. "You already have a family? Yet you eloped with a commoner?" Family? That was merely the family chosen by his parents. The woman he wished to marry was a maidservant, and due to her lowly status, she was deemed utterly unworthy of him. Subsequently, they were forcibly separated by his family. He also lost all news of his beloved. Despite this, he held on to his old vow, determined to return and find her. 10 years later, he returned to the place where they had once lived together, but did not find his old love. He only discovered a little girl. The little girl's mother had passed away, and the child led him to her grave. Standing before that grave, he burst into heart-wrenching sobs. That little girl's name was Yongning. Madame Ning and Nianxiang stood outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between Prince Ning and Yongning. Madame Ning had long known that Prince Ning would not easily let go of Yongning, although he spoke harsh words. Deep down, he always felt compassion for Yongning. Precisely because of this, no matter what means she used, she had to make Yongning hated. Yongning and her deceased mother could not contend against Madame Ning and her child. Madame Ning was also plotting to seize Yongning's potent solution. Yongning had returned to meet Xie Yan. As soon as he saw her, Xie Yan immediately inquired. Yongning was slightly disappointed. "I told my father about wanting to move out and establish our own residence, but he did not permit it. Perhaps we will have to stay in the princely mansion for quite some time longer." Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately caressed Yongning's head to comfort her. "It's fine if he doesn't agree. We will live our own lives." Afterward, Xie Yan suggested taking Yongning to a place she wished to go, but Yongning replied that she had already spent the entire day with Xie Yan yesterday. Yongning suspected if Xie Yan merely wanted to go out and wander again. Xie Yan was slightly surprised. "So Yongning does not wish to go with me?" Seeing this, Yongning immediately changed the subject, asking Xie Yan to go to the market and buy a few items for her. Xie Yan agreed, but in his heart, he still did not understand what Yongning was ultimately planning to do. Xie Yan raised his hand and waved goodbye. Yongning instructed her husband, "Take your time, and be careful on your way." After Xie Yan had departed for a while, Yongning immediately hurried off. She ran to the edge of the forest, near a lush green meadow. Yang Saining wondered, will she come this year? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Tower's voice. "What's wrong? This year, someone is celebrating your birthday with you already. Isn't that enough? And you still came here to wait for me." Young Jianing joyfully declared that this was a promise they made since childhood, and she absolutely had to come. The memory of that year resurfaced. At that time, Yongning and Tower were only about 9 or 10 years old. On her birthday, with no one by her side, Yongning ran to this place alone and sobbed uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, Tao Koer appeared, gently comforting Yongning. Tao pointed towards the sparkling, star-filled sky. Yongning followed her gaze and gradually stopped crying. From then on, the two made a pact that on this day each year, they would lie together on this patch of grass and gaze at the brilliant stars. The two young girls from years past had now become maidens. They lay together on the grass, looking up at the glittering star-filled sky. Tao continuously sighed. This is truly relaxing. Seeing this, Yongning surmised that Tao Hair must have endured considerable hardship recently. Upon hearing this, Tao Fear replied that during her recent travels with her master, she had also encountered many interesting things. When Yongning heard Tao Hair mention her master, a hint of doubt arose in her heart. She sat up abruptly and asked Tao Care a series of questions concerning Xian and Tao Care's Tangyi. Yongling wanted to know the true relationship between Tao Care and Xian. Tao was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. At the same time, Zhongyang Wang was secretly meeting with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince inquired about Ningxiang's birthday banquet, stating that he was too busy to attend. Afterwards, he went straight to the main point, wanting Zhongyang Wang to sway Ningxian Wang to his side to oppose the emperor. If they had Ningxian Wang, the Crown Prince's future great endeavors would be significantly less pressured. Zhongyang Wang believed that his father was old, and he could make all decisions independently, so the Crown Prince should rest assured. However, Mo Junhong had remained anonymous for so long, and now he had suddenly appeared, even killing the old ancestor of the Mujang sect. Zhongyang Wang feared there was something unusual about it. The Crown Prince immediately grasped what Zhongyang Wang was apprehensive about. He feared that Mo Xingjun belonged to the imperial faction, someone who stood with the emperor. If that were truly the case, the power the Crown Prince would have to contend with would be truly immense. As for Mo Junhong, a single sword strike from him could cleave open heaven and earth. Just then, Yun Yongning suddenly turned her head and asked Tao Care about something she had harbored doubts about for a very long time. Tao Share, my husband, your Tangji, what exactly are all the things that have happened until now? Tao Weier was suddenly questioned, and momentarily didn't know how to answer, merely telling her to go ask her master, asking why she was questioning her instead. Although she herself had wanted to say a few words in her heart, she couldn't articulate them, only silently thinking that since she hadn't anticipated the consequences, she herself was partly at fault. Yun Yongning heard this, but after waiting for a long time, received no further explanation beyond those two words. Therefore, Tao Jie changed the subject to avoid the topic. It's nothing. Today she did not wish to quarrel with her, otherwise she would not know how to bring up this matter. With that she drew a sword from her bag. Its blade had a jade green hue, and Yun Yongning's name was engraved upon it. Yun Yongning asked in surprise, "This is?" Tao Hair immediately explained cheerfully. "The last time Master returned home, he asked me what gift he should prepare for you, so I suggested this sword. This sword can be considered a gift from both me and Master." Yun Yongning was still stunned by this unexpected gift, so she held the sword and admired it for a long time, forgetting to respond to Tao Care. After sitting for a while longer, Tao stood up and said, "All right, we've played enough, and the gift has been given. I must be going." It was then that Yun Yongning returned to her senses, asking Tao Shear if she would not return with her. But Tao said she still had other places she needed to go, so she could not return with her. Moreover, someone had already come to pick her up. As Tao spoke, she looked towards a distant tree, where a tall figure stood, looking very much like an acquaintance. Yun Yongning curiously turned her head to look, and it turned out that the person was indeed her husband, and also Tao Er's master. On their way back, Yun Yongning and her husband walked side by side. After walking for a while, she couldn't help but ask why he knew she and Tao were here. Xian replied cheerfully, "Ha ha. At that time, seeing your flustered appearance, I immediately guessed it." Hearing this, Yun Yongning grew suspicious, and asked what he had heard. Xian immediately denied it. He said that from such a distance, how could he clearly hear the two of them talking? Only then was Yun Yongning relieved, realizing he had heard nothing. Xingyan then asked her, "By the way, do you like this sword?" She happily replied, "Of course I like it." Then she continued, "It is also very fittingly made, and my name is engraved upon it. There is only one such sword in the entire world." He immediately replied proudly, "Of course. After all, I personally forged it." Hearing this, Yun Yongning didn't quite believe him, saying he was bragging. Since he was by her side all day, where would he find the time to go to a forge? Although she said that, as long as it was a gift from her husband, she was already very happy. He did not argue further, merely smiling it off. "Haha, it's fine, as long as you like it." Suddenly, she intentionally slowed her pace, widening the distance between herself and Xian. Immediately after, Yun Yongning unexpectedly climbed onto his back, demanding he carry her. He was startled by her action, and fearing she might fall, He hurriedly asked why she was suddenly doing this. Perched on his back, she happily replied like a child, "Oh, what's wrong? They are husband and wife. Are they still afraid of others laughing?" He immediately retorted, saying he was naturally not afraid. Even if others saw them, it would be her who should be embarrassed. Hearing this, Yun Yongning cheerfully replied, Yes, my husband is a shameless person, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Since I am the wife of such a thick-skinned person, then naturally I am not afraid either. Xiangyan carried her on his back, listening to her speak, and was amused by her words, asking in return, "Is that so?" Yun Yongning immediately affirmed, "Of course." Suddenly, Xiangyan looked up and saw the Empress Dowager accompanied by her chief eunuch. Both were startled, especially Yun Yongning. She immediately jumped down from Xiangyan's back, blushing as she bowed respectfully to greet the Empress Dowager. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager gently said, "Child, what has this Empress Dowager done to you? Why are you so nervous? Furthermore, outside the palace, you don't need to be so formal." After a moment, the Empress Dowager shifted to the main topic, stating that tonight she had a matter that required her husband's assistance, wishing to borrow him for a night. Upon hearing this, Yun Yongning was astonished, while he knew this matter was certainly not good. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, the Empress Dowager laughed heartily. "Are you perhaps still worried about those rumors?" she continued to reassure them. "It's merely some audacious wretch in the palace wagging her tongue. In a few days, I fear that wretch's tongue will be severed." Yun Yongning immediately explained, stating that she was naturally not worried. As her husband, Xiangyan, would not dare to suspect the Empress Dowager, she continued, "If the Empress Dowager has a matter for my husband, then of course I would not obstruct it. It is just that one should perhaps inquire about my husband's opinion first." Hearing this, Xiangyan immediately declared it a deception, refusing to go and pulling Yongning, intending to leave. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager slowly said, "What a pity. It seems the other half of the clue can only be abandoned then." Hearing of the immediate benefit, Xiangyan sighed and ultimately agreed. "It seems I cannot refuse to go." Seeing that her objective was achieved, the Empress Dowager ordered her chief eunuch to escort Princess Yongning home. She must be carefully escorted on the way. Xiangyan instructed Yongning to be careful, saying he still had some matters to attend to. He would return after a short while and told her to go back to the princely manor first. Hearing this, she obediently agreed, and at the same time, reminded him to be careful on his way. Afterwards, Yongning returned with the Empress Dowager's chief eunuch. She politely said, "Eunuch Cao, I have troubled you." Eunuch Cao immediately led the way. "Your Highness Yongfu is too polite. Please, this way." The Empress Dowager saw Xiangyan watching Yongning with a worried expression and told him to rest assured. Eunuch Kato is a heavenly king personally trained by this Empress Dowager. With him accompanying her, even a spirit emperor realm expert would show him 3 points of respect. Your nominal wife is truly a devoted person. It seems she is very fond of you. Hearing this, Xiangyan asked, puzzled, "Oh, Empress Dowager, why do you say that?" The Empress Dowager replied that it was a woman's intuition. She fears there will be no predestined connection between you, but the path ahead will not be easy to choose. Xiyan, hearing this, fell into deep thought, turning his head to follow Yongning's gradually departing shadow. A moment later, the Empress Dowager interrupted his thoughts. "Stop looking, she has gone far. Begin preparing for the real business." No sooner had she finished speaking, the Empress Dowager transformed her solemn Empress Dowager attire into a form-fitting assassin's outfit. Because the change occurred too suddenly, Xiyan was startled. He pointed at her and asked, "Why has it suddenly become like this?" The Empress Dowager replied as if it were obvious. "Oh, naturally, it's to avoid being recognized. How could such a powerful posture allow mortals to witness the destiny of this body, which belongs to tonight?" After speaking, she laughed heartily, making Xinyan so frightened that he declared he wanted to go home. A moment later, the two had arrived at a desolate wasteland, where there was a very large lake. Xiyan confirmed that half of the clue to the cultivation technique's components lay in this place. The Empress Dowager affirmed with certainty that he was not mistaken. "This is a lake formed from a branch of a river. It seems we have arrived a bit early, and will likely have to wait a little longer," he asked again, doubtfully. "Wait for what?" she answered with great certainty. "Wait for time." Seeing his disbelief, she steadfastly continued to explain. "Wait for the time when restlessness begins. Wait until the moon is stained blood red. Wait for the lake to reflect the truth. Wait until the abyss beckons the darkness." As she spoke, she gestured as if everything were real. He was speechless before her, and immediately shouted, "Speak like a normal person. Don't lose your composure during crucial moments." No sooner had he finished speaking, blue streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky, converging to form shadowy, ghoul-like figures across this wasteland. It turned out that this was the time she had spoken of. Innumerable demonic qi appeared in the air, polluting even the very atmosphere. Xiyan then continued, Perhaps a murder occurred here in the past, and the resentment is too heavy. These wandering souls cannot descend to the underworld. They can only wander upon this plane. It is this demonic chi that has attracted the wandering souls here. Could it be that a demonic race is sealed beneath? His heart was full of questions. After hearing this, the Empress Dowager secretly thought she truly had not chosen the wrong person. He truly understood this matter. Summoning him here was the right decision, because this strange entrance originally opened only once every 10 years. Moreover, the timing of its opening was quite stable. It's just that in recent years, its frequency of appearance has become increasingly frequent. Chu Xuanyin tilted her chin and said, "It seems there is a special, separate space within. Restrictions exist everywhere. Perhaps it is the handiwork of a deity. In short, everything is difficult to describe with words." As she spoke, the Grand Pope jumped down into the swirling brown pit below, saying that if Xian simply went down, he would understand for himself. Xinyan also jumped down with Chu Xuanyin, and the scene shifted to the two of them standing below. Indeed, this is the handiwork of a deity. Although these types of structures are dilapidated, I have seen them before. Xinyan observed the surrounding landscape, and then spoke to Chu Xuanyin, after which he added, "It's just that the demonic chi here is too heavy. It's unclear if this is the ruins of a true god, or the palace of a demonic god. If this truly was the palace of a demon god, then it was likely there would be no clues related to the god ascension technique." His Holiness Chu Xuanyin looked around, still hoping to find something. This time, it seemed they were fortunate not to encounter the dense fog. Xinyan wondered about the thick mist Chu Xuanyin had just mentioned. Indeed, initially when Xiyan and his companions came to explore this place, they immediately encountered a dense fog upon entering, yet even their most powerful techniques could not disperse that peculiar mist. Those enveloped within it felt utterly stifled. At that time, Yang Tianwang, who was right behind them, suddenly let out a tragic cry. From within the mist, a hand was seen gripping him tightly. Yang Tianwang was at least a master of the Spirit Emperor realm's great perfection stage, yet he was utterly unable to escape. Crushed to death on the spot, they had no other choice but to retreat. Xian's expression turned grim, for only a god could secretly strangle a cultivator at the Spirit Emperor realm's great perfection stage. Could it be that a demon god still lingered in this place? Chu Xuanyin continued to walk with vigilance, telling Xian, who was behind her, that he absolutely had to be careful. Xian followed closely behind her with light, stealthy steps, a cunning glint appearing on his face. Unexpectedly, he was about to play a mischievous trick, intending to scare her right in this very place. Xinyan blew a breath onto Chu Xuanyin's shoulder, startling her and causing her to scream out loud. Xinyan watched her reaction from behind, secretly laughing with a wicked glee. His Holiness, infuriated, rebuked him. "At a time like this, what exactly are you doing?" Xinyan covered his mouth, using a jocular question to explain himself. Could it be that the esteemed sect master of the profound Yin demonic sect also fears ghosts? Chu Xuanyin gave a forced smile. How could that be? Chu Xuanyin was just stating that this place was extremely perilous, emphasizing the absolute need for utmost caution. How could she possibly be afraid of such things? But before she could finish speaking, a terrifying, ghoulish face suddenly appeared directly before her. Chu Xuanyin, who had just been so bold about her courage, now turned utterly pale. She shrieked, "Ghost! Ghost!" then cried out loudly and, to Xian's complete surprise, leaped onto him. Xian could only reassure her, calmly stating, "That was merely a wandering spirit." Chu Xuanyin was still clinging to Xian, mumbling, "Why can these wandering spirits enter here?" Evidently she had never encountered such a situation before. That wandering spirit was merely passing by, yet it was frightened by her scream. It was possible that the wandering spirit was even more afraid of Chu Xuanyin than she was of it. Xian watched the departing wandering spirit and said, "They are merely spirits. They have their own paths, naturally not like the path you and I tread." After regaining her composure, Chu Xuanyin asked Xian where they were headed. Xian told her to simply follow him, and she would find out. Furthermore, Xian suddenly looked at Chu Xuanyin, his face slightly flushed. "Also, just how much longer do you intend to cling to me?" Only then did Chu Xuanyin realize, letting out a small cry before quickly jumping down. The two of them then arrived at a strange, Xuanyin said in surprise. "There is a beach here, but what are these departed souls doing here?" Xian spoke up. "This is not a sea, but a river." The little departed soul scanned its surroundings, as if searching for something. Failing to find it, it burst into tears. Wailing sounds filled the air. Xian pointed, telling the little departed soul to get on the boat, stating that this boat would take them to Mingdu, carrying these wandering souls to the next life, to speak with their parents and friends. Upon hearing this, the little ghost seemed to see a ray of hope, nodded in thanks to him, then, along with the other departed souls, boarded the boat. Chu Xuanyin felt doubtful about this river leading to the other world. Could this river truly be that place? Before Xuanyin could continue her speculations, Xian stated that it was the Minhe River, but merely a branch of it. A branch belonging to an existence that had already stepped into the divine realm. Thanks to its own colossal spiritual power, its flow was guided to this place. Xuanyin said that even a single branch was this vast. The opposite side must be Mingdu. Xinyan then displayed a cunning expression, lightly licked the corner of his lips and said, "The dead can reach Mingdu, but the living cannot." The other bank was likely also a separate spatial region. As he spoke, he rummaged for something in his spatial bag. Xuanyin did not understand how they could cross to the other side. Could it be that they too had to cross by boat? Siqian searched for a moment, then took out and assembled a coffin. He then stroked his chin, a smug look on his face, and said, "Because this place lies next to the Minhe River, the rules are naturally different. The dead get on the boat, the living enter the coffin. They will use this to cross to the other side." Chu Xuanyin looked at the coffin before her and was stunned with horror. Utterly unable to believe Xinyan carried an entire coffin with him. Xinyan merely said it was something he borrowed from a friend, telling her to rest assured, because it was very clean. Xuanyin wondered who this friend of his was. She immediately thought of a woman, while he merely wished her not to bother with such details. He then asked the Empress Dowager if she wanted to lie on the top or bottom this time, causing Chu Xuanyin to immediately blush with embarrassment. Her hands curled together, clutching her chest, she silently cursed that damned Xinyan for truly not knowing how to speak thoughtfully with a woman, only good at putting people in awkward situations. Tao Er was feeling irritated. She flopped onto her master's soft bed, her mind filled with jumbled thoughts. He himself went home with senior sister Yong Ning and arranged for her to stay behind and look after the pavilion of heavenly fate. She tossed and turned on the bed, humming a few times. After all, no one was watching. She repeatedly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha! Master's bed is so soft." Then she hugged his pillow, inhaling the lingering scent on it, whispering to herself, "It smells like master." Suddenly, she cast her gaze around the entire bedroom. Then an idea sparked within her. Although she frequently visited this place, she had never truly examined it carefully. So she quickly sprang up from the soft mattress and ran to explore every corner of her master's room. She remembered her master had hung many portraits of senior sister Yan Yan here. As she walked, she observed the paintings on the wall, muttering to herself that she found the aesthetics rather childish. Then she suddenly stopped before a painting. She did not understand why all the previous portraits depicted joy, but the eyes in this particular portrait were weeping. She slowly stepped closer to get a better look. Unexpectedly, she suddenly stepped on a trap and fell straight down below. She scrambled to sit up, clutched her posterior, and grumbled, wondering why there was such a dark space in her master's room. Before her eyes was a space filled with books, which overwhelmed her. She thought her venerable master must have hidden a study within this dark chamber. The sheer volume of books here astonished her greatly. Could it be that her venerable master had stored all her books in this place? The deeper she ventured inside, the more peculiar things she discovered. Suddenly, she came upon a stone coffin, but it was empty. This only fueled her curiosity about the place. Not only that, but the surroundings were also filled with a great number of empty portraits. Countless, unresolved questions swirled in her mind. Afterwards, she looked towards a nearby table, and found only a single book placed upon it. This further ignited a strong sense of curiosity within her. She stepped closer, and picked up the book. Several thoughts flashed through her mind. She guessed this was very likely her venerable master's diary, and at the same time, she reminded herself never to open it. But in the end, her curiosity overwhelmed everything. She opened the diary, for she truly wanted to know what was written inside it. She slowly read each line of text written within. The content was as follows. "I have awoken again. The pavilion of heavenly mandate guided me, but I do not know how long I drifted within the chaotic currents of space. This is a new world, also a new realm of myriad heavens. But this time, upon awakening, I still remember nothing. I only remember having committed a great mistake. It was an immense sin. Merely because the most important person to me had died, I then took up my sword and slaughtered the 9 heavens. Not only did I massacre countless living beings, even gods perished beneath my sword. The heavenly Tao still guides me to atone, leading me across the myriad realms of the heavens. I have awoken again." Stepping out from the stone coffin, the first thing I did was flip open the diary, but there was absolutely nothing inside. I am certain I have met many people, but I cannot remember any of them. The heavenly Tao not only erased them, but it also erased my writings, and even the portraits. None of them remain. Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. The 2 words, Heavenly Tao, were written with immense force. This was enough to show the profound hatred Xian, the pavilion master, harbored towards the heavenly Tao. The content of the diary was shrouded in gloom, obscurity, hatred, and interwoven pain. She continued to read each word attentively. "There was once someone very important to me, but I left because I had no choice but to depart. I wept not because I departed, but because I had forgotten all of them. Though they were merely words on paper, they were capable of making the reader suffer and feel profound sorrow in turn. Heavenly Tao, I no longer wish to forget anyone. I desire to refine you. Then she read the passage where Si Yan, the pavilion master, wrote about herself. On the first day of grain rain, I, your master, painstakingly crafted a foundation for Tao Ni's use. I know that my time here might not be much longer. Whether it is 3 years or 10 years, I no longer know. Perhaps before long, I will once again embark on a journey across the myriad worlds. Upon reading these lines, Tao Ni trembled uncontrollably, tears already brimming in the corners of her eyes. In her mind, the same question repeatedly echoed. Could her master truly be leaving? Just then, Mo Jungheng snatched the diary from behind her, startling Tao Ni greatly. She could not comprehend why her senior brother was present here. It turned out he had long wished to enter this place, having once expended great effort to break the Xinyan Pavilion Master's seal. Yet he never expected that today, thanks to Tao Ni's curiosity, he would inadvertently find himself inside. Seeing Mo Jungheng appear, Tao Ni wanted to clarify whether the events written in the diary were true. However, he merely replied that he did not know, nor did he wish to ask, saying that one day her master would tell her herself. He instructed her that today's events were an absolute secret, not to be spread outside. Saddened and heartbroken by what she had just learned, she merely gave him a perfunctory reply. Seeing this, Mo Jungheng immediately changed the topic to divert her attention. He said he had just received a secret missive from a friend and needed to go for a meeting, likely returning in a few days. She knew her senior brother too well, understanding that he merely wanted to roam freely again. He only smiled, patted her head, and instructed her to take good care of the Xinyan Pavilion Master while he was away. Do not anger him, nor cause trouble to displease Master. Treat him a little better, and indulge him a little more. She truly did not understand what Mo Jungheng meant by pampering Master. How exactly was she supposed to pamper him? Was she to treat him like a precious little one, holding him close and cherishing him? These were the thoughts she muttered to herself. The coffin slowly drifted through the vast space, carried by waves towards an unknown destination. Within that cramped space, the atmosphere gradually grew ambiguous. He felt utterly suffocated, his body also growing hot from her weight. He clearly revealed his desire to resist. She scrutinized his face, surely noticing his grimace, and immediately scolded him, saying he was no different from a motionless corpse. How could he know that she herself was also awkward in this situation? In response to her scolding, he could only show helplessness, stating he could not comply with her wishes. Her eyes widened, and sweat poured out even more profusely due to the suffocating space. She pressed down on him, making it clear that their current posture was uncomfortable for both. If he kept moving, it would only make her more uncomfortable. The two argued back and forth for a while, but still could not find a solution. At this moment, he could no longer endure it, and cried out, placing one hand on his head and the other propping open the coffin lid to avoid touching her body, wishing for her to move a little to make the space less cramped. She immediately refuted his wish. Because the coffin was already too narrow, after a struggle, the coffin slowly drifted to land, gradually reaching the shore. Not far away, the figure of a young woman appeared. It was Princess Yun Yongning. She slowly extended her hand to touch the coffin, but just as she was about to reach it, her familiar voice from within